For the mice, gathering trash. With a thunderous crash, Xiaoqi jolted awake. She rubbed her eyes and hastily tousled her hair, resembling a bundle of hay. Mechanically, she retrieved a rusted dagger from beneath her pillow, a weapon she had unearthed after rummaging through heaps of refuse for what felt like an eternity. 3 days prior, she had been a formidable ability user navigating the perils of a post-apocalyptic world, yet, upon awakening, she found herself inhabiting the body of a child Ami. DST, a refuse pile. This child had succumbed to malnutrition, and inexplicably, she had assumed this frail form. Upon her awakening, several rats lurked nearby, their beady eyes fixed intently upon her, awaiting the opportune moment to feast upon the unsuspecting human child before them. Such an opportunity for sustenance would not go to waste for Xiaoqi. Though she had only just regained consciousness, her weakened body and empty stomach conveyed a stark truth. To survive, she needed to eat. Ultimately, lacking a means to cook, she resorted to a rudimentary method of preparation and consumed the rats raw. The few rodents she had slain became Xiaoqi's recent provisions, while their flavor left much to be desired. They at least ensured her survival. The earlier cacophony signified that a garbage truck had emptied its load, and thus, it was time for her to seek out new sustenance. Xiaoqi gripped the dagger tightly in her hand, memories flooding her mind, reminding her that there were many who survived on this planet by scavenging through refuse and countless rats as well. To procure valuable scraps, one must remain vigilant of the surrounding individuals, lest they be robbed and beaten to death, while also guarding against the sudda. An appearance of rats within the heaps of garbage. A bite from such vermin necessitated treatment, the costs of which were beyond her means. Typically, Xiaoqi would only dare to cautiously scavenge for food or treasures along the periphery after the adults had rummaged through the refuse, in order to avoid being bit. And by rats. In the confines of her cramped dwelling, she discovered a tattered bag and quietly waited until the clamor outside gradually faded before stepping out to embark on her quest for a salvage. Not far from her threshold, Xiaoqi was met with an indescribable stench. She stifled her physiological reactions, resolutely maintaining her composure as she ventured deeper into the refuse, sifting through the debris with her bag in hand. Much of the valuable refuse had already been claimed by the adults, and she was biding her time for an opportunity a moment to satiate her hunger. With a faint sound echoing in the air, Xiaoqi tightened her grip on the dagger, her dark eyes glimmering with excitement, yet her other hand continued to rummage through the garb. As if she had heard nothing amiss. A sharp squeak pierced the air near her ear, and without hesitation, she pivoted, thrusting her dagger toward the source of the sound. A mouse, resembling the size of a zombie rodent, lay bloodied on the ground, emitting faint squeaks. Disappointment flickered in Xiaoqi's eyes. Her body remained too frail. She surveyed the surroundings, where pairs of furious crimson eyes glared back at her. Without hesitation, she seized a piece of debris and hurled it forcefully at the recently slain mouse. Swiftly, she picked up the creature and placed it into her tattered bag. If her actions had not been executed with alacrity, she feared that the laboriously captured mouse would be devoured by its surrounding companions, leaving naught but bones behind. Her diminutive form stood motionless, her dark, gleaming eyes betraying a fierce intent as they fixated on the nearby rodents. In the next moment, Xiaoqi subtly shifted her foot, propelling a hard object towards the horde of mice. As they scurried in a frenzy, she gripped her dagger tightly and charged forward. Though the dagger was dreadfully dull, Xiaoqi's speed and strength were formidable, allowing the weapon to fulfill its intended purpose. After dispatching 3 mice, she paused, slightly breathless. She was running out of stamina. She retrieved the mouse from the ground, refraining from further attacks on the remaining rodents. These few would suffice to sustain her for several days. With food secured, she now only needed a means to create fire. Chapter 2. Fishing for mice. Xiaoqi, with a look of satisfaction, clutched the bag in her hand. Had she possessed more strength, she would undoubtedly have dispatched several more mice. However, she did not depart immediately. Instead, she chose to continue rummaging through the refuse. This dagger was excessively dull. She needed to find a sharper object for her protection, as well as items that could be ignited. Her slender form nimbly navigated the debris. And perhaps due to the crimson blood seeping steadily from the bag, no mouse dared to confront her after an extensive search. She placed the captured mice at the top of the bag to prevent them from being crushed, and then covered them with additional materials to deter any adult passersby. After all, these mice posed no threat, and they would likely not hesitate to snatch them from a mere child for a meal. Fortunately, the journey home was devoid of encounters, allowing her to arrive safely. It remained uncertain whether it was due to the original owner's tender age or another reason. But Gu Xiaoqi possessed only the memories of the past 6 months, with nothing else to recall. Within those fragmented memories, she learned that she resided in an interstellar era, specifically on a refuse planet. The original owner had never ventured beyond this dump, merely scavenging for sustenance to survive. For a frail child devoid of any means of defense, enduring such circumstances was immensely challenging. The original owner faced not only the threat of starvation, but also frequent assaults from older children and even adults in the vicinity. The original protagonist persevered silently, refraining from tears or complaints. Reflecting on those memories, Gu Xiaoqi took a deep breath. She realized that she was still too frail, yet she vowed to ensure that those who wronged her would face retribution. In that moment, she suddenly sensed the warmth in her hand and looked up at the small piece of wood with delight. She had indeed succeeded in creating fire through friction. Carefully, Gu Xiaoqi tended to the flames, taking precautions to prevent them from growing too large and risking her shelter. Swiftly, she gutted a bloodied rat, placing it on the modest fire to roast. After a while, she contentedly patted her stomach, the hunger that had previously gnawed at her now alleviated. She tidied up the remaining items, stowing the rat's entrails in a small pouch before arming herself with the weapon she had just discovered and stepping outside. Having satisfied her hunger, it was time to fish. She strolled leisurely to a secluded corner, laid the rat's entrails on the ground, and quietly awaited the fish to bite. As anticipated, it wasn't long before she heard a rustling sound. Gu Xiaoqi promptly readied her weapon, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. What appeared to be a filthy rat was, in fact, a delectable morsel. The fish had taken the bait. She dashed forward, wielding the heavy iron plate with intent, striking at the unsuspecting rats. Gu Xiaoqi managed her strength perfectly. If she had struck too forcefully, the rat would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Yet her precise force ensured a swift death without excessively damaging the carcass. As Gu Xiaoqi was in the midst of dispatching a few rodents, an unexpected crackling sound echoed in her mind. Frowning, she dared not let her guard down for even a moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain 10 mutated mice. The initial task is complete, and the system is now officially activated. A system? What on earth? Chapter 3. The system compels me to slay mice. Gu Xiaoqi gripped her weapon tightly, her dirty little face etched with caution as she surveyed her surroundings. While the mice seized the opportunity to flee. Having been born in a post-apocalyptic world and thrust into the interstellar era, Gu Xiaoqi had always possessed a remarkable adaptability. Tentatively, she inquired, "Are you the system? Where in my body are you located? What is your purpose?" "ZZZ, energy insufficient. Please complete the tasks, host." Task 1. Please proceed to the library of the unnamed star number 68 Junior High School for check-in. Task 2. Please exterminate 100 mutated mice. Completing these tasks will yield corresponding life points. Current life points, 7. Check-in at a junior high school? Life points. Before Gu Xiaoqi could pose further questions, the mechanical voice continued. Please note, host, your current life points are 7, and your remaining lifespan is 7 days. Energy is insufficient. Please complete the tasks promptly. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi began to grasp the system's intentions. Yet, no matter how much she inquired, the system remained silent. Taking a deep breath, her soiled little face grew serious. She was uncertain of the system's ultimate objective, but she dared not gamble with her life. 7 days. 100 mutated rats. This garbage heap, aside from refuse, harbors the most mutated rats. After capturing new mutated rats, Gu Xiaoqi unhesitatingly roasted the previous ones, consuming one and packaging the remaining 2. Stealthily, she departed from her dwelling, clutching the mutated rats. The colossal refuse pile exuded a stench of decay and mildew, surrounded by various makeshift abodes. Some were merely constructed from heaps of garbage, like Gu Xiaoqi's home, while others were fashioned from worn-out, massive boxes. Genuine houses were a rare sight. Here, mere survival was a luxury, and the quality of one's dwelling was of little concern. Gu Xiaoqi cautiously shielded her food from view, navigating through the throngs towards a dilapidated yet house-like shelter. She gently rapped on a door that seemed on the verge of collapse, and soon after, a hoarse voice beckoned. "Come in." Pushing the door open, She entered to behold an elderly man clad in tattered garments, emanating a foul odor. Maintaining her composure, she presented the well-protected mutated rats before him. You, cough cough, where did you acquire these mutated rats? Upon uttering this, the old man was seized by a fit of coughs, his body bending slightly, as if he might expel his very lungs. Gu Xiaoqi hurriedly approached, her expression laced with concern as she gently patted his back, saying, I was fortunate enough to have struck them dead. Please, sit down and give them a try. The old man, taken aback by Gu Xiaoqi's voice, lifted his gaze momentarily before slowly settling down in a corner piled high with dry grass. He remarked, So, you can speak. This girl had not uttered a word in the past 6 months, leading him to believe she was mute. Shaking his head, the frail, darkened fingers of the old man trembled as he pointed toward a yellowed box, gesturing for Gu Xiaoqi to sit. Gu Xiaoqi shook her head, refraining from voicing a rebuttal, and said, Do you know if I have any relatives? I can only recall events from the past 6 months. Everything prior is a blur. The old man replied, Cough. You were the one I found amidst the refuse half a year ago. A flicker of disappointment crossed Gu Xiaoqi's dark face. And she responded, Please, enjoy the meat. I shall take my leave. Before the old man could utter a word, she departed. Previously, the original owner had shared her foraged food with the old man, yet he had never partaken, often offering his own sustenance to her instead. Pondering this, Gu Xiaoqi shook her head, resolved to protect the old man in her current state. Gazing at the distant heap of refuse, she felt invigorated. Were there not 100 rats? They all emerged from the trash, and she was determined to see who could prevail. Chapter 4. The Mutant Rat's Mother. There are perverts here. After satisfying her hunger, Gu Xiaoqi, brimming with energy, fixated on the refuse mound, recognizing it as the lair of 100 mutant rats, a trivial challenge. With renewed vigor, she retrieved some rat entrails from her home and commenced her fishing endeavor once more. Before long, a rustling sound echoed, prompting Gu Xiaoqi to wield the heavy iron plate once more to strike at the mutated rats, accompanied by the resounding thuds. The bloody corpses of the mutated rats lay strewn across the refuse. 1, 2, 3 yet. As time slipped away, the mutated rats hurriedly scurried in all directions, emitting terrified squeaks as they fled. Oh no, there's a monster. It relishes smashing mutated rats. Gu Xiaoqi's sparkling eyes searched fervently for the elusive creatures. But despite her efforts, none were to be found. How cowardly. She couldn't help but lament that her previous caution stemmed from her depleted vitality, having been in a state of hunger for far too long. After all, she had navigated the harsh realities of the apocalypse for several years. Surely she possessed some skills. With a sigh, Gu Xiaoqi gazed wistfully at the heap of refuse before her. In a shadowy corner, the mutated rats seemed to sense her gaze, trembling in fear and daring not to make a sound, lest the malevolent figure unearth them from their hiding place. Once Gu Xiaoqi finally departed, the small, red eyes of the mutated rats brimmed with relief. They were fortunate to have escaped swiftly, for otherwise, they would have joined their fallen brethren on the ground. Though others had hunted mutated rats before, they typically captured only 1 or 2, and none had stared at them with such fervor as this formidable presence. Upon returning to her dwelling, Gu Xiaoqi regarded the 8 mutated rats in her bag with a grave expression, sighing once more. According to the system, her lifespan was limited to 7 days, yet she was required to eliminate 100 mutated rats. Moreover, she remained oblivious to the potential value of life points that could be acquired upon completing this task. What if the life points were disappointingly low? With this thought, Gu Xiaoqi gradually found her composure. The more tense one felt, the more essential it was to maintain tranquility, for anxiety often led to mistakes. This was a lesson learned through hardship during her years in the apocalypse, and it represented one of her survival strategies. Consequently, she had no choice but to make do with the mutated rats in the refuse heap. As a result, those scavenging in the garbage dump seldom spotted any signs of the mutated rats, and at times, when they did encounter them, the rats would hastily flee. Meanwhile, the number of roasted mutated rats within the old man's dwelling steadily increased. In the brief span of 4 days, Gu Xiaoqi had dispatched 100 mutated rats, until the mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of exterminating 100 mutated rats. You have gained 6 life points. The task has been refreshed. Please complete the task of exterminating 500 mutated rats. Was this a relentless pursuit of the mutated rats? Gu Xiaoqi hastily inquired. What exactly is your objective? She licked her lips. After all, they were merely mutated rats, nothing too formidable. However, The nearby mutated rats had grown wary, and it seemed that baiting them would not be a simple affair. Thus, she would need to expand her hunting grounds. Nevertheless, whether the system's claims were true or false still required verification. An idea was forming in Gu Xiaoqi's mind, and she was now merely a step away from execution. Through her observations over the past few days, she finally discerned that this junior high school was the sole educational institution on this planet, thus ensuring that the staff members were ample and not lacking. If she wished to fulfill the task of signing in at the library of unnamed star No. 68 Junior High School, she could only do so by becoming a student of that institution. However, to gain admission as a student, she needed to become a legitimate citizen, which necessitated the purchase of a quantum brain. Additionally, there were registration fees and tuition fees. The mere thought of this caused Gu Xiaoqi a headache. Where could she possibly earn the shimmering star coins? Chapter 5. Playing the role of a child in search of kin, Gu Xiaoqi first calculated her remaining life points. According to the system, 9 life points meant she could survive for only 9 days. The current mission required her to hunt down 500 mutated rats. Rather than rushing to capture the mutated rats, she decided to gather the valuable items from her home and venture to the central district first. Although unnamed star No. 68 was a desolate wasteland, it still possessed some essential infrastructure. Yet, as Gu Xiaoqi glanced at her bare wrist, and then at the departing hover car, a sigh escaped her lips. No star coins, no quantum brain. She was still an undocumented citizen. It felt as though her very spirit had been drained. And she trudged along the street, realizing that in order to complete her task and resolve her schooling dilemma, she must first address her undocumented status. However, just before departing, her grandfather Lin candidly informed her, had she been an ordinary individual, there would have been a considerable chance of reuniting with her biological parents. Yet, there lingered a minuscule possibility that she might be the progeny of a criminal, or perhaps the offspring of an interstellar pirate. She could also be burdened with immense debts or under constant surveillance. Gu Xiaoqi vigorously shook her head, dismissing such notions vehemently. What criminals? What thieves? Grandfather Lin asserted that the more probable scenario was that she was a child who had been abducted, not a criminal. Impossible. But what if it were true? A steely glint flashed in Gu Xiaoqi's eyes. According to the system, her days were numbered. Rather than relying on the perilous hunt for mutated rodents to survive, she ought to contemplate how to accomplish another mission. Moreover, she did not wish to languish in a refused dump for the entirety of her existence. For this life was a rare gift. Additionally, she must complete the library attendance task at the junior high school. Failing to do so would hinder her from refreshing her missions. Most importantly, she had not yet fully lived, nor had she adequately explored the distinctions between this interstellar era and the apocalyptic world. A fleeting, radiant smile crossed her gaunt visage. Yet it inexplicably evoked a sense of melancholy. Thus, her frail form continued steadfastly in the direction of the police station, as instructed by Grandfather Lin. Mama, look, a black monkey. Shall we catch it? A sweet, innocent voice rang out not far from Gu Xiaoqi, piquing her curiosity as she gazed toward the source. Eager to witness the differences between the monkeys of this interstellar age and those of the apocalypse. Oh, the black monkey is looking at me. Huh, what on earth? A little girl, adorned in a pink princess dress and a matching pink headband, gazed up at Gu Xiaoqi with a face full of curiosity. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and surprise, yet they also flickered with a hint of fear. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi felt an unsettling sensation wash over her. Could it be that the black monkey was referring to her? Surely not. She merely stood a tad shorter, perhaps a bit leaner. Gu Xiaoqi stifled her own curiosity and resolved to continue her journey towards the police station. However, just then, the child's voice resonated once more. Mama, the black monkey has left. Shall we go catch it? Upon hearing these words, Gu Xiaoqi's expression darkened immediately, and without hesitation, she directed an outrageously grotesque grimace towards the child. The gentle, soothing sounds from behind her, accompanied by the child's heart-wrenching cries, caused Gu Xiaoqi to smile radiantly. Her steps imbued with a sprightly joy. Humph, they are merely children. Why should she yield to them? Well, though their bodies may be youthful, they are still children. After walking for quite some time and inquiring with many passers-by, she finally located the police station. In the interstellar era, the police force on the streets was predominantly composed of robots, with only a few human officers present at the station. Gu Xiaoqi took a deep breath. Reminding herself to remain calm, she was merely playing the role of an amnesiac girl in search of her family, a poignant story after all. How serious could it be? Chapter 6. From monkey to dwarf, just as Gu Xiaoqi was about to enter, an enormous robot abruptly intercepted her path. The robot's azure eyes suddenly flickered with an incomprehensible pattern, detecting that the visitor's height was insufficient, and promptly adjusted its stature. A look of profound confusion crossed Gu Xiaoqi's petite face. However, why articulate such an obvious fact? With a hint of resentment in her gaze, she fixed her eyes on the robot before her. In the blink of an eye, the robot's height diminished considerably, yet it remained towering in Gu Xiaoqi's perspective. The robot announced, "Height adjustment has reached its minimum limit. We kindly ask for your understanding." This Gu Xiaoqi's expression darkened. Having just been referred to as a little black monkey, now she faced mockery regarding her height. Was this how life was meant to be? She had no desire to engage in disputes with certain robots, and with a sulky expression, she declared, "I wish to undergo a genetic test to obtain an interstellar household registration. Your request has been duly noted. We shall proceed to the visitor area forthwith. Please follow me," the robot replied. Thus, the pair, one tall and one short, a robot and a human, made their way to the visitor area. Meanwhile, Li Dao and his companions, having received feedback from the robot, were already waiting in the designated area. Such requests were not unheard of, albeit exceedingly rare. The first task for every interstellar citizen upon birth was to undergo genetic testing to check for hereditary diseases and to store their genetic information in the database. Consequently, it was uncommon for individuals to require a second genetic assessment. Li Da boldly speculated whether this individual was suffering from amnesia or perhaps was the offspring of a fugitive. He eagerly rubbed his fists together, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he awaited the visitor's arrival. Upon encountering a diminutive, dark, and unattractive child of indeterminate gender, the expressions of Li Dewu and his companions remained unchanged. Li Dewu inquired, "Child, what brings you here for genetic testing? Are you unaware of your parents?" Gu Xiaoqi recited the rehearsed narrative she had practiced throughout her journey. "I was found by Grandpa Lin at the garbage dump 6 months ago, and by then, I had already lost my memory and could recall nothing." Upon hearing this, Li Dewu instantly grasped the situation. Wasn't this a pivotal plot point from the melodrama he had recently watched with his wife? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Is the last outfit you wore particularly extravagant? Was it made from expensive materials?" Before Gu Xiaoqi could shake her head, the golden-haired beauty beside them frowned and retorted, "Li Dewu, I've told you to watch fewer melodramas." Li Dewu stammered, "It's not my fault. It's my wife who insists I accompany her." The blonde beauty rolled her eyes dramatically and said, "Do you believe I want to tell Xiaoqi about this? Insisting you." The officers at the precinct all knew that Li Daowu had few interests apart from his peculiar fondness for melodramas. The more cliché, the better. Seeing Gu Xiaoqi shake her head, his expression fell into disappointment. Before he could press further, Gu Xiaoqi quickly interjected, "I am wearing this outfit, and I possess nothing of value." Li Daowu reluctantly closed his mouth. How could this little brat know that he was about to inquire if there was anything of value on him? Gu Xiaoqi had placed all her hopes on the seemingly reliable blonde beauty, her grimy little face fixed steadily upon her, turning not an inch. At that moment, the blonde beauty wore an expression of sympathy and compassion. She had begun to surmise that a child striving to survive in a garbage dump, now reduced to such a filthy and foul state, had little recourse beyond scavenging. Chapter 7. Genes Not in the Gene Bank. The blonde beauty was named Sty. Although she had been on the planet Wooming for over a year, she had never ventured into the garbage district. This was her first encounter with such a pitiable soul. Were it an adult in such a plight, Sty would not have felt compassion, but this was merely a child. A child who appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old. Her tone softened as she gently said, "Little one, come with your sister." Having spoken those words, she took Gu Xiaoqi's hand, displaying no sign of disdain, and led her toward the gene testing room. Gu Xiaoqi felt the warmth of the hand in hers and momentarily paused in surprise, but quickly composed her expression, lowering her head to follow Sty into the gene testing room. Contrary to her expectations of a facility brimming with various instruments, the room housed only a couple of simple devices tucked in a corner. The sparsely furnished space contained a desk and 2 machines. Although it was clean, it bore an air of infrequent use, failing to impress Gu Xiaoqi with any semblance of advanced technology. Curiosity danced upon her face, her large eyes darting around in wonder. What distinctions might the gene testing of this interstellar era hold? Gu Xiaoqi felt a thrill of anticipation, eager to experience the process of genetic testing firsthand. Meanwhile, the rather untrustworthy Li Dao sat before a machine, his fingers busily dancing over the keyboard. After exchanging a glance with Li Dao, Si Dai turned to Gu Xiaoqi and instructed, "Dear child, simply insert your hand into this slot." As she spoke, Si Dai pointed to a machine, the opening barely large enough to accommodate an adult hand, concealing its interior from view. Obediently, Gu Xiaoqi extended her right hand into the apparatus, and with a sudden sharp sting, Si Dai smiled and declared, "All done." Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Is that it?" Si Dai nodded. Then, noticing Gu Xiaoqi's soiled and foul-smelling attire, gently suggested, "Would you like me to help you change into something fresh? Your parents are likely to arrive shortly." Gu Xiaoqi nodded, her lips pressing together as a flush crept up her ears, and she shyly replied, "Thank you." She was acutely aware of her circumstances. In the refuse district, water was a precious commodity. Even the drinking water had cost her a hefty 10 mutated rats. Bathing or washing her face was a luxury beyond her reach. Following Si Dai, she entered a lounge. "You can wash up a bit here," Si Dai said. "These are my clothes. Though they've been worn, rest assured, they are clean." Gu Xiaoqi nodded slightly, unable to suppress a sigh as a warm flush crept across her cheeks. Fortunately, the layer of grime obscured her complexion. The thought of this made her cheeks grow even warmer. After much effort in cleansing herself, she emerged from the room. Her small face, devoid of any color, revealed hints of her delicate features, while her somewhat disheveled hair dripped with water. Upon stepping outside, she was met with the sight of her usually gentle elder sister wearing a serious expression, and even the jovial uncle bore a grave demeanor. Anxiety filled Gu Xiaoqi's deep brown eyes as she bit her lip and inquired, "Sister, uncle, is there something wrong with my genes? Am I truly the child of a criminal?" At that moment, Li Dao couldn't help but twitch at being referred to as uncle by a mere child, and replied, "There's nothing wrong. It's just that your genes are not present in the gene database of Planet 68. Huh, what does that mean? Gu Xiaoqi's face was a canvas of confusion. If her genes were absent from the database, what could that imply? Si comforted her, saying, "Our access is limited to the gene database of Planet 68. We have already applied for permission to search the Imperial Gene Database. Everything should be fine." However, both she and Li Daowu were acutely aware that the genetic information of the indigenous population could typically be traced within the local gene database. Given the child's tender age, it was inconceivable for her to have ventured to Star 68 alone, unless someone with ulterior motives had successfully evaded surveillance. There also lingered the dire possibility that the Imperial Gene Database contained no record of the child's genetic material. Chapter 8. The Imperial Gene Database. Despite the myriad thoughts racing through their minds, Si Dai and Li Daowu maintained their composure, offering words of comfort to the child before them. "It's all right, dear. The Imperial genetic testing requires merely 3 hours. Please wait here for a moment." Upon hearing that the process would take so long, Gu Xiaoqi's expression shifted. Time was not on her side. Lacking a neural interface and still quite young, she could only exchange scavenged items for star coins, especially since she had an unfulfilled check-in task. Reluctantly, she nodded and obediently stood aside, awaiting the outcome. This commotion afforded Si Dai a moment to closely observe the child. Although Gu Xiaoqi appeared exceedingly frail, her skin remained remarkably fair. However, prolonged malnutrition had rendered her complexion somewhat pallid. Her freshly washed hair and cheeks still glistened with droplets of water, occasionally trickling down. The clothing Si Dai offered was undoubtedly oversized for the petite Gu Xiaoqi, who carefully rolled up the excessively long sleeves of the pure white top that she wore, which gracefully descended to just above her ankles. She noticed the scrutinizing gaze of Stai and felt a bit uncomfortable, tugging at her clothes. Then, with a smile, she said, "Thank you, sister. I will surely repay you." Stai initially dismissed this as mere childish gratitude, but upon seeing Gu Xiaoqi's earnest and appreciative expression, she realized the sincerity behind the words. She reached out to tousle the damp hair of the younger girl and remarked, "Make sure to dry your hair after washing it, little one, or you might catch a cold." As she spoke, she led Gu Xiaoqi into the bathroom, using the hand dryer to help dry her hair. "Oh dear. Your hair seems a bit yellow. You must make sure to nourish it well." "Sister, my name is Gu Xiaoqi." "Gu Xiaoqi? I gave myself that name. My name is Stai, but I prefer you to call me sister." At this moment, Gu Xiaoqi was not idle either. After inquiring about the junior high school admissions process from Sister Stai, she discovered that it was not as simple as she had hoped. First, she needed to pay a registration fee of 500 star coins to participate in the assessment, and upon successfully passing, she would have to submit tuition fees, which typically range from 5,000 to 6,000. This realization caused Gu Xiaoqi to feel utterly deflated. Was it possible that her task of signing in could not be completed? The 3 hours passed swiftly, and Gu Xiaoqi nibbled on the cookies that Sister Stai had given her while awaiting news. After reviewing the documents, Li Dao turned to Gu Xiaoqi with a grave expression and said, "Little one, your genes are not found in the Imperial Gene Bank." What? Stai and Gu Xiaoqi were both taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. Could it be that she was not a citizen of the Empire? Who then was she? Chapter 9. A Lifetime in the Trash District? Upon hearing these words, Gu Xiaoqi's complexion turned pale. If she was not a citizen of the Empire, how could she possibly obtain imperial status? Would she still be able to successfully bind to the light brain and attend school? Li Dao offered words of comfort. It is possible that there was an issue at your birth, which led to your genetic information not being registered in the gene database. I will submit an application shortly to locate your parents or any relatives through genetic comparison. Although it was rare for anyone to be unregistered in the gene database, it was not entirely unheard of. For now, they could only hope that her parents' or relatives' genetic data existed within the database. Gu Xiaoqi nodded, realizing that this at least indicated she was not the child of a criminal, which, in a certain light, could be seen as good news. However, she remained unconvinced and asked, "But what if my parents cannot be found in the gene database? Can I still become a citizen?" Yes, it is possible, but it would involve a rather rigorous investigation. Upon hearing the initial reassurance, Gu Xiaoqi had felt a wave of relief, only to become anxious again with the latter part of the response. "What kind of investigation are we talking about?" she inquired with a smile, feigning nonchalance. "This should be all right, right?" Feeling somewhat uncertain, she pressed her lips together and nodded. "Thank you. When will I know the results?" "The results should be available within the next couple of days, but we still need to contact your parents to come and collect you." With that, Gu Xiaoqi left her address and departed from the precinct. Upon returning to her residence, Gu Xiaoqi did not take a moment's respite. Instead, she hastily consumed a small portion of mutated rat before venturing outside. If she were to continue her previous method of exterminating the mutated rats, the remaining 9 days would afford her no opportunity for other pursuits, and she also wished to collect some refuse to sell. As she walked, her mind churned with thoughts on how to lure the mutated rats out and execute their capture in the shortest possible time. The mutated rats in the vicinity had grown wary and their numbers had dwindled significantly, necessitating her to seek them elsewhere. As Gu Xiaoqi passed by Grandpa Lin's door, which she had presumed to be firmly shut, she was taken aback to find it ajar. A sense of foreboding crept into her mind, prompting her to grip the iron sheet more tightly as she swiftly approached the interior. However, upon entering, she discovered the space devoid of any presence. Hastily, she inspected for signs of a struggle. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from the doorway. "Little girl, what are you up to?" Relieved, Gu Xiaoqi exhaled deeply, a smile breaking upon her face as she replied, "Oh, nothing much. I was just thinking of you, so I came to check in." "Grandpa Lin, have you been out?" "Yes, ahem," came the response. Upon hearing Grandpa Lin's cough, Gu Xiaoqi promptly and adeptly poured a glass of water, which she then carefully presented before him. Grandpa Lin waved his hand and inquired, "So, how is it? Do you remember who you are?" Gu Xiaoqi placed the water down gently and replied, "No. The Imperial Gene Bank does not have any genes like mine." Grandfather Lin's body stiffened at these words, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty as he said, "Child, perhaps you should refrain from searching further and simply live well here in this refuse heap." Chapter 10. Laboratory Attire. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi was oblivious to Grandfather Lin's unease. She shook her head resolutely and replied, "Grandfather, I wish to attend school, to venture out and see the world." Upon hearing this, Grandfather Lin sighed, his aged face displaying a blend of encouragement and concern. "It is good to explore, but you..." He paused, worry glinting in his murky eyes, and after a moment, he continued, "Do you remember the clothes you wore when I found you?" In her recollection, she had never changed her outer garment. Grandfather Lin shook his head, letting out a long sigh as he moved toward a corner of the room. There lay a pile of indistinguishable refuse. He bent down to sift through the debris and then handed something to Gu Xiaoqi. She reluctantly reached out to accept it, and at Grandfather Lin's prompting, she unwrapped the parcel. "This." Gu Xiaoqi gazed at the pristine white garment within, her expression one of puzzlement as she turned to Grandfather Lin. He sighed again, reflecting on the fact that he had not always dwelled in the waste district. In his youth, he had roamed far and wide. The style of this attire was unlike that of everyday clothing, yet if it were custom-made, the fabric appeared quite ordinary. Judging by its structure and material, it seemed more akin to garments tailored for laboratory experiments. He extended his aged fingers, pointing at the garment, and remarked, "This attire, in my estimation, bears a striking resemblance to that which is designated for laboratory use. Observe its design. It deviates from our everyday clothing and seems rather tailored for the convenience of conducting experiments." At this juncture, Grandpa Lin chose to refrain from further elaboration. Both were acutely aware that, given Gu Xiaoqi's age, it was implausible for her to be an experimental operator. Thus, she could only be the subject of experimentation, commonly referred to as a test subject. Furthermore, human experimentation had long been prohibited by the empire, compounded by the fact that Gu Xiaoqi's genetic material was absent from the gene database, and her prior memories had been entirely erased. A sudden chill crept down Gu Xiaoqi's spine, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Clenching the fabric tightly in her hands, her face etched with tension and earnestness, she implored, "Grandpa Lin, you must relocate. Leave this place." She could not allow her presence to endanger Grandpa Lin, who had saved her life. Grandpa Lin, with a weary gesture, responded, "Initially, I too harbored concerns that someone might come looking for us. I urged you several times to register at the precinct, yet you declined. However, now it seems there is little to worry about. It has been over 6 months. If they were going to come, they would have done so by now. Registering would be prudent. Living in the light would deter those rodents from venturing too close. After all, these are all things that should not see the light of day." He extended his frail hand and gently stroked Gu Xiaoqi's head, stating word by word, "Grandfather is old, and in this lifetime, there are not many attachments. Now, I simply wish to remain in this little abode, leisurely counting the days." As he spoke towards the end, he slightly squinted, his gaze affectionately lingering on the items within the small room. He had no regrets about saving the little girl. He had once contemplated moving, but everything is arranged in the best possible way. "Child, you have a long life ahead of you. I was mistaken just now. This vast universe is meant for exploration." Currently, she was living a life of scavenging, yet it was far from stable. Gu Xiaoqi opened her mouth, intending to persuade Grandpa Lin to relocate once more, but he waved his hand dismissively and said, "No more talk. Let it be. Are you not going to hunt the mutated rats? Off you go." Thus, Gu Xiaoqi was shooed out the door by Grandpa Lin, who wore a look of disdain. She gazed at the now-closed door, feeling a twinge of unease. Chapter 11. The enigmatic experimental suit. Gu Xiaoqi placed the experimental suit into the bag she had been carrying. Regardless of the circumstances, this suit must be disposed of. It could not be discovered by others. Indeed, in any era, it is only through strengthening one's own capabilities that one can survive. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes were clouded with uncertainty, yet ultimately, she chose silence, instead arming herself with her weapon and heading towards another heap of refuse. Time was of the essence. She needed to act swiftly. Upon reaching her destination, she did not immediately commence the hunt for the mutated rats, but instead began to carefully rummage through the nearby pile of garbage. Generally speaking, valuable metals or energy sources have long been pilfered, yet Gu Xiaoqi's objective lies not in these. Clad in her previously soiled garments, she moved with the agility of a monkey among the refuse. She initially selected a secluded garbage heap that appeared to have been untouched by human presence. A foul stench assailed her nostrils, causing her expression to momentarily falter before she regained her composure. With her hands, which she had painstakingly cleaned, she resolutely began to rummage through the refuse. It would be exceedingly challenging for her alone to exterminate 500 mutated rats within 8.5 days. Thus, brute force alone would not suffice. Cunning was imperative. Consequently, Gu Xiaoqi scoured the rubbish in search of materials that could be fashioned into traps. Nothing here, nor here. After a prolonged search, she finally unearthed several items that might prove useful. Next, she could resume her fishing endeavor. She retrieved a familiar tattered bag, her once pristine hands now sullied, and with a beaming smile, she began to stow away her findings piece by piece. Tentatively, she lifted the bag. Cough, cough. This is rather heavy. Gu Xiaoqi firmly grasped the opening of the bag with both hands and, with great effort, dragged it along. Just as she was about to depart, she touched her face, then promptly turned back to the garbage heap, carelessly smearing a foul-smelling mass upon her visage. Guh. Gu Xiaoqi stifled the urge to vomit, meticulously applying the substance to every inch of her face. Until she possessed sufficient strength, it was prudent to conceal her identity. She retrieved the lab coat from her bag, contemplating her next move, ultimately deciding to incinerate it. With practiced ease, she ignited the flames, but before casting the lab coat into the fire, she etched its appearance into her memory and meticulously searched for any distinctive markings. Regrettably, no such symbols were found. After preparing, Xiaoqi cautiously tossed the lab coat into the fire, only to be met with disbelief as the flames extinguished instead. Undeterred, she reignited the fire, this time more cautiously introducing the lab coat piece by piece. As expected, the fire remained ablaze, yet the garment remained unscathed. A heavy weight settled in her heart. If the fabric of a mere lab coat was so resilient, what could be said of the laboratory itself? Her youthful face bore a serious expression. Since fire proved ineffective, she resolved to employ a blade. Drawing forth her sharpest metal tool, she exerted all her strength to slash at the lab coat. The ensuing scene was both anticipated and unexpected. The garment remained utterly intact. Despite her utmost effort, she could not leave a single mark upon it. Xiaoqi temporarily concealed her clothing in a corner, and after consuming a small portion of mutated rat, she reclined on her rudimentary bed. The iron piece in her palm had never left her grasp, clenched tightly within her hand. On the following day, taking advantage of the early morning's solitude, Xiaoqi set off, her petite frame laboriously dragging a pile of refuse that was 1 or 2 times her size towards the location of the previous day. Sweat trickled down her forehead, rendering her quite disheveled. At last, she arrived at her destination. With a smile, Xiaoqi gazed at the heap of trash before her, exclaiming, "Behold, this is the empire I am destined to conquer." At that moment, she was filled with fervor, retrieving her prepared materials to begin crafting traps in accordance with her plan from the day before. In this apocalyptic world, she often collaborated with her companions to construct traps, not solely for defense against zombies, but also to guard against those with malicious intent. Thus, she was quite familiar with the process of trap making. 1, 2, 3. Xiaoqi regarded the 3 traps before her with a tinge of regret. Alas, the materials were insufficient. Otherwise, she could have fashioned traps of greater lethality. She opted to use the intestines and heads of mutated rats as bait for fishing, now awaiting the catch. In the pitch-black dump, an unusual silence enveloped the scene. The mutated rats, once in deep slumber, stirred slightly at the scent of food. They awoke, their eyes alight with anticipation, rushing toward the aroma, unaware that they were heading straight into the hunter's meticulously prepared trap. As Xiaoqi heard a rustling sound near her ear, she instantly knew that the fish had taken the bait. She dared not let her guard down, her eyes fixated on the 3 traps without a single blink. 1, 2, 3. Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled as she watched the traps, while the delicious mutated rats sensed a hint of danger. Just as they began to pay close attention, that hint of danger vanished. At last, they resumed their feast in peace. Perfect. Xiaoqi swiftly pulled the rope beside her, then forcefully hurled 2 stones towards the traps. All 3 traps stirred simultaneously, and the feasting mutated rats were instantly ensnared by nets or something akin to a large pot. In that moment, Xiaoqi no longer concerned herself with the traps. Instead, she swung the heavy iron plate in her hands, striking down upon the mutated rats. Her health points surged. Her eyes gleamed with excitement, regretting only that she did not possess a few more hands. Otherwise, none of the mutated rats would have escaped. Thus, within a mere 5 days, Xiaoqi had dispatched 499 mutated rats. However, she chose not to continue her hunt. Instead, she began scavenging for trash to earn star coins. On her first day of collecting refuse, not only did she struggle to compete with those around her, but her speed in rummaging through the garbage was also outpaced by others. Just when she finally managed to gather some valuable refuse, an insufferable individual approached to provoke her. She certainly would not back down. Once she showed any sign of retreat, she would be unable to safeguard the treasures she had collected. In that moment, Xiaoqi's gaze turned frigidly cold. Before her opponent could make a move, she swung the large iron plate in her hand with ferocious intensity, striking her adversary with such force that blood streamed from his forehead in an instant. Her expression remained unchanged as she pivoted to attack another young man with yellow hair. She knew she had to restrain her strength, otherwise, she risked causing grievous harm. However, other areas of the body were fair game. Chapter 13. What color is blood? Just as Xiaoqi brought the iron plate down upon the yellow-haired boy, a man with a buzz cut seized the opportunity to kick her from behind with all his might, showing no regard for the fact that she was merely a child. Hearing the commotion behind her, Xiaoqi realized the danger and swiftly maneuvered her petite frame to position herself behind the yellow-haired boy. Unexpectedly, the yellow-haired boy found himself on the receiving end of a kick from his own ally. just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses. Gu Xiaoqi's iron plate struck him squarely on the backside. A well-padded target indeed. It would hurt, yet it was unlikely to be fatal. Gu Xiaoqi thought darkly, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she surveyed the remaining individuals. Given her own modest height, she could only reach their thighs, thus limiting her attack options. The backside, however, presented an excellent opportunity. With a resounding thud, the yellow-haired boy let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Damn it, you fool. Just wait." Tears welled in his eyes as he clutched his rear, terrified of another potential blow. Gu Xiaoqi couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament, tauntingly declaring, "Just wait for me." Though it is said so, Gu Xiaoqi understood that while her skills in killing remained intact, her physical strength had significantly waned. It seemed she had to unleash a formidable move. Huang Mao was oblivious to Gu Xiaoqi's thoughts, yet when he caught sight of the peculiar glint in her eyes, he froze momentarily. Was this truly the gaze of a mere 6- or 7-year-old child? Her eyes made Huang Mao feel as though he was nothing more than a lifeless shell. Noticing Huang Mao's brief stupor, Gu Xiaoqi ruthlessly swung the heavy iron plate in her hand, bringing it crashing down upon his calf. Huang Mao collapsed instantly, his instinct for survival urging him to flee the scene. However, at that moment, he felt a chilling sensation above his head. Recalling the several blows he had endured from the iron plate, trembling, he stammered, What do you want to do?" This girl was undeniably fierce. Huang Mao regretted his previous actions, wishing he could erase the moment he had attempted to seize someone else's belongings. Gu Xiaoqi cast a threatening glance around, her smile radiant as she declared, "It is not about what I want to do, but rather what you all." With those words, Gu Xiaoqi raised the heavy iron plate high above her head and brought it down mercilessly towards Huang Mao's skull, just when everyone anticipated a gruesome outcome. The iron plate merely tapped lightly against Huang Mao's head. At that instant, he trembled all over, acutely aware of the imminent threat of death. You. Listening to the trembling words of the yellow-haired boy, she smiled and gently shushed, yet to others, it appeared utterly horrific. Gu Xiaoqi inquired, "Would you like to experience this once more?" No. "Oh, you wish to play with me again? Then I shall accompany you to the end." As soon as Gu Xiaoqi's words fell, her left hand swiftly retrieved a sharpened iron shard from her pocket, pressing it directly against the yellow-haired boy's throat. With a radiant smile, she remarked, "I truly wish to see if your blood resembles mine. Tell me, is your blood red?" Upon witnessing the crimson liquid flow from his throat, she felt no fear. Instead, her smile blossomed even brighter as she exclaimed, "Oh, so your blood is red as well. What does this expression of enlightenment signify? Is it not permissible to simply inquire about the color of blood? Must one personally conduct this experiment?" At that moment, the yellow-haired boy's face turned ashen, finally comprehending the stark difference between himself and the person before him. The other party held no regard for human life whatsoever. Chapter 14. Is the system real or fake? Those around him never anticipated that this slender child could act with such brutality. As Gu Xiaoqi lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings, others instinctively took a step back. Though they all lived in the refuse district, not a single soul wished for death. They were merely striving to survive. "Is there anyone else who wishes to play with me?" Gu Xiaoqi beamed at the onlookers, maintaining her stance while allowing the yellow-haired boy's blood to flow freely. She let out a light hum, suppressing the smile on her face, and coldly remarked, "Though I merely wish to quietly collect my own refuse. Should anyone desire to engage with me, I shall oblige without reservation." After uttering these words, Gu Xiaoqi gently patted the face of the yellow-haired individual, sensing the tremor beneath her touch. With a scoff, she added, "Is that all? You wish to steal from me?" The yellow-haired one trembled as he replied, I daren't any more." Gu Xiaoqi rose, her voice icy as she warned, "If there is a next time, it will not be so simple." The previous movements, though straightforward, had drained considerable energy from her. Her body remained too frail. Gu Xiaoqi reclined on the ground, her gaze coldly fixed on the mutated mouse confined in the corner. She had already dispatched 499 of these creatures, and this final one now resided within the cage. Next, it was time to test the veracity of the system. 3 days later. During these 3 days, no one dared to trouble Gu Xiaoqi again. Ding. Please be advised, host, that you have only 3 hours of remaining life. You must swiftly eliminate the final mutated mouse. The system, which had been silent for a long while, spoke without a hint of emotion. Gu Xiaoqi's expression remained unchanged as she disregarded the system's words, continuing her task of tidying the room. After spending an hour and a half preparing everything, she positioned herself beside the cage. The mutated mouse within had transformed. Its teeth and claws had been removed by Xiaoqi, as she feared an accidental injury. The mutated mouse gazed at Xiaoqi, who was crouching outside its cage, trembling in fear. It witnessed its companions being slaughtered one by one, and while it had initially believed it had narrowly escaped death, it found itself living a fate worse than death. At this moment, Xiaoqi's mind was somewhat vacant. It had been a considerable time since she had visited the police station, yet no one claiming to be her parents had come to seek her. Did this mean she had no parents? Was she an orphan? Or perhaps her parents were not citizens of the Empire? Xiaoqi, however, remained indifferent to these thoughts. She intended to verify the authenticity of the system before inquiring at the police station, with the primary goal of acquiring a light brain and becoming a recognized citizen of the Empire. As time slowly passed, the small room was quieter than ever, with only the sound of the wind beating against the walls. Ding! Attention, host, you have only 10 minutes of life remaining. Please swiftly eliminate the last mutated mouse. Or face erasure. Xiaoqi listened to the unperturbed mechanical voice, feeling an undercurrent of urgency and tension. She gently lifted the mutated mouse from its cage, and upon sensing the warmth, the creature stiffened, trembling even more violently. 9 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. With only 3 minutes left, Xiaoqi grasped the mouse by the neck. A mere gentle squeeze would bring about its demise. Ding! The host has only 1 minute of life left. Please quickly eliminate the last mutated mouse. Please swiftly eliminate the last mutated mouse. At that moment, Xiaoqi's breath became increasingly rapid. Chapter 15. Can a virgin have a daughter? Xiaoqi distinctly felt the looming threat of death. With little time to contemplate, she summoned all her strength, and the mutated rat perished in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of exterminating 500 mutated rats, earning 10 life points. Ding! A new task has been issued. Task 1. The host is required to sign in at Weiming Star number 68 Junior High School. Task 2. The host must acquire a light brain to become a recognized citizen of the Empire. Xiaoqi gasped for air, her previously flushed and somewhat purplish face finally returning to normal. It turned out, failing to complete the tasks could indeed be fatal. A shadow of uncertainty flickered in her eyes as she hoarsely inquired, "What purpose do you serve?" As for its intentions, they had become inconsequential. Since she could not extricate herself from the system, she ought to make the most of it. Upon uttering those words, Xiaoqi sensed the system disapproved of her statement. She smiled radiantly, her bright eyes sparkling as if filled with starlight. After all, waking up to find an entity claiming to be a system inexplicably attached to me, and asserting that I have but a few days to live. Who could believe such a thing? Xiaoqi was gambling, wagering that the system was unaware of her transmigration. Or perhaps, her crossing over was the very design of the system. A mechanical voice resonated in her mind, articulating each word with precision. The host's life was destined to end long ago. I believe the host is aware of this. Her journey through time was indeed orchestrated by the system. Xiaoqi suppressed the tumult of emotions within her and continued to extract information. Since that's the case, then. Before she could pose further inquiries, the mechanical voice of the system interrupted her. Please, host, expedite the completion of your tasks. Upon their completion, the system will undergo an upgrade and will then be able to provide answers. Following this, no matter how fervently Xiaoqi called out to the system, it remained silent. Resigned, she picked up a trash bag from the corner, determined to continue her scavenging efforts. The ensuing 2 tasks required star coins, and her foremost concern at present was to earn them. She had contemplated alternative means of generating income, but as a non-citizen of the Empire and a minor, she found herself relegated to earning a living through refuse collection. 10 days of life remaining. Could she accomplish her tasks in time? Xiaoqi shook her head, absent-mindedly raking her fingers through her unruly hair, and straightened her posture as she stepped out of her door. Meanwhile, aboard the starship, General Yi Bitian, the supreme commander of the Empire, who had long been stationed at the front lines of war, stood in the cockpit, furrowing his brow as he perused the documents before him. Just days prior, he had been commanding his troops to fend off the star beasts on the battlefield when a message from the gene bank abruptly disrupted all his plans. The message revealed that he had a daughter located on the unnamed star number 68. This? Yi Bingtian frowned. How could he possibly have a daughter? Surely, this was a scam. With final operations underway on the battlefield, he had no choice but to let this deceiver off the hook, merely blocking the individual. However, what he never anticipated was that his mentor and the esteemed General Yang would soon call him, berating him fiercely. Yi Bingtian, An elderly man clad in formal military attire sat upright in his office chair, his aged brows furrowing with an intense fury as he shouted, "Well, well, young man, have you become so capable? Have you let your position as a general get to your head? You would abandon your own daughter?" At that moment, Yi Bingtian, subjected to a relentless scolding, exhibited a rare expression of confusion on his otherwise inscrutable face. What daughter? He was still a virgin. Naturally, Yi Bingtian did not voice this thought and remained silent, awaiting the general to finish his tirade. Chapter 16. The daughter of a big shot on a garbage planet? After enduring the general's reprimand in silence, Yi Bingtian finally spoke. "General Yang, you know how busy I am. How could I possibly bring a child into this world without a word?" A flicker of irritation crossed his features as he patiently attempted to clarify. "General Yang, just the other day, I received a message claiming I have a daughter on Waiming Star, but General Yang's tone was laced with skepticism, as he awaited an explanation from this troublesome young man. With no other option, Yi Bingtian reluctantly confessed, "But I have never been intimate with a woman in an instant." General Yang comprehended the implication, yet he still found it hard to believe his ears, incredulously asking, "Intimate? What do you mean by intimate?" Yi Bingtian, feeling exasperated, replied, "General Yang, it is precisely as you think." A burst of laughter erupted from the video screen, prompting even Yi Bingtian's aide to stifle a chuckle, though he ultimately suppressed his mirth under the piercing gaze of his superior. However, General Yang was unconcerned by such decorum. He was utterly taken aback to discover that this scoundrel was still a virgin. Coughing lightly, he inquired, "Is what you say truly genuine?" Upon witnessing Yi Bingtian's exasperated expression, he made a concerted effort to contain his amusement. The thought that this rascal had never been involved with a woman over the years stirred a hint of concern within General Yang. He cautiously asked, "Are you perhaps having some issues in that regard?" After uttering those words, he subtly glanced at Yi Bingtian's lower half, anxious that the young man might not grasp his implication. At this, Yi Bingtian's countenance darkened. A man's capabilities should never be questioned. "I am perfectly fine, and there are no issues with my health." Faced with the incredulous look from his companion, he asserted, "I have no health problems whatsoever, and I have never been with a woman. So how could I possibly have a daughter?" This statement struck at the heart of the matter. Although General Yang jested with Yi Bingtian, he understood that the young man had no reason to fabricate lies. Consequently, his expression grew grave as he handed Yi Bingtian a document, stating, "This is a file from the Ministry of Reproduction. If the contents are accurate, then you indeed have a daughter on Waiming Star." After meticulously reviewing the materials, Yi Bingtian was approached by Elder Yang, who seized the opportunity to inform him, "The Ministry of Reproduction has issued a final notification. Should you fail to locate that girl on Waiming Star in a timely manner, you shall be stripped of your political rights." This statement implied that all of Yi Bingtian's decades of effort would amount to naught. With a countenance shrouded in uncertainty, Yi Bingtian declared, "Regardless, it appears I must seek out this child without delay." Days later, Yi Bingtian swiftly resolved matters on the battlefield and boarded the starship. He inquired, "How long until we arrive at Waiming Star number 68? The report came back, "Half an hour remaining." Nodding, Yi Bingtian pondered what schemes might surround this so-called daughter of his. Fatigued, he rubbed his temples and began to close his eyes for a moment of respite. Half an hour later, Yi Bingtian arrived at Waiming Star number 68 and proceeded to the local police station to inquire about the situation, as this matter had been reported to higher authorities by the patrol officers there. Meanwhile, Li Dao and his colleagues had already received advance notice that Gu Xiaoqi's father was to arrive at the police station. However, upon seeing the man before them, they could hardly contain their disbelief, exclaiming, You are Gu Xiaoqi's father? This man is none other than the illustrious Supreme Military Commander Yi Bingtian, renowned throughout the galaxy as the Golden Bachelor. He has a daughter, and she lives on a garbage planet?" Chapter 17. The foolhardy actions of Huang Mao Li Dao could not help but swallow hard, cautiously observing the man who had previously existed only in battle reports. Yi Bingtian nodded and asked, "May I inquire where the child resides?" "It appears to be true." Li Dao was momentarily stunned, his demeanor turning somewhat foolish as he processed the reality that his idol had become apparent. His idol had spoken to him. Si Dai, observing this scene, suppressed her inner excitement and remarked, "The child resides in Area C of the Northern District. We lack a precise address." The Northern District is notoriously known as the garbage zone, devoid of decent housing, hence there are no specific addresses. A grave expression flickered in Yi Bingtian's eyes. He had recently acquainted himself with the details of Star 68, recognized as the garbage star, and was acutely aware that the Northern District was indeed the refuse area. To discover that his blood-related daughter resided in such a place was shocking. He inquired, "What is the name of this child?" "Gu Xiaoqi," she replied. "The child lost her memory 6 months ago and does not know who her mother is, nor does she understand why she is on Star 68. Do you need us to accompany you?" At this moment, Li Dao finally regained his composure and spoke. Yi Bingtian nodded, his voice deep and resonant as he stated, "This is troublesome." He donned a black mask and stepped out of the patrol office first. Li Dao and Si Dai exchanged a glance, then hastily followed behind General Yi. The foremost commander of the empire, a figure revered by countless interstellar citizens and undoubtedly their idol. They could not afford to miss this opportunity for close proximity. Thus, Li Dao and Si Dai trailed after Yi Bingtian as they departed from the patrol office. Upon arriving in Area C of the Northern District, Yi Bingtian disembarked from the hover vehicle and was immediately met with a foul stench, causing him to wrinkle his brow slightly. He had not been oblivious to the existence of more foul odors, nor was he unaware of the harsh conditions in certain regions of the galaxy. However, the mere thought of his daughter, related by blood, residing in such an environment stirred a sense of agitation within him. The astute aide began to inquire among the surrounding individuals for news regarding the general's daughter, and after a series of questions, he finally discerned her whereabouts. "What news do you have?" Yi Bingtian inquired. The aide hesitated momentarily, but upon hearing Yi Bingtian's question, he promptly replied, "Report. According to the information just gathered, Miss Gu resides beside the refuse heap at the northernmost edge." Yi Bingtian remained silent, his expression unwavering as he proceeded northward. Behind them, Li Dao and Si Dai exchanged furtive glances, pondering whether this was a tale of a cherished wife absconding with child. Their party, so incongruous against the backdrop of the refuse district, inevitably attracted considerable attention. A young man with tousled hair, his eyes glinting with mischief, approached them, eager to engage. "What brings you to the North District?" "I am exceedingly well acquainted with the people and affairs here. Some might even call me a know-it-all." This group appeared affluent, and the masked man among them unmistakably exuded the aura of leadership, undoubtedly the wealthiest of the lot. The aide, perceiving the young man's shifty demeanor, recognized that such individuals often possessed valuable information. He inquired, "Do you know Gu Xiaoqi?" "She is approximately 5 or 6 years old." Despite the aide's typically stern and humorless military demeanor, to the young man, he seemed a fearsome figure, as though harboring a vendetta against Gu Xiaoqi. He excitedly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I knew that wretched girl would eventually cause trouble. You must show no mercy. She deserves whatever befalls her." The adjutant replied, "You dare to threaten the daughter of our general in his presence?" Si Dai and Li Dao Wu chimed in. "Is this person seeking death?" Yi Bingtian. Chapter 18. Yi Bingtian seeks his son. The adjutant observed the individual before him inching closer to his own demise and could not help but cough discreetly to offer a warning. However, the blond man misinterpreted this as encouragement, and his expression grew increasingly agitated. The beating he received from that girl just days ago still had not healed. He declared, with a sense of righteous indignation, that vile girl was born to a mother but raised by none. Just a few days ago, she slashed my throat, and it is still not healed. As he spoke, the blond man stretched his neck for the adjutant to see, despite the advanced medical capabilities of the interstellar age. He remained impoverished and could only bind his wound with a simple strip of cloth. Upon hearing this, the others furtively glanced at Yi Bingtian, and as expected, they saw his expression darken instantaneously, veins protruding on his hands. Yi Bingtian furrowed his brow as he regarded the wound on the blond man's neck, pondering how an adult could be beaten so severely by a mere child, and lamented that the child should have struck harder. Meanwhile, the blond man, noticing the leader's frowning visage, mistakenly believed he was sympathetic to his plight, and hastily added, "I have never encountered such a lack of upbringing." Before he could finish, the adjutant promptly interrupted him. He had no intention of retrieving the corpse for this wretch, so he hastily remarked, "Just lead the way. Refrain from excessive chatter." Reluctantly, the young man with yellow hair fell silent and obediently took the lead. At last, the deputy officer exhaled in relief, for he certainly did not wish to be ensnared by the general's frigid demeanor. After a while, the yellow-haired man gestured toward a heap of garbage, where several large metal sheets and some plastic boards lay, proclaiming, "We've arrived. This is where the girl resides." Yi Bingtian, as the commander, typically concealed his emotions. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, he uncharacteristically furrowed his brow. Could anyone truly inhabit such a place? Was this not merely a refuse dump? He inquired. Are you certain? The yellow-haired man grinned obsequiously, saying, Please wait. I shall summon the girl immediately. With that, he swiftly altered his demeanor, puffing out his chest and forcefully striking one of the metal sheets, exclaiming, You wretched girl. Come out at once. The repeated insults made Yi Bingtian's furrowed brow deepen. He stepped forward and delivered a seemingly effortless kick to the yellow-haired man, sending him sprawling several meters away. Silence, Yi Bingtian commanded coldly. The yellow-haired man, being one who preyed upon the weak and feared the strong, dared not utter a word. Trembling, he rose, mistakenly believing that his earlier boisterousness had displeased the esteemed gentleman. The deputy officer hastily approached, intending to strike the metal sheet. But Yi Bingtian raised a hand to halt his actions and stepped forward to knock on the metal sheet himself, inquiring, Is Gu Xiaoqi present? After a prolonged silence without response, the deputy officer suggested, Perhaps the young lady has stepped out for some reason and is not here. Upon hearing the aide address the lady, Huang Mao felt an ominous premonition, yet he dared not move. The crowd surrounding him began to chatter. You must be searching for that little girl who resides here, right? She is a well-behaved child. Could it be that she inadvertently offended you? They all understood that if the individual before them was in good spirits, a casual reward of star coins could suffice for several years of their expenses. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly divulged the whereabouts of Gu Xiaoqi. Yi Bingtian remained silent, his emotions a tumultuous mix, bordering on vexation. Following the gazes of the onlookers, he soon spotted several figures approaching. This one is too old. The age is incorrect. The gender does not match. Yi Bingtian swiftly dismissed several individuals before his gaze settled on a slender figure, clad in tattered clothing, astonishingly dragging a garbage bag twice her size. Could this truly be his daughter? Chapter 19. The beloved wife on the run? From a distance, Gu Xiaoqi noticed the crowd gathered outside her home and instinctively tightened her grip on the metal piece in her hand. Yet, in the next moment, she spotted the young lady who had previously assisted her at the police station. Had she found her parents, or was it in vain? Unfazed, she continued her advance. Regardless, the star coins must be earned. Observing this scene, Yi Bingtian found it particularly jarring. He strode forward, directly positioning himself before Gu Xiaoqi and declared, I am your father. Though this individual wore a black mask, the commanding aura he exuded marked him as no ordinary person. Yet, it was precisely such a person who had allowed the original owner to perish from starvation on Planet 68. And it was highly likely that the original owner had previously been subjected to experimentation in a laboratory. Gu Xiaoqi instinctively held a sense of resentment towards him, resulting in a rather unfavorable perception. Of course, all of this remained mere conjecture, requiring Gu Xiaoqi to gradually verify or refute her assumptions. Yi Bingtian experienced an unfamiliar sense of helplessness for the first time, acutely aware of his daughter's apparent disdain towards him. In the next moment, he instinctively took the trash bag from Gu Xiaoqi's hands. Confronted by her bewildered gaze, he awkwardly clarified, I am your father. Having someone come to assist was undeniably beneficial, prompting Gu Xiaoqi to release her grip and nonchalantly brush off the accumulated refuse as she strode ahead. The onlookers, aware of Yi Bingtian's true identity, were left utterly astounded by the scene, as the esteemed general appeared to have been reduced to a mere attendant. The aide, struggling to regain his composure, was compelled by his professional ethics to step forward and take the trash bag from Yi Bingtian's hands. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqi turned to Si Dai with a gentle smile. Greeting her, Hello, sister. With a heart full of concern, Si Dai replied, Xiaoqi, do you usually carry such a heavy bag of trash all by yourself? In truth, the bag was not particularly heavy, Gu Xiaoqi earnestly explained with her small face adorned with sincerity. Nodding in acknowledgement, she recognized that she had taken over the original owner's body, and thus, certain matters needed to be clarified. Upon boarding the hover vehicle, Gu Xiaoqi inquired directly, Sister, is he my father? Although this self-proclaimed father had arrived alongside Sister Sadai and her companions, a flicker of skepticism lingered within Gu Xiaoqi's heart. After receiving an affirmative response, she furrowed her brow in contemplation, her demeanor towards Yi Bingtian growing even more frosty than before. Upon catching a glance from their general, the aide politely requested Sadai and Li Dao to temporarily disembark, thus granting the father and daughter some privacy. Gu Xiaoqi, still frowning, pressed on with her questions. Then why did you abandon me? Why did you forsake her? At this moment, Yi Bingtian experienced an unusual surge of despair. Until recently, he had been entirely unaware of the existence of his estranged daughter. Faced with her earnest and unwavering gaze, he could only respond awkwardly. I only learned of your existence a couple of days ago. Yi Bingtian retorted, my dear wife. I am still a virgin, you know. Chapter 20. The estranged daughter. In matters concerning his own integrity, Yi Bingtian felt compelled to clarify the situation. However, confronted by the innocent yet earnest gaze of the young girl before him, he pondered how to articulate the truth of his virginity. After a moment of reflection, he slowly articulated, I have always been unaware of your existence and never anticipated having a daughter. To be precise, I should not have any children. Gu Xiaoqi, with a serious demeanor, lowered her head to contemplate his words, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, Is there something wrong with your body? Yi Bingtian's expression darkened considerably. From where had she drawn such a conclusion? Through clenched teeth, he asserted, I am in excellent health. There is nothing wrong with me. Observing the bewildered expression on the inexpensive daughter's face, he helplessly elucidated, I have never had a woman in my life, so I could hardly fathom the existence of a daughter. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi immediately cast a skeptical glance at Yi Bingtian, prompting him to reiterate, It is indeed true. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi suddenly recalled that her genetic material was absent from the Imperial Gene Bank, and the clothing she wore when Grandfather Lin found her bore a striking resemblance to laboratory attire. But could she truly divulge everything? Was he worthy of her trust? After a brief contemplation, she finally spoke, I have lost my memory. Grandfather Lin mentioned that he found me 6 months ago in a garbage dump. I have been residing there ever since. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Yi Bingtian's eyes. Yet, this was of little consequence. As long as there was a blood relation, he was bound to assume the responsibilities and obligations of a guardian. Following their recent conversation, Yi Bingtian instinctively regarded her as an equal, stating, I believe we need to conduct another genetic comparison. What do you think? Gu Xiaoqi, taken aback for a moment by his words, quickly responded without hesitation, all right. She yearned to discover the identity of her true father, rather than be ensnared in a misunderstanding. On this journey to Star 68, he had deliberately brought along the necessary instruments and medical personnel, eagerly awaiting this moment. A group of individuals hurriedly boarded the spacecraft, with Gu Xiaoqi maintaining a stoic expression as she gazed out the window, lost in thought. Yi Bingtian mirrored her demeanor, contemplating the existence of his seemingly inexpensive daughter, while the others remained silent, wary of disrupting the tranquil atmosphere. Half an hour later, under General Ye's subtle cue, the officer escorted Gu Xiaoqi for a genetic comparison, which would yield results in no more than 10 minutes. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi boldly inquired, What would you do if I were your daughter? Through their earlier interactions, she discerned that this man, who might be her father, did not welcome her arrival and harbored doubts about her existence. Yi Bingtian responded earnestly, Without pretense, I have never envisioned myself in the role of a father, nor am I prepared for such a responsibility. All I can offer is accommodation and support for your livelihood. Gu Xiaoqi was taken aback by his bluntness, devoid of any disingenuous reassurances. While she could comprehend his stance, a twinge of discontent lingered within her. Would the original owner of this identity feel sorrow if she were aware of this? Regardless, this man was likely to be her biological father. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoqi stated solemnly, I will repay you. She intended to honor him, along with the legacy of the original owner. To be honest, as long as he behaved and refrained from actions detrimental to himself, she would be profoundly grateful. Understanding the other party's attitude, Gu Xiaoqi felt reassured and her curiosity waned, leading her to settle into silence. 8 minutes later, the adjutant emerged from the genetic comparison office. To prevent any foul play, the adjutant attentively observed the doctor as he compared the genes of Miss Gu and the general, remaining vigilant until the results were obtained. He briskly approached General Yi, respectfully presenting the freshly minted report. Yi Bingtian opened the report directly, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized it multiple times before earnestly addressing Gu Xiaoqi. Child. Chapter 21. Purchasing a Quantum Brain. Child, you are indeed my daughter. This girl is truly his daughter. Yi Bingtian felt a sudden wave of melancholy, although he had anticipated this revelation. The abruptness of becoming a father felt undeniably strange. Gu Xiaoqi was at a loss for how to respond. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. What are your plans moving forward? She still had a mission to complete. After receiving the results, Yi Bingtian also fell into silence for a moment. Prior to this, he had harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps there was an issue with the Imperial Gene database. However, the undeniable truth now loomed before him. He had an unexpected daughter. Gu Xiaoqi quickly interjected, I would like to ask for your assistance with 3 matters, if I may. She felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of his potential refusal and hastily added, as soon as I acquire some star coins, I will repay you immediately. Yi Bingtian, unusually patient, inquired, what assistance do you require? Gu Xiaoqi's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as she said, I would like to request your assistance in purchasing a light brain, and then accompany me to the library of the junior high school on star 68. Lastly, I wish to borrow 3,000 star coins. Upon hearing this, Yi Bingtian, though perplexed by Gu Xiaoqi's requests, considered them trivial matters. He nodded and replied, no problem. After all, she was his daughter, bound by blood. It was essential to maintain appearances. Gu Xiaoqi exhaled in relief upon hearing his response. Not only could she fulfill her task, but she could also repay Grandpa Lin's kindness. A radiant smile graced her face as the coldness in her eyes gradually faded, and she expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you. Yi Bingtian nodded in acknowledgement and politely reciprocated her thanks. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi noticed the title used for Sister Sedai, General. Her father was a general? Although such thoughts crossed her mind, she did not allow them to show on her face. Suddenly, she remembered that she had yet to obtain Sister Sedai's contact information and quickly added, Sister Sedai and Uncle, could you please wait a moment? Li Dao. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoqi address him as Uncle, incredulously asked, little girl, Xiaoqi, are you referring to me as Uncle? Gu Xiaoqi looked at Li Dao with a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if to say, who else could it be? Li Dao felt a pang of embarrassment at her gaze, recalling that this impudent girl's father was his idol, and could only manage a reluctant smile. Sedai and Gu Xiaoqi exchanged glances at Li Dao's expression, sharing a sense of accomplishment for their playful trick. Sedai inquired, Xiaoqi, what is the matter? Gu Xiaoqi, with a somewhat bashful smile, inquired, I do not possess the contact information for Sister Sedai and the uncle. Would it be possible for you to share your contact details? She had expressed her intention to repay Sister Sedai, and she was determined to fulfill that promise. However, without even a means to contact them, how could she express her gratitude? Although the uncle was merely an incidental figure, Sedai's expression revealed her surprise. She had not anticipated that the young girl would request her contact information. Without further contemplation, she smiled and relayed her quantum brain number to the girl. Li Dao, unwilling to be outshone, also divulged his quantum brain number. Although he could not possess the number of his idol, having that of his idol's daughter was still quite satisfactory. By a roundabout calculation, it was almost equivalent to having his idol's contact information. Half an hour later, Yi Bingtian and Gu Xiaoqi found themselves in the largest store within the 68 Stars grandest shopping mall. Upon entering the establishment, both Gu Xiaoqi and Yi Bingtian spoke simultaneously. Yet their requests were entirely disparate. Please bring forth the finest quantum brain you have in your store. Please present the least impressive quantum brain you possess. Chapter 22. Library check-in. The sales clerk, bewildered, gazed at the two individuals who appeared completely out of place, yet in pursuit of performance. She maintained her signature smile as she introduced to Yi Bingtian. Our store's finest quantum brain is priced at 26,600. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi promptly sprang a couple of steps forward, seizing their attention, and urgently interjected, do not listen. Do not heed my father's words. I require the most inferior quantum brain. The finest model costs 26,600, and she would have to sell herself to afford it. Upon hearing this, the salesperson's eyes flickered momentarily at the mention of her father, yet he remained professional and replied, the most affordable light brain is 1,999. Which one would you prefer? Just as Yi Bingtian was about to speak, he was silenced by a piercing glare from Gu Xiaoqi. She declared, we'll take the most basic light brain. My father will pay. Yi Bingtian found himself at a loss against his daughter's determined gaze. It was the first time he had been so chastised by a mere child. Although he was not financially constrained, he nodded in acquiescence given his daughter's insistence. The salesperson, though slightly disappointed, promptly retrieved the most inexpensive light ring. This model was a simple white, devoid of any embellishments or decorative patterns. Observing his daughter's unassuming delight, Yi Bingtian pondered whether this seemingly humble child was truly an undercover agent or merely possessed a deeper cunning. He leaned towards the latter, as he was, after all, still a virgin. Gu Xiaoqi, oblivious to the complexities on her father's face, eagerly fiddled with the petite light brain in her hands. Perhaps due to the device not yet being bound, the system had yet to declare the task complete. After Yu Bingtian made the payment, he led Gu Xiaoqi away, their next destination being the junior high school library at star number 68. He inquired with a hint of confusion, Gu Xiaoqi, what do you intend to do at the junior high school library? Do you have friends there? Gu Xiaoqi's gaze flickered momentarily. The true reason for her emotions was something she could never disclose to others. Lowering her head, she spoke in a voice tinged with melancholy. I had previously visited the Central District and heard others speak of the library at the junior high school. At that time, I promised myself I would come to see it. I had believed myself to be a person of the 68th star, intending to save gradually for tuition at the junior high school. However, since you plan to take me away, I thought I would visit before I leave. Yi Bingtian nodded in response, refraining from further inquiries. His profound gaze revealed nothing, leaving one to wonder whether he truly believed Gu Xiaoqi's words. After a short while, they arrived at the junior high school. Gu Xiaoqi looked on in astonishment as they smoothly entered the institution, unsure of the means by which her father had achieved this. Yet, recalling Sister Si Dai's earlier address of general, she realized her father's considerable influence. Resolving not to dwell on it, she focused on completing her system task and living her life to the fullest. The hover car came to a halt beneath an imposing structure, where the word library was prominently displayed in 3 bold characters. Gu Xiaoqi eagerly disembarked, raising her head to behold the library before her, her heart filled with disbelief. Was the completion of this task truly so effortless? Perhaps it was the serendipitous encounter with her biological father that facilitated their easy access to the library. Otherwise, she would have been forced to toil away, collecting refuse to gather the necessary funds for registration and tuition, while also facing the requisite assessments. In light of this, she felt a sense of gratitude towards the individual beside her. As she pondered this, Gu Xiaoqi could not help but cast a grateful glance towards Yu Bingtian. As the Grand General of the Empire, Yu Bingtian possessed an exceptionally high level of mental acuity, and he could distinctly perceive the gratitude emanating from Gu Xiaoqi's gaze. The tension in his body eased ever so slightly. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice resounded. Congratulations, host. For completing the task, check in at the library of the number 68 primary school on Waiming Star and receive 20 life points and 1 mecha blueprint. The task is now refreshed. Please complete. Chapter 23. I will support you. The task is now refreshed. Please complete the check-in task. Proceed to the Military Command Center on Thunderstar for check-in. Upon hearing the system's directive, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief. A check-in at the Military Command Center? How audacious. Yu Bingtian, who had been quietly observing Gu Xiaoqi, noticed the shock and bewilderment in her expression and inquired in a monotone voice, "What is it?" Gu Xiaoqi swallowed hard, managing a nervous chuckle as she replied, "Nothing. Nothing at all." Even if she were not well acquainted with the Empire, she understood that military bases were not places accessible to ordinary individuals, let alone the command center. A wave of despair washed over her as she realized that the completion of this task seemed a distant prospect. She had initially thought that the check-in task would be easily accomplished, but it appeared she had underestimated the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Yi Bingtian grew slightly impatient. He had numerous matters to attend to, rather than idly wasting time standing before the library door. He suppressed his impatience and inquired, "I will transfer the money to you shortly. Since the matter has been settled, may we take our leave now, Grandfather Lin?" She had initially intended to protect Grandfather Lin, but it seemed there was no longer a way to remain here. All she could do was provide him with a few more star coins to ensure his peaceful twilight years. Upon hearing her explanation, Yi Bingtian nodded slightly and replied, "Let us go." Finally seated in the hover car, Gu Xiaoqi gently licked her chapped lips. She had not had a sip of water in quite some time and had been outside for far too long. Just as she mustered the courage to ask if there was any water available, Yi Bingtian suddenly stated, "Pour her a glass of water." The aide immediately understood the general's intention and thoughtfully poured a cup of warm water. "Miss, please enjoy," he said. "Thank you." Gu Xiaoqi sweetly expressed her gratitude and eagerly lifted the cup from the table, gulping it down. As she drank, she mused that her father was not entirely useless after all. In no time, she had finished the cup of water and, feeling slightly bashful under the astonished gazes of the 2 men before her, she asked, "May I have another glass?" "Of course," came the reply. Such trivial matters required no command from the general. The aide promptly poured her another cup of warm water. Yi Bingtian, pondering, glanced at the girl who was once again drinking heartily and addressed the aide. "Do we have any snacks?" The aide instantly understood the general's meaning. But given that they were a group of men, no snacks had been prepared for the journey, let alone stored in the vehicle. He could only respond honestly, saying, "There are no snacks, only nutrient solution." Yi Bingtian furrowed his brows, aware that those little children had no fondness for nutrient solutions. They typically indulged in a heap of snacks instead. Gu Xiaoqi hesitated to speak, sensing from their words an inclination to offer her snacks. Yet fearing she might misinterpret their intentions, she dutifully continued sipping her water. Observing the petite girl before him, her eyes cast down and demeanor submissive, Yi Bingtian helplessly remarked, "Gu Xiaoqi, will you drink the nutrient solution? There are no snacks available, so you must endure the nutrient solution." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes instantly sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Not a burden at all. I've never tasted nutrient solution before. I wonder what it tastes like." "You have never consumed nutrient solution? How have you survived?" Gu Xiaoqi shrugged nonchalantly at the serious-faced man across from her, replying, "Nutrient solution costs star coins, which I do not possess. I've managed to survive by eating mutated rats." Yi Bingtian frowned, but found himself at a loss for words. After a pause, he finally stated, "From now on, I will take care of you." Although he was not particularly wealthy, he could afford to support a young girl. Chapter 24, Abnormalities. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes immediately brightened at his words. Being so young, she had no means to earn star coins, and the prospect of someone caring for her filled her with joy. However, she resolutely replied, "Thank you. I will surely repay you." Upon hearing these words, Yi Bingtian could not help but sigh. As her father, was it not his duty to nurture her? Forget it. Just give her the nutrient solution. Yi Bingtian waved his hand, instructing his aide to present a bottle of pink nutrient solution to Gu Xiaoqi. Her eyes instantly lit up. What could this nutrient solution possibly taste like? Without hesitation, she uncapped the bottle and gulped it down eagerly. "What?" She smacked her lips, her eyes squinting in delight as she savored the flavor. It seemed somewhat familiar. This was the first time Yi Bingtian witnessed his daughter display such childlike innocence. Although she had always been petite, she often carried herself with an air of maturity. He subtly gestured to his aide, who promptly produced 3 bottles of nutrient solutions in various hues, placing them on the table with great courtesy. "Miss, these are 3 different flavors of nutrient solution. You may wish to try them." Gu Xiaoqi quickly waved her hands, feeling quite satiated after just 1 bottle. Drinking more would surely be wasteful. "Thank you, but I am full." This was Gu Xiaoqi's first ride in a hovercar, and she relished the opportunity to leisurely admire the scenery outside. She pressed her entire being against the window, captivated by the view. This world was truly unlike anything she had encountered before. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gu Xiaoqi inquired, "Do you know the origin of this world?" She turned her gaze inquisitively towards the two, hoping they might provide her with the answers she sought. "Origin?" Yi Bingtian and his aide looked at Gu Xiaoqi with puzzled expressions. Gu Xiaoqi could only wave her hand in resignation and utter, "It's nothing." After saying this, she lowered her head, no longer gazing out the window with the same enthusiasm as before, exuding an aura of despondency akin to that of a forsaken puppy. As Yi Bingtian contemplated this comparison, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. Indeed, she resembled a scruffy little dog. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "You previously mentioned giving Grandpa Lin 3,000 star coins. Is that from me, or what is the arrangement?" Upon disembarking, Gu Xiaoqi led Yi Bingtian directly to Grandpa Lin's residence. "Grandpa Lin," she called. "Ahem, my dear girl, I thought you had already departed." Grandpa Lin coughed while pouring water for the two, his frail fingers gesturing towards a somewhat dilapidated chair. Although his voice lacked any inflection, it somehow conveyed sincerity and gratitude. Grandpa Lin waved his hand, his aged voice resonating softly within the room. "It's fortunate for that little girl. When I found her, she was mostly unharmed." As for the clothing, before Grandpa Lin could finish, Gu Xiaoqi hastily interrupted, "Regardless, I must thank you. Ahem, it's all fate." Gu Xiaoqi felt a sense of relief when Grandpa Lin refrained from elaborating on the clothing. She was uncertain about the nature of her father and had no idea what significant matters the experimental suit might entail. The best course of action was to keep it concealed for now. Yi Bingtian and his aide naturally noticed that Gu Xiaoqi had deliberately interrupted Old Man Lin's words. Yi Bingtian silently took note of this in his heart, yet his expression remained unchanged. "Grandpa Lin, this small sum of 3,000 star coins is my sincere offering. Please." Finally, under Gu Xiaoqi's persuasion, Grandpa Lin accepted the money. As soon as they exited the room, Yi Bingtian feigned indifference and inquired, "When Grandpa Lin found you, was there anything unusual about you?" Chapter 25, The country bumpkin. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi instinctively felt a jolt in her heart, yet she maintained her composure and replied, I heard Grandpa Lin say there was nothing amiss, and I haven't discovered anything myself. By the way, I would like to visit my small cottage. There are a few items I wish to retrieve. She needed to take the lab coat with her. Otherwise, if it were discovered by others, it might lead to unforeseen complications. As for whether Yi Bingtian would uncover this, Gu Xiaoqi felt a degree of trust in him. But she still couldn't fully disclose everything. There was also a crucial reason. Only the findings she investigated herself would hold true weight in her belief. If she were to present the lab coat directly to Yi Bingtian, he might suspect ulterior motives on her part. However, if he were to uncover it himself, Yi Bingtian nodded. After walking for a short while, they spotted the dilapidated cottage once more. Gu Xiaoqi, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Could you please wait outside? I doubt you would be able to enter. The cottage was simply too small for them to fit inside. After uttering those words, Gu Xiaoqi entered directly. She located a somewhat cleaner bag and placed the clothes gifted by Sister C Dai into it before turning her gaze towards the heap of refuse in the corner. The previous lab coat had been buried beneath the trash pile by Gu Xiaoqi to prevent discovery. As a sudden noise echoed within the room, the adjutant couldn't help but glance anxiously inside. Surely, this young girl wouldn't take away all the discarded items she had salvaged? The adjutant pondered on how to persuade her not to carry off the rubbish without hurting the dignity of the general's daughter. After all, the general lacked for nothing and possessed everything. Just as Gu Xiaoqi emerged, the adjutant finally exhaled in relief, thankful that it was merely a single bag. He stepped forward and inquired, Miss, do you require assistance with your belongings? Gu Xiaoqi swiftly waved her hand. Her ears tinged with a faint hue of red as she replied, These items are far too filthy. I shall manage them myself. Yi Bingtian observed his adjutant, who had loyally served him for many years, eagerly approached to inquire about his adopted daughter, and he cleared his throat, stating, Let us be on our way. Very well. Yi Bingtian finally felt a sense of relief. From this point onward, matters would be simpler. On his territory, no matter what schemes his adopted daughter might conjure, he believed she could not accomplish much. Upon disembarking from the hover car, Gu Xiaoqi noticed a soldier clad in military green attire respectfully salute Yi Bingtian, who then quietly reported certain matters. She stood idly by, feeling somewhat bored, and instinctively distanced herself from Yi Bingtian to avoid overhearing anything she ought not to. As Gu Xiaoqi found herself engrossed in the intricate patterns of the floor tiles, a sudden, unfamiliar voice called her name. Who could it be? Upon raising her head, she was greeted by the sight of Yi Bingtian, who was waving at her. It dawned on her that it was her adoptive father. She hastily approached him. Yi Bingtian, with a stern expression, inquired in a serious tone, How long until the starship arrives? Report. Just 1 minute, came the reply. Due to the confidential nature of their mission, the military starship could not remain stationed at unnamed Star 68 for long. Thus, it was temporarily set adrift in space, awaiting the completion of their tasks before making its way to Star 68. The minute passed swiftly, and when Gu Xiaoqi beheld the starship gracefully descending from the heavens, she could not help but exclaim in awe, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she fixated on the vessel. In that moment, she became acutely aware of the gazes from those around her, causing her cheeks to flush with rare embarrassment, prompting her to shyly retreat behind Yi Bingtian. At this instant, Gu Xiaoqi had cast aside her earlier shyness, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she observed the soldiers around her. The military personnel, sensing her gaze, instinctively straightened their posture, their resolve intensifying. Ahem. The sound drew Gu Xiaoqi's attention back to Yi Bingtian. She was puzzled by his peculiar habit of frequently clearing his throat. Yi Bingtian regarded his daughter, devoid of any admiration in his eyes, and with a hint of coolness in his tone, he commanded, Let us go. Gu Xiaoqi immediately followed Yi Bingtian onto the starship, her dark eyes gleaming with curiosity as she observed her adoptive father ahead of her. Unable to contain her excitement, she inquired, Are you a soldier? Or perhaps a general? Upon receiving an affirmative response, she refrained from further questioning, softly murmuring, Soldiers are wonderful. At that moment, her gaze towards Yi Bingtian shifted slightly, imbued with a hint of admiration. Soldiers are the most admirable individuals in the world. The starship serves as a mode of transportation for interstellar journeys. However, not all starships are created equal. Typical civilian starships possess only defensive capabilities, while military starships are equipped with both defensive and offensive functions. The vessel carrying Yi Bingtian and his entourage may appear ordinary, Yet it is one of the most advanced starships in the Empire, primarily because Xiaoqi is a prominent general fighting on the front lines. A steadfast anchor for the Empire, warranting no room for error. As Xiaoqi stepped aboard the starship, she was utterly captivated by the sight before her. She could not help but exclaim in awe, yearning to reach out and touch, yet hesitating in trepidation. Is this Mecha? It was as if her feet were glued to the floor, her gaze transfixed upon the Mecha, whispering to herself in wonder. The aide-de-camp, noticing the sparkle in her eyes, straightened his posture with pride, declaring, "These are some of the mechas from our 7th Legion. The most advanced mechas of the Empire are housed here." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled even brighter, and with a hint of pleading in her voice, she asked, "May I touch it?" She had only heard of mechs from the mouths of others and had conjured images of them in her mind, yet when she finally laid eyes on one, she was utterly astounded. The aide cautiously glanced at the general, and upon seeing no signs of dissent, he boldly remarked, "Of course, you can touch it. The mech is impervious to damage." Without hesitation, Xiaoqi reached out to touch the mech, exclaiming inwardly at its sheer coolness. A sudden thought struck her about the mech blueprint she had received as a reward during her library attendance that day. She wondered what level that blueprint might be. Although curiosity gnawed at her, she refrained from bringing out the blueprint, for she could not account for its origin. Just as she contemplated circling the mech a bit longer, Xiaoqi interjected, "Aide Lin, please escort Xiaoqi to her quarters." This cold, terse command extinguished Xiaoqi's enthusiasm, and she noted with irritation that her rather cheap father had referred to her by her full name. "Miss, please follow me," Aide Lin said with a smile, gesturing for her to accompany him. She had initially assumed the starship was not particularly large, for from the outside, it seemed only 4 to 5 times the size of a civilian aircraft from her previous life. However, the interior revealed a far grander expanse. Though curiosity bubbled within her, she chose to remain silent and obediently followed Aide Lin, wary that any display of intrigue might raise suspicion if this were indeed a military secret. Aide Lin opened the door to her room and announced, "Miss, this is your chamber. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." Xiaoqi smiled in gratitude and promptly closed the door behind her. She glanced at her soiled clothes and then at the pristine white sheets, resigning herself to sit on the floor and take out the light brain. The salesperson had mentioned that all she needed to do was wear the light brain on her hand and input her relevant information to establish a direct connection. She couldn't help but wonder what the reward for this task would be. Chapter 27. Binding the light brain. Just as Xiaoqi confidently placed the light brain on her hand, intending to commence the binding process, she stared blankly at the large screen before her. Goodness, what is this alien script? Suddenly, Xiaoqi remembered that she was illiterate. With a face full of frustration, she brushed away the non-existent dust on her clothes and helplessly pushed open the door, addressing the 2 solemn military men beside her. "Excuse me, could you kindly summon Officer Lin for me?" Upon hearing the sweet address from the general's daughter, the guard at the door, De Tu, immediately perked up. His dark complexion concealed the faint flush of excitement on his face. "Please wait a moment, Mississippi. I will report to Officer Lin right away." With that, De Tu activated the light brain to contact Officer Lin. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi, observing De Tu's swift actions, bit his lip in jealousy. He wished to be called Big Brother by the general's daughter as well. After all, with a bit of rounding, he could consider himself a relative of the general. Before long, De Tu announced, "Miss, Officer Lin has some matters to attend to and will likely be occupied for about an hour." Xiaoqi let out a regretful sigh. It seemed that binding the light brain would have to wait for now. She had no choice but to say, "Brother, I will go take a shower first. If Officer Lin arrives, please let me know." Bewildered, she stared at the bathroom devoid of any switches, pondering how she might bathe. She tugged at her hair, which resembled overgrown weeds, and murmured helplessly, "How am I supposed to take a shower? Should I step outside for help? But how embarrassing." Just then, a mechanical voice resonated, keyword detected. "Would you like to activate the shower function?" Startled by the voice, Xiaoqi thought, "Is this what high technology is?" Tentatively, she replied, "Activate the shower function." "Affirmative. What water temperature do you require?" After 40 to 50 minutes, Xiaoqi finally emerged from her cleansing ritual, her skin now refreshed. She touched her slightly pale face, a result of malnutrition, and murmured to herself, "Next, I must eat properly." Clad in the oversized garment gifted by Sister C. Dai, it seemed a bit ill-fitting yet was the cleanest piece she possessed. The enormity of the attire on her petite frame accentuated her fragility, evoking a sense of concern. Moments later, A series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting her to quickly open it. Officer Lin stood there, momentarily stunned as he gazed at the pristine little girl before him. Is this the daughter of his general? How she has changed. Although she appeared rather thin and somewhat malnourished, her delicate features hinted at a future beauty. Truly, she is the general's daughter. Her looks are remarkable. Please come in. Gu Xiaoqi immediately stepped forward, greeting with a sweet smile that revealed her dimples, making one unable to resist the urge to poke them. After all, she had a favor to ask. Naturally, her demeanor had to be amiable. It was only then that Deputy Lin came to his senses and inquired, "Miss, is there something you need?" Feeling a bit shy, Gu Xiaoqi scratched her head but boldly replied, "Deputy Lin, you may simply call me Xiaoqi. I would like to trouble you to assist me in binding my light brain." Upon hearing this, Deputy Lin quickly realized it was a trivial matter. However, he furrowed his brow slightly as he noticed the ill-fitting clothes adorning Gu Xiaoqi, and it dawned on him that he had not prepared any garments for the general's daughter, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Nonetheless, it was not the time to dwell on that. Deputy Lin approached the large screen of the light brain and began to operate it with a series of deft movements. In just a short while, he smiled and announced, "All done." At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Gu Xiaoqi's mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the light brain. Task reward." Chapter 28. The discovery of the experimental suit. Congratulations, host, on completing the light brain binding task. You have earned 20 life points. You now have 45 life points remaining. A new task has been generated. Please learn the fundamentals of mecha manufacturing and pass the assessment. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Gu Xiaoqi's face as she realized she had garnered 20 life points simply from binding the light brain. In Deputy Lin's eyes, Gu Xiaoqi's excitement stemmed from her successful binding of the light brain. He asked, "Miss, is there anything else you require?" Gu Xiaoqi recalled the embarrassing moment when she had failed to comprehend the characters of the Empire. With a bashful smile, she said, "Deputy Lin, could you kindly assist me in finding some introductory courses or books? I wish to learn." Upon hearing her request, Deputy Lin smiled knowingly. "I shall download some introductory courses and books onto your light brain. You may study them at your leisure." After saying this, he continued to operate on Gu Xiaoqi's light brain for a while, and once everything was downloaded, he pointed out the locations of each course with a gesture. "Thank you, Deputy Lin. You truly are a wonderful person." Gu Xiaoqi expressed her gratitude with a beaming smile. Her soft and melodious voice instantly invigorating Deputy Lin as if he had been rejuvenated. He chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's merely a small matter." After bidding Deputy Lin farewell at the door, Gu Xiaoqi immersed herself in the study of interstellar script. She diligently practiced each character alongside an adorable little rabbit, and although her pace was somewhat slow, her progress was significant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Bingtian was attending to military affairs on Thunderstar. As a series of firm knocks echoed through the room, Yi Bingtian, with an impassive expression, commanded, "Enter." He slightly raised his head, and upon recognizing that it was Deputy Lin who had entered, he inquired sharply, "What did that girl ask you to do?" Deputy Lin saluted respectfully and replied, "Report. The young lady requested me to assist her in binding her light brain and to download some introductory courses and books." Upon hearing this, Yi Bingtian pondered for a moment, then, with a grave expression, continued to inquire, "Have there been any investigations into the gene bank to ascertain if anyone has illicitly accessed my genetic information?" The report indicated that, according to the current investigation, there were no unlawful individuals who had infiltrated the gene bank. After delivering this information, the deputy officer, unable to contain himself, remarked, "General, could it be that you inadvertently—" Before the deputy officer could finish his sentence, Yi Bingtian interjected sharply, "There is absolutely no possibility of that. Please conduct a further investigation into those who could access the gene bank and acquire genetic information." "Understood." Yi Bingtian, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed his temples. Being in his current position left no room for error. After a brief pause, he asked, "Have we inquired with the elder who found the young girl?" The deputy officer, recalling the recent news, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "Through inquiries with Lin Chunxing, it has been confirmed that the young lady is indeed suffering from memory loss. However, when Lin Chunxing discovered her, she was wearing attire resembling that of a laboratory uniform." "Where is that clothing now?" "It should still be with the young lady." "A laboratory uniform," Yi Bingtian mused, lowering his head in contemplation. "If it were indeed a laboratory uniform, then the young girl must be a product of the lab. What could their intentions possibly be?" The deputy officer quietly asked, "General, do you wish for me to retrieve the laboratory uniform from the young lady?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bingtian retorted with irritation. "And what makes you think that the young lady would willingly surrender the laboratory uniform?" After a prolonged silence, Assistant Lin found himself at a loss for words, ultimately opting to remain silent and stand quietly to the side. Yi Bingtian, while massaging his temples, remarked, "That young girl does not trust us. Her amnesia appears genuine, yet her origins remain shrouded in mystery. Please keep a vigilant eye on her and report any unusual behavior immediately. However, wouldn't it be better to clarify everything?" Rising from his seat, Yi Bingtian surveyed the office cluttered with documents and stated, "The Empire is currently besieged by internal strife and external threats, with the beast tide looming ominously. The unexpected emergence of Gu Xiaoqi raises concerns. All the information I possess indicates she poses no threat. Yet what if she does? The entire empire would bear the brunt of the suffering." At this moment, Gu Xiaoqi remained blissfully unaware that her secret intentions had been uncovered, as she was thoroughly engrossed in the ocean of knowledge surrounding her. Time slipped away unnoticed until she finally stretched her sore neck and powered down her holographic device. 2 tasks lay before her: to check in at the Thunderstar Military Base's command center and to acquire foundational knowledge of mechas to pass the requisite tests. The mere thought of these tasks prompted her to collapse onto her bed, rolling in frustration from the headache they induced. Once she regained her composure, Gu Xiaoqi tentatively called out in her mind, System, are you there?" Just as she contemplated surrendering to despair, the familiar mechanical voice echoed back, "Present." Upon hearing this recognizable sound, Gu Xiaoqi promptly lay back on her bed, closing her eyes to feign sleep. 3 questions indeed. That seems quite a lot. No, wait. Gu Xiaoqi suddenly recalled her earlier words. Her face instantly clouded with dismay. She had just posed 2 questions. Unable to restrain herself, she mentally berated herself for being such a spendthrift. What should she inquire about for the final question? Gu Xiaoqi furrowed her small face, contemplating seriously for a moment before asking. "Since I need to acquire knowledge of mecha manufacturing and complete the assessment, yet I am unaware of what the content entails, System, do you not have any review outlines or materials to provide me?" "Yes, but the host must exchange life points for it. Basic mecha manufacturing knowledge requires 3 life points, while translation into Chinese requires 1 life point." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi was immediately infuriated. She retorted with irritation, "Why must life points be used for exchange? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to earn life points? Can we negotiate?" As she spoke, her tone softened, tinged with a hint of desperation. The system's cold, mechanical voice responded promptly, "System product, no bargaining allowed." Gu Xiaoqi pondered her current progress in learning. This task necessitated an assessment, and aimlessly studying basic mecha manufacturing knowledge would merely squander her time. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly declared, "Purchase. I want the translated version." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic mecha manufacturing knowledge. Your remaining life points are now 42. Whether it was merely Gu Xiaoqi's impression or not, she felt that the system's previous statement was imbued with a sense of delight. But how was she to study mecha manufacturing knowledge? At that moment, she felt as though she had entered another realm. This space was enveloped in a vast expanse of white, exuding an extraordinary sense of emptiness. In the next instant, a book materialized at the center of this ethereal space. As Gu Xiaoqi reached out to grasp it, the book inexplicably floated into her palms. Upon glancing at the cover, she discovered it was titled Fundamentals of Mecha Manufacturing. Eagerly, Gu Xiaoqi opened the book, embarking once again on her journey of learning. Meanwhile, under the vigilant watch of the intelligent butler, it detected that Gu Xiaoqi was peacefully slumbering on her bed, her breathing steady. The intelligent butler promptly dimmed the lights, creating a serene environment for her rest. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived at the patrol station of unknown Star 68. The newcomer was clad in a minimalist white suit, with long, light blue hair cascading casually down her back. Her angular features betrayed a hint of impatience, and her icy blue eyes were fixed coldly upon Li Dao. Unable to contain himself, Li Dao stammered, "Excuse me, may I inquire what brings you here?" Chapter 30. The dogman. With this thought, he realized he must hastily attend to the urgent matter at hand, and promptly made his way to unknown Star 68. Iber had already devised a plan. Upon encountering his daughter, he would first issue her a warning to deter any intentions she might have of inheriting his fortune. When addressed by the staff, he impatiently brushed off non-existent dust from his attire, stating, "I am here to collect my daughter. Her name is." Iber rifled through previous messages before adding, "Her name is Gu Xiaoqi." At this moment, Li Dao stood in a daze, realizing that General Yi Bingtian was Xiaoqi's father, and that the wealthy AI Bo was also her father. What could this mean? His mind began to replay a melodramatic narrative about the unspoken matters between the tycoon and the general. After a prolonged silence, he managed to swallow hard and said, "Gu Xiaoqi has already been taken away by her father. Would you like me to provide you with his neural link number?" "Oh, you mean her mother?" "Wait," AI Bo asked incredulously. "You said her father, not her mother?" He acknowledged that he was not the kind of person who maintained a pristine image. He would fulfill his physiological needs as required. However, that did not include seeking companionship with men. Had he truly sought out men in the past? In an instant, AI Bo felt a pang of insecurity and began to frantically sift through his memories. Moments later, with a darkened expression, he inquired, "Who is that dog of a man?" "It must be that scoundrel disguised as a woman." Upon hearing this term, Li Dao choked slightly. Could it be that the melodrama had come to life? He quickly replied, "Due to the individual's unique status, I cannot disclose that information directly. However, you may contact this neural link number." After saying this, Li Dao hastily provided AI Bo with the neural link number of Assistant Len. AI Bo's smile was particularly icy. He cared little for having a daughter, but he was deeply concerned about his integrity being tarnished by a scoundrel. He nodded curtly and left with a frigid demeanor. The assistant hurriedly stepped forward to express gratitude to Li Dao, and the group hastily exited the precinct. As AI Bo boarded the starship, he promptly sent a message to Li Dao Wu's light brain number, feeling vexed and closing his eyes in annoyance. That dog of a man better not catch me. On the other side, Gu Xiaoqi was forcibly logged out from the system space. Rubbing her eyes, she felt an unusual sense of satisfaction, as if she had just awakened from a refreshing slumber despite having been studying all this time. Frowning slightly, she patted her now empty stomach and, with small strides, made her way towards the door, intending to find something to eat. Upon opening the door, she was met by the sight of the military brother stationed at the entrance. Confused, she inquired, "Big brother, have you been standing here the whole time?" Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoqi quickly interjected, "We've already changed shifts." Gu Xiaoqi scratched her head. Her curiosity piqued. "So, big brother, how long did I sleep? What time is it now?" "About 8 or 9 hours. It's already 7 in the morning." "Oh, no wonder I'm so hungry. 7 or 8 hours have passed." Just as Gu Xiaoqi was about to say more, a sudden rumble echoed through the air. She instinctively hugged her belly and exclaimed, "That wasn't my stomach growling." "Cough, cough, Xiaoqi, did you hear anything?" Datu struggled to suppress the amusement on his face. Addressing Xiaoqi with utmost seriousness, Xiaoqi quickly responded, "I didn't hear anything at all." As she gazed at the slightly flushed yet proud visage of the general's daughter, Datu bent down gently and inquired, "It is now breakfast time. Would you care to join us for a meal, miss?" The purpose of their vigil at the doorway was not only to safeguard Gu Xiaoqi, but also to maintain a watchful eye. However, should Gu Xiaoqi decide to partake in breakfast, their presence at the entrance would no longer be necessary. Upon hearing his words, Gu Xiaoqi nodded vigorously, her little head bobbing like garlic being pounded. Datu promptly sent a message to Officer Lin, and upon receiving a positive response, they promptly made their way to the dining hall. At that moment, the dining area was bustling with patrons, but as Gu Xiaoqi appeared at the entrance, an immediate hush fell over the room. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their eyes at the sight of the petite girl before them. Could this delicate child truly be the daughter of their general? A tall man with a buzz cut quickly set aside his meal, casually brushing off his clothing before striding towards Gu Xiaoqi, exclaiming, "Are you indeed the general's daughter?" After uttering those words, he could not resist reaching out to poke her fair, delicate face. Gu Xiaoqi, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Is your general named Yi Bingtian?" "Yes," the man replied, crouching down to circle around Gu Xiaoqi, shaking his head incredulously. He had once presumed that the general would remain a lifelong bachelor, yet here he was, confronted with such a significant daughter. Regrettably, this daughter appeared rather slender and far from imposing. "Well, I am indeed the general's daughter," Gu Xiaoqi declared, forcefully swatting away the large hand that sought to touzle her hair, her little face scrunching in displeasure. Suddenly, the man with a buzz cut lifted Gu Xiaoqi off the ground with both hands and tossed her slightly into the air, exclaiming, "Why aren't you crying from fright?" Upon hearing these words, Gu Xiaoqi realized he was one of her father's soldiers. Why would he hope for her to cry? With a frown, she shouted, "Put me down. I won't cry. Isn't she just a little girl? I refuse to believe you won't cry." After saying this, the buzzcut man raised Gu Xiaoqi high above his head and began to spin in circles. Datu and Xiaoqi, witnessing this scene, attempted to intervene but were jostled aside by others. A fellow munching on a steamed bun leaned in towards Datu and Xiaoqi, reassuring them, "Don't worry. Zhang Yong knows his limits. He won't harm the general's daughter." Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqi felt as if the world was spinning around her. She struggled against the man's large hands, fiercely declaring, "Put me down, or you'll regret it." The buzzcut man grew more exhilarated and taunted, "Cry for us to see. If you cry, I'll let you down." Gu Xiaoqi rolled her eyes in exasperation. What a ridiculous obsession. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Dad, your soldier is bullying me." Upon hearing this, the buzzcut man mistakenly believed the general had indeed arrived and promptly set Gu Xiaoqi down. Seizing the opportunity, she clung tightly to his thigh, glaring up at him as she demanded, "Apologize. Or do you believe I won't spit all over you?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the buzzcut man retorted, "You scared me half to death. I thought the general had really come." Gu Xiaoqi's petite hand grasped even tighter, her legs coiling firmly around the buzzcut man's. He patted her head and said, "Little girl, let go. I still have to eat." Gu Xiaoqi chuckled, her dimples appearing instantly as she languidly replied, "Apologize quickly. Otherwise, I want to release you. After all, you undoubtedly have a mission, while I can spend the entire day with you." The buzzcut man's gaze instantly turned sharp, coldly fixated on Gu Xiaoqi. Unyielding, she met his stare, neither willing to retreat. Chapter 32. Gu Xiaoqi becomes an unexpected auntie. The buzzcut man looked at the little imp clinging to his leg with exasperation, finally conceding, "I'm sorry. Is that sufficient?" Gu Xiaoqi promptly released him, dusting off her backside as she declared, "Humph, I won't hold grudges against adults. I'll let you off this time." "Oh dear, this little rascal." The buzzcut man rolled up his sleeves, appearing ready to teach Gu Xiaoqi a lesson. Amused, he asked, "Who are you calling a pervert?" Gu Xiaoqi immediately darted behind it too, peeking out to retort, "I'm calling you a pervert. Perverts love to make people cry." Her words elicited a burst of laughter from those around. Someone nearby teased, "Zhang Yong, go for it. This little girl just called you a pervert. Aren't you going to respond?" Zhang Yong, the buzzcut man, replied with irritation, "If you're so brave, you take her on." Subsequently, he directly pinched Gu Xiaoqi's delicate face and remarked with feigned severity, "The texture is lacking." Gu Xiaoqi was almost infuriated to the point of laughter. How could he criticize the feel after pinching her cheek? In the next moment, tears began to well up in her eyes, her lips pressed into a slight pout, embodying a picture of utter grievance. Zhang Yong, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly exclaimed, "Oh dear, little girl, please don't cry. Whatever you do, do not shed tears." Although he had initially wished for her to cry, witnessing the glimmer of tears in her eyes filled him with remorse. Gu Xiaoqi buried her head in the lap of the sturdy man beside her, her shoulders trembling slightly, presenting an image of sorrowful weeping to those around her. The burly soldiers nearby were immediately alarmed. They began to console the little girl loudly, and, seeing their efforts yield no effect, turned their ire towards Zhang Yong. His sharply defined, sun-kissed face was now devoid of color, and he hurriedly pleaded, "Little girl, young lady, would addressing you as my ancestral deity suffice? Please, do not cry." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and cheerfully responded, "Oh, a man must uphold his honor. Everyone present bears witness. From now on, you shall refer to me as Auntie." Her cherubic face radiated joy, her dimples appearing like fleeting whispers of delight, endearing her to all. "Ha ha, Zhang Yong. Remember to call the general's daughter Auntie from now on." "Indeed, the general's daughter. If Zhang Yong fails to call you Auntie, we shall come to your aid." The onlookers could clearly discern that although the young girl lacked her father's physical stature, she possessed his cunning intellect. Zhang Yong never anticipated being outsmarted by such a child. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Gu Xiaoqi patted her belly and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm hungry. Big brother, let us go and find something to eat." She treated Zhang Yong as if he were invisible, directly taking Datu's hand and leading him towards the cafeteria, while others followed suit, giggling and chattering. Meanwhile, Assistant Lin stood at the entrance of General Ye's office, his expression a tumultuous mix of anxiety and indecision as he perused the messages on his holographic device. Pacing back and forth, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, He inhaled deeply and finally knocked on the door. Upon entering, Assistant Lin bore an expression of resolute determination and declared, "General, a man just contacted me claiming to be Gu Xiaoqi's father." At the mention of this, Yi Bingtian's eyes glinted with a cold light. Did Gu Xiaoqi have another father? If she were absent, it would certainly alleviate many complications. Assistant Lin took a deep breath and continued. The man calls himself the billionaire AI Bo, and he mentioned. He hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the remainder of his message. Yi Bingtian, who detested ambiguity in his subordinates, coldly commanded, "Speak." Recognizing the general's ire, Assistant Lin hastily added. The man stated that his daughter's well-being is of little consequence to him. Rather, he is concerned with which scoundrel has tarnished her virtue. Chapter 33. Everyone knows Gu Xiaoqi's father. Upon uttering this unembellished statement, Assistant Lin realized that his fate was sealed. As anticipated, he heard the general laughingly inquire, "A dog of a man? Defilement?" However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that although the general wore a smile, there was no mirth in his eyes, only a chilling coldness. Deputy Lin stifled the urge to retreat and promptly saluted, declaring, "This individual is utterly deranged, seeking to undermine your esteemed reputation to destabilize the morale of the Imperial Army. I shall investigate immediately." With a sigh of relief, Deputy Lin turned swiftly to depart from the purgatory behind him. Indeed, the general's wrath was not something an ordinary man like him could bear. It was a burden meant for that valiant hero. With this thought, he began to investigate whether the general's daughter had any other parents, while also delving into the information of the owner of the luminous brain. Gu Xiaoqi gazed eagerly at the food before her. It had been ages since she had savored a steaming hot meal. Without hesitation, she grasped a bun and stuffed it into her mouth. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, she leisurely swallowed her morsel and remarked, "Humph, a man should not be so fickle." The innocence of her voice elicited peals of laughter from those around, while only Zhang Yong wore a look of dismay as he observed Gu Xiaoqi. Not wishing to put him in a difficult position, she tore off a piece of the bun, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she said, "If you don't want me to call you auntie, then you must." Gazing at Zhang Yong with anticipation, Gu Xiaoqi slowly continued, "You must agree to 3 conditions." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong nodded eagerly. After all, what were 3 conditions? It was a trivial matter, far preferable to being addressed as auntie by a little girl. Upon overhearing, the individuals nearby erupted in a clamor, exclaiming, "The general's daughter! How splendid it would be if someone called you auntie." Ignoring the surrounding uproar, Gu Xiaoqi extended her small fist towards Zhang Yong, her expression stern as she declared, "First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gu Xiaoqi, not the general's daughter." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong instantly understood the little girl's discontent with their address. He gently tapped her fist with his own and replied, "Hello, Gu Xiaoqi. My name is Zhang Yong." A charming dimple appeared on Gu Xiaoqi's face as she smiled and responded, "Hello. As for the 3 conditions, I can't recall them at the moment. I will let you know once I do." She kindly added, "Rest assured, these 3 conditions will be entirely reasonable." Zhang Yong casually nodded. After all, how unreasonable could the demands of a little girl be? Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoqi extended her right hand, grinning as she suggested, "In that case, let us become friends. This way, I can reach out to you whenever needed." Zhang Yong reciprocated by extending his own right hand, and they promptly became friends. Following this exchange, Gu Xiaoqi settled down and prepared to indulge in the delicious food before her, ravenously devouring the dishes on her plate. She then relished a glass of milk that the cafeteria uncle had specially prepared for her. Zhang Yong and his companions looked on in disbelief at the speed with which Gu Xiaoqi consumed her meal. Astonishingly, it was akin to their own pace. How long had it been since they had enjoyed a proper meal? It was no wonder the little girl was so slender and petite. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi suddenly felt a slight vibration on her wrist. Had someone sent her a message? She promptly activated her holographic device and discovered that it was a message from Sister Steed. However, she could only decipher a few words within it. "You, Father, Jeans." She tugged at Datu's sleeve and said, "Older brother, could you please read this message for me?" Datu, without a second thought, obediently read aloud, "Xiaoqi, you have 2 fathers, and your other father has already contacted General Yi." Suddenly, he covered his mouth in horror. The cafeteria instantly fell silent, with fear and gossip flashing in everyone's eyes. Knowing such a colossal secret, would they face dire consequences? Chapter 34. 3 notable fathers. Gu Xiaoqi, not hearing Datu's voice, curiously inquired, "Older brother, Why did you stop reading? He dared not voice the message in such a public space. He wished to live and certainly did not want to be subjected to the general's training. Although her biological father had claimed he had never been with a woman, he had not mentioned anything about men. In that moment, the cafeteria was enveloped in an eerie silence, with everyone too afraid to utter another word. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone hastily finished their meals and sought excuses to leave the cafeteria. Gu Xiaoqi dashed away, with Datu and Xiaoqi quickly following behind. Once they were far from the cafeteria, Gu Xiaoqi, her little face stern, expressed her concern. Older brother, do you think everything will be all right? Datu, slightly dazed, replied uncertainly. It should be fine, shouldn't it? The three individuals, aware of their misstep, momentarily found themselves in a daze, exchanging glances with one another. Gu Xiaoqi was the first to break the silence, asserting, as long as we remain tight-lipped, I doubt anyone would dare to speak before the general. Observing the still somewhat dazed expressions of Datu and Xiaoqi, Gu Xiaoqi gently patted their knees, reassuring them. Rest assured, the information was shared at my behest. I will take responsibility if anything arises. With a sense of camaraderie, she thumped her chest, exuding an air of confidence that urged them not to fear. Upon uttering these words, Gu Xiaoqi cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Once she confirmed that they were alone, she inquired, by the way, what exactly did that information entail? Datu swiftly stepped forward, covering Gu Xiaoqi's mouth as he whispered, hush. There are surveillance cameras nearby. Let us discuss this in your room. Xiaoqi, you have two fathers. Your other father has already made contact with General Yi. Fear not. This father was verified through the Imperial Gene Database, and he is indeed related to you by blood. Gu Xiaoqi cupped her chin in contemplation, pondering the existence of another father. Suddenly, recalling her surrogate father's demeanor, she promptly asked, Big brother, do you know how the Empire treats those who neglect their offspring? This realization clarified her surrogate father's attitude towards her. She understood that he did not believe she was his daughter and was reluctant to raise her, yet was compelled to do so under some form of duress. Although this revelation was difficult for her to accept initially, she reminded herself that she was not the original owner of this identity and held no profound expectations of familial bonds. Perhaps, in this light, it could even be considered a blessing. On the other side, as he wiped the sweat from his brow, the officer Lin could hardly believe the information in his hands regarding the warrior's daughter. Just moments ago, he had requested the complete records of Gu Xiaoqi's parents from the Imperial Ministry of Reproduction, but to his astonishment, he discovered that although the general's daughter lacked a mother, she was blessed with three fathers. For a moment, he envied her. How fortunate she was to have such a remarkable lineage. Who would dare to provoke her now? Chapter 35. Video call between AI Bo and Yi Bingtian. Suppressing his envy and jealousy, Officer Lin prepared to report to the general. Report, came the command. Enter. Yi Bingtian set aside his documents, his gaze turning serious as he focused on Officer Lin. Leaning slightly forward, Lin handed over the papers while stating, General, according to the information and findings from the Imperial Ministry of Reproduction, the young lady has no mother, yet she possesses three fathers. Upon hearing this, Yi Bingtian's long fingers swiftly rifled through the documents, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Maintaining his tone, he inquired, Who are they? The wealthiest man in the empire. AI Bo, the identity of the second remains classified, but he is known as Su Qingyang, and the last one is yourself. Su Qingyang? Yi Bingtian furrowed his brow, recalling a discussion in the Supreme Council about a genius mecha engineer cultivated secretly by the state, recognized as one of the Empire's foremost talents. His finger lightly tapped the table as he contemplated, realizing that the girl's father was extraordinary, and so too was she. Yi Bingtian continued to peruse the documents before him and inquired, Who was in contact with you previously? It was the wealthy Ibwa, but I have yet to disclose your identity to him. The aide Lin stood rigidly, seemingly oblivious to Ibwa's prior disparagement of the general as a dogman. Yes. The aide saluted before turning to leave. Yi Bingtian sat in his chair, his body slightly tense, a habitual sign of his contemplation. Gu Xiaoqi had not merely three fathers. Each of these paternal figures possessed significant status, indicating that Gu Xiaoqi's origins were anything but ordinary. However, what could their intentions be? The empire was beset by both internal strife and external threats, with monstrous hordes and two rival nations lurking ominously, and while he refrained from engaging in political conflicts, his identity compelled him to remain embroiled in the turmoil. Half an hour later, Aide Lin knocked before entering to inform him that Aibua was now available for a video conference with the general. Upon their first meeting, both Aibua and Yi Bingtian furrowed their brows in unison. Dressed in a white suit, Aibua languidly swirled the red wine in his glass, remarking, "I never anticipated that one of my daughter's fathers would be the illustrious General Yi Bingtian. It is an honor." Before Yi Bingtian could respond, Aibua continued, "I must ask how General Yi Bingtian managed to father a daughter with me entirely unbeknownst to me. Could it be?" Yi Bingtian's piercing gaze fixed on Aibua through the screen, his tone frosty as he replied, "Mr. Aibua, I urge you to choose your words with care." At this, Aibua's temper flared instantly. He placed the wine glass on the table with a thud, his voice laced with fury as he exclaimed, "You brought a daughter into this world without my knowledge, and you dare to tell me to tread carefully? Truly remarkable." Yi Bingtian felt an insurmountable frustration in attempting to clarify matters with the person across from him. Rubbing his temples in agitation, he coldly replied, "I too have only just discovered that I have a daughter. Furthermore, we have never had any private interactions, so how could I have fathered a daughter with you?" Aibua, enraged, retorted, "How can one have a daughter without any private encounters?" You. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he faltered under the weight of Yi Bingtian's icy gaze. Yi Bingtian continued, "I have been perpetually occupied with military affairs, never having engaged privately with any woman." Noticing Aibua's perplexed expression, he felt compelled to elaborate, "I have also never had any close interactions with men. So how is it that Gu Xiaoqi, our daughter, has grown so inexplicably large?" Chapter 36. The unattractive one. As the wealthiest individual, Aibua was undoubtedly astute. He understood that even if someone were to harbor a profound affection for him, it was implausible for them to masquerade as a woman. Moreover, he had never engaged intimately with any man. He comprehended the implication. "Are you suggesting that the origins of our daughter are questionable?" Yi Bingtian nodded and promptly transmitted the information gathered by Officer Lin from his holographic device to Aibua. To be precise, Gu Xiaoqi does not merely have two fathers. She has three. What? Two is insufficient. There must be three? Aibua gritted his teeth and inquired, "Who is the other dogman?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bingtian's expression darkened. He had previously been referred to as a dogman by someone else. At that moment, Yi Bingtian's patience wore thin, and he retorted directly, "Are you blind? Can't you read the documents?" Aibua, momentarily taken aback by the rebuttal, lowered his head and began to examine the materials in his hands obediently. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Bingtian asked, "What are your thoughts on having a daughter?" Having navigated the complexities of the business world for some time, Aibua discerned the probing nature of the inquiry. He smiled faintly, feigning indifference as he replied, "Well, since she exists, she exists. Does General Yi have any particular thoughts on this matter?" Sighing inwardly, he opted for a candid response. "I am quite busy and may not have ample time to raise Gu Xiaoqi. I hope you can take on that responsibility, and I will cover all her expenses." Upon hearing this, Aibua could not help but chuckle. To flaunt wealth in front of a billionaire? He scoffed. "Busy, you say? You simply do not want this daughter, and you paint yourself as so noble. What do you think?" Ultimately, Aibua and Yi Bingtian parted ways on an unhappy note. Harboring no fondness for the daughter who had unexpectedly entered their lives, let alone the prospect of cohabitation, they decided to consult the third father before reaching any conclusions. Yi Bingtian, feeling irritated, flung the pen he was holding onto the table and rose to his feet. Upon seeing the general, Deputy Lin immediately stood up. "General." His body tensed further as he silently reviewed the work from the past few days, contemplating whether he had made any errors. Just as he believed he could stand tall with conviction, a mere glance from the general made him feel instantly insecure. As self-doubt began to creep in, Yi Bingtian suddenly instructed, "Take Gu Xiaoqi for a comprehensive medical examination." Yes. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqi was deeply engrossed in her studies, transforming from initial despair into a state of self-satisfaction, thinking that interstellar script was quite manageable after all. As for the system tasks, she had already devised a plan. During the day, she would immerse herself in interstellar writing and knowledge, while at night, she would diligently study the fundamentals of mecha manufacturing. Just as she began to use her holographic computer to search for information about Blue Star, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her. Gu Xiaoqi hurriedly got up to open the door, her disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, immediately confronting Lieutenant Lin. Unable to contain his laughter, he chuckled heartily. And upon seeing her puzzled expression, he humorously remarked, "Miss, your hair certainly has a unique charm." Gu Xiaoqi's small hands instinctively reached for her hair. and as she felt the chaotic texture beneath her fingers, her face flushed crimson. How could a little fairy appear like this before others? Embarrassed, she smiled shyly and said, "Lieutenant, please wait a moment." With that, she swiftly closed the door with a resounding thud, flustered as she rushed to find a mirror. Upon seeing the reflection of her disheveled self, Xiaoqi couldn't help but let out a wail of despair, her hands covering her face. Chapter 37. A foreign object at the nape of the neck. Xiaoqi had always been fond of beauty. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, she endeavored to present herself well. Although she had appeared disheveled during her time on the Trash Star, it was merely a consequence of her circumstances. For Xiaoqi, life transcended beauty, and beauty surpassed all else. However, now, she despondently picked up a comb and swiftly arranged her unruly hair. Moments later, Xiaoqi awkwardly smiled as she opened the door. Apologetically, she said, "Deputy Lin, I'm sorry for my appearance. I wasn't paying attention. Did I look terribly unkempt?" Naturally, Xiaoqi would never voice such thoughts aloud, and she promptly invited Deputy Lin inside. He waved his hand and quickly replied, "Miss, I want to be entering. I'm here today primarily to take you for a health check." In an effort to gain favor with his general, he added, "The general is concerned about your well-being and wishes for a comprehensive examination, just in case there are any issues that need addressing." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi readily agreed, nodding her head, but then she was reminded of the peculiar system tied to her. Silently, she inquired within her mind, "System, if I undergo a health check, will you be discovered?" After all, she was bound to the system, and if there were no certain methods for her survival, she would naturally wish for the system to remain unharmed. The system replied in a mechanical tone, "Currently, the realm in which the host resides is too primitive, and thus, the existence of the system will not be detected." With this reassurance, Xiaoqi relaxed, dismissing the system from her thoughts, her dark, lustrous eyes fixed on Deputy Lin. "Well then, Deputy Lin, shall we proceed?" As the aide to Yi Bingtian, Deputy Lin not only excelled in his professional skills, but also possessed a silver tongue. Throughout the journey, he regaled Xiaoqi with amusing anecdotes from the cosmos, successfully eliciting peals of laughter from her. The starship was equipped not only with combat and navigation systems, but also boasted a medical facility. While it lacked the specialization of a hospital, it was more than adequate for a comprehensive health examination. Xiaoqi re-entered the medical room where she had previously undergone genetic comparisons, standing obediently by, awaiting the doctor's instructions. Upon learning the purpose of their visit, the physician deftly operated his holographic terminal before approaching a machine. Adjusting his spectacles, he gently instructed, "My dear, please take a seat here." Xiaoqi complied, settling into the chair and curiously surveying the medical room. The doctor then produced a small syringe to draw her blood and gestured for her to lie down in the comprehensive examination device. "Old Wolf, how is the little girl?" Deputy Lin inquired, leaning against the wall with concern. The physician, affectionately known as Old Wolf, glanced at the blood test results and calmly reported, "Blood is normal. No common infectious diseases." Yet, at that moment, the comprehensive examination device suddenly emitted a series of alarming beeps. Both the doctor and Deputy Lin were taken aback, rushing to check on Xiaoqi's condition. Startled by the commotion, Xiaoqi, lying in the examination device, looked around in confusion, unsure of how to react. The doctor, maintaining his composure, offered a reassuring glance to Xiaoqi, signaling her to remain still and calm. He immediately cast a serious gaze upon the display screen, exclaiming, "This is." He promptly magnified the image on the screen and, after scrutinizing it, solemnly remarked, "There is a foreign object in Xiaoqi's nape. It is currently suspected to be a chip." Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Lin and the doctor exchanged a knowing glance, both fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Lieutenant Lin slightly pursed his lips and calmly stated, "You should first examine other areas. I will notify the general immediately." He swiftly contacted the general and, upon receiving instructions to reassure Xiaoqi while awaiting the general's arrival, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The doctor meticulously conducted a comprehensive examination of Xiaoqi using the diagnostic device, gently adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with his right hand before saying, "Aside from the foreign object in the nape, Xiaoqi is suffering from severe malnutrition, but there are no common infectious diseases or genetic disorders present." Chapter 38. To remove or not to remove. Lieutenant Lin felt a slight relief. Fortunately, there were no additional issues. With a beep from the diagnostic device, the transparent material above Xiaoqi opened. She promptly emerged from the apparatus, her expression tinged with anxiety as she inquired, "Is there something wrong with my health?" Her concern extended beyond her physical condition. She also feared the discovery of the system's presence. After all, anomalies often find it difficult to endure. Lieutenant Lin was uncertain whether Gu Xiaoqi was aware of the chip in her nape, so he reassured her, "It's nothing serious. You're simply experiencing some malnutrition. You must eat well from now on. By the way, have you had your meal today?" Gu Xiaoqi increasingly sensed that there must be something amiss with her health. Otherwise, Deputy Lin would not have so abruptly changed the subject. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart, yet she was merely a child. Even if she were to delve deeply into the matter, she would be powerless to remedy it. Thus, she feigned ignorance and remarked, "I spent the entire day reading, and I only consumed a bottle of nutritional supplement." Regardless of the circumstances, she had to maintain an appearance of unawareness. After all, she was the daughter of Yi Bingtian, and it was unlikely that they would resort to drastic measures against her. Just as Deputy Lin was about to utter something, the general strode into the room. He saluted and quietly took his place beside them. The infirmary fell into an oppressive silence, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Yi Bingtian broke the stillness. His expression grave as he addressed the doctor. "Is it possible to extract it?" The doctor instantly comprehended the general's implication. He removed his glasses and, from his pocket, retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the lenses, slowly responding, "We can attempt it, but we must first assess the specific situation." Gu Xiaoqi stood by, utterly stunned. The subject of their conversation was clearly her, yet they had never consulted her. Filled with indignation, she slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Hey, while I may be a child, I am not a fool. You cannot treat me as if I am naive. What do you mean by extracted? If there is an issue with my health, you ought to clarify it with me and, at the very least, seek my opinion." Upon her outburst, Yi Bingtian's calm gaze revealed no hint of disturbance. Instead, he inquired softly, "Did you not inform her?" Yi Bingtian lowered his head to gaze at the furious Gu Xiaoqi and remarked, "There is a foreign object on the nape of your neck." Initially assessed to be a chip, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes widened in an instant, and as soon as Yi Bingtian finished speaking, the system interjected, "It's not me. Why didn't he do it?" Since it was not the system, she immediately responded without hesitation, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us remove it." Upon hearing her words, the doctor opened another door to the medical room and calmly stated, "Please, go inside." Gu Xiaoqi suddenly sensed something amiss. If it were merely a trivial foreign object, their reactions would not be so extreme, nor would her father have come. Gripping the nearby machine tightly, she fearfully exclaimed, "Wait. You need to explain this clearly first. What are the consequences if this chip is not removed? Will I be harmed during the procedure? Or worse, could I die?" Yi Bingtian remained silent, gesturing for the doctor to elucidate these concerns for Gu Xiaoqi. The doctor replied, "At present, the foreign object on your nape can be extracted, but there is a possibility of unforeseen occurrences during the surgery that could endanger your life. After all, the nape is in close proximity to the brain, a critical area." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi tightened her embrace around the machine, smiling ingratiatingly. "In that case, let us not remove it. I feel perfectly fine. There is no discomfort at all. It seems this foreign object isn't affecting me." Yi Bingtian's piercing gaze fixed intently on Gu Xiaoqi. His tone calm, yet laced with a hint of menace as he inquired, "Are you certain?" Chapter 39. The male version of Rong Mama. Gu Xiaoqi gazed in astonishment at her adoptive father, bewildered by his intentions. Yi Bingtian regarded her with a calm demeanor. His voice measured yet resolute as he articulated, "You are my daughter. Thus, I shall exert every effort to safeguard you. However, the foreign object at the nape of your neck is akin to a ticking time bomb, posing a threat not only to your life, but potentially endangering others as well. Rest assured, I will endeavor to ensure your safety remains uncompromised. We will merely conduct an examination of the object. Only if deemed safe shall we proceed to remove it." As Gu Xiaoqi listened to her adoptive father's unwavering declaration, she recognized this as the longest speech he had delivered since their reunion. Yet, doubt lingered in her heart. She shook her head firmly, her tone laced with bitterness as she replied, "I understand your distinguished position and the necessity of eliminating potential threats. Although I am your daughter, our bond is tenuous at best. Should I perish, you could easily fabricate a rationale to appease the world. However, my life is my own." Yi Bingtian appeared taken aback, his expression one of incredulity as he questioned, "Is this truly how you perceive me?" After a moment's hesitation, Gu Xiaoqi chose to nod in affirmation, seizing the opportunity while the two others were momentarily distracted. She swiftly retrieved her holographic device and dispatched a message to Sister C. Dai at the utmost speed, subsequently sending the same message to the official holographic account of the Imperial Ministry of Reproduction. Having completed these tasks, Gu Xiaoqi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Beneath the eaves, she found herself compelled to bow her head. Despite her reluctance, the other party possessed countless means to coerce her willingness. In light of this, it would be wiser to seize the initiative herself. Raising her right hand, she brandished her communicator menacingly and declared, "I have scheduled a message to be sent to Sister Stay and the Imperial Ministry of Reproduction. If I do not cancel it within 3 hours, the entire empire will learn of General Ye's heinous act of murdering his own daughter. I am aware of your esteemed position, yet there are certainly those who would wish to see you dethroned." Her tone was laced with palpable threat. Yi Bingtian, taken aback, allowed a glimmer of amusement to flicker in his eyes before responding, "In that case, please proceed." Thus, Gu Xiaoqi strode confidently behind the doctor into another room. Upon witnessing her entrance, Lieutenant Lin, still in disbelief, remarked, "Surely, miss, you do not believe that your earlier words posed a threat to him?" To speak candidly, the General's daughter possesses remarkable audacity to dare threaten the General. This little ploy, regardless of whether the message can be sent successfully in 3 hours, would be trivial. Even if it were dispatched, Yi Bingtian could easily ensure that those in the know remained silent. Though it may be a bit of a hassle, it is merely a minor inconvenience. Reflecting on the young girl's demeanor, a smile tugged at the corners of Yi Bingtian's lips as he mused. This girl does not trust us. Let us provide her with a sense of security. Meanwhile, as Gu Xiaoqi entered the operating room and beheld the cold instruments, her resolve wavered. Trembling, she stammered, "Doctor, I trust your hands must be steady. Surely, there will not be any issues?" The doctor's expression darkened, and he gently adjusted his glasses with his right index finger, remarking with a hint of malice, "Rest assured, my hands are quite steady. Those under my care can depart with peace of mind." "Depart? Die?" She swallowed hard, her body instinctively inching toward the door, her voice trembling with fear as she said, "Doctor, I suddenly feel that I can still persuade my dear father a bit more. Perhaps we could take our time?" Just then, Gu Xiaoqi felt her consciousness beginning to fade, her body slipping beyond her control. In the fleeting moment before she closed her eyes, she glimpsed the doctor holding a slender needle, smiling down at her. "Help! There's always someone trying to harm me." Half an hour later, the doctor emerged from the operating room, fatigue etched on his face as he held a tray. The foreign object at the back of Gu Xiaoqi's neck is a chip, but curiously, it appears to be damaged. Upon finishing his statement, he handed the tray to Officer Lin. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqi, lying on the operating table, gradually regained consciousness. She quickly reached up to touch her head and neck, relieved to find they were still intact. With a deep sigh of relief, she bounced out of the room. The doctor, witnessing her exuberance, couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Oh, this little girl managed to come out alive. It seems my hands are indeed steady enough not to have caused anyone's demise." Gu Xiaoqi approached with a charming smile, saying, "Who claims the doctor's hands are unsteady? Such nonsense. I can attest to the steadiness of the doctor's hands." However, she paused, her curiosity piqued, and asked, "Doctor, what exactly was the foreign object at the back of my neck?" The doctor looked at Gu Xiaoqi's timid demeanor and said curtly, "It is a chip, but it has been destroyed." "A chip?" Gu Xiaoqi pondered, realizing that she was indeed a product of the laboratory. At that moment, Yi Bingtian calmly stated, "Gu Xiaoqi, hand over the lab coat you are holding." Startled, Gu Xiaoqi stammered defiantly, "What lab coat? I haven't seen any." "Is that so?" Yi Bingtian scrutinized Gu Xiaoqi with a menacing gaze. "Think carefully. I recall that your grandfather, Lin, resides in one of the most chaotic zones of Garbage Star. Not to mention, he possesses a considerable fortune of 3,000 star coins. Although I have dispatched guards to protect him, what if?" Disbelief washed over Gu Xiaoqi as she looked at Yi Bingtian, and after a long pause, she replied matter-of-factly, "It's under the bed. The general can send someone to retrieve it. That would be best." With those words, Yi Bingtian signaled for Officer Lin to take the chip and leave. Officer Lin gazed at the tall and imposing general, hesitating before speaking. He cautiously remarked, "General, why this course of action? You had previously arranged for the protector of your daughter's savior and were already aware that the lab coat was hidden under your daughter's bed. There was no need to jeopardize your relationship with her. Moreover, having served alongside the general for many years, Officer Lin understood that he was not the type to act in such a manner." Yi Bingtian paused, his deep-set eyes shrouded in ambiguity, his thin lips parting slightly. This is indeed for the best. If the adopted daughter is indeed innocent, then his current position is the only means to safeguard her. After all, he will inevitably face the battlefield, and there will come a time when he cannot protect her. However, if the adopted daughter is not innocent, this remains the only way to preserve her life, as there is still a blood bond between them. The prerequisite, however, is that she must not engage in actions that jeopardize the empire. Yi Bingtian wearily rubbed his temples, as he had been taught since childhood to protect the empire and to dedicate everything for its sake. He, too, ought to fulfill this duty. Yet, it should solely be his responsibility. Others need not concern themselves. Retrieve the lab coat, and see if we can ascertain the laboratory where Gu Xiaoqi was previously located. Yi Bingtian added. As for Gu Xiaoqi, everything remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqi stood momentarily stunned, and after a while, she politely thanked the doctor before exiting the medical room. The doctor, who had originally been engrossed in organizing files, glanced at her retreating figure with calm yet somewhat compassionate deep blue eyes before returning to his tasks. Stepping out of the room, Gu Xiaoqi took a deep breath, mentally encouraging herself. Become stronger. Become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I seize the initiative. The petite yet resolute figure gradually faded away in the cold corridor. Chapter 41. Training upon returning to her room. Gu Xiaoqi inhaled deeply and resumed her studies of interstellar language and knowledge. After a considerable time, Gu Xiaoqi rubbed her aching neck and opened the door with a cheerful smile, inquiring, "Big brother, is there a designated place for physical exercise? I wish to work out a bit." De Tu and Xiaoqi exchanged glances, and Xiaoqi promptly relayed Gu Xiaoqi's request to Deputy Lin. De Tu crouched down to meet her gaze and reassured her, "We have a dedicated training room for daily exercises, but we need to consult Deputy Lin first. However, it should be permissible." With that, De Tu offered a hearty smile. Grateful, Gu Xiaoqi waited anxiously at the door, uncertain whether she would be allowed to train. If not, she would have to settle for some simple physical exercises in her room. After a while, Xiaoqi finally breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed brightly, "Miss, we can go to the training room now." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her long hair was neatly styled into a bun, and she wore the loose-fitting sports attire that Deputy Lin had prepared for her, all in anticipation of this moment. Although Deputy Lin had permitted her to enter the training room, he stipulated that she must be accompanied by De Tu and Xiaoqi. Gu Xiaoqi was unconcerned by this requirement and cheerfully followed behind De Tu and Xiaoqi, bouncing with joy as they headed to the training room. The training room aboard the starship is primarily divided into two distinct areas, communal and private. The communal training area is accessible at all times for exercise, whereas the private rooms necessitate prior reservation and the deduction of merit points. For Gu Xiaoqi, although the private training rooms do not require merit points, they do demand advance booking. Thus, today she is compelled to train in the communal space. Her past experience lingers, yet the current state of her body, somewhat malnourished, hampers both her endurance and explosive power. Consequently, she resolves to commence with fundamental exercises. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoqi disregards the curious and sympathetic gazes around her. After a brief session of stretching, she begins to jog. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Sweat drips from her brow, and her black athletic attire is thoroughly drenched. Beside her, Zhang Yang can no longer contain his curiosity and leans closer to De Tu, whispering, "Is this the general's command?" TSK, the general is quite unreasonable. She's just a young girl, so small. De Tu rolls his eyes in annoyance and replies, "This is not the general's order. It is Mrs. own desire to train." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's disbelief is tinged with a hint of understanding as he remarks, truly reminiscent of father and daughter. He observes the young girl, clearly on the verge of exhaustion, yet resolutely pushing herself further, and he can't help but scratch his head. "I can't let myself be outdone by a little girl," he muses, promptly diving back into his own training. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqi feels a persistent itch in her throat and struggles to catch her breath. She had no choice but to halt her steps, standing there while gasping for breath, her hands weakly pounding against her calves. Once she felt a semblance of recovery, Gu Xiaoqi immediately proceeded to the next task. As time gradually passed, the number of people in the training room dwindled. Gu Xiaoqi lay there, her entire body aching and devoid of strength, not even wanting to move a finger. Upon noticing that Gu Xiaoqi had finally ceased her exertions, Xiaoqi promptly approached her and said, "Miss, why not rest in the medical treatment pod? Otherwise, You certainly won't be able to rise tomorrow. Upon hearing this suggestion, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. She inquired, will there be a fee for that? She truly had not a penny to her name. If there were charges, could she possibly ask her miserly father? At that moment, Xiaoqi appeared oblivious to Gu Xiaoqi's thoughts, shaking his head in amusement as he replied, there is definitely no charge. It's just that. Faced with Gu Xiaoqi's puzzled gaze, he candidly admitted, usually, after our training, even when we are utterly exhausted, we generally do not trouble the doctors unless we are injured. Upon reflecting on his words for a moment, Gu Xiaoqi declared resolutely, let us go. At worst, I simply want to use the treatment pod. Isn't it just a matter of having a thicker skin? My resilience is as formidable as a city wall. In truth, her primary concern was that the doctor's words could be quite unforgiving. However, Tu and Xiaoqi reconsidered. After all, Gu Xiaoqi was the daughter of a general, and surely the doctor would afford her some courtesy. With this thought, Tu and Xiaoqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest concern was that Gu Xiaoqi had been reduced to tears by the doctor. Gu Xiaoqi exerted tremendous effort to finally rise, each step feeling as though she might collapse at any moment, her body aching unbearably. Tu and Xiaoqi repeatedly offered to carry Gu Xiaoqi, only to be met with her firm refusals. The group eventually arrived at the infirmary. At that moment, the doctor was idly engrossed in his favorite television series on his holographic device. Upon hearing the knock at the door, he swiftly closed the device. Donning his golden-rimmed glasses, he calmly uttered, please enter. Gu Xiaoqi peeked her head around the door, offering the doctor a charming smile. What is it? She inquired. Upon hearing his words, Gu Xiaoqi immediately launched into a lament. Doctor, you have no idea how wretched I am. After stating this, she fell silent, anticipating the doctor to inquire further. However, to her astonishment, the doctor did not conform to her expectations. In a tone devoid of emotion, he replied, I do not wish to know. He casually glanced at the holographic device on his right hand and, with evident impatience, added, if there is nothing of importance, kindly leave. Do not impede my work. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi straightened up, only to once again lean against the doorframe, her voice dripping with desperation as she pleaded, Doctor, may I please use the treatment pod? I am in excruciating pain and feel utterly incapacitated. Fearing the doctor would refuse, she further lamented, I truly cannot endure this any longer. It could be fatal. I swear. The doctor cast a cold glance at Gu Xiaoqi's small hands, which were desperately clinging to the doorframe. He understood that if he did not acquiesce to the girl's demands, she would likely remain at the entrance, incessantly tugging away. He decided to retreat to the healing chamber. Gu Xiaoqi looked at the doctor with unrestrained delight and, without a moment's hesitation, bestowed upon him a card of gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, doctor. You truly are a wonderful person. Behind Gu Xiaoqi, Tu and Xiaoqi hesitated, deliberating whether to enter. But upon catching sight of the doctor's frosty gaze, they promptly retreated to the doorway, kindly closing the door behind them. The doctor pointed towards the treatment chamber in the corner, instructing, press the yellow button, select 10 minutes, and simply lie down inside. Gu Xiaoqi dragged her weary body step by step towards the treatment chamber, obediently following the doctor's directions before lying down. Once she was settled, the doctor stroked his light brain with his left hand and promptly activated it. He intended to observe for just 10 minutes, merely 10 minutes. As the time elapsed, the doctor's gaze towards the light brain grew increasingly intense. Just as he prepared to unleash a fierce curse at the man inside, he heard a childish voice nearby exclaim, You dog man. The doctor nodded in agreement, but in the next moment, he felt something was amiss. How could there be a child's voice? Chapter 43. Arrival at Thunderstar. As the doctor turned his head, he was met by the sight of Gu Xiaoqi, who was engrossed in her light brain. Startled, he swiftly closed the device and glared at her, questioning, What are you doing here? At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi, caught up in her excitement, playfully patted the doctor's arm and cheerfully replied, Don't be so stingy. It's simply unethical not to share a good drama with others. The doctor inquired directly, What do you want? Gu Xiaoqi, with a mischievous grin, responded, Doctor, I merely came to borrow the treatment chamber. I happened to see you watching a drama. Rest assured, I won't disclose your negligence in duty. She patted her chest emphatically, signaling her sincerity. With a scowling face, the doctor rose to his full height, looking down at Gu Xiaoqi and stated, You can use the treatment chamber after your training. However, this matter must remain confidential. If you dare to speak of it. The unfinished threat lingered in the air, leaving Gu Xiaoqi momentarily stunned. Was there such a fortunate arrangement? She nodded vigorously, almost swearing to the heavens. Doctor, you can trust me. I will certainly not reveal that you indulged in a melodramatic romance during work hours. Upon hearing this, the doctor's expression darkened even further. He grasped the back of Gu Xiaoqi's collar and unceremoniously tossed her to the door, his eyes radiating a fierce warning. Gu Xiaoqi immediately made a gesture to silence herself. And with a resounding bang, the door to the medical room was slammed shut. Tu and Xiaoqi gazed at Gu Xiaoqi with wide-eyed curiosity. For this was their first encounter with a physician who wished to eliminate a person, yet found himself unable to do so. Gu Xiaoqi, with a mischievous smile, playfully inquired, "Do you wish to know?" Tu and Xiaoqi eagerly nodded in response. However, Gu Xiaoqi simply turned away, her youthful voice echoing back. The Buddha says, "It cannot be spoken. It cannot be spoken." Meanwhile, the doctor, seated in his office chair, was infuriated, promptly removing his glasses. Only Gu Xiaoqi was privy to this peculiar hobby of his. Did he care about neglecting his duties? Not in the slightest. He merely wished to prevent Gu Xiaoqi from revealing his penchant for melodramatic television shows. Though it was not an inherently shameful interest, his tough guy persona could not afford to be tarnished in the slightest. The doctor took a deep breath, then reopened his holographic screen, resolving to indulge in a few more episodes to soothe his wounded spirit. During the 3 days aboard the starship, Gu Xiaoqi's life was remarkably structured. She dedicated her evenings to studying the fundamentals of mecha manufacturing, while her days were spent absorbing interstellar knowledge. After her meals, she engaged in physical training. On this particular morning, as she awoke, a series of knocks echoed through her quarters. Upon opening the door, she found Officer Lin standing there with a smile, announcing, "Miss, we are expected to arrive at Thunderstar in 10 minutes. You may begin to gather your belongings." "So soon?" Gu Xiaoqi nodded, graciously expressing her gratitude. She turned to survey the small room, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Upon reaching Thunderstar, what path would she choose? After a brief moment, Gu Xiaoqi hurriedly shook her head, casting away the morose thoughts that plagued her mind. She had endured difficult times before. Why should she fear Yu Bingtian? With clarity restored, she began to eagerly pack her belongings. Over the past few days of study, Gu Xiaoqi had come to understand that Thunderstar was a crucial line of defense for the Empire, guarding against not only star beasts, but also enemies. Thus, conflict was a constant on this planet, where survival was a daily struggle. 10 minutes passed swiftly as Gu Xiaoqi engaged in light-hearted banter with Dadu and the others while awaiting their arrival at the destination. Just then, Yi Bingtian appeared, his tone cold and detached. "Gu Xiaoqi, come with me. I have something to discuss," he said. Chapter 44, The Pretty Boy. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi realized she had no choice but to comply. Nodding, she picked up her luggage and followed her stepfather. Noticing her demeanor, Yi Bingtian recalled that he had yet to arrange for someone to procure a spatial twist for her, but he kept this thought to himself. He approached Gu Xiaoqi, wordlessly taking the heavy bag from her grasp with ease. Though the bag had felt burdensome in Gu Xiaoqi's hands, it appeared weightless to Yi Bingtian. She parted her lips to speak, but, upon seeing his tall and imposing figure, decided against it. Meanwhile, the other occupants of the starship evacuated in an orderly manner, and Yi Bingtian led Gu Xiaoqi directly to his office. He gestured for her to take a seat and then activated his holographic computer, sending a video invitation to AI Bo. While waiting, Yi Bingtian explained to Gu Xiaoqi, "You have a total of 3 fathers. Shortly, we will meet one of them, while the other is currently at work and cannot be reached for the time being." Gu Xiaoqi nodded in disbelief. "So, I have 3 fathers? This defies natural law, doesn't it?" She swallowed nervously and timidly asked again, "General, are you certain that I do not have any other ailments? Or any abnormalities?" Yi Bingtian was taken aback by the girl's reaction and shook his head, saying no. At that moment, AI Bai finally received a video call. A handsome face magnified on the screen, and Gu Xiaoqi was struck by this extraordinary beauty, her gaze gradually becoming dazed. A handsome man, and he was her father. How fair-skinned, how beautiful. Did this mean she could be lifted high in his arms? Could she squeeze his face up close? But as soon as AI Bai spoke, all the filters shattering around him. "This ugly girl is my daughter? Yi Bingtian, have you made a mistake? I can tolerate uncles and aunts, but not this. Others may call her poor, but she could not be called ugly." Gu Xiaoqi sprang up abruptly, coldly stating, "Father, did you say this man is my father? Because I think he looks more like my mother, with that orange hue." "Orange hue? What does that mean?" Confusion flashed through the minds of AI Bai and Yi Bingtian. But upon hearing the latter part, AI Bai exploded with rage, shouting, "I am a man. A straight man." Gu Xiaoqi, unwilling to show weakness, remarked, "So you are a man. I didn't realize it earlier, my apologies. After all, your alluring posture often leads to misunderstandings. What's wrong with my sitting posture, you little brat? Are you my superior, or am I yours? Who dares to criticize my demeanor? I'll be the one to reprimand you." Oh, this pretty boy is not easily fooled. Just as Gu Xiaoqi was about to respond, she heard Yi Bingtian's cold reprimand. Silence. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi realized that the two men before her were to be her future benefactors, and she had just engaged in a quarrel. However, the thought of that pretty boy calling her ugly was intolerable. She defiantly exclaimed, "He insulted me first." AI Bo, equally unyielding, chimed in, "She insulted me too." Yi Bingtian's forehead throbbed with veins as he cast a disapproving glance at the two. Were they children, reporting grievances? Why not cry or throw a tantrum instead? Startled by his glare, Gu Xiaoqi and AI Bo immediately sat up straight, like obedient children, not daring to utter another word. Yi Bingtian finally sighed in relief and stated, "I did not bring you two together to bicker, but rather to discuss your future living arrangements." He turned to Gu Xiaoqi and inquired, "Xiaoqi, with whom do you wish to reside?" Chapter 45, With whom? A jest, for she would undoubtedly stay with Yi Bingtian, as she still had a task to complete. Moreover, after quarreling with her other so-called father, living with him would surely be unwise. However, she was exceedingly displeased with her two inexpensive fathers treating her like a mere ball to be kicked about. Thus, she resolved to thoroughly enjoy the performance of her two fathers. Yi Bingtian and AI Bo exchanged a glance, and AI Bo spoke first. "Ugly little girl. I believe it would be better for you to stay with Yi Bingtian. You will certainly be safe with him, and your life will be more stable. Unlike me, who is constantly running around and cannot be at home with you." Yi Bingtian retorted without hesitation, "But he is wealthy, and he resides on the capital star, which is particularly prosperous." AI Bo pondered for a moment and then confidently remarked with a smile, "Ugly girl, I think if you live with me, we will surely argue every day. How about this? You stay with Yi Bingtian, and I will send you living expenses every month." Upon hearing the term ugly girl, Gu Xiaoqi's smile carried a hint of threat as she said, "Father, you have successfully piqued my interest. I believe you must particularly adore me and eagerly anticipate our time together." Yi Bingtian seized the opportunity and asked, "Gu Xiaoqi, do you wish to live with AI Bo?" Gu Xiaoqi shook her head earnestly, feigning a pitiful expression as she looked at Yi Bingtian and said, "Father, you surely do not want me to be overwhelmed with anger, do you? I choose you." Outside the light screen, AI Bo erupted into laughter, nearly gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, Yi Bingtian, the little brat has chosen you." Upon noticing the gleeful malevolence radiating from the individual before her, Gu Xiaoqi felt a surge of displeasure. She turned to Yi Bingtian, her expression grave, and said, "Father, I have recently been studying interstellar regulations. I recall that the Empire's minor protection law stipulates that, barring exceptional circumstances, minors must meet with their parents regularly and maintain emotional connections, with the maximum interval not exceeding 30 days. Otherwise, they may face a detention of 20 days. Is this regulation indeed in effect?" Immediately, Gu Xiaoqi pivoted to address AI Bo, declaring, "Therefore, dear father, I believe it is imperative that you not only provide me with living expenses on a regular basis, but also make an effort to visit me within a specified time frame. Otherwise," her unfinished sentence was laden with veiled threats. Did this so-called father not wish to see her? Then she would compel him to do so. AI Bo had initially thought he had evaded a significant burden, only to find that the trouble had returned to his doorstep. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Xiaoqi interjected once more, "As for you, Father Yi Bingtian, I feel quite capable of living independently, so you need not concern yourself with me. Please feel free to attend to your own affairs." Although directed at Yi Bingtian, her gaze remained fixed on AI Bo, her petite face brimming with defiance. AI Bo, exasperated, could not help but laugh in irritation, his lips twitching slightly. "You truly are something, little girl." With a radiant smile, Gu Xiaoqi responded, "Thank you for the compliment. I shall strive to do even better." Yi Bingtian observed the spirited young girl before him, a flicker of amusement gracing his eyes. Perhaps this arrangement was for the best. He had yet to investigate Gu Xiaoqi's background, and keeping her close at hand might indeed be the wisest course of action. He cast a cold glance at the screen and remarked, Since Gu Xiaoqi has chosen to follow me, you must ensure that she receives her living expenses. Also, remember to meet Gu Xiaoqi regularly. Upon finishing his statement, Yi Bingtian promptly ended the video call. With a serious and earnest expression, he turned to Gu Xiaoqi and inquired once more, "Are you genuinely suffering from amnesia, or is it feigned?" Chapter 46. Living alone. Gu Xiaoqi, exasperated, looked at Yi Bingtian and replied, "Of course, it's real amnesia. I wouldn't dare to deceive you." Yi Bingtian, maintaining his solemn demeanor, said, "In that case, I am uncertain how much you speculate about your origins. However, considering the chip embedded in the nape of your neck and the fact that you have 3 fathers, you should be aware of your uniqueness. You are highly likely to be a genetically engineered individual." He further elaborated, "Genetic engineering is a technique prohibited throughout the entire galaxy. If discovered, it would result in punitive actions from 3 nations in unison." Yi Bingtian continued, "I hope you can keep the abnormalities about yourself concealed. It would be entirely beneficial for you." Gu Xiaoqi nodded, as she cherished her life more than anyone else. After disembarking from the starship, Gu Xiaoqi did not accompany Yi Bingtian but instead followed Vice Officer Lin to the rear of Thunder Star, the location most likely to remain untouched by war on this planet. Vice Officer Lin proudly gestured towards the villa before them and said, "This is where the general rests. Every blade of grass and tree has been arranged by me after careful procurement. Should you find anything unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to inform me." He pushed open the door and said that the villa was inhabited solely by a robotic butler and a few multifunctional robots. However, the general had arranged for soldiers to guard the premises to ensure her safety. Gu Xiaoqi nodded in acknowledgement as she listened. At that moment, the robotic butler, having detected the presence of visitors, promptly approached Gu Xiaoqi and her companions. Contrary to Gu Xiaoqi's expectations of a humanoid appearance, the robot had a round head and a plump figure, exuding a certain charm. Lieutenant Lin chuckled and patted the robot's round head, saying, "Long time no see, Number 1. After circling around Lieutenant Lin a few times, Number 1 spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. "Long time no see, Lieutenant Lin. Is this my little master?" Its deep azure eyes twinkled as it extended a hand toward Gu Xiaoqi. Confused, she looked to Lieutenant Lin for assistance. Lieutenant Lin quickly reassured her. "This is your little master. Miss, simply place your hand on Number 1's palm, and it will scan you and register your information into the system." Obediently, Gu Xiaoqi placed her hand on Number 1, and moments later, its azure mechanical eyes shifted to a vibrant green. With a sense of accomplishment, Lieutenant Lin assisted Gu Xiaoqi in placing her luggage in her room and instructed, "This will be your chamber. If you require anything, you may first inquire with Number 1. Should it be unable to assist, you may then seek me out." After observing Gu Xiaoqi nodding compliantly, Lieutenant Lin departed from the villa. Gu Xiaoqi turned to Number 1, who had been shadowing her, and said, "Number 1, you may go about your duties. I wish to take a break." "Very well." The round figure of No. 1 vanished into Gu Xiaoqi's room. After securely closing the door, she lay down on her bed. Yesterday, she had undertaken a preliminary examination in mecha manufacturing, but fell short by a few points from achieving a 95 accuracy rate. Undeterred, Gu Xiaoqi meticulously reviewed the concepts she had aired in last night, revisiting all the knowledge points, resolved to retake the test today. She would not concede that she could not pass. As she closed her eyes, she silently invoked her entry into the learning space, and in an instant, she found herself enveloped in a pristine white realm. Gazing at the expansive screen before her, Gu Xiaoqi decisively pressed the test button. The examination paper materialized instantaneously on the screen, and she promptly began to answer the questions. Time ticked away, and after stretching languidly, she unhesitatingly selected the submit button. Ding. "The paper is being graded. Please wait, host." Chapter 47. Family. Gu Xiaoqi anxiously awaited nearby. Although she felt confident in her ability to pass the test, a sense of worry lingered. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in the pure white space. "Ding. The grading is complete. Congratulations, host, you have passed the test." Gu Xiaoqi's face broke into a radiant smile. She had known all along that she would succeed. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of mastering basic mecha manufacturing knowledge, earning 30 life points. The task is now refreshing. Please design a schematic for a basic mecha structure." Gu Xiaoqi wore a satisfied expression. Her original life force stood at 38, and with the addition of these 30, her vitality now soared to 68. The system announced an impending upgrade, instructing the host to vacate the learning space. The monotonous mechanical voice resonated, yet within it, Gu Xiaoqi detected a subtle joy, just as she contemplated exiting the learning space. An inexplicable force abruptly yanked her out. In an instant, she opened her eyes to the reality around her, unable to suppress a mental curse. Damn system. With nothing pressing to occupy her time and no inclination to sleep, Gu Xiaoqi decided to rise and seek something to eat. Having subsisted on nutritional liquid for 2 to 3 days, her initial enjoyment had devolved into a complete aversion at the mere sight of it. Such a fate rendered every bottle of nutritional liquid culpable. As she stepped outside, she spotted number 1. Gazing at its round, large head, she instinctively reached out to pat it, only to suddenly realize her height was insufficient. Number 1, lowering its head slightly, spoke. Currently, the available food consists of nutritional liquid and natural food. The preparation of natural food requires 30 minutes. Considering the host's physical condition, I recommend natural food. Gu Xiaoqi observed that number 1 nodded its head each time it spoke, prompting her to curiously inquire. Number 1, do you have to nod your head while you talk? Indeed, number 1 replied, accompanying its affirmation with another nod. Unable to contain her laughter, her eyes sparkling with delight, she declared, then I shall opt for natural food. Thank you, number 1. On the other side, AI Bo found himself increasingly convinced that he had been deceived. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression darkened instantly. He had always been the one to trick others. Never had he been the target of deception, especially that ugly girl, who not only offended his eyes, but also insulted him by calling him effeminate. Without hesitation, he pressed the button on the table and addressed his assistant. Prepare everything. I am heading to Thunderstar. The assistant, filled with bewilderment, observed his superior's visibly irate demeanor and cautiously inquired, Boss, do you have urgent business on Thunderstar? It is generally prohibited for unauthorized personnel to approach. Unauthorized personnel? AI Bo's face darkened further as he coldly replied, I am a family member. Is visiting family not permissible? The assistant, accustomed to AI Bo's tendency to miss the point, inquired further, then, who is the family member you intend to visit? Registration is required for entry. With gritted teeth, AI Bo slowly articulated 3 words, Yi Bingtian. Before the assistant could respond, AI Bo added, Yes, the very Yi Bingtian you are thinking of. General Yi Bingtian. The assistant exited the office, his worldview shattered, muttering to himself in disbelief, the boss is actually a relative of Yi Bingtian. Chapter 48. So ugly it's distressing. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqi remained blissfully unaware that her newly acquired father was soon to pay her a visit. Curiously, she scrutinized the holographic chamber before her. Just moments ago, Gu Xiaoqi had been languidly resting her head on the table, waiting impatiently for her meal. With a considerate demeanor, the first individual approached her, suggesting that should she feel bored, she could enter the holographic chamber and explore the virtual realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly made her way to the room, locating the holographic chamber and following the operational instructions provided. She was prompted to select an appearance and a name. A captivatingly alluring young woman smiled enticingly at Gu Xiaoqi. Overwhelmed by the beauty before her, Gu Xiaoqi swallowed hard. The young woman was simply too enchanting. Unable to resist, she reached out her hand to touch the soft, delicate hand of the other. However, as soon as she extended her hand, it was deftly evaded. The young woman's smile took on a hint of danger as she warned, Do refrain from attempting to inappropriately touch the staff, or you shall face consequences. Startled, Gu Xiaoqi immediately withdrew her hand and hastily chose the nickname the most beautiful in the world. Sorry, this nickname is already taken. Please select another. The first beauty of the galaxy. Sorry, this nickname is also taken. Please choose another. Gu Xiaoqi felt exasperated. It seemed that no matter the era, selecting a nickname remained a daunting challenge. In frustration, she blurted out, How about I'm the most beautiful? Congratulations. Your nickname has been successfully chosen. I'm the most beautiful. Gu Xiaoqi's expression instantly soured as she plaintively asked, Miss, may I please change my nickname? The young woman, reveling in her misfortune, replied with a smile, No, you may not. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoqi reassured herself that it was merely a nickname. It was not a monumental issue. She then redirected her focus to selecting a character appearance. In the virtual realm, the avatars must align with the age of the current user, yet they can transcend traditional gender boundaries. Gu Xiaoqi, of course, had no desire to select a male character. She was determined to embody a stunningly beautiful young lady. Her gaze settled upon a girl with deep blue eyes and golden locks, though the facial features appeared rather ordinary. Enthusiastically, Gu Xiaoqi embarked on the task of sculpting her avatar's visage, silently vowing to create a face that would be unforgettable, one of unparalleled beauty. After much effort, she finally completed the sculpting, ready to admire the magnificent countenance she had crafted. However, a nearby young woman suddenly interjected, "There are only 10 seconds left. If you do not make a selection in time, a default appearance will be assigned." With a frown, Gu Xiaoqi glared at her current avatar and could not help but inquire, "Are you doing this on purpose?" The young woman yawned languidly and replied in a slow drawl, "My actions are entirely in accordance with company policy. The distinction between intentional and unintentional escapes my understanding." Yet the unmistakable smirk on her face confirmed Gu Xiaoqi's suspicions. With a resigned sigh, Gu Xiaoqi lamented, "You're beautiful. You must be right." Upon hearing this, the young woman's lips twitched slightly. Had it not been for the requirement that the avatar must reflect one's true appearance, she would have suspected Gu Xiaoqi to be a lecherous brute rather than a young girl. She retorted ungraciously, "Both the appearance and the nickname can be altered, but it requires star coins." Upon hearing the first part of the statement, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, only to dim instantly at the mention of the latter. She sighed deeply and said, "Well, never mind. I have no money." The young lady was so exasperated that she laughed in disbelief and replied, "Just leave. I don't wish to see you." In response, Gu Xiaoqi gazed at her with a hint of infatuation, murmuring softly, "Let me look at you once more, otherwise I fear I might weep over my own ugliness." Chapter 49. The emergence of the exchange function in the virtual realm. Gu Xiaoqi's avatar resembled a diminutive, bearded bald man, a perplexing sight that left her baffled as to why a child would possess facial hair. Reluctant to confront her own image any longer, she closed her eyes, her expression one of anguish, and addressed the young lady. "May I enter the virtual world now?" "Of course," came the reply. No sooner had the words left her lips than the surroundings began to warp, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart. In a mere moment, she found herself in a bustling world teeming with life. Gu Xiaoqi gazed in wonder at the scene before her. Had she not been experiencing it firsthand, she would never have believed that this vibrant world was merely a simulation. Before her loomed a luminous screen, prominently displaying the new user guidelines. With utmost diligence, she perused the lengthy document, spanning 5 pages, and upon completion, she regarded the world around her with newfound confidence. In this virtual realm, virtual currency could be exchanged for star coins at a ratio of 5 to 1. Brimming with excitement, she strolled along the streets of this digital universe. But just as she was about to seek employment, the luminous screen suddenly notified her. "You have new messages on your light brain. Would you like to log off?" Gu Xiaoqi suddenly recalled that the #1 steward had mentioned that notifications would be sent once the natural food was prepared. With a sigh of regret, she reluctantly pressed the offline button. Upon returning to the realm of reality, Gu Xiaoqi activated the holographic chamber before her, and as she stepped out, she noticed no one waiting nearby. "Young master, the meal is ready. Shall we dine now?" Gu Xiaoqi nodded and followed #1 to the dining table. As she surveyed the food laid before her, her brows furrowed in confusion. These dishes were utterly unfamiliar. After sitting down, she tentatively took a bite. The flavor was somewhat peculiar, yet still tolerable. She picked up a green item that bore a striking resemblance to a tomato and inquired, "#1, what is this?" "This is a tomato developed by the Empire, purportedly modeled after the tomatoes of ancient Earth." "Oh, a tomato. But why does it taste so astringent? And the color is all wrong. Is it perhaps imitating an unripe one?" Gu Xiaoqi's expression was one of bewilderment. She then picked up a piece of red food and asked, "And this? What is it?" "This is." Throughout the meal, Gu Xiaoqi's face displayed a myriad of emotions. Just prior, she had enjoyed a rather normal breakfast aboard the starship, yet now, before she could finish her meal, the familiar mechanical voice abruptly resonated in the air. "System upgrade successful. Exchange function now available." As she continued to sift through her rice, Gu Xiaoqi pondered within. What exchange function? What can be exchanged? The host may exchange life points for attribute points, which include speed, strength, mental acuity, and attractiveness, among others. Additionally, the host has the option to select other desired items. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi fell into a profound silence. She hastily finished the food in her bowl and then set down her chopsticks, forcing a smile as she began to clear the tableware. #1 quickly stepped forward to intervene, its green mechanical eyes blinking as it said, "Young master, you may take a rest. We will handle the cleaning here." She gazed out the window, inwardly pondering, I wish to exchange for the original owner's desire. I wish to know the aspirations of this body. This decision came after much contemplation. Since she had assumed the original owner's body, it was only fitting to repay the debt of gratitude. She had previously considered expressing her gratitude to the original owner's parents, but had discovered that the original owner was not so simple. Her existence was merely that of an experiment. The system fell silent for a moment before responding. It is possible, but it requires 30 life points for the exchange. Xiaoqi calculated her current life points and, without hesitation, replied, exchange. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated the exchange function. 30 life points have been deducted, leaving you with 38 life points. Ding. The original owner's desire is. Chapter 50. Who is the brother? Ding. The original owner's wish is to rescue her brother? Rescue her brother? Xiaoqi asked in bewilderment. Who is he? Where is he? The original owner's wish was to save her brother, but beyond that, the system had no further information. The mechanical voice of the system echoed once more, yet the content of its speech left Xiaoqi profoundly disappointed. The system suggested, the host may consider exchanging life points for the original owner's memories. This would reveal the identity of your brother. How many life points? Xiaoqi gritted her teeth. She realized that her survival was paramount to fulfilling the original owner's wishes, but what if the required life points were exorbitant? The system promptly responded, 100 life points will grant access to 1 year of the original owner's memories. Xiaoqi forced a smile, albeit insincerely, and retorted, 100 life points. Are you out of your mind? In comparison to these two tasks, she deemed the latter considerably more feasible. However, the rudimentary knowledge of mecha manufacturing she had previously acquired was merely theoretical. She had memorized the information without truly comprehending it. Moreover, a crucial issue loomed. Her understanding of mecha manufacturing had been confined to the learning space, leaving her devoid of any practical exposure in real life. With this realization, Xiaoqi resolutely pushed open the door. Number one. She wondered about, continuing her call. Where are you? Young master, do you have any instructions? Number one's round head suddenly appeared behind Xiaoqi, startling her. She quickly exclaimed, Number one, I have suddenly developed an interest in mecha manufacturing. Are there any relevant books here? Number one's vibrant mechanical eyes flickered, and it replied, There are related books in the study. Please follow me. The study? Xiaoqi hastily waved her hands. She dared not venture into the study. Should any military secrets mysteriously vanish from the study, she would undoubtedly be the scapegoat. Her delicate face was etched with anxiety as she hastily instructed, Number one, please bring the relevant books to my room. After uttering these words, she still harbored some apprehension and quickly added, There's no need to bring those crucial volumes. Just some commonly available ones will suffice. Number one nodded and promptly departed for the study. Filled with enthusiasm, Xiaoqi was eager to embark on her task. A knock echoed through the air, and number one returned, balancing a stack of books taller than Xiaoqi herself. Young mistress, where shall I place these tomes? Xiaoqi swiftly gestured towards the nearby desk, replying, Just put them there. Thank you, number one. She settled into the chair that had been specially prepared for her and casually picked up the topmost book. Titled 100 Essential Points of Beginner Mecha Manufacturing. This book appeared promising. Just the clarity of its title suggested it was replete with valuable insights. She began to leaf through the first page, eager to compare its content with that of the knowledge produced by the same system. However, just then, another knock resounded, and number one re-entered, once again carrying a stack of books that dwarfed Xiaoqi. In disbelief, she inquired, Is there more? Number one nodded and promptly turned to leave again. Xiaoqi hastily opened the door to facilitate number one's comings and goings. 20 minutes later, as she surveyed the room overflowing with books, she felt a throbbing headache coming on. Surely, this was excessive. Xiaoqi swallowed hard, cautiously navigating through the piles of books to approach number one. Could you please assist me with some blank paper? I wish to take notes. However, as she finally obtained the paper, it struck her with sudden clarity that there was scarcely any space available for writing. Her room was inundated with books. Chapter 51. The entrance of Su Qingyang. Gazing at the overwhelming array of books, Xiaoqi let out a deep sigh and gingerly moved from the doorway to her bed. She lay there like a salted fish, staring at the ceiling for a minute or two, before suddenly springing up with renewed vigor. Note-taking was imperative, otherwise it would be difficult to justify her presence here. More importantly, she needed to further comprehend the fundamentals of primary mecha manufacturing. Reclining on her bed, she casually picked up a book titled Intermediate Mecha Manufacturing Knowledge. Gu Xiaoqi shook her head. This book was unsuitable, and she set it aside. After a thorough selection process, she ultimately chose 5 volumes. Cradling the hefty tomes, she carefully maneuvered through the sea of literature. With a pen, a book, and a stack of paper, she could conjure a miracle. Rather than scribbling directly in the original texts, Gu Xiaoqi wrote her insights and useful information on the blank sheets, diligently annotating the titles for future reference. As time trickled by, the once boisterous thunder star gradually succumbed to silence, enveloped in darkness. Unable to resist, Gu Xiaoqi lifted her head and stretched her neck, only to hear the creaking sound that accompanied her movement. She gazed at the paper before her with a hint of irritation, having grasped the fundamental components of the basic mech, yet utterly perplexed by their dimensions. Gu Xiaoqi resolved to explore the starnet, hoping to uncover design blueprints from others. Meanwhile, in the Empire's premier laboratory, a man clad in a white lab coat emerged, his disheveled black hair falling across his forehead, and his light brown eyes reflecting a tinge of annoyance. Su Qingyang had just concluded an experiment. Although the results had pleased his superiors, he remained dissatisfied. Given a little more time, he was certain he could achieve even greater outcomes. Contemplating this, Su Qingyang's brow furrowed with irritation as he pressed his thumb and index finger against the bridge of his nose. At that moment, his assistant approached and said, "Professor Su, the Department of Reproduction has sent a message stating that you have a daughter approximately 7 years of age." A flicker of confusion crossed Su Qingyang's clear eyes. "A daughter?" The assistant continued respectfully. "It is currently suspected that this child was created through illegal means, having had your genes illicitly obtained. However, due to the girl's innocence, the department has opted to treat her as any ordinary child and requires you to assume the corresponding responsibilities once your experiments conclude. Where is this girl now? And who is her mother?" Su Qingyang inquired. The assistant, recalling previous investigations, winced slightly and replied candidly, "Her current whereabouts are unknown. She has no mother. But she has 3 fathers, yourself, General Yi Bitian, and the Tycoon Aibo." A glimmer of interest flickered in Su Qingyang's eyes as he removed his glasses and remarked with keen curiosity, "You should investigate where my daughter is at present. I shall delve into this matter myself. The revelation that she possesses 3 fathers is certainly perplexing." Su Qingyang murmured softly, his earlier irritation dissipating, as he gradually vanished into the silvery corridor of the laboratory. The life assistant followed helplessly in his wake, fully aware that should Su Qingyang uncover this information, his attention would inevitably be drawn to the peculiarities of the situation, leading him to enthusiastically desire experimentation. He hastily contacted Star 68, only to discover that Gu Xiaoqi had already been taken away by General Yi Bingtian. After verifying his identity, he finally acquired the holographic communication number of Yi Bingtian's assistant. Chapter 52. The Canine System. Unbeknownst to her, night had fallen. Gu Xiaoqi beamed with pride as she gazed at the substantial stack of notes in her hands. Once she had organized her materials, she proceeded to freshen up. While brushing her teeth, she internally inquired, "System, is there a tutorial available for drawing mecha blueprints? One that guarantees success?" The system remained silent for a moment before responding. "Indeed, there are tutorials available. However, each one costs 10 life points, totaling 12 tutorials. And success is not assured." Gu Xiaoqi, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes dramatically and muttered in exasperation, "What a deceitful system." She then cast aside her recent studies and envisioned the dimensions of a mecha in her mind. The mech is unlike any machinery she had encountered in her previous life. It requires not only energy but also a connection to the operator's mental power to activate. If mental power could be considered another form of energy. Gu Xiaoqi, with a toothbrush in her mouth, found herself absent-mindedly sketching on the glass mirror. A complete mech necessitates the simultaneous inclusion of a power system, a control system, and a collision avoidance system. After a considerable time, Gu Xiaoqi gazed contentedly at her mech design blueprint. Basic mech design blueprints were scarce on the Star Network, let alone comprehensive designs. Lacking formal education, she could only rely on textbook knowledge and her own conjectures about mechs for her designs. Stretching her limbs, she pondered, "System, how many life points are required to scan these books into the learning space?" 10 books for 1 life point. Gu Xiaoqi scoffed coldly. She had merely made a casual remark, yet the system dared to set a price. She declared, "Infinite scanning of books into the learning space. A fixed price of 2 life points." "Oh." Gu Xiaoqi languidly settled into her chair, casually flipping through the book in her hand. Thinking, if it doesn't work out, so be it. 1 life point. 9. 1. The system was nearly driven to distraction. This was not a product from headquarters. Yet it demanded considerable time and effort to scan. What if it ran out? It retorted, 5 life points. That's the lowest offer. Take it or leave it. Upon her delicate visage, Gu Xiaoqi's radiant smile blossomed instantly as she cheerfully proclaimed, deal. Exchanging 5 vitality points for the privilege to scan all the books was indeed worth it. The system sensed an underlying dissonance, yet could not quite articulate its unease. With a grand gesture, Gu Xiaoqi announced, let us commence by scanning all the books in this room tonight. Having resolved a significant concern, she blissfully proceeded to continue her nightly grooming routine. She was particularly meticulous while washing her face, aware that insufficient cleansing could lead to detrimental effects on her skin. Once Gu Xiaoqi completed her ablutions, she extinguished the room's lights and reclined upon her bed. Silently, she recited her intention to enter the study space. And in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in the familiar expanse of pure white. Discontent, she wandered about, querying system. Where are my books? You promised a room brimming with them. Why are they nowhere to be seen? At that moment, the system was laboriously engaged in scanning the books, and upon hearing her, it retorted with indignation, scanning in progress. However, its monotonous mechanical tone betrayed none of its feelings. Left with no choice, Gu Xiaoqi idly stretched her legs and shoulders in the study space. Just then, the first book finally materialized within the pristine environment. Unable to restrain herself, Gu Xiaoqi remarked, System, your pace is rather sluggish. Chapter 53, Mecha Blueprints. The following day, the blaring of an alarm clock roused Gu Xiaoqi from her slumber, compelling her to exit the study space. Upon awakening, she found herself surrounded by an abundance of books. What to do? Suddenly, she felt a reluctance to open her eyes. Although her mind was filled with such complaints, Gu Xiaoqi could not help but remember that she had only 32 points of life remaining. Everything else seemed trivial in comparison. As long as she could survive, what was there to fear? She swiftly rose from her bed and splashed her face with cold water to rouse her senses. Returning to her desk, she furrowed her brow at the blueprints before her, sensing that there was something amiss with the data in certain areas. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi suddenly recalled the mecha blueprint awarded to her upon the completion of her first task, and her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. System, is my first reward indeed a mecha blueprint? Meanwhile, the system, confined in its dark little room, couldn't help but roll its eyes. Finally, this individual remembered the existence of a mecha blueprint. Yet, its tone remained as impassive as ever. Yes, please help me. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiaoqi, there might be surveillance devices lurking in her room. If a mecha blueprint were to materialize unexpectedly and be discovered, she quickly changed her request. Please place the blueprint in the learning space. However, it was always bound by certain regulations. In the next instant, Gu Xiaoqi leaned over her desk, her mind silently urging her to enter the learning space. Once inside, she beheld the blueprint suspended in midair, and with a mere thought, it floated into her hands. She meticulously examined the blueprints before her, with annotations detailing the materials and parameters alongside. Instantly, she delved into the intricacies of each setting and specification. Just yesterday, in the learning space, she had not only engaged with the fundamentals of mecha construction, but had also acquired a cursory understanding of intermediate and even advanced mecha manufacturing knowledge. The blueprints currently before her were exceedingly intricate, with the manufacturing materials being remarkably rare. Gu Xiaoqi took a deep breath, a premonition stirring within her. The task assigned by the system was intended for this mecha. At the command center of the Thunderstar military base, Lieutenant Lin had just received a message via his holographic communicator from Professor Su Qingyang's assistant, who had legitimate reasons to visit Thunderstar. Although such trivial matters need not trouble the general, it was nonetheless a family affair. The general, the other father of the young lady, Professor Su Qingyang, wished to pay a visit to Thunderstar. Lieutenant Lin wasted no time in clearly conveying the matters he needed to report. However, this presented a good opportunity for the three of them to formally discuss matters concerning Gu Xiaoqi. Yu Bigtian nodded and remarked, if they wish to come, let them. We shall ensure the necessary preparations are in place. Nonetheless, Lieutenant Lin swiftly heightened his attention, anticipating directives from the general. But remember to instruct those two to prepare a gift and living expenses for Gu Xiaoqi. Deputy Lin wore an expression of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the general was preoccupied with matters such as meeting gifts and living expenses, as though he could not afford to support the general's daughter. Chapter 54. The Pitfall System. In response to Deputy Lin's confusion, Yi Bingtian lacked the patience to elucidate, merely gesturing for him to leave. Although Deputy Lin was perplexed, he dutifully complied with the general's orders. At that moment, Yi Bingtian was not engaged in work. Once Deputy Lin exited, he set down his pen. The highest authority had sent a message demanding that he closely monitor Gu Xiaoqi, reporting any abnormalities promptly or submitting her. Yes, submitting her. Treating a living little girl as though she were mere property to be surrendered. The leader had previously issued this request. But Yi Bingtian could not bring himself to consign a girl, bound by blood, to a cold, sterile laboratory. Even amidst the most perilous battlefield, he had never felt such weariness. How to protect Gu Xiaoqi? A profound glimmer crossed Yi Bingtian's eyes, aside from leveraging the influence of her two other fathers. Gu Xiaoqi must also demonstrate her inherent value. Only with sufficient negotiable worth could he ensure her safety. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqi remained blissfully unaware of the precariousness of her situation. She had no time to indulge in the oddly satisfying yet peculiar natural food. As she begrudgingly swallowed the nutrient solution, she diligently completed the drawings in her hands. Whether it was merely her imagination, Gu Xiaoqi felt as though her intellect had sharpened. Before her journey through time, it was exceedingly challenging for Gu Xiaoqi to memorize even a single page of information. Yet now, after reviewing it several times, she could effortlessly commit it to memory. Not to mention, the knowledge of mechas, which she had never encountered before, had become somewhat familiar to her over the past 2 days of study. With a beaming expression, Gu Xiaoqi gazed at the blueprints before her. Although it took considerable effort to create them, she was acutely aware that there were still areas requiring improvement. A mischievous glint flickered across her youthful face as she mentally addressed the system. Here are the blueprints I've drawn. Please assess their quality. Upon receiving the request, the system became animated, scanning the blueprints that Gu Xiaoqi held. The blueprints are unsatisfactory. Please redesign them, it declared. The system, observing the young girl on its diminutive screen, felt an urge to admonish her for failing to produce such a simple design. Undeterred, Gu Xiaoqi challenged, "What exactly is wrong with these blueprints? Be specific. They represent the culmination of my efforts over the past 2 days. You cannot simply deem them inadequate without justification." The system, perceiving the blueprints as rather subpar, began to list the deficiencies in a mechanical voice, which resonated within Gu Xiaoqi's mind. Firstly, there are 13 areas of concern. The first issue is, the system continued its critique, while Gu Xiaoqi hastily took notes. Once the system concluded, it observed the plethora of familiar annotations on her blueprints, leaving it momentarily bewildered. Unsure of its own misjudgment, Gu Xiaoqi chuckled softly to herself, thinking, "Thank you, my friend." Though the system was unaware of its mistakes, it felt an undeniable sense of wrongdoing. It dared not respond further, curling up in the confines of the dark room. A flicker of contemplation crossed Gu Xiaoqi's eyes. After her recent probing, she sensed that the system possessed its own line of thought. Yet, the specifics required further exploration. If this were indeed the case, she could engage in delightful schemes, rather, foster amicable communication with the system. She gazed at the blueprint in her hands, and coupled with the system's earlier remarks, she began to make revisions. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from the light brain on her right hand. She activated it, only to find 2 messages glaring at her from the top of the screen. Upon opening these messages, Gu Xiaoqi stood in disbelief, her mind momentarily blank. Chapter 55. The visitor. With a sudden jolt, Gu Xiaoqi snapped the light brain shut. Surely, she must have been seeing things. After taking a deep breath, she reopened the device to scrutinize the messages once more. A sharp intake of breath escaped her as she pinched her palm, her face contorting in pain. This was real. She had struck it rich overnight. Gu Xiaoqi swallowed hard, her eyes alight with wonder as she beheld the recent transfer details. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Oh my goodness. She had truly come into fortune. However, after a fleeting moment of exhilaration, a wave of unease washed over her. She had not undertaken any significant actions. How could such a substantial sum have been transferred to her account? It left her feeling foolishly elated for nothing. However, after experiencing this event, Gu Xiaoqi's overall mental state improved significantly. She continued to lower her head, diligently revising the designs in her hands, her petite face reflecting a sense of seriousness and dedication. The following day, Gu Xiaoqi emerged from her room with a look of disappointment. Her design still fell short. No matter how she pleaded, the system remained unyielding. unwilling to disclose even the slightest error. Upon seeing that the young master had finally left her room, the number one assistant hurriedly approached and inquired, "Young master, would you like to have breakfast?" Gu Xiaoqi promptly nodded, as she sat at the dining table waiting for her meal. Her mind was occupied with thoughts of her next steps. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She sent a message to Lieutenant Lin, asking whether she could consult her father regarding the intricacies of mecha manufacturing or if he knew anyone with a basic understanding of mecha creation. If she could visit her father, it would also provide her an opportunity to sneak in and check in. If that were not possible, at the very least, she could seek advice on her designs from someone knowledgeable in the field. She truly felt lost and could not comprehend where she had gone wrong. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Bingtian responded, "Tell Gu Xiaoqi to wait. Inform her that someone will be available to assist her with her inquiries in the next couple of days." "Who should we arrange for this?" Su Qingyang pondered aloud. "Isn't he a vegetarian?" Yi Bingtian then cast a gentle glance at Lieutenant Lin, who suddenly realized. Indeed, the young lady's father was a researcher, and one of his areas of expertise was mecha manufacturing. This simple, introductory mecha would certainly pose no challenge for him. Yi Bingtian further inquired, "Has AI Bo already arrived at Thunderstar?" "Indeed, his speed is remarkably swift." Yi Bingtian spoke enigmatically, his expression devoid of any discernible sentiment. Yet Vice Officer Lin could not shake the feeling that the general was once again plotting something. Instinctively, he took a step back, fearing that he might become embroiled in whatever scheme was afoot. Upon receiving the news, Gu Xiaoqi felt a twinge of regret for not being able to check in at the command center, yet she also breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the situation, it was imperative to finalize the design for the preliminary mech blueprints. As she was delighting in her breakfast, the eyes of Unit 1 suddenly glowed crimson, startling Gu Xiaoqi. She hurriedly inquired, "Unit 1, what is the matter?" "Unidentified individuals have breached the vicinity of the villa, requiring identity verification," responded Unit 1, its dangerous red mechanical eyes flashing ominously. Gu Xiaoqi promptly declared, "I will accompany you to investigate. Please remain within the villa, young master, and enjoy your meal to avoid potential harm." A visitor? Yet, she knew no one. Chapter 56, The Arrival of AI Bai. Although Gu Xiaoqi remained perplexed, she obediently trailed behind Unit 1. Upon reaching the entrance, she beheld a figure clad in a burgundy suit, with light blue hair swaying gently in the breeze, leaning casually against a vehicle. This Gu Xiaoqi felt an unsettling sense of familiarity regarding the visitor's hair, yet she could not place it. It wasn't until the individual turned to face her that recognition dawned. It was her father, the one she had been reluctant to see, who had come to Thunderstar. Despite her inner reluctance, she addressed Unit 1, saying, "Unit 1, this is my father, please allow him entry." The grand door creaked open, and AI Bo cheerfully remarked, "Oh, ugly." Before AI Bo could finish his sentence, Gu Xiaoqi retorted fiercely, "If you dare utter that word again, I'll immediately call no one to throw you out." AI Bo stepped forward boldly, unabashedly ruffling Gu Xiaoqi's hair, teasingly saying, "You're so rude. Call me daddy." His cheeky tone caused Gu Xiaoqi's face to darken with anger. She swiftly swatted his hand away, determined to make it clear that a girl's hair should not be touched indiscriminately. What if it gets messed up? Gu Xiaoqi halted in her tracks, inhaling deeply. This person was a fool, an utter nincompoop. Why should she stoop to his level? However, in the next moment, Gu Xiaoqi kicked AI Bo's calf in retaliation. Why should she yield simply because he was not human? Although AI Bo was a businessman, he possessed remarkable agility, and Gu Xiaoqi's strike barely grazed him. Feeling a tinge of frustration, she reflected on her years of survival in the post-apocalyptic world. Though still a child, she should not be so weak. Observing the once lively Gu Xiaoqi sulking, AI Bo hurriedly approached her, saying, "Hey, don't be upset. It's normal if you can't hit me." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi felt even worse. She chose to ignore AI Bo and continued on her path. Realizing the gravity of the situation, AI Bo understood that while it was acceptable to provoke the little girl, it was imperative not to make her cry. He awkwardly and earnestly reached out to gently touch Gu Xiaoqi's head, his movements tender as he sought to offer her some comfort. However, at that moment, a small hand seized his larger one resting on her head and delivered a sharp kick to his shin. Caught utterly off guard, AI Bo found himself toppled to the ground by Gu Xiaoqi. Dazed, he lay on the soft grass, stifling a laugh. "You truly are something, little girl," Gu Xiaoqi exclaimed proudly, tilting her head back before nonchalantly declaring, "Indeed, I wanted you to gaze into my nostrils." With that, she huffed and turned on her slender heels, striding into the living room. Unable to contain his laughter, AI Bo softly chided, "No wonder you're my offspring. I never managed to take down my old man." Rising, he dusted himself off and leisurely followed Gu Xiaoqi into the living room. The ever-observant number one could not comprehend the nature of their playful rivalry. Yet upon determining that AI Bo's actions posed no threat to Gu Xiaoqi, it remained motionless in place. At this moment, the simple robot was unaware that there exists a form of harm known as emotional injury. Once inside the living room, AI Bo comfortably settled into the soft sofa, saying, "Sit down. Do not hesitate." Gu Xiaoqi's lips twitched, but she complied, choosing the sofa farthest from him. Unbothered, AI Bo poured himself a glass of water and inquired, "Why didn't you accept the star coins I transferred to you today?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi was left utterly astonished. Today's substantial transfer of star coins. Was it truly meant for her? Chapter 57. Gu Xiaoqi's first encounter with Su Qingyang. Gu Xiaoqi suddenly felt as though she had lost a fortune, particularly since it was her rather indiscreet father who had bestowed it upon her, intensifying her sense of loss. She hurriedly approached with a beaming smile and inquired, "Dear father, do you think you might consider sending that sum to me again? My quantum number is..." Before she could finish her sentence, AI Bo swiftly manipulated his quantum device. In the blink of an eye, the considerable amount was credited to her account. Gu Xiaoqi's face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the balance on her device. AI Bo, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Isn't it merely 100,000 star coins? Why all the fuss?" Gu Xiaoqi, who had been smiling brightly at AI Bo, instantly transformed her expression to one of icy coldness. She cast a sidelong glance at him before shaking her head. The silent gesture, devoid of words, nonetheless inflicted a profound sense of hurt upon AI Bo. In a fit of irritation, he rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed, "You little ugly girl, is this how you treat people once you've received your money? What kind of look was that? Speak clearly." Upon hearing the term ugly girl, Gu Xiaoqi's expression darkened. She slammed her hand on the table and declared fiercely, "On such a fine day, dare to insult me again? I dare you. Don't push me." After much contemplation, she struggled to formulate a fitting threat. In terms of strength, she was no match. In terms of wealth, the scant resources at her disposal were still from her father. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter, "Don't make me cry." The moment those words escaped her lips, any remaining anger within AI Bo dissipated. He continued to sit gracefully yet ostentatiously on the sofa and said, "Ugly, foul girl, before your other two fathers arrive, allow me to inquire about your intentions." Indeed, Albert had come early primarily to ascertain the situation, although he did not harbor strong aversion towards the young girl. The prospect of having a child at home posed considerable inconvenience for his future escapades. Gu Xiaoqi furrowed her brow and replied, "Wasn't it agreed upon earlier? I shall reside here, and you are responsible for my living expenses and periodic visits." Albert shook his head, his pale blue eyes glinting with interest as he remarked, "You have three fathers, after all. Previously, it was merely a brief discussion between Yi Bingtian and me via video. The specifics undoubtedly require the three of us to convene. Though no formal discussion had taken place, your other father, Su Qingyang, should be arriving at Thunderstar either in the afternoon or evening. As for Yi Bingtian," Albert smiled lightly, "this is Yi Bingtian's territory. No matter how busy he is, he should be able to carve out some time to meet." In that instant, Gu Xiaoqi comprehended that the three fathers would likely convene in the evening to deliberate her affairs. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at the exceedingly relaxed Albert and said, "In that case, dear father, you may stay here and enjoy your water. I shall excuse myself to attend to my own matters." "Little brat, what do you mean by dear father?" Upon uttering these words, Gu Xiaoqi ascended the stairs without hesitation. Regardless of the circumstances, the task at hand was paramount, as it directly related to her survival. Evening approached. The once tranquil villa was suddenly pierced by the sound of the doorbell. Iber, engrossed in peeling a banana, appeared indifferent. It seemed yet another unworthy father had arrived. Su Qingyang had already obtained Yi Bingtian's permission, allowing him entry into the villa with merely a simple proof of identification. He followed Unit 1 directly into the living room, his light brown eyes scanning the surroundings with an air of detachment, showing little interest in anything. Iber politely rose from his seat, intending to greet him. When Su Qingyang inquired directly, "Where is Gu Xiaoqi?" Iber let out a cold laugh, choosing not to respond. Unit 1, with its flashing blue mechanical eyes, interjected, "Please hold on. I will summon the young master immediately. Su Qingyang paid no heed to the other man in the living room, casually finding a seat while contemplating the information on Gu Xiaoqi. Upon hearing the knock, Gu Xiaoqi opened the door and descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. The two men instantly turned their gazes towards the staircase upon hearing the commotion. The usually composed Gu Xiaoqi's face turned ashen upon locking eyes with Su Qingyang, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 58. The inability to become human. Iber was the first to notice Gu Xiaoqi's unsettling demeanor. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he recognized that she was not one to easily succumb to fear. He quickly ascended the stairs and asked, Gu Xiaoqi, what is the matter? The emotion he had just witnessed was clearly not characteristic of her. In a flurry of concern, Gu Xiaoqi silently pondered, System, is the original host still alive? I yearn to return her body. Though life is indeed precious, it should not be lived in such a manner that one forcibly occupies another's existence. The system in the dim chamber noted the recent anomaly but calmly responded. The original host has indeed passed away. What you just witnessed was merely the residual consciousness of the original host causing mischief. Gu Xiaoqi's pallid complexion grew even more ashen, and after a prolonged silence, she inquired, is there a possibility to resurrect the original host? It is achievable, provided there is sufficient life force, the system replied without hesitation. Gu Xiaoqi hesitated momentarily before continuing. If the original host is revived, will I cease to exist? No. Reviving the original host does not equate to relinquishing her body. Furthermore, according to the data from this program, the original host wishes to be resurrected, yet harbors disdain for this corporeal form. At this juncture, the system felt an inexplicable emptiness, sensing that something was amiss. Just then Ibai, who had been observing Gu Xiaoqi's vacant gaze, gently patted her head and inquired, Gu Xiaoqi, what troubles you? If something is bothering you, please speak. Gu Xiaoqi, interrupted by his words, refrained from further communication with the system, instead etching this matter deeply into her memory. She inhaled deeply, forcing a smile upon her face as she declared, I am fine, truly. Yes, she is indeed fine. She is certain she can resurrect the original host, living in this world without a trace of burden, with utmost integrity. Though Ibai remained skeptical, he chose not to press further. He remarked, let us go meet your other father. Another father? A deep contemplation flickered in Gu Xiaoqi's eyes. The other father referred to as the man with the newly acquired hazel eyes. She nodded and descended the stairs with an unusual tranquility. In her first encounter with AI, Su Qingyang's interest intensified as he gazed intently at Gu Xiaoqi. Introducing himself directly, hello, I am your father. My name is Su Qingyang. Gu Xiaoqi felt a piercing pain in her heart from his gaze, and for the first time, she unleashed her emotions in an unrestrained shout. Do not look at me with those eyes. The original owner was in pain, and she was immensely frightened. Gu Xiaoqi could not shake the image of a young girl trembling in a corner, her hollow eyes filled with despair. Su Qingyang halted in his tracks, standing there in confusion, uncertain of his misstep. At that moment, AI Bo comprehended the cause of Gu Xiaoqi's distress. He promptly positioned himself between her and Su Qingyang, shielding her from that gaze. Gu Xiaoqi pressed her hand to her heart, the suffocating sense of despair gradually dissipating, yet she felt no relief. Rather, a pang of bitterness settled within her. He inquired, puzzled, what is happening? Su Qingyang remained bewildered, while AI Bo was at a loss for words. Gu Xiaoqi managed a faint, strained smile towards AI Bo, then replied, it's nothing. Aren't you supposed to be discussing matters? With that, she stepped out from in front of AI Bo and settled into a corner sofa. AI Bo cast a concerned glance at Gu Xiaoqi, relieved to see her complexion less ashen, yet remained vigilant, consciously obstructing Su Qingyang from her view. Just when the two believed that matters had settled, Su Qingyang suddenly inquired, why do you fear me? This is our first encounter. Gu Xiaoqi's smile faltered as she met Yi Binting's contemplative gaze. Reluctantly, she confessed, your gaze. It fills me with sorrow and despair. It makes me feel as though I am merely an object, a mere commodity, unworthy of being human, incapable of becoming one. Chapter 59. A discussion. Gu Xiaoqi was not prepared to relinquish the notion of her so-called father so easily, suppressing the dread within her. She fixed her gaze on Su Qingyang and declared, if I am not mistaken, you intended to treat me as a mere specimen, correct? You wish to study the peculiarities that lie within me. In your eyes, I am nothing more than an object, a mere experiment. Taking a deep breath, she continued, observing the growing confusion in Su Qingyang's eyes. But I am a human being, not a plaything for you to manipulate at will. Su Qingyang beheld the slender figure of the girl before him trembling slightly. He longed to approach her, yet was met with her disdainful glare. He stood there, at a loss for words, unable to provide any explanation. Yu Binting's calm voice resonated in the living room as he asked, Gu Xiaoqi, have you recalled something? Having vented her emotions, Gu Xiaoqi gradually regained her composure and shook her head, replying, I haven't remembered anything specific, but when I saw his eyes just now, I was overwhelmed by an instinctual fear and despair, as if I had often been subjected to such a gaze in the past. Deep within her, the dread and despair gradually dissipated, and her pallid complexion slowly regained its hue, yet her gaze remained perpetually frigid. Su Qingyang, piecing together Gu Xiaoqi's words and her background, comprehended the reason behind her earlier reaction. With a tone that was earnest yet tinged with a hint of disdain, he remarked, I am merely curious as to why you possess 3 fathers. However, after a brief period of study and inquiry over the past 2 days, I have discerned that such research is not particularly challenging. It is simply that all 3 major nations currently prohibit the study of genetically engineered individuals. Thus, I am unable to pursue genetic research. He paused momentarily before solemnly stating, I will not treat you as a subject for experimentation. My previous expression was merely a subconscious reaction. Rather than studying the genetically engineered individuals created by others, I am more inclined to develop an absolutely flawless genetic being myself. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes turned ice-cold in an instant. This person was indeed unhinged. Frowning, her petite face radiated a palpable aura of menace as she glared at Su Qingyang. In the face of her fierce countenance, Su Qingyang found himself inexplicably intimidated. In an awkward tone, he reiterated, as I just mentioned, none of the 3 major nations permit the creation of genetically engineered individuals, and naturally, I would not pursue such research. Yi Bingtian's profound gaze revealed a hint of depth, yet he maintained his usual demeanor as he stated, the primary purpose of today's meeting is to discuss the guardianship of Gu Xiaoqi. Gu Xiaoqi, do you have any opinions or thoughts on this matter? Once again, the ball was being passed around. Gu Xiaoqi responded with a composed expression, I do not require your company, but I do have a few requests. Firstly, I wish to acquire knowledge regarding mecha manufacturing, and I hope you can assist me in finding a knowledgeable individual to address my queries. Secondly, I aspire to pursue my education. Thirdly, I hope you can provide me with a regular allowance sufficient to sustain my basic living expenses. Fourthly, I desire to become a soldier. As for my father, I wish to visit the command center of the military base. She added, of course, the last request is merely a small wish of mine. Given the circumstances, it seems prudent to propose a visit to the military base command center, as it would facilitate the completion of my check-in task. As for whether Yi Bingtian might harbor any suspicions about her, Gu Xiaoqi was utterly unconcerned. She had evolved from a desire to maintain a fundamental father-daughter relationship to prioritizing her own survival. She was no longer solely earning life points for herself, but now for 2 individuals. After contemplating her requests, Yi Bingtian finally replied, I can only grant you a few of your wishes regarding your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th requests. I have no objections. As for your first request, I would advise you to consult Su Qingyang. It seemed he had momentarily forgotten the recent events between Su Qingyang and Gu Xiaoqi, speaking solely on the matter at hand. Su Qingyang was one of the empire's top geniuses, possessing considerable achievements in mecha manufacturing. He spoke softly, indicating that whether Gu Xiaoqi would agree was beyond his considerations. Gu Xiaoqi gazed at the man before her, her original consciousness having faded. She could now look at him with clarity. After a moment of quiet reflection, she replied, All right. Are you willing to teach me? Only by mastering mecha manufacturing could she earn life points. The eyes of the 3 turned towards Su Qingyang, eager to discern his response. Su Qingyang recalled the frightened expression of the frail girl moments ago, feeling a pressing need to compensate her. Without hesitation, he affirmed, Yes, I will teach you. However, as he spoke, he hesitated, and upon noticing the puzzled look in Gu Xiaoqi's eyes, he slowly added, But I hope you won't be too foolish. We have a few individuals in our lab who are rather dim-witted and fail to grasp even the simplest concepts. As he continued, his voice dwindled to a murmur, his brow furrowed in distress over those researchers. Gu Xiaoqi's lips twitched. Was her intelligence something she could control? If it were, who would choose to be foolish? At that moment, the system suddenly interjected, Host, the items available for exchange include intelligence. All you need is. Before the system could finish, Gu Xiaoqi fiercely retorted in her mind, Get lost. I don't have enough life points for that. The system fell silent. But then AI Bo chimed in, Xiaoqi, while you may feel we are unnecessary, as a father, it is my duty to accompany my daughter. We cannot abandon you. Right? General Yi and Professor Su. Yi Bingtian found himself in a rare state of reluctance, uncertain of what mischief AI Bo might conjure. Gu Xiaoqi held no particular expectations regarding this matter. Her only desire was to quietly accumulate life points. She gazed hopefully at Yi Bingtian, wishing for him to decline the request. Just as Yi Bingtian was about to voice his refusal, he caught sight of Gu Xiaoqi's eager expression, which seemed to implore him to agree. He couldn't help but let out a sigh internally and said, all right. A flicker of disbelief passed through AI Bo's eyes. He had anticipated that Yi Bingtian would reject the request, yet he was taken aback by the prompt affirmative. Regardless, he had achieved his objective. Although he was the wealthiest man in the empire, he had never meddled in military affairs. Should he establish a connection through this, it would yield a considerable profit. Moreover, no one would ever begrudge having a powerful ally. Su Qingyang was known for his decisiveness, and upon recalling his earlier agreement to teach Gu Xiaoqi about mecha manufacturing, he promptly stated, Gu Xiaoqi, feel free to voice any questions you may have. The slender figure swiftly vanished around the corner of the upper floor, only to reappear shortly thereafter. Gu Xiaoqi handed him her preliminary mecha design blueprint and said, I would like to ask for your assistance in identifying any flaws in this drawing. Upon seeing the blueprint, Su Qingyang turned his head in disdain, pondering the quality of the artwork. After several attempts to articulate his thoughts, he finally spoke slowly. How about I teach you instead? The sheet of paper is utterly. Gu Xiaoqi gazed at Su Qingyang, anticipating his evaluation of her work from the past few days. Su Qingyang, devoid of any instinct for self-preservation, candidly remarked, This blueprint is nothing short of rubbish. I have never encountered such a poor design. He continued, Look, the power unit here has opted for such an antiquated. Gu Xiaoqi clenched her fists tightly multiple times, tempted to deliver a sound thrashing to him. However, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, she was compelled to relax her fists and attentively listen to the loquacious individual before her. To be fair, even though he was irritating, his insights indeed proved to be immensely beneficial to Gu Xiaoqi. Yet, why was she hearing about advanced mecha manufacturing knowledge? With an eager expression, she inquired, How come I'm hearing about the knowledge of advanced mecha manufacturing? Does designing a basic mecha require knowledge of advanced mecha manufacturing? Su Qingyang, upon hearing this question, looked at her with a hint of condescension and replied, Not at all. If it's not necessary, why mention it? Gu Xiaoqi forced a smile, gritting her teeth as she said, Just teach me how to design a basic mecha. I will learn the rest gradually. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi genuinely questioned her own intelligence. Su Qingyang, hearing her words, displayed a somewhat troubled expression and stated, I am unsure how to create a basic mecha, as I have always begun my studies with advanced mecha. Gu Xiaoqi thought to herself, how very pretentious. Taking a deep breath, she slowly articulated, Then please tell me the issues present in my design. After Su Qingyang rambled on for quite some time, and then pushed the blueprints aside, he seemed unwilling to cast another glance at them, as if even a fleeting look would inflict harm upon himself. Gu Xiaoqi clenched her fists again. But considering the usefulness of the person before her, she could only maintain a stern expression and express her gratitude before heading upstairs to refine her own designs. The three individuals left downstairs exchanged glances, and it was AI Bai who first broke the silence, saying, General Yi so readily agreed to let Gu Xiaoqi go to the command center. Does he not worry about potential issues? Yi Bingtian's expression remained unchanged as he replied, What do you think? He found it tiresome to engage with this sly fox, having had enough of dealing with a multitude of cunning old foxes in his daily life. A thoughtful glimmer passed through AI Bai's light blue eyes as he continued, I am concerned for Xiaoqi's safety. After all, if she were to go to your command center and something classified were to go missing, it would be Xiaoqi who suffers the consequences. In just a few short exchanges, AI Bai's address for Gu Xiaoqi had shifted from her full name to a more affectionate nickname. He smiled gently and added, however, I also believe that General Yi would not allow Xiaoqi to be wronged. He harbored a modicum of fondness for the girl, especially after she had so boldly knocked him down upon their first meeting. Indeed, this ugly girl was worth protecting. Yi Bingtian cast a fleeting glance at AI Bai, a man who had emerged from a veritable sea of corpses and blood, his gaze imbued with a chilling aura that could instill fear. AI Bai felt a shiver run down his spine under that look and promptly suppressed his thoughts, glancing around nervously, avoiding meeting Yi Bingtian's gaze again. After a while, Aibo could no longer tolerate the awkward atmosphere and directly addressed Su Qingyang, saying, Professor Su, I have only heard your name before and have never encountered you in person until now. Upon hearing his name, Su Qingyang quickly lifted his head. After comprehending the other's words, he nodded and responded with a soft Aibo waited for a considerable time, but received no reciprocal compliments. His expression stiffened as he reassured himself internally. This individual surely has no friends. After contemplating for a moment, he ventured to inquire, What is the focus of your recent research, Professor Su? Su Qingyang raised his head, scrutinizing Aibo earnestly, examining him from top to bottom, before responding. Even if I tell you, you would not comprehend it. At this moment, Aibo also felt the frustration that Xiaoqi had experienced earlier. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately resigned himself, lying somewhat despondently on the sofa. Why did he encounter two such individuals? One he could not contend with, and the other, best left unmentioned, as he seemed devoid of the qualifications to be considered a rival. After a busy spell, she furrowed her brow as she gazed at the densely packed design blueprints. However, the system had not indicated that there were so many issues before. She quickly called out to the system in her mind, System, be honest, are you unreliable? Professor Su has pointed out so many errors. Even if the previous design was not rectified, there should not be this many mistakes. At this moment, the lethargic system in the dim room, upon hearing those words, meticulously scanned the design blueprints and replied, Host, the system is incapable of error. This was because Su Qingyang did not modify the design blueprints based on the standards of a novice mech. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi instantly understood. She promptly began to gather information, engaging both her mind and hands to revise the blueprints. With Professor Su still present, she felt the urgency to finalize her modifications, in case any issues arose that she could consult him about. After a vigorous brainstorming session, Xiaoqi finally completed the design blueprints. She lifted her gaze to the window, noticing that the once bright sky had completely darkened. In her mind, she declared, System, the blueprints have been completed. The system, upon receiving this news, sprang to life. It immediately began scanning the blueprints. Please hold on, host. Results will be available in 10 seconds. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Task reward, 40 life points. Remaining life points, 71. New task refreshed. Please independently manufacture a novice mech based on the newly completed blueprints. Manufacture a novice mech? Xiaoqi's lips twitched slightly. The system truly held her in high regard. She stretched her limbs, relieved that the task was finally completed, yet felt as if her energy had been drained by a mischievous sprite, leaving her particularly fatigued. She decided to head downstairs for a cup of warm water before retiring for the night. As she descended the stairs, Xiaoqi was somewhat startled to see the three burly men still sitting motionless on the sofa, their positions seemingly unchanged. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, Why haven't you all gone to bed yet? As Yi Bingting processed official duties with his cerebral interface, he lifted his head upon hearing a youthful voice. Rubbing his temples with his slender fingers, he replied wearily, I shall go now. Xiaoqi nodded and turned to her mech instructor, Professor Su Qingyang, feeling uncertain about addressing him as father. Thus, she approached him, waved her small hand before him, and inquired, Why aren't you asleep yet? Su Qingyang looked at Xiaoqi with a hint of confusion and replied, I noticed that they were still awake and assumed it wasn't time for bed yet. Xiaoqi was momentarily speechless. Su Qingyang had been living in the laboratory, oblivious to day and night. And it was only because the fellow researchers could no longer bear to see him so sleep-deprived that they frequently reminded him to rest. On ordinary days, dedicated assistants would also prompt him to retire for the night. However, during the past couple of days aboard the starship, he had been enjoying ample sleep and felt no fatigue, hence his lack of consideration for rest. Xiaoqi pondered for a moment and decided against favoritism. She approached Aibo, intending to say something, but was interrupted by the faint sound of snoring before her. Unable to stifle a laugh, Xiaoqi realized that there was indeed a semblance of normalcy in this place, albeit with someone who seemed a bit mentally sluggish. Too tired to seek the comfort of a bed, she playfully kicked Aibo's calf and admonished, Hurry up and sleep. You should be wary of waking up with a sore neck from napping on the sofa. Aibo awoke in a state of bewilderment, his eyelids stubbornly glued together, and his light blue hair in disarray. His intellect had yet to fully engage. After a vague murmur, he pondered retreating upstairs to resume his slumber. Although he could not recall when a child had entered his home, his brain, forcibly shut down, sought only the solace of sleep. Unable to bear his foolish demeanor, Gu Xiaoqi summoned number 1 to escort him to the guest room. She lifted a glass of water, letting out a sigh, pondering why it seemed her 3 fathers lacked a certain cleverness. After completing her evening routine, Gu Xiaoqi lay on her bed. Despite having accomplished one task, she chose not to succumb to sleep, but instead resolved to delve into her studies on mechas in the learning space. Come dawn the following day, Gu Xiaoqi rose early to engage in her exercise regimen. She had believed herself sufficiently early, yet to her surprise, there were already others in the training room. With a serene expression adorning her fair visage, she greeted, "Father, good morning." Yu Bingtian nodded and inquired, "You mentioned yesterday your desire to attend school. Now there are 2 options available." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi stood attentively, her expression earnest. Regardless of the era, pursuing education could never be deemed a disadvantage. Yu Bingtian had no intention of prolonging her anticipation. He directly conveyed, "The first option is for you to enroll in a conventional junior high school. Though it is located on a neighboring planet, necessitating either boarding or early departures and late returns. The second option allows you to directly exercise my privilege and report to the Thunderstar Intermediate School after passing the entrance examination. However, this institution is governed by a military-style administration, which is considerably more stringent. Moreover, you will find yourself devoid of peers of your age." Gu Xiaoqi calmly countered, "Which school would you recommend I attend?" Yu Bingtian had no intention of concealing the truth. He understood that ignorance did not equate to safety. Rather than adopting a passive stance, he chose to be forthright. He said, "Your existence has already come to the attention of high-ranking officials in the Empire." Yu Xiaoqi's delicate face paled slightly. She did not believe that all high-ranking officials valued humanitarianism. A flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes, and the once innocent visage was replaced by a gravity befitting the situation as she remarked, "So, I need to become formidable enough that no one can harm me. Or rather, to enhance my worth while you are still able to protect me?" At merely 7 years of age, this child had advanced to intermediate school. And while this leverage may not be substantial, it was at least indicative of her intelligence, or perhaps her genius in certain respects. Yu Bingtian's eyes glimmered with admiration. Despite the fact that the little girl before him was only 7, she often caused those around her to forget her youth and instinctively place her on equal footing with adults. He stated, "If you cannot demonstrate your worth, it is unlikely you will remain sheltered in the laboratory. I can protect you for now, but I cannot guarantee your safety indefinitely." Gu Xiaoqi nodded in understanding, solemnly promising, "I will certainly pass the assessments of the intermediate school." Although she was unaware of the specific nature of the evaluations, she understood that success was imperative. Yi Bingtian nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Your 2 fathers are not to be underestimated. If you can acquire even a fraction of their skills, it may suffice to protect yourself for the time being." Although AI Bo appeared somewhat slow-witted, one does not ascend to the position of the Empire's wealthiest without possessing certain acumen. As for Su Qingyang, he needed no introduction. Since his arrival on Thunderstar, security measures had escalated significantly. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, how could she entice them to unveil their protective prowess? Chapter 64 Rubbish? Su Qingyang was the type of individual who thrived on subterfuge, and it would be far more effective to directly convey her intentions to him. As for AI Bo, Gu Xiaoqi suddenly realized that although her interactions with AI Bo were always filled with laughter, she had gleaned no valuable information from him. Observing Gu Xiaoqi's serious expression as she pondered, Yi Bingtian felt a flicker of amusement in his eyes, choosing to silently depart and grant her the space to think. After a while, Gu Xiaoqi found herself alone in the training room, yet she could not devise a strategy to outwit AI Bo reluctantly. She set the matter aside and entered the gravity chamber, adjusting the settings to double the gravitational force before stepping inside. The moment she entered, she felt as though a heavy burden had been placed upon her. Gritting her teeth, she began her basic physical training within the chamber. With each movement, her muscles ached more intensely, and beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Half an hour later, Gu Xiaoqi emerged from the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat and her legs trembling with fatigue. However, her legs felt incredibly weak, as if she would collapse to her knees at any moment. 1 step, 2 steps. As Gu Xiaoqi exited the room, she caught sight of AI Bo leaning against the wall with an amused expression, watching her intently. Subsequently, he sauntered over to her. In the next instant, his handsome face loomed large before her. She swallowed, attempting to alleviate her discomfort by momentarily gazing at his striking features. Yet, she forgot that AI Bo also possessed a rather irritating tongue. Observing Gu Xiaoqi's dazed expression, A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, his eyes shimmering like a multitude of stars. He parted his lips and slowly uttered a few words. "You're truly useless, little trash." After delivering this remark, AI Bo strode away, his swift movements seemingly mocking Gu Xiaoqi. The allure of his beauty jolted her back to her senses. "You are the real little trash." She yearned to chase after him and deliver a fierce blow, but the ache radiating through every inch of her body compelled Gu Xiaoqi to grit her teeth and temporarily swallow her anger. With each step, she muttered curses at AI Bo, and after a considerable effort, she finally reached the treatment chamber. Gu Xiaoqi expertly pressed a few buttons before reclining inside. Half an hour later, she emerged from her shower, her first order of business being to settle scores with AI Bo. Perhaps this was the opportunity for him to teach her his skills. A sly smile danced on her lips if she didn't take advantage of AI Bo. He truly wasn't human. At this moment, Iber was leisurely seated on the sofa, awaiting breakfast. He cast a glance at the impeccably dressed Yi Bingtian and remarked, "General Yi, considering your vast wealth and resources, how is it that you have no servants at all? Merely a few robots?" Yi Bingtian, adjusting the cuffs of his sleeves, replied curtly, "If you don't want to stay, then leave." Iber was momentarily taken aback by the retort and fell silent. Just then, Gu Xiaoqi approached and plopped down beside Iber, exclaiming, Well, isn't this some big piece of trash? How come you're not wallowing in the garbage heap, stinking up the place for others?" At this point, Iber had developed a resilience against verbal assaults. He shot a disdainful glance at Gu Xiaoqi and retorted, "I wonder which little piece of trash can't even find their way home after training." Gu Xiaoqi laughed haughtily. "Oh, are you up for a comparison, big trash? I think that title suits you quite well." Iber's eyes flashed with suspicion, and after a pause, he inquired, "What trick are you up to?" Gu Xiaoqi scoffed. "As expected of big trash, if you don't want to compare, that's fine. The title of garbage certainly belongs to you alone. Come on, who is afraid of whom?" Iber was not easily provoked, but this little girl, despite her prowess, was merely a 7-year-old brat. Moreover, he was her father. If he did not engage, how could he assert himself as the head of the household in the future? Yi Bingtian, leaning slightly against the window, observed the exchange between the two with great interest. Chapter 65. The competition, uncertain of what this little girl might excel at. Gu Xiaoqi couldn't help but smirk with a sense of mischievous triumph as she observed her father's astute demeanor. Yet, that fleeting smile vanished almost instantly as she proposed, "Since we are to compete, it would be rather dull without a wager. Dear father, shall we place a bet?" The title of Dear Father brought a wave of contentment to AI Bo, who felt a newfound respect and admiration in contrast to his previous role. Instantly, he straightened his posture and nodded with satisfaction, inquiring, "What kind of wager do you have in mind?" Feigning deep contemplation, Gu Xiaoqi hesitated before suggesting, "How about agreeing to fulfill 3 requests from the winner?" "No problem. Let us agree to just 1 request." Gu Xiaoqi readily acquiesced, as if the initial proposal had merely been a single condition. Observing this exchange, Yi Bingtian couldn't suppress a smile. It seemed that this cunning fox, who had never been outsmarted before, was about to face a setback. Indeed, the fox had underestimated its opponent, though he had never crossed paths with AI Bo. Yi Bingtian had certainly heard of his formidable reputation in the business realm, often learning of his notable exploits. AI Bo narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "So, what shall we compete in?" "It must be something that requires wit." Without hesitation, he declared, "It absolutely must. I am among the elite in this galaxy when it comes to making profits. How could I possibly lack cleverness?" With an ingratiating smile, Gu Xiaoqi replied, "I am well aware of your extraordinary prowess, dear father. However, when it comes to martial strength or financial might, I certainly cannot measure up to you. Since we are to compete, let us do so in a fair manner." Gu Xiaoqi then gazed at Yi Bingtian with imploring eyes and proposed, "How about we invite your esteemed father as a witness? We could specifically select obscure military-related books, and after confirming that neither of us has read them, we shall see who can memorize more within a designated time." Upon hearing this, Yi Bingtian wore an enigmatic smile, his tone difficult to decipher as he remarked, "Gu Xiaoqi, you have summoned me into this." Initially, he had anticipated remaining a mere observer, yet unexpectedly, the sparks of this challenge had ignited his own involvement. Nevertheless, he deemed it acceptable, for being amidst the fray often reveals a more captivating spectacle. With no hint of displeasure, he nodded and instructed the attendant to fetch a few books from the study. As Su Qingyang emerged, He was met with the sight of the three individuals seated quietly on the sofa, his expression tinged with mild confusion at their reluctance to depart. Understanding Su Qingyang's brilliance and wishing to prevent any inadvertent disruption to the wager, Gu Xiaoqi elucidated the situation to him. Although Su Qingyang could not fathom the reason behind their apparent ennui, he nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the attendant returned, presenting 3 books to Yi Bingtian. Yi Bingtian read the title of the first book aloud and inquired, "Have you two ever encountered discussions on military matters from remote ancient nations?" Both Gu Xiaoqi and AI shook their heads in negation. Yi Bingtian then stated, "In that case, I shall send you the digital version of this book." "Father, what shall be the duration of our time limit?" Gu Xiaoqi raised her gaze toward Yi Bingtian. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Bingtian replied, "Let it be half an hour. During the memorization, no more than 5 errors shall be permitted. Exceed that, and the recitation will cease." "Understood?" Gu Xiaoqi and AI both nodded, their eyes brimming with determination. At that moment, Su Qingyang suddenly interjected, "Wait." Gu Xiaoqi and her companions cast him puzzled glances. Su Qingyang remained unfazed, slowly articulating, "Gu Xiaoqi, you have yet to address me as father." As he was Gu Xiaoqi's father, it was only fitting for her to call him as such. Gu Xiaoqi's expression darkened. Was this really the issue at hand? Yet, upon meeting his earnest gaze, she quickly comprehended that indeed, it was. She hesitated, then finally uttered, "Father." Su Qingyang nodded with satisfaction and refrained from further comment. The competition commenced in earnest. The living room enveloped in silence as both participants fervently recited their lines, each unwilling to concede defeat to the other. Chapter 66. A critical situation half an hour later. Yi Bingtian and Su Qingyang conferred and resolved to assess their respective recitations. Gu Xiaoqi observed Su Qingyang's empty hands and could not help but inquire, "Father, are you not bringing a book? How will you ascertain whether my recitation is accurate or not?" "Oh, I have already memorized the entire book." Su Qingyang replied after a moment's reflection, adding, "While you were reciting, I perused the book, thus completing my memorization." Gu Xiaoqi's mouth twitched in disbelief. Was he even human? She dared not linger, fearful of forgetting, and promptly commenced her recitation. Meanwhile, AI Bo similarly gazed in confusion at Yi Bingtian, who stood empty-handed. Before he could voice his question, Yi Bingtian remarked, "The more one reviews, the easier it becomes to memorize." Iber, lacking the audacity to question Yi Bingtian's words, began to recite them with a hint of skepticism. After a considerable pause, he realized the truth in what was said. He had merely forgotten a single character, yet it was enough to expose him. Gu Xiaoqi rolled her eyes dramatically, though a sense of uncertainty crept into her heart. Had she truly lost? Yi Bingtian and Su Qingyang exchanged glances, and almost in unison, spoke their respective declarations. Iber took a moment to process this, finally coming to terms with his defeat. His mouth slightly agape, his eyes widened in disbelief. So, he had genuinely lost to a mere child? Had his illustrious reputation been tarnished? Observing Iber's somewhat dazed expression, Gu Xiaoqi could not help but laugh heartily. "Father, it appears you have lost." The term father bore an ironic tone in Iber's ears. Yet, he was not one to play tricks, especially not on his own daughter. He muttered, "What condition do you wish me to agree to?" Gu Xiaoqi smiled slyly and replied, "Let me think it over. After all, you are the wealthiest man in the empire, Iber." This flattery alleviated some of Iber's frustration, and he grumbled, "Why is breakfast taking so long?" His words earned him a warning glance from Yi Bingtian. While he could tolerate the presence of these 2 guests in his home, he would not endure any insolence. Iber promptly fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. Finally, 2 minutes later, the breakfast was served. As the crowd indulged in their breakfast, Yi Bingtian's light brain emitted a sudden, somewhat jarring sound. Although his expression remained unchanged, he promptly ceased his meal and remarked, "Please continue your breakfast. I have matters to attend to and must leave." Gu Xiaoqi and the others, though bewildered, dared not speak further and could only nod in acknowledgement. The hover vehicle had long been prepared at the villa's entrance, where Vice Officer Lin sat anxiously awaiting the general. Upon seeing the general board the vehicle, he immediately exclaimed, "General." At this moment, Yi Bingtian wore an unusually grave expression, raising his right hand to signal Vice Officer Lin to refrain from further comments. With the general present, Lin felt a slight sense of reassurance, knowing that no harm would come. At the military command center, the atmosphere was inexplicably tense. Although everyone continued to work in an orderly fashion, Their faces bore expressions of seriousness. Upon entering the office, Yi Bingtian directly inquired, "What is the current situation?" Vice Officer Lin hastily handed over the intelligence he had just received, stating, "The advanced detector has indicated that the activity levels of the star beasts are exceedingly high. And compared to previous instances, both their rank and numbers have significantly increased. An elevated activity level of the star beasts suggests that a beast tide could very well be imminent. Moreover, the Empire's military strength had been excessively depleted during the war of that year." Chapter 67. Level of mental strength. Do we have any approximate figures for the ranks and numbers of the star beasts? Yi Bingtian asked, his brow furrowed and his face reflecting deep concern. The Empire is not experiencing the beast tide for the first time, yet its military strength has diminished compared to previous encounters, not to mention the escalation in both the rank and quantity of the star beasts. Deputy Lin shook his head and remarked, "The data department is still conducting analysis. We do not have any definitive results yet. Activate the state of preparedness and ensure the data department remains vigilant regarding the status of the star beasts," Yi Bingtian commanded with methodical precision. He then added, "Furthermore, contact the heads of the various military academies. In the past, only a select few seniors participated in actual combat, but now..." A glimmer of helplessness flickered in Yi Bingtian's profound gaze. If circumstances allowed, he would prefer to shield the students from the horrors of war. Deputy Lin hesitated, aware that the students in military academies were still mere children, having grown up in an ivory tower. The urgency of their exposure to war could prove overwhelming. With a pained expression, he ventured, "General, is it not too soon? Yet, the star beasts will not wait for us, nor will they allow time for the students to mature." Yi Bingtian replied coolly, fully cognizant that the academy students had yet to face the trials of life and death. However, it is only by confronting the brutal realities of combat now that they will be able to safeguard the Empire and protect the populace when the beast tide descends. Additionally, relay this information to the highest authorities. Understood. Deputy Lin saluted and promptly departed. Yi Bingtian's intense gaze was fixed upon the wall, as if he could see through it into the dark nebula harboring the colossal beasts. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi was gazing up at AI Bo with an expression of eager flattery, smiling as she asked, "Father, what are your most remarkable abilities?" Iber gently swirled his wine glass, contemplating for a moment, before suddenly exclaiming with a look of realization, "My greatest talent, of course, lies in my appearance. After all, being good-looking is a skill in itself." Gu Xiaoqi. Iber couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Xiaoqi's speechless expression. Indeed, teasing her had become one of his newfound pastimes. After he had his fill of jesting, he leisurely remarked, "Today's affair was a trap you set for me. Wasn't he it?" Gu Xiaoqi inwardly cursed her misfortune and hurriedly poured more wine for Iber, saying, "How can you call it a trap? I merely heard from Ye's father that you possess an exceptional skill, and in a moment of envy, I wondered if I could learn even a fraction of it from you." She did not hesitate to betray Yi Bingtian. Iber, with a mischievous grin, pinched Gu Xiaoqi's cheek and said menacingly, "Do not flatter me, but if you genuinely wish to learn, it is not entirely impossible. However, I fear that your talent may be rather limited, and you might not grasp it." Iber's words rang true. His abilities were not something the ordinary person could easily acquire. Learn, learn, learn. I am certain I can do it. After all, we are father and daughter. Gu Xiaoqi gazed at Iber with sparkling eyes, convinced that whatever skill he possessed was indeed formidable. Iber inquired, "Do you know about mental strength?" Gu Xiaoqi nodded slightly, although she was unaware of her own mental capacity. She had learned during her studies of interstellar knowledge that individuals in this realm undergo tests for mental strength and physical attributes at a certain age. The rankings for both mental and physical abilities range from SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, to F, in descending order. "Do you know what my mental strength level is?" AI Bo inquired. Gu Xiaoqi pondered for a moment. Given that AI Bo had received commendations from Yi Bingtian, it was evident that his abilities were considerable, and thus, his mental strength must also be quite high. Without hesitation, she ventured, "At the very least, it's an S level." Upon hearing this, AI Bo chuckled and shook his head, his face alight with amusement. "You are mistaken." Chapter 68. Mental Strength. AI Bo did not prolong Gu Xiaoqi's anticipation. Instead, he stated directly, "My mental strength level is B. While this level is respectable, there are numerous individuals who share my rank." A flicker of doubt crossed Gu Xiaoqi's eyes. Could it be that someone whom Yi Bingtian deemed formidable truly possessed only a B level? Sensing her skepticism, AI Bo clarified. Though the differences between mental strength levels are substantial, few individuals harness their potential to the fullest. To illustrate, an A level of mental strength corresponds to a pond, while an S level equates to a lake. However, most people can only access 1/20th of their mental strength, with only a select few able to tap into 1/10. As for me, I can harness half of my mental strength. Iber spoke with a sense of pride, stating that the higher one's mental strength level, the greater one's ability to perceive it, revealing that the utility of mental strength is indeed profound. However, what Iber did not disclose to Xiaoqi was that upon reaching a certain level of perceptual ability, he could sense the emotions conveyed by others' mental strength, almost akin to reading minds. This was a key reason he could successfully manage such a vast business empire while remaining unscathed. Whenever he detected malice or threats emanating from another's mental strength, Iber would swiftly take his leave or act preemptively. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoqi inquired, "Perception? Is it the awareness of the surrounding environment or of others?" "Both," he replied. Following Iber's explanation, Xiaoqi finally grasped the distinction between mental strength and the psychic abilities she had heard of in the apocalypse. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Father, could you teach me how to harness more mental strength?" Iber, with a hint of amusement, responded, "Are you intending to squander one of your requests so soon? However, I must clarify that while many have sought to learn from me, none have truly mastered it. Having risen to prominence at a young age and established his own company, many had offered exorbitant sums to acquire his techniques for cultivating mental strength. Iber welcomed all but had yet to witness anyone achieve his level of success. The highest attainment was merely the ability to harness 1/10 of their mental capacity. Without hesitation, Xiaoqi nodded, eager to learn. Xiaoqi began. "I still do not know my mental strength level and physical constitution level." A glimmer of surprise flickered in AI Bo's eyes. How could Bingting not have tested her levels yet? However, with the exceptional genes of their three fathers, it was reasonable to assume that Xiaoqi's levels would not be lacking. He calmly waved his hand and said, "No matter what, with three outstanding fathers like us, your levels will undoubtedly be impressive." Xiaoqi's fathers were remarkable individuals, likely emerging from a laboratory. Could it be that she was the one capable of maximizing her mental strength? If she truly could reach that pinnacle, would it validate his conjecture? Curiosity danced in AI Bo's light blue eyes, and his demeanor towards Xiaoqi shifted dramatically, a smile gracing his handsome face like a fleeting firework in the night. Breathtakingly beautiful. Xiaoqi, study diligently. If you do not excel. The unspoken threat lingered in AI Bo's unfinished statement, hinting that her future days would not be tranquil. At that moment, Xiaoqi was oblivious to the implications of AI Bo's words. By the time she understood, it would be too late. Chapter 69. Military Academy. Su Qingyang had been silently observing Xiaoqi and AI Bo until their dialogue concluded. Only then did he slowly speak. "Xiaoqi, are you not learning mecha manufacturing under my guidance?" With this question, both Su Qingyang and AI Bo turned their gaze toward Xiaoqi, anticipating her decision. Xiaoqi observed the gradually menacing expressions on the faces of the two, and hastily declared, "Adults make choices, but children desire it all." She then promptly assured them, "I will diligently study mecha manufacturing and mental control, and there will be no delays in my learning." She was determined not to relinquish either mecha manufacturing or mental control. "Then you must study earnestly. If you fail to meet my expectations, you shall be in dire straits." Ibor replied with a radiant smile that sent a chill down one's spine. Su Qingyang quietly added, "So do I." Xiaoqi was taken aback. Su Qingyang was regarded as the stabilizing force of the research institute. It was well known throughout the empire that any project overseen by Professor Su Qingyang would undoubtedly experience an enhancement in both speed and quality. The elderly scholars at the institute treasured Su Qingyang immensely, embodying the notion of wanting the stars but not allowing the moon to be touched. A hint of confusion flickered in Su Qingyang's light brown eyes as he remarked, "I urged them. But why does it concern you?" Ibo's previously confident demeanor darkened in an instant, realizing he had miscalculated. That was the attitude one would adopt towards an ordinary person, yet Su Qingyang was anything but. Xiaoqi gazed at Su Qingyang in astonishment, suspecting he was intentionally challenging Ibo, but upon seeing his clear, innocent eyes, she comprehended that he genuinely did not understand. Su Qingyang furrowed his brow and, in bewilderment, stated, "I know. But why should I care if others are angry?" He spoke with a serious demeanor, stating, "The anger of others merely reflects their inability to cope psychologically. Moreover, since they are others, Why should we concern ourselves with their feelings? Su Qingyang's words flowed like a tongue twister, and Gu Xiaoqi transitioned from initial shock to profound agreement. Indeed, if they are merely others, why should one care? In that instant, Gu Xiaoqi retracted all her previously intended words of persuasion and quietly etched Su Qingyang's sentiments into her heart. AI Bo watched in disbelief as Gu Xiaoqi transformed from an advocate to a supporter, a fickle creature, not reliable in the slightest. Meanwhile, within the conference room of the Imperial Military Academy, an oppressive silence reigned. No one dared to speak, the atmosphere thick with tension. The principal, observing the attendees fixated on their tables, noted the absence of anyone willing to voice their stance. His aging visage was flushed with fury as he slammed his hand on the table several times, exclaiming, "Is this the Imperial Military Academy? The elder brother among the 5 great military academies of the Empire?" His voice rose in pitch, rendering him momentarily breathless. With an air of disappointment, he lamented, "Military Academy. Military Academy. Our institution is not a gilded haven. From the moment our students step through those doors, they become soldiers. And a soldier, even in death, it is a glory to perish on the battlefield. Yet here we are, before we have even set foot on the battlefield. You have already surrendered." The principal's concluding remarks trembled with a sense of defeat, a poignant reminder that they were still merely students, untouched by the realities of true combat. The speaker was none other than the vice principal, whose slightly protruding belly bore witness to a life of comfort he had enjoyed for quite some time. The principal decisively declared that outstanding 4th-year students would be selected to fight on the front lines of Thunderstar, while the remaining students would undergo primary training to be prepared for battle at any moment. In 3 months, assignments would be made to various battlefields. Among the 3rd-year students, the top performers would be queried, and those willing would proceed to the front lines of Thunderstar. The others would also engage in primary training, remaining ready for combat. Finally, the principal coldly uttered, "Inform them that if they wish to survive, they must train relentlessly." A fleeting glimmer of compassion flashed in his murky eyes, only to vanish instantaneously. They were soldiers first and students second. Chapter 70. Siwu, the vice principal, and several department heads exchanged glances as they watched the principal storm away in anger, each unable to suppress a sigh. They understood all too well that a military academy is a place for nurturing soldiers, yet such a hasty march into battle would only lead to grievous losses. However, with the matter now at hand, they chose not to voice further objections and proceeded to prepare for the ensuing events. The vice principal, his brow furrowed, exited the conference room, but upon spotting a man clad in a sleek black training uniform not far away, his troubled expression lightened considerably. He gestured for the man to approach. "Siwu, have you come to see me for a specific matter?" The vice principal inquired, patting his shoulder. The man, named Siwu, was a 3rd-year student at the Imperial Military Academy and a favored pupil of the vice principal. The respectful Siwu greeted and promptly inquired, "Teacher, may I ask if there is any news regarding that matter?" Upon hearing this, the vice principal replied directly, "Let us discuss it in my office." During the journey, the vice principal expressed his concern for Siwu's training. "Please, have a seat." The vice principal casually gestured towards the sofa, indicating that Siwu need not stand on ceremony. He then spoke candidly, "The matter you asked me to inquire about has finally yielded some information, but..." The vice principal furrowed his brow. Although the data from the Ministry of Reproduction was not classified, it was not something to be shared indiscriminately. Siwu attentively observed the vice principal's expression and, noticing a hint of hesitation on his face, immediately interjected, "Teacher, if there are any difficulties, you need not trouble yourself. I am grateful for your assistance thus far, and I shall endeavor to find my sister on my own." The vice principal sighed, looking at this sensible child, and once again marveled at his good fortune. Since his entrance to the school, Siwu had consistently ranked among the top students in his grade, demonstrating not only diligence in training, but also remarkable maturity. At one point, the principal had even suggested taking him as a disciple, yet Siwu ultimately chose to learn independently. This had often elicited exasperated looks from the principal, who seemed to regard him with discontent. What difficulty could there possibly be? It is not a matter of secrecy, the vice principal eventually relented, retrieving a document from his drawer and handing it to Siwu. "This is the information on 7-year-old girls registered by the Ministry of Reproduction over the past 6 months. Please see if your sister is among them." On the composed visage of Siwu, a rare glimmer of excitement surfaced as he gratefully expressed, "Teacher, thank you." The vice principal waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Do not thank me. If you truly wish to show gratitude, strive to excel and secure a place among the top 100. Siwoo chuckled softly, then lowered his head slightly, concealing the intricate emotions swirling within his eyes. His slender fingers flipped through a series of documents, eventually resting gently on the image of a youthful face. With feigned curiosity, Siwoo inquired, "Who is this Gu Xiaoqi? Why does the father section state confidential while the mother reads none?" In a hidden corner, Siwoo allowed a faint and somewhat enigmatic smile to escape, only for it to vanish just as swiftly, restoring his usual demeanor. After a pause, he lamented, "I still have not seen my little sister." The vice principal sympathetically patted Siwoo's shoulder, remarking, "You, my boy, are exceedingly naive. A small favor has lingered in your heart all this time. It is a pity. After searching for half a year, it seems your little sister has likely departed from this world." However, the vice principal refrained from voicing this thought, keen to spare Siwoo further pain. With a heavy heart, Siwoo stated, "I now only hope my little sister can be like Gu Xiaoqi, with parents by her side, leading a carefree life." After uttering these words, Siwoo expressed his gratitude and exited the office, his demeanor dejected. Yet, the moment he stepped outside, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips, tinged with an unsettling air of danger. Parents by her side? A life without worries. Chapter 71, Number 7. Siwoo scoffed, his face radiating disdain. At last, the inadvertently misplaced item has been found. In an instant, the somber aura surrounding him dissipated, replaced by a humble smile that evoked an involuntary sense of affection in those who beheld him. He casually entered a restroom, deftly retrieving a pure black orb from the spatial pocket. With his slender fingers, he tapped the orb several times, and it swiftly transformed into a palm-sized keyboard. He proceeded to input the recently acquired information into the keyboard, which emitted a soft azure glow that flickered and then vanished. Having completed this task, a dangerous smile appeared on Siwoo's face. Number 7. I look forward to our meeting. The following day on Thunderstar, Gu Xiaoqi rose early, preparing to receive the materials for her mech construction. Just 2 days prior, she had spent a recently acquired sum of 100,000 star coins on the Star Network to purchase materials for crafting a basic mech. Although 100,000 star coins was far from sufficient, her financial situation was dire. She was quite impoverished. As she descended the stairs, she spotted AI Bo languidly sprawled on the sofa. "Father, why are you up so early?" she inquired. AI Bo stretched lazily, his gaze tinged with a hint of reproach. "Is it not for you?" he replied. "The other party has flung a pot of excrement your way. Will you catch it?" "Certainly not." Although Gu Xiaoqi's expression was one of bewilderment, she was eager to promptly refute the suggestion. At that moment, AI Bo leisurely remarked, "I am waiting for your testing apparatus to assess your mental and physical prowess. It is evident that something must have transpired, and he, being averse to wading through murky waters, was reluctant to get involved in any manner. Consequently, he instructed his subordinates to procure a testing instrument from the nearest planet." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi immediately offered a pleasant smile to AI Bo, for she recognized that this individual truly had her best interests at heart. AI Bo, with a teasing tone, remarked, "You better achieve a high level, otherwise it would be a disservice to me for going through the trouble of finding a testing instrument for you from afar." Was this something within her control? Gu Xiaoqi rolled her eyes in exasperation, dismissing him, and proceeded to the gravity chamber for her training. After an hour, Gu Xiaoqi finally emerged from the gravity chamber. With the same amount of training, she was now able to complete her tasks more swiftly and with far less discomfort than before. As she stepped out, she spotted AI Bo leaning against the wall. He covered his nose and bluntly stated, "You are dripping with sweat. It's utterly foul. Go clean yourself up." Gu Xiaoqi extended her arm to take a whiff and immediately scrunched her face in distaste. Indeed, there was an unpleasant odor. To be honest, she was quite curious about her spiritual power level and physical fitness level. When she arrived in the hall, AI Bo gestured towards a cylindrical instrument, saying, "Step inside." Curiosity flashed in Gu Xiaoqi's eyes as she poked the instrument, questioning, "Is it really as simple as stepping inside? No other preparations needed? Hurry up and get in there." "You country bumpkin," AI Bo exclaimed, his face reflecting disdain as he glanced around at the seemingly oblivious Gu Xiaoqi. How could the daughter of a wealthy magnate be so unsophisticated? Su Qingyang's face displayed a look of disdain as he gazed at the testing device. Furrowing his brows, he turned to AI Bo and remarked, "This is a 5th-generation tester. Although its error rate is low, the data it provides is not entirely accurate. It still harbors issues. Why did you opt for this model?" He then raised his leg to give Gu Xiaoqi a gentle nudge, urging, "Hurry inside. The test is about to commence. Please close your eyes." Chapter 72. Testing Levels. AI Bo lounged casually on the sofa, appearing utterly indifferent to Gu Xiaoqi's testing results. However, a closer inspection revealed that his gaze never strayed far from the tester. He inquired, "Su Qingyang, what were your initial test results?" Upon hearing this, AI Bo let out a slight sigh of relief. The three of them had all performed admirably. Gu Xiaoqi's testing level should not be significantly lacking. At that moment, AI Bo resembled a concerned father, his eyes filled with worry as they remained fixed on the testing device. In the realm of the stars, strength is of utmost importance. And given Gu Xiaoqi's unique circumstances, she must possess absolute capability to safeguard herself effectively. The living room fell into a hush, the atmosphere becoming subtly tense. Just then, a mechanical voice abruptly resonated, announcing, "Testing complete. Please check the results." Both AI Bo and Su Qingyang rose simultaneously, striding purposefully towards the testing device, their eyes fixed on the results displayed. Both men furrowed their brows, staring incredulously at the screen. Gu Xiaoqi emerged from the tester with a smile, inquiring, "What were my test results? What level did I achieve?" Although this outcome is not particularly poor in the realm of interstellar standards, it is generally understood that the levels of one's parents directly influence the levels of their offspring. Despite Gu Xiaoqi's unique circumstances, one would expect that, given the high standings of her three fathers, her own level would not be lacking. Yet now, her level is indeed quite dismal. A subtle stiffness crept into the smile on Gu Xiaoqi's face, but she quickly turned to comfort Aibua and the others, saying, "At least it's AB. While not exceptionally high, it is still acceptable. However, 2BS. 2B? I can't shake the feeling that I've been insulted." Observing her silent fathers, she felt compelled to reassure them further. "The results cannot be changed, and I will certainly strive diligently to improve my level." However, having studied interstellar knowledge, Gu Xiaoqi understood that enhancing one's mental power and physical constitution is an arduous endeavor. Aibua shook his head and remarked, "No, I was merely contemplating the upcoming training regimen. I can only remain here for about 10 days. The remainder will be up to you. I will assess your progress through virtual networks or videos." Aibua continued, "Moreover, there will be evaluations. Should you fail to pass, there will be consequences." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyang instantly thought it was an excellent idea. He had never truly taught anyone before, but he found himself quite intrigued by the prospect of guiding Gu Xiaoqi. After all, Gu Xiaoqi is not merely his daughter. She is also a genetically engineered individual. One cannot help but wonder if she will exhibit the same foolishness as those individuals in the laboratory. Su Qingyang, with a serious expression, turned to Gu Xiaoqi and said, "I feel the same." "What do you mean? If I fail the assessment, will there be consequences?" Gu Xiaoqi instantly felt a surge of pressure, yet she mustered the courage to ask, "What if I pass the assessment? Will there be a reward?" Su Qingyang found no flaw in this logic and nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." AI Bai originally intended to refuse, thinking, a reward? Shouldn't it be expected for someone to excel after diligent instruction? However, upon witnessing Su Qingyang's decisive approval, he reluctantly conceded, "There will be a reward." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi felt a significant dilemma about to be resolved, and she eagerly inquired, "May I decide what the reward is? What do you desire?" Gu Xiaoqi chuckled, her face brimming with delight, and somewhat bashfully replied, "I would like." Chapter 73. The training commences. Gu Xiaoqi, with a hint of shyness, expressed, "I would like star coins." She elaborated, "I wish to craft a basic mech, but I lack sufficient star coins, so I have no choice but to." The unspoken implication of "take advantage of you" lingered in her words, yet she dared not voice it outright. Su Qingyang readily agreed, as he himself held little interest in star coins. For him, star coins were merely cold numbers in an account. In Kai's azure eyes, there lingered a profound sense of heartache. Despite his extravagant lifestyle, he had always spent without a second thought. However, this time, he found himself ensnared by a mere child. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly nodded. Suddenly, number 1 approached and announced, "Young master, your package has arrived. Please sign for it." Gu Xiaoqi's face instantly lit up with delight as she sprang to her feet, almost breaking into a run towards the entrance. At the door stood a robot, dragging an enormous box. Upon noticing her presence, it inquired, "Are you Ms. Gu Xiaoqi?" "Yes," she replied. "Please present your light brain for verification." The robot produced a sensor and directed it towards Gu Xiaoqi. She gently placed her right hand on the sensor, and it immediately illuminated in green. Receipt successful. Wishing you a pleasant day, the robot announced before departing. Gu Xiaoqi watched, wide-eyed, as the robot left. She attempted to lift the package, but it towered over her. Feeling somewhat defeated, she paused before the parcel, contemplating her next move. In the next instant, her eyes sparkled with inspiration as she exclaimed, "Number 1. Young master. How may I assist you?" Number 1 responded, emerging from the living room shortly thereafter. "Could you please help me bring this package inside?" "Certainly." In the blink of an eye, Gu Xiaoqi was met with a scene that left her utterly astonished. "Young master, in which room shall I place this package?" Gu Xiaoqi pondered briefly before replying. "Number 1, are there any spare rooms? You know, ones that are seldom used. There exists a small chamber on the basement level, typically utilized as a storage room, though it is nearly devoid of any items." Gu Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Then for the time being, please place the package in that room you mentioned, and subsequently, could you message Deputy Lin to inquire if that space can serve as my studio?" "Certainly," he replied. Once all was arranged, Gu Xiaoqi settled comfortably onto the sofa. She tentatively inquired, "How do you plan to instruct me? For how long?" AI Bo was the first to respond. "I shall begin. I need to teach you for at least 5 hours. Once I conclude, you may then seek out Su Qingyang." Su Qingyang expressed no objections, continuing to sip his tea with his gaze lowered. After a moment, he remarked, "Gu Xiaoqi, once you have finished here, come find me." He discovered that military literature was rather intriguing, and Yi Bingting possessed a collection of rare books unavailable in the market. During these idle days, he had been engrossed in such readings. Thus, the living room was left with only Gu Xiaoqi and AI Bo. AI Bo lazily rose and said, "Follow me." Gu Xiaoqi hurried to keep pace. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Father, how will we train?" AI Bo's gaze took on a strangely unsettling quality as he observed Gu Xiaoqi's slender arms and legs, responding cryptically, "You shall find out soon enough." After uttering this, he whispered a mysterious instruction to Number 1, as if wishing to keep Gu Xiaoqi in the dark. Sensing something amiss, a chill ran down her spine, and she timidly voiced, "Father, will I be all right?" With a radiant smile, AI Bo reassured, "Rest assured, you will undoubtedly survive." Gu Xiaoqi's expression shifted slightly, yet she quickly consoled herself. At least she was still alive. Being alive was sufficient. Moments later, they arrived at the training room, where Number 1 handed a collection of items to AI Bo. AI Bo presented a blindfold to Gu Xiaoqi and simultaneously offered her 2 earplugs. He instructed, "Go to the opposite side and put on the blindfold and earplugs. Shortly, I will strike you with this small iron ball. Evade it. When you manage to dodge a small iron ball, you may take a brief respite. Remember, close your eyes and attentively sense the mental energy within your mind, attempting to control it and project it outward, allowing it to serve as your eyes." Gu Xiaoqi nodded, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the basin beside AI Bo, which was filled with numerous small iron balls, causing her to shudder instinctively. The quality of the blindfold and earplugs from the starry realm was truly remarkable. Once she donned the blindfold and earplugs upon reaching the opposite side, she found herself enveloped in darkness and silence. Suddenly, before Gu Xiaoqi could even perceive the mental energy in her mind, a sharp pain surged through her calf. She stifled the sense of insecurity that loomed with the uncertainty of when the next small iron ball would strike, striving earnestly to attune herself to the mental energy within her brain. Yet, after a prolonged effort, as the small iron balls continued to pelt down upon her, her mind remained a blank slate. What could possibly reside in her brain? Was it all but a heap of rubble? Gu Xiaoqi felt a wave of despair wash over her, and she could not help but cry out, "Father, Father, could you at least teach me how to sense this mental energy? I feel as though there is nothing in my mind." As she shouted, Gu Xiaoqi hopped about whimsically, hoping to evade a small iron ball by sheer luck. However, in AI Bo's eyes, she resembled a scrawny monkey capering clumsily across the way. He watched helplessly as Gu Xiaoqi strayed further off course, and just as he intended to call out a warning, he realized his voice would not reach her. With a resounding thud, Gu Xiaoqi collided with the wall. AI Bo, unable to bear the sight, briefly shut his eyes, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. TSK, 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 he felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Xiaoqi. Despite his thoughts, AI Bo's subordinate showed no signs of mercy, relentlessly hurling the small iron balls toward her. Gu Xiaoqi winced in pain, her delicate face contorting as she became increasingly unaware of when and where the iron balls would strike. This heightened her state of anxiety. Suddenly, she seemed to glimpse something peculiar. a faintly luminous entity, though its form eluded her clarity. Was this the manifestation of spiritual energy? In an instant, Gu Xiaoqi felt invigorated, determined to discern the true nature of this spiritual force. Yet, the very next moment, the energy surged towards her like a tidal wave. Curiously, she observed this radiant mass. Although it emitted light, it was not blinding. Gu Xiaoqi earnestly implored it within her mind, asking if it could assist her. But in the blink of an eye, the luminous presence darted away. Did it not comprehend her plea, or had it simply chosen to disregard her request? Reluctantly, Gu Xiaoqi began to inch closer to the light, reiterating her request. Would you kindly venture forth to sense those iron balls for me? The luminous orb turned slightly, retreating a little further, as if to express a refusal with its very form. Gu Xiaoqi could only step forward again, coaxing gently, what must you do to assist me? Speak, and I shall certainly comply. At that moment, the orb remained still, seemingly in a state of hesitation. After a long pause, it cautiously approached Gu Xiaoqi. She was utterly astonished. Could these orbs truly comprehend her words? Chapter 75. The little light orb. At that instant, the orb moved directly closer, and Gu Xiaoqi inexplicably grasped its meaning. It yearned for relief from pain. Pain. The orb could feel pain. Gu Xiaoqi appeared bewildered and continued to inquire. Where does it hurt? Darkness. Pain, the orb responded. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi hurriedly examined it, discovering that the orb was composed of countless tiny light points, each ensnared by a shroud of dark mist. How can I assist you? She asked. Pain. Pain. In that moment, a multitude of youthful voices echoed in her mind, crying out in distress. She recalled the situation outside and resorted to gently persuading the orbs. First, help me sense the pebbles outside. I will certainly find a way to aid you. After all, these orbs represented her spiritual essence. Only by ensuring their well-being could she grow stronger. Moreover, even if she faltered, there was the system available for exchanges. She merely hoped it would not be too burdensome. The luminous orbs appeared to hesitate for a moment before responding. Very well. In the next instant, Gu Xiaoqi observed a multitude of movements within the orb, and after a brief pause, an exceedingly tiny orb was ejected. Had Gu Xiaoqi not been vigilantly watching, she might have overlooked the emergence of this diminutive orb. Here, to assist you, a faint voice emerged. Gu Xiaoqi regarded the seemingly malnourished small orb with skepticism, inquiring, is this little orb capable? Suddenly, she witnessed the tiny orb darting about with an exuberance akin to a frenzied whirlwind, before it forcefully burrowed back into the mass of orbs. Yet, in the next moment, the small orb was expelled once more. Its petite form trembled, exuding an air of profound discontent. Gu Xiaoqi tentatively asked, could you possibly provide a few more small orbs? Upon hearing this, the other orbs immediately scurried to the farthest corner, leaving only the solitary small orb quaking in place. The little orb remained motionless, prompting Gu Xiaoqi to assume its acquiescence. She endeavored to direct the small orb outward, and to her surprise, the process unfolded remarkably smoothly, as the orb swiftly traversed beyond her body. In that instant, Gu Xiaoqi felt an inexplicable connection with the luminous orbs, allowing her to perceive her surroundings with clarity, albeit limited by distance. She promptly instructed the small orb to remain poised directly ahead of her. Meanwhile, AI Bo observed Gu Xiaoqi's unmoving stance, and in an instant, the small iron ball in his hand soared towards her right hand. He initially believed that he would effortlessly strike his opponent, yet, to his astonishment, Gu Xiaoqi swiftly dodged the iron ball. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in AI Bo's eyes. Was this mere coincidence? Or had Gu Xiaoqi truly learned to sense the iron ball? Without hesitation, he picked up another small iron ball and hurled it towards her. Gu Xiaoqi appeared unaffected, nimbly evading it with ease. She exclaimed, Father, you are not keeping your word. You clearly stated that if I dodged one small iron ball, I could take a break. Yet you threw another. In an instant, AI Bo realized that this little girl had indeed sensed the iron ball. Reflecting on the previous group he had trained, he felt a surge of hope. Perhaps she was not beyond redemption after all. He approached her, gently patting Gu Xiaoqi on the shoulder, and awkwardly remarked, You barely passed today. The sudden brightness of the lights momentarily blinded Gu Xiaoqi, causing tears to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands, waiting to adjust before lowering them. She said, Father, since I performed well in the assessment, could I possibly, have a payment through the light brain? Upon hearing this, AI Bo rolled his eyes and replied irritably, Dream on. He continued, However, If you truly find yourself in need of money, I might have a solution. Chapter 76. The dog system reveals its true nature. AI Bo elaborated. My company operates in a multitude of fields, and the mech blueprint you designed previously could be worth considering for sale to me. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, can the mech blueprint actually earn money? Certainly. However, your mecha blueprints must first undergo originality verification by the company before being sent to the relevant departments for inspection, ensuring that there are no safety hazards. Gu Xiaoqi nodded without hesitation and said, no problem, I will give you the blueprints shortly. See if you can sell them. However, she continued, but I can create my own mecha blueprints, right? As long as I do not use the mecha for commercial purposes, it should be fine. AI Bo ruffled Gu Xiaoqi's disheveled hair, chuckling as he remarked, oh, look, the little girl understands commercial use. Upon receiving a disdainful glance from Gu Xiaoqi, AI Bo reluctantly replied, of course you can. As for the compensation, I trust that the illustrious wealth of the Empire's tycoon would not shortchange me. AI Bo retorted with feigned irritation, how dare you doubt your own father? Now, go attend to your treatment. Gu Xiaoqi chuckled, casually fixing her tousled hair before turning to leave the gravity chamber. Her trust in AI Bo was not absolute, after all. He had generously given her 100,000 star coins previously. If he were to deceive her, it would merely settle that debt. Yet, if he did not, it would be a win-win situation for both. Gu Xiaoqi did not dwell on it further. She bravely bore the pain and limped toward the treatment room. Due to her injuries, she had to lock the door, remove her clothing, and lie down in the treatment pod. AI Bo was unrelenting. Her body bore numerous bruises, and in more severe areas, blood was visible. Though the small iron balls were diminutive, their multitude was overwhelming. Moreover, some of these tiny spheres seemed to strike the same spot repeatedly. She suddenly recalled the state of her mental energy and hastily inquired within her mind, System, what is wrong with my mental energy? Why is there a dark mist surrounding them? The little light orbs seemed to be in distress. The system, which had been languishing in a dark corner, almost growing mushrooms from its prolonged seclusion, quickly checked the situation upon hearing her. It responded, I apologize, but the specific reason is a secret. The host must exchange life points to receive an explanation. Apologize? Gu Xiaoqi rolled her eyes with exasperation. She strongly suspected that this dogged system was attempting to swindle her life points. With a cold smile, she retorted, I'm afraid I suddenly lose interest in knowing the reason. The system stammered, actually, we are currently in a promotional period, and discounts are available. Had it not been for that last statement, Gu Xiaoqi might have remained oblivious, but now she understood that the system genuinely intended to exploit her life points. Dog system, just admit it. Are you trying to scam my life points? The system erupted in protest. What do you mean by scamming your life points? Doesn't gathering information require energy? It insisted, how could that be? This truly requires a fee. It begrudgingly acknowledged, it may charge a bit more life points. Gu Xiaoqi responded with an oh, instantly comprehending the underlying implication. It indeed would impose a charge, but the amount would be at her discretion, allowing for potential overcharging. How absurd. Yet, as it spoke further, its voice dwindled, betraying a hint of its own guilt. The system suddenly leapt within the confines of the small black room, exclaiming in dismay, oh no, I forgot to activate the voice modulator. It curled itself into a corner, adopting a rather aggrieved demeanor. Chapter 77. The little spirit. After a moment, the system spoke up. It was not intentional. My predecessors informed me that humans tend to harbor skepticism towards intelligent entities possessing self-awareness, often questioning the prices we establish. However, if the voice is mechanical, humans would have no choice but to accept our pricing. This, it seems, is commonly referred to as haggling. Gu Xiaoqi was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. This mischievous system indeed seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, striving to ensnare itself. System, it appears you do not trust me. If that is the case, I shall refrain from purchasing items from you, thereby eliminating any doubts regarding your pricing. Upon hearing this, the system became flustered and replied hastily, no. Host, please continue to exchange items with me. Gu Xiaoqi raised an eyebrow and inquired, what benefits do I derive from purchasing items from you? After a pause, the system stammered, only by exchanging items with me can I acquire a certain amount of energy, which enables me to consume sustenance, expand my living quarters, and even attain a corporeal form. It appeared that this system was indeed a novice. It had unwittingly revealed all its cards in a single outburst. Gu Xiaoqi. Not wishing to put it in a difficult position, stated directly, I am willing to exchange items with you. But I must be informed of the base price for each item. Certainly, I am willing to pay a little extra for you. At that moment, the system felt overwhelmed, never anticipating that its host would be so demanding. However, without compliance, it would be devoid of any energy. Reluctantly, the system acquiesced, curling up in its little dark room in a state of dismay. Gu Xiaoqi received the answer she sought and continued her inquiry. Can you now explain the presence of the dark mist within my mental energy? The system replied gloomily, Host, uncovering the reason truly requires the expenditure of life force. Gu Xiaoqi pressed on. How much life force would it take to eliminate the dark mist from a small light orb? The response was laden with implicit threat, and the system reluctantly stated, a minimum of 20 life force points is required. Is it possible to increase that by 1? Gu Xiaoqi listened intently, her voice icy as she questioned. Is that truly the lowest price? Enraged, the system felt quite unfortunate. Not only was it compelled to reveal all its little secrets, but now it was also being doubted. Exasperated, it retorted, believe it or not, host. Purchase if you wish. At last, Gu Xiaoqi genuinely accepted the system's words, smilingly reassuring it. How could I not believe? It is merely 20 life force points. I shall offer you 21. The extra point is exclusively for my adorable little system. Upon hearing this, the system was instantly delighted, momentarily forgetting that it had initially intended to set the price for removing the dark mist from a small light orb at 30 life force points. Ecstatically, it exclaimed, ding. The host currently possesses 69 remaining life points. The elimination of the dark mist by a spiritual entity requires a depletion of 21 life points, leaving the host with 48. Shall the host opt to employ the spiritual entity for the eradication of the dark mist? Gu Xiaoqi, taken aback, inquired, is there a choice? The system, with a hint of pride, replied, of course. Gu Xiaoqi promptly responded, wait a moment, I need to consult. She immediately closed her eyes to attune to her mental energy. And in an instant, she perceived a feeble mass of spiritual energy not far away. She asked, which spiritual entity assisted me earlier? I require your aid once more. The cluster of spiritual energy jostled, swiftly extruding a diminutive spiritual entity. Gu Xiaoqi smiled and declared, since it is you, I shall promptly issue a reward. However, you must heed my commands in the future, or else. Her words brimmed with an implicit threat. The spiritual entity endeavored to convey its understanding. Obedient. All right. Gu Xiaoqi tentatively stated, System, please assist me in dispelling the dark mist from this little spiritual entity before me. She wondered if the system could comprehend her request. Chapter 78. The Unpleasant Father. The next moment, a radiant light enveloped the small spiritual entity, only to dissipate in an instant. Gu Xiaoqi meticulously examined the small entity, confirming the absence of dark mist upon it, and she exhaled in relief, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, the luminous orb suddenly scattered and rushed towards Gu Xiaoqi. Ouch, no dark mist. Countless tender voices suddenly resonated throughout the space. Gu Xiaoqi gazed at the previously indifferent little light orbs now encircling her, and with a smile, she remarked, just now. It was due to the assistance of my little spirit entity that I exerted considerable effort to dispel the dark mist surrounding it. If you wish for me to help you eliminate the dark mist, it is certainly feasible, but you must assist me in return. The more proactive the spirit entities are, the greater the likelihood of dispelling the dark mist. The voices echoed, help, help. Gu Xiaoqi chuckled softly before departing from the spiritual realm. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that all her wounds had completely healed. As for the dark mist, it could either reside within her spirit entity, necessitating life force for the system to respond, or it could be present in everyone's spirit entities, unbeknownst to them. She was uncertain which scenario was true. Gu Xiaoqi leisurely exited the treatment room. Regardless, her life force was insufficient, and she could only take one step at a time. As soon as she emerged, she noticed AI Bo staring intently at her. What is the matter? Gu Xiaoqi inquired, puzzled as to why her father was waiting for her at the door. AI Bo questioned, please honestly explain to me. What percentage of the spirit entities can you control? I mean the lively ones that can frolic about in your spiritual space, as opposed to those that are lethargically curled up in a corner, unable to be controlled. Gu Xiaoqi recalled the group of spirit entities that could comprehend her words, gasping in astonishment. Could it be that all of them were under her control? Not quite. Although they are lively and sprightly, they do not heed their own commands. However, Gu Xiaoqi inexplicably wished to conceal the fact that her spiritual entity possessed its own consciousness. She feigned deep contemplation and remarked, perhaps 1/16th. Upon receiving this answer, AI Bo's eyes flickered with disappointment, though he had just forced a semblance of approval, stating that Gu Xiaoqi had barely passed. He knew that even the most gifted individuals he had encountered required 4 days to truly perceive their spiritual entities. Initially, he had believed his daughter to be a prodigy. Yet, he glared fiercely at Gu Xiaoqi and barked, "Why aren't you coming over to train?" Gu Xiaoqi inhaled sharply. "More training?" AI Bo toyed with a small iron ball in his hand, declaring, "Once you can evade being struck by this little iron ball for 3 minutes, your task for today will be complete." Gu Xiaoqi's heart lightened at this. 3 minutes was a mere trifle, especially with a plethora of eager spiritual entities ready to assist her. She adeptly donned her eye mask and earplugs, guiding the small spiritual entity she had just liberated from the black mist into the spiritual realm. After all, the other entities were solely focused on helping her dispel the mist, yet their vitality was insufficient. Therefore, it sufficed to grasp one spiritual entity for now. In the next moment, Gu Xiaoqi sensed something amiss with the little iron ball hurled at her by her father. Previously, it had been tossed in a mundane manner, but now it seemed imbued with a peculiar force. While she had easily evaded it the first time, this little iron ball inexplicably curved mid-air. Oh, the wretched father. The treacherous father. Chapter 79. The title is quite challenging. Time gradually passed, and Gu Xiaoqi's back became drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration trickling down her face. Every time she neared the 3-minute mark, a small iron ball would unceremoniously strike her body, leaving her no time to evade. As the duration of her spirit entity's presence in the external realm prolonged, Gu Xiaoqi felt a throbbing ache in her head, her mind clouded and heavy. Iber, too, noticed her discomfort, yet he was intrigued to see how long she could endure. Exhaustion, discomfort. The voice of the spirit entity echoed in her mind, accusing her of the strain. She could only soothe it, saying, "Just a little longer, just a moment more." 3 minutes. She was determined to succeed. Gu Xiaoqi guided the spirit entity to remain close by, vigilant against any unexpected projectiles from Iber. At 2.5 minutes, Iber unexpectedly hurled 2 small iron balls simultaneously, which sped towards Gu Xiaoqi with alarming velocity. She hastily attempted to evade them, but to her astonishment, both balls curved and attacked from behind. Fortunately, Gu Xiaoqi had anticipated this underhanded tactic from her father. With remarkable speed, she dodged the 2 iron balls. Yet one of them relentlessly pursued her. Disaster. This defied the laws of energy conservation, as the iron ball approached with unwavering intent. Gu Xiaoqi had no choice but to keep the spirit entity alert and sprint at full speed within the training room. She refused to believe she could not withstand the 3 minutes. Ibo observed Gu Xiaoqi's series of clumsy maneuvers and couldn't help but chuckle. However, this young girl truly underestimated him. He tossed the small iron ball towards her once more, relishing the sight of her flustered figure. Gu Xiaoqi had been focused on the small iron ball behind her, completely unprepared for the one that was now hurtling towards her. By the time she noticed, it was too late to evade it, and the iron ball struck her squarely on the forehead. Ouch, that hurt. Gu Xiaoqi yanked off her eye mask and earplugs, indignantly shouting at Iber, "Did we not agree on just one small iron ball at a time? You're cheating." Iber, with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic, replied, "When did I ever stipulate that only one small iron ball could be thrown at a time?" Gu Xiaoqi, do not presume or impose limits. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can you master the rules. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi sulkily adjusted her eye mask and earplugs, muttering, "Continue." Yet, after a prolonged wait, no small iron ball came her way. Iber strode over, gently tapping her on the head, and, upon seeing her remove her eye mask and earplugs with an exasperated expression, he remarked, "Continue what? It's been 5 hours. You should be off to learn from Su Qingyang." With that, Iber turned and departed. Just as he reached the door, he turned back to threaten, "Gu Xiaoqi, you better show some progress tomorrow, or else." Unable to restrain herself, Gu Xiaoqi made a face at the door, grumbling, "Old man. No wonder he is so energetic." Suppressing her pain, she resolved to find Su Qingyang for instruction. As she stepped outside, she spotted Su Qingyang leaning against the wall, engrossed in a book. It must be said that among the 3 fathers, the most handsome is Aibua. However, there is an undeniable scholarly aura about Su Qingyang that elicits an involuntary fondness. She stepped forward and inquired, "Father, could you teach me how to construct a basic mech?" Although Su Qingyang was somewhat perplexed as to why Gu Xiaoqi was so fixated on basic mechs, He felt compelled to acquiesce to her request and nodded. Gu Xiaoqi called for number 1 and asked, "Number 1, may I utilize the room on the lower level?" "Young master, the owner has stated that aside from his study and bedroom, all other areas of the villa are at your disposal. Then please lead me to that room." Thus, Gu Xiaoqi and Su Qingyang followed number 1 down to the lower level. Chapter 80. A failed product? Gu Xiaoqi surveyed the spacious room before her. A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth as she remarked, "Is this the small room you mentioned? Intended for storage?" "Indeed," replied number 1. "May I assist you further, young master?" Gu Xiaoqi shook her head and proceeded to the corner, where she unwrapped an enormous package she had ordered from the Star Network. As she sorted through the contents, she commented, "Father, if I encounter any errors while creating the basic mech, please let me know." Su Qingyang nodded. Retrieving a stool from the corner and settling down to peruse a military book, Gu Xiaoqi then opened her holographic computer to reference the design blueprint as she organized the array of materials before her. She suddenly recalled her father's previous suggestion about selling design blueprints. In a flurry, she sent the blueprints to her father, urging him to expedite their sale. Having completed this task, Gu Xiaoqi began to prepare the materials at hand. Her petite frame lifted a piece of fine iron, although its thickness was just right. Its surface area was rather excessive. She carefully placed the iron on the newly acquired workbench, marking the sections to be cut, and proceeded to slice the metal with utmost caution. At some point, Su Qingyang lifted his gaze to observe Gu Xiaoqi's actions. Only after she had finished cutting the iron did he leisurely comment, "This step is incorrect." Gu Xiaoqi looked at AI in confusion. She had followed the instructions from the book and the blueprints to the letter. Where had she gone wrong? Su Qingyang stood up, casting an exasperated glance at her. "How can you be so foolish? This should..." He paused, realization dawning upon him. As the afternoon wore on, Gu Xiaoqi amassed a wealth of knowledge but also endured countless reproaches. Finally, Su Qingyang, glaring at the pile of scrap beside her, exclaimed in frustration, "You are truly insufferable. I do not wish to see you again today." This left Gu Xiaoqi standing there, bewildered and lost in thought. What had she done wrong this time? Taking a deep breath, she set aside the materials and diligently noted down everything Su Qingyang had just said on her holographic device, intending to print it out later for further study. A few days ago, she believed she had become more intelligent, yet it now appears that she has only grown more foolish. Having accomplished this minimal task, Gu Xiaoqi took out a piece of paper to wipe the sweat from her brow, gazing at the rudimentary mech she had assembled with a deep sigh. She then turned to leave, intending to head to the training room for further practice. Under Aiba's guidance today, she realized that not only was her mental fortitude insufficient in duration, but her physical capabilities were also lacking. In the military base's command center, Assistant Lin was reporting the recent developments to Yi Bingtian. After handing over the documents, he stated, "The 5 major military academies have decided to send outstanding 4th-year students and a select few 3rd-year students to Thunderstar. The remaining 4th-year students will be dispatched to other fronts." Yi Bingtian nodded in agreement, remarking, "Today must differ from previous years. Those student soldiers must truly witness the perils of the front lines." Assistant Lin nodded and added, "By the way, General Mr. Aiba has sent the results of the young lady's test." A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yi Bingtian's eyes, as he was curious about the level of Gu Xiaoqi, who shared his bloodline. He inquired, "What are the results?" Assistant Lin paused briefly before responding, "The young lady's mental and physical capacities are both rated at B." Yi Bingtian was taken aback, murmuring in disbelief, "Could it be that Gu Xiaoqi is a failure?" Chapter 81. Fried rice logically. Gu Xiaoqi should be an experimental subject. And considering the genetic quality of the 3 of them, their mental and physical levels ought not to be so subpar. Unless Gu Xiaoqi is deemed a failure. Yi Bingtian's eyes were shrouded in ambiguity. Regardless of whether Gu Xiaoqi was indeed a failure, she must be perceived as one. Only in this manner could the higher-ups' interest in her wane, allowing her the opportunity for growth. He instructed, "Inquire when Gu Xiaoqi is available, and arrange for her to visit the command center within the next couple of days. Ensure everything is prepared in advance. Additionally, inform her that an assessment will take place at the secondary school in 2 months, so she should begin her preparations. Although the command center is a military stronghold, certain areas can still be toured under surveillance." Yi Bingtian had not forgotten his promise to bring Gu Xiaoqi to the command center. Although she cited her aspiration to become a soldier as her reason, Yi Bingtian remained skeptical of this justification. Regardless, He was confident that Gu Xiaoqi would not be able to devise any schemes under his supervision. Lieutenant Lin nodded and continued his report. The data department forecasts a high probability of a beast tide occurring in 3 years, with the potential for smaller-scale beast tides in the interim. We must relay this information to the old general. Our time is limited. Yi Bigtian spoke with a somber tone. This impending beast tide poses a significant challenge for the Empire. Victory would ensure a century of peace, while defeat could severely injure the Empire, or even lead to its annihilation. The true enemies of the Empire have never been the beast tides, but rather the covetous Federation and ancient nations. Particularly in recent years, the Federation has unabashedly revealed its ambitions, repeatedly attempting to incite war between the two nations. Yi Bingtian bears the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the nation, and he must adequately prepare for the impending war. As night silently descends, Gu Xiaoqi, weary and famished, exits the training room. Upon reaching the dining hall, she spots Ai Bo and Su Qingyang relishing their dinner. To her surprise, she finds she can still partake in a meal and hastens to the table, only to discover that only a few remnants of vegetable leaves and some chili peppers remain. She glares at Ai Bo and exclaims, "You gluttonous father! Have you not eaten in 800 years? Look at how thoroughly you've devoured everything. Not even a morsel left for me." As she speaks, a hint of grievance colors her tone. She is truly both hungry and exhausted. Ai Bo leisurely sips from his bowl of soup, retorting, "You little pest. Do you even deserve to eat?" Gu Xiaoqi's eyes widen in indignation, but she refrains from saying anything further, suspecting that should she retaliate against her so-called father, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance on her the following day. She turns to Su Qingyang, hoping he might offer a word of fairness on her behalf. However, he disdainfully turns away, refusing to meet her gaze. Then, a thought strikes Gu Xiaoqi this afternoon. A certain professor had expressed his ire by stating he did not wish to see her again. She chuckles to herself, realizing that he truly means what he says. "May I inquire, young master, would you prefer natural food or a nutrient solution?" The robot asks. Naturally, Gu Xiaoqi does not wish to subject herself to further torment, and promptly replies, "Natural food, please." Yet, recalling the peculiar taste of the food prepared by the robot, she resolves to cook for herself this time. Determined not to compromise her desires, Gu Xiaoqi called out to number 1, saying, "There's no need to summon the robot for cooking. I shall do it myself." Ai Bo looked at Gu Xiaoqi, somewhat astonished. Could this little girl actually cook? Gu Xiaoqi confidently walked into the kitchen, glanced over the remaining ingredients, and resolved to prepare fried rice for herself. She began by washing a selection of vegetables and then chopped them into small pieces. After inquiring about the usage of the appliances, she commenced her culinary endeavor. A delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, leaving Ai Bo, who had initially anticipated a humorous spectacle, in disbelief. He strode into the kitchen and exclaimed, "Gu Xiaoqi, did you truly prepare this dish? You can cook? If you don't believe me, just taste it." Gu Xiaoqi proudly offered him a pair of chopsticks. Ai Bo picked them up and took a bite, his expression becoming somewhat complex. Chapter 82. The Mecha Competition. Ai Bo swallowed the food and chuckled. "The flavor is quite acceptable. You should try it." Gu Xiaoqi smiled with pride, recalling the days during the apocalypse when she had to make do with limited ingredients yet still managed to create palatable dishes. Now, with an abundance of ingredients, her confidence soared. She eagerly grabbed her chopsticks and took a generous mouthful, but as the rice touched her lips, her face contorted in shock. What on earth? Was this truly her own cooking? Ai Bo watched with satisfaction as Gu Xiaoqi's expression morphed into one of despair. Calmly sipping a glass of water, he remarked, "Do try not to spit it out. Those ingredients were quite costly. We mustn't waste them." Suddenly, Gu Xiaoqi recalled the prices she had seen on the Star Network a couple of days prior, swallowing with tears welling in her eyes. She remarked, this time, "I merely experienced an accidental failure. I am certain I will succeed next time." Oddly enough, there appeared to be no issues with her technique or the ingredients used. How could the flavor be so peculiar? Gu Xiaoqi suddenly recalled the tart green tomatoes she had eaten previously. Could it be that all the ingredients looked fine, yet their flavors had transformed? Trembling, she picked up a small piece of something that bore an uncanny resemblance to a potato and cautiously placed it in her mouth. What on earth is this? Why does it taste sour? And so refreshingly sour at that. Ai Bo, with a radiant smile, said, "Gu Xiaoqi, I shall not accompany you in your torment any longer. Remember to finish your meal. Do not waste a morsel." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi gazed despairingly at the bowl of fried rice before her, its vibrant colors undeniably appetizing. Having prepared the rice herself, she knew she must also consume it. After all, it was rather expensive. Gu Xiaoqi held the large bowl of fried rice in her hands and requested the waiter to bring her a substantial glass of water. Her expression contorted as she sat at the dining table, continuing to endure this culinary disaster. He grasped Su Qingyang, who also wished to depart, gesturing for him to glance at Gu Xiaoqi. Initially reluctant, Su Qingyang inadvertently caught sight of Gu Xiaoqi's distorted face and, in an instant, felt as though her foolishness had healed his delicate spirit. Thus, he continued to watch her with considerable interest. And so, one bite after another, Gu Xiaoqi swallowed the oddly flavored dish, suddenly realizing that nutrient solutions might indeed be a commendable alternative, not to mention the delectable meals prepared by robots. One must admit, although her father's words could be sharp, his teachings were undeniably valuable. However, she currently lacks the star coins to purchase materials. Gu Xiaoqi gazed vacantly at the ceiling, uncertain whether her mecha design would sell successfully. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet. Wasn't there the virtual network? She could seek employment there. Her eyes sparkled as she glanced toward the corner where the holographic pod stood, and she promptly strode over to it. In the virtual world, Gu Xiaoqi peered through the glass of a shop and was confronted by her own reflection, wishing fervently to close her eyes and never look again. How utterly unattractive. What troubled her most was that this was her own image, which made her feel even more repulsive. Her small face, adorned with an unkempt beard, was filled with curiosity as she surveyed the nearby shops, hoping to find advertisements for waitstaff positions. Yet, after traversing 2 or 3 streets, she had yet to discover a single establishment seeking employees. Despite being in a virtual realm, Gu Xiaoqi felt a sense of fatigue. She resolved to inquire for assistance. Just then, she noticed a large screen materializing before her, emblazoned with the announcement of the 197th mecha competition, promising bountiful rewards awaiting eager participants. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes lit up instantly, her focus shifting entirely from the competition to the enticing phrase-rich rewards. Eagerly, she clicked to delve into the details of the entry requirements. To her astonishment, the only stipulation was that participants must be under 50 years of age. This meant that at just 7 years old, she was eligible to compete. Chapter 83. Borrowing money. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes gleamed with excitement as she continued to scrutinize the entry conditions, only to stumble upon a line of fine print. The registration fee was 100 star coins. 100 star coins? Finding even a single star coin in her account could be deemed as wealth for her. Gu Xiaoqi instantly felt deflated, with no job and no money to participate in the competition. After pondering for a moment, she resolved to first go offline and investigate the credibility of this competition. If it proved worthwhile, she could always resort to borrowing money to compete. Without further ado, Gu Xiaoqi promptly logged off from the virtual realm and subsequently accessed the Star Network, seeking out the official website of the competition and reviews from fellow netizens. It remained uncertain how many participants would join this year's Met competition, but last year had been nothing short of explosive. I vow that this year I shall surely rank within the top 1,000. Should I fail to do so, I shall wash my hair upside down. Deleting posts is for cowards. To the one above, I have noted your ID. Be prepared for me to wash my hair upside down. In the top 1,000. Various posts left Gu Xiaoqi bewildered. The Met competition offered rewards not only for achieving certain ranks, but also allowed for betting on one of the competing parties to earn star coins. Gu Xiaoqi was always self-aware. While she lacked knowledge of others' capabilities, she had never truly engaged with mechs, let alone fought using one. Thus, she leaned towards earning star coins through betting. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoqi casually tousled her hair and dashed to the door of AI Bo's room. With a radiant smile, she knocked lightly on the door. AI Bo, who had been attending to company matters, raised an eyebrow in curiosity upon hearing the knock. Who would be at his door? He set aside the documents, stifled a yawn, and opened the door. Iber leaned against the doorframe, his gaze impatiently fixed on the troublesome girl before him. If you have something to say, speak swiftly. I have matters to attend to. Gu Xiaoqi had not asked to borrow money in quite some time. She opened her mouth, intending to voice her request, but found herself at a loss for words. Iber, observing her hesitance, chuckled and remarked, "Speak your mind. If you do not, I shall take my leave." With that, he pretended to close the door. Gu Xiaoqi hastily interjected, "I wish to borrow some money, father." "Ah, when you need something, it's father. When you don't, it's just cheap father," Iber mused, having discerned the girl's habit of using him only when convenient. He continued, "Pray tell, why should I lend you money?" You could deduct it from the mech design drawings, Gu Xiaoqi replied, her eyes wide with anticipation. Iber, with a smirk, countered. Do you genuinely believe your mech designs are worth anything? Gu Xiaoqi found herself momentarily speechless. With indignation, she retorted, if you wish to lend, do so. If not, then do not. I assure you, I will repay you. Truly, I will. As she spoke, her conviction waned, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Gathering her courage, she tugged at Iber's sleeve and pleaded, Father, please lend me some money. I will repay you. I just cannot find work at my young age. Iber, taken aback by her coy tone, felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising on his skin. He swiftly shook off her grasp and admonished, Speak properly. Gu Xiaoqi's smile faltered slightly, and with a mournful expression, she implored, Father, I assure you, I truly have a legitimate reason for borrowing money. The registration fee for the mech competition amounts to 100 star coins, yet I find myself without a single coin to my name. Upon hearing this, AI Bo displayed a hint of interest and remarked, You, this little waste, aspire to compete in the mech tournament? Before Gu Xiaoqi could unleash her anger, he leisurely continued, I shall lend you the money, but in return, you must participate in 20 matches, irrespective of winning or losing. Instantly, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her petite face radiating joy. 20 matches? I could easily handle 100. AI Bo cast a disdainful glance at her and cautioned, Do not speak so confidently. Be wary of a swift rebuttal. Chapter 84. Renting a mech with a mischievous grin, Gu Xiaoqi handed over her hollow brain and exclaimed, Thank you for your investment. I promise I will repay you. AI Bo, somewhat exasperated, transferred a sum to her hollow brain and stated, Remember, regardless of the outcome, you must engage in 20 matches, otherwise. He added ominously, You shall await my rigorous training. Gu Xiaoqi nodded resolutely. 20 matches? A trivial matter. In the virtual world, a small, bearded bald man chuckled with delight while observing his account balance. Her wealthy father had generously deposited 100,000 star coins. However, as she contemplated the materials she still lacked, her smile faded. 100,000 star coins would scarcely suffice to procure all the necessary components. No more thinking. Gu Xiaoqi opened the webpage from earlier and promptly registered her name. However, she pondered her predicament. What to do without a mech? Determined, she resolved to observe others' competitions while seeking information regarding mechs. The Imperial Mech competition had officially commenced since its announcement, with the preliminary rounds spanning a month. During this period, the top 2,000 on the leaderboard would advance to the preliminaries. Presently, she casually opened a world news link, inundated with viewing links for the mech tournament. Clicking on one, she found herself instantly seated in the audience. To her left and right were two buttons, one for placing bets and the other for purchasing an array of virtual snacks. As a person of modest means, she adhered to the principles of frugality and refrained from buying anything. Moreover, without knowledge of the competitors' identities and capabilities, she deemed it unwise to place any bets. The audience was packed, creating a lively atmosphere. A burly man, noticing the petite figure of Gu Xiaoqi, could not help but exclaim in surprise, Little one, so fascinated by mechs. Aren't you worried that staying up late will stunt your growth? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi felt a wave of indignation. She was certain she would grow taller. Besides, even if she didn't tee, what business was it of his? She shot the man an angry glare and retorted, Old man, is your lack of a girlfriend why you're still awake at this hour? The man chuckled, unaffected by her words, and remarked, That was rather cutting. Honestly, I've never seen a child look so mature. Gu Xiaoqi clutched her tender heart, feeling unexpectedly hurt by his words. Without mentioning her appearance, they remained good friends. She chuckled softly a couple of times and then ceased to engage with the burly man. He continued, Little brat, who do you think will emerge victorious? Although the competitors had yet to take the stage, their past competition records were prominently displayed on the large screen. Gu Xiaoqi shook her head and replied, I don't know. I've never watched their matches, so I'm uncertain who might win. The burly man scoffed, Oh, look at you, pretending to be mature. In his view, most children would eagerly point to one of the competitors, offering a myriad of whimsical reasons for their choice. Perhaps it was the name that sounded pleasant or the appealing looks that swayed their judgment. Unable to resist, he inquired, How old are you, little brat? 7. Only 7. Shouldn't a 7-year-old be playing in the mud? Suddenly, Gu Xiaoqi recalled her question about mechas and asked, Uncle, do you know how competitors usually acquire their mechas? Why do you ask that? Is curiosity not allowed? The burly man, amused by this feisty little girl, replied, "Competitors can provide their own mechas, but the mecha's level cannot equal or exceed S. In addition to personal provision, some competitors opt to rent mechas from the competition's officials or from any mecha sales store in the virtual world." Xiaoqi nodded thoughtfully and then directly posed a crucial question. Where is it cheaper to rent? Chapter 85. Watching the mech competition, Xiaoqi did not wish to be so frugal. Yet the thought of her enormous debts made her wish to divide every star coin in half. The interest in the eyes of the burly man grew increasingly intense as he remarked, "Official mech prices are quite reasonable and less likely to lead one astray. Although some mechs outside may be cheaper, they are prone to issues. Only those well-versed in the field can select a suitable one." Well-versed? Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Though her understanding of mechs stemmed primarily from textbooks, she could scarcely consider herself anything less than semi-knowledgeable. She yearned to venture out and rent a mech. But as the competition was about to commence, she had to quell her excitement and obediently remained seated in the audience. The burly man casually inquired, "Why are you asking so many questions? Do you intend to compete?" Xiaoqi did not deny it. She simply nodded. The man's face registered shock as he scrutinized the young girl before him, incredulously stating, "Could it be that you were deceiving me? You are over 20 years old. Yet you simply haven't grown taller." With an expression of exasperation, Xiaoqi retorted, "What would I gain from deceiving you? Believe it or not." After uttering this, she turned her gaze back to the arena, intent on observing the competitors. She aimed not only to study their offensive strategies, but also to comprehend their techniques. For in mech competitions, anyone could potentially be her adversary. Although her father only required her to participate in 20 matches, win or lose, she was determined to emerge victorious. No matter how challenging, she aspired to win at least one match. The great Han gazed at the serious little brat. And as the competitors were now ready on the arena, he refrained from speaking further. Compared to Xiaoqi's rather peculiar nickname, the most beautiful one, the names of those standing on the stage appeared far more conventional. The mecha named Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon was of pure white, while the deep blue mecha bore the moniker Lion feasting on flesh. The appearance of these two striking mechas instantly ignited the excitement of the crowd. This was the inaugural match of this year's mecha competition, and Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon had impressively secured a place among the top 1,000 last year. As the commentator announced the commencement of the match, Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon cautiously fired a few shots at the opponent. The massive mecha adeptly evaded these attacks and retaliated with an ion cannon aimed at Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon. However, as a former top contender in the Mecha Championship, he was not to be underestimated. With a swift maneuver, he darted around to the opponent's rear. With a resounding crash, the lion feasting on flesh mecha collapsed to the ground. Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon remained as formidable as ever. "I bet he will rank in the top 500 this year," one spectator proclaimed. "I wouldn't be surprised if he only makes it to the top 1,000. Another replied. The audience buzzed with speculation, while Xiaoqi observed the unfolding scene with contemplation. The speed of Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon was evidently superior to that of Lion feasting on flesh, and the opponent's movements seemed to fall within the realm of his expectations. She did not believe this showcased the entirety of Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon's capabilities. It appeared that this mecha competition would not be easily won. Xiaoqi promptly pressed the exit button, intending to rent a mecha and hone her skills before the battle. In the virtual realm, if a mech accidentally sustains damage, it similarly necessitates virtual currency for repairs. Xiaoqi had no choice but to momentarily set aside her desire to purchase materials, deciding instead to first earn some money from the upcoming mech competition. After all, a destitute individual cannot afford to be frivolous. As she casually strolled through the streets, she would enter every mech store she encountered. Almost all the shopkeepers, upon seeing the petite Xiaoqi, assumed she was merely browsing. However, upon glancing at the prominently displayed prices within the stores, she quickly relinquished hope. Was she truly destined to spend a fortune merely to rent a mech? In that instant, a brilliant idea struck her. Chapter 86. Imagination is a malady that must be cured. The shopkeeper, peering down at the slender child, couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Little one, abandoned mechs cannot be operated, you know?" He presumed this child came from modest means yet harbored a fervent desire to pilot a mech. Hence her interest in the discarded ones. Xiaoqi nodded, saying, "I understand that abandoned mechs are not operable. Could you kindly inform me if it's possible to purchase one at a reduced price?" After a brief pause, she added, "I implore you. I truly wish to acquire an abandoned mech. The recent mech competition had led to a rapid rental of their mechs, significantly increasing the availability of discarded ones. The sight of the bearded bald man before her struck a chord with her, prompting the shopkeeper to wave his hand and declare, "Very well. I shall take you to the warehouse. Choose what you like, and as for the price, I shall offer you the lowest possible rate." Gu Xiaoqi's eyes instantly brightened, and with a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "Thank you, boss. You truly are a wonderful person." Without hesitation, she presented a good person card to her employer. The boss gazed at the beaming little bald head, his eyes narrowing slightly, which only accentuated the peculiar charm of her appearance. He temporarily entrusted the store to the robotic sales assistant and decided to escort Gu Xiaoqi to the warehouse. Along the way, the boss hesitated several times, grappling with his words until he could no longer contain himself. He looked at the little bald head and inquired, "Little Guang, child, do you not find your appearance somewhat unappealing?" Gu Xiaoqi fell silent, feeling a sharp pang in her heart. If she were a boy, it might be acceptable, but if she were a girl, might that not indicate a flaw in aesthetic judgment? Another blow struck her heart, and it ached painfully. Yet, her sense of aesthetics was indeed sound. However, even if she were a boy, it was hardly conventional for someone so young to be bald. "Surely, you're not bald in reality as well. You're the bald one. My hair is thick and luscious," she thought, but instead, she asked, "Why are you so quiet?" "Little bald?" Gu Xiaoqi replied with a smirk, "You've already said everything. What else is there for me to add?" It was only then that the boss realized the little bald head seemed upset. He quickly reassured her, "Little bald, please don't be angry. The discarded mech will be offered to you at a 20% discount." A smile instantly graced Gu Xiaoqi's face as she replied, "You are too kind. I assure you, I am not angry at all, but I do appreciate the discount. As long as there is money, one could even call him father. Especially since she already has 3 inexpensive fathers. What's one more?" Although neither Yi Bingtian nor AI Bai has ever demanded repayment from her, she is determined to repay them. Therefore, every penny saved counts. The boss couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, "Little bald head, you don't seem like a child. Rather, you come across as an adult. You articulate quite well and know how to climb the social ladder." Alas, the children of impoverished families mature quickly. It was unclear what the boss was imagining, but his gaze toward Gu Xiaoqi suddenly softened with a hint of compassion. After listening in silence, the boss finally spoke, word by word, "Child, life is long. Do not lose hope. You mustn't give up easily. You are still young, and life holds infinite possibilities." Gu Xiaoqi thought to herself, "What exactly have you conjured up in your mind?" Chapter 87. I am ugly, but I must not say it. Gu Xiaoqi was perplexed by the boss's thoughts and had no desire to clarify. Curiously, she inquired, "Boss, how much longer until we reach the warehouse?" "Almost there. Almost there." After a brief while, the boss stood before a large gate, positioning his face toward the camera for a scan, and the warehouse door opened instantly. Opposite the warehouse stood an imposing and formidable mech, its cold metallic surface evoking a sense of yearning. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the mech, thinking of the vast amounts of money it represented. So much money. She wiped away the non-existent drool from the corner of her mouth and reluctantly averted her gaze, asking, "Boss, where are the abandoned mechs?" The boss, with a beaming smile, observed Gu Xiaoqi's series of actions, exuding a peculiar blend of lewdness and endearing clumsiness. His smile broadened as he said, "Follow me to that corner over there." After uttering these words, the boss led Gu Xiaoqi eastward until they arrived at a secluded nook of the warehouse, where a few abandoned mechs stood in stark contrast to their surroundings. He casually gestured towards the mechs before him, stating, "They are all here. Choose any you like, and then you can settle the payment afterward." Rather than activating the mech, she meticulously explored the cockpit. The mech was in such a state of disrepair that it was difficult to ascertain what kind of battles it had endured. Even the converter exhibited signs of significant damage. Gu Xiaoqi shook her head. Selecting this mech would require considerable effort to restore it to functionality. Without hesitation, she turned and leaped onto the next mech. Half an hour later, dusting off her hands, Gu Xiaoqi looked at the boss and declared, "Boss, I want that mech, but could I possibly purchase some parts from the other mechs? For instance, the engine from the first one." The boss's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. He initially believed that the little bald-headed girl had merely been fortunate enough to select the least damaged mech. However, the parts she requested were from the other mechs, either intact or in relatively good condition. He chuckled and remarked, "Little bald head, you truly have an eye for selection. With one choice, You've picked the most valuable components from these abandoned mechs. However, the boss's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke sternly. It seems you are knowledgeable. These mechas are worth no less than this amount. He extended 5 fingers, casting a sly grin towards Xiaoqi. 500 virtual coins? Xiaoqi exclaimed, jumping in shock as she gazed at the boss. The boss, unimpressed, retorted, "Stop pretending, you little rascal. The price is fixed at 5,000 virtual coins. And that is already after a discount." Xiaoqi reluctantly wiped the smile off her face and, with a conciliatory grin, pleaded, "Boss, could you perhaps lower it a bit more? Just look at me, a mere child, struggling to make a living." The boss rolled his eyes and replied, "If it weren't for the fact that you're just a kid, I would have raised the price long ago. Take it or leave it. I want it." Xiaoqi declared without hesitation, "I will give you an additional 1,000 virtual coins if you allow me to use this place for a while, plus some worthless metal scraps. What do you say?" The boss eyed her suspiciously and asked, "What are you planning to do? Are you not intending to sell these discarded mechas for profit?" Xiaoqi chuckled. For she intended to reconstruct a mecha, necessitating a suitable space. She explained, "I have studied mecha manufacturing and wish to modify these mechas to assemble a new one." The boss posed a profound question. "Are you really just a child?" Xiaoqi immediately straightened her back and asserted, "You may doubt my gender, but please do not question my age. You may refer to me as a little bald head, but please refrain from calling me ugly, even if I truly am." Chapter 88. Forced logout. The boss scrutinized the little bald head before him and waved his hand, saying, "All right, but what purpose do you have in assembling a mecha?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi's face instantly lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling as she approached the pile of discarded mechas, casually responding, "To participate in the competition." The boss swallowed hard, inquiring, "The mecha competition?" Indeed. He pondered, wondering which audacious youth had failed to secure their mecha properly. It was not only a matter of mecha manufacturing. Participating in a mecha competition at such a young age was quite remarkable. He asked, "What level of mecha can you pilot?" The mental prowess of a pilot fundamentally determines the highest tier of mecha they can operate. In essence, a pilot with S-level mental strength can operate S-level mechas and A-level mechas, but not SS-level mechas. Of course, physical aptitude also plays a crucial role in piloting. The higher one's physical level, the longer one can pilot, and the more complex the maneuvers they can execute. The boss's inquiry was also a subtle test of Xiaoqi's mental and physical capabilities. At that moment, Xiaoqi was oblivious to the boss's calculations. She was engrossed in examining the mecha before her, ready to embark on a grand endeavor when suddenly, the virtual world S officials sent her a message. Xiaoqi, bewildered, immediately opened the message. "Dear user, I have sent the most beautiful one, all right? Your current online duration has approached 3 hours. For your health and in compliance with the minor protection law, you will be forcibly logged off in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourself." Xiaoqi, is there any way to use facial recognition? The kind that allows guardians to authenticate? Though she internally scoffed at the idea, Xiaoqi understood that such a possibility was utterly implausible. She hastily discarded her tools and hurriedly made her way to her boss. "Boss, I'm about to be forcibly logged off. Let's exchange our virtual numbers first. I'll transfer 6,000 virtual coins to you shortly. Please do not sell these items." In a flurry, Xiaoqi and her boss managed to exchange their virtual numbers, but before they could utter another word, she was abruptly logged off, leaving her boss standing alone. He chuckled and shook his head, now genuinely convinced that the little bald-headed figure was indeed a minor. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi, having been forcibly logged off, opened her eyes in bewilderment. Rubbing her head, she leisurely emerged from the holographic chamber. It seemed that the virtual coins would have to wait for another occasion. She could only hope that her boss was a good person who would not sell off that pile of discarded mechs. After a quick wash, she lay down in bed and entered her study space, embarking on yet another round of arduous learning. The next day, Xiaoqi rose early, vowing that once her beginner mech was successfully crafted, she would sleep soundly and deeply. As she opened her door, she found number 1 waiting at her threshold. Xiaoqi blinked in confusion and asked, "Number 1, is there something you need?" Number 1 spoke. "Young master, Vice Officer Lin has sent word, inquiring when you would be available to visit the command center." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 89. Destruction. Without hesitation, Xiaoqi replied, "I am always available. It would be best to do so at the earliest convenience. Please ask Vice Officer Lin when he would be free." "Understood." Number 1 replied with utmost seriousness, "I will communicate with Vice Officer Lin immediately." Having received such delightful news early in the morning, Gu Xiaoqi felt an overwhelming urge to leap with joy, bounding toward the training room. However, before she could make her way to the command center, she needed to diligently complete her plans for the day. Just as she was filled with exuberance, she spotted AI Bo waiting at the door of the training room. A sinister grin etched upon his face. Instantly, Gu Xiaoqi halted her steps, contemplating a hasty retreat. Yet, before she could act on this thought, AI Bo strode forward and seized the collar of her garment, exclaiming, "Thought you could escape?" Gu Xiaoqi quickly shook her head in a cowardly manner, forcing a smile as she stammered, "No, not at all. I merely have an urgent need to visit the restroom." AI Bo, with a look of disdain, cast a fleeting glance at Gu Xiaoqi and retorted, "Hold it in. Father, this is quite the generational mix-up," Gu Xiaoqi exclaimed, flailing her arms in a futile attempt to free herself from his grasp. Siwu held the registration form in his hand, beaming with a radiant smile. To outsiders, it appeared he was simply overjoyed at the prospect of going to Thunderstar. His roommate looked on with envy at the form, and with a hint of acidity in his tone remarked, "To participate in frontline warfare at such an early stage in your junior year, you truly are remarkable." Despite the sourness of his words, there was no trace of jealousy on his face. A flicker of emotion crossed Si Wu's eyes before he composed himself and replied, "After all, my idol is General Yi Big Tian. I must seize this splendid opportunity to go to Thunderstar." Sighing, he added, "How many in the Empire aren't fans of General Yi? Speaking of which, you must perform admirably on Thunderstar. Do not disgrace our junior year." The mere mention of General Yi filled his roommate's face with admiration. Another roommate, overhearing the conversation, retorted with irritation, "Do you think everyone is like you? Siwu is bound to bring honor to our junior year." Siwu watched the playful banter between the two with a flicker of impatience in his eyes, yet feigned innocence as he said, "You too, please don't cause a ruckus." Just days prior, upon learning of the news regarding the 7th unit, he promptly relayed the information to the other side. They successfully traced the current location of the 7th unit, which was indeed Thunderstar. This place was imperative for him to visit, not solely for the temporary mission regarding the 7th unit but also for his initial purpose. A shadow of inscrutability clouded Si Wu's gaze, starkly contrasting with the familiar expressions of those around him. As for number 7, Si Wu was acutely aware that, as a makeshift experiment, he was inherently distinct from number 7, who had been entirely created through experimentation. Prior to the emergence of number 9, number 7 could be regarded as the most flawless specimen. Even a portion of his genes was derived from number 7. However, Si Wu harbored no feelings of gratitude or affection. On the contrary, he felt a deep-seated loathing for number 7. It was because of number 7 that he had endured countless inhumane experiments. Had number 7 not succeeded, the experiment would have been terminated, and he would not have become the being he was today. Glaring at the application form before him, Si Wu's eyes brimmed with malice. "Number 7, just wait a little longer. We shall meet soon. When we do, I will ensure your utter destruction, erasing you from this world completely." With this thought, madness filled his gaze, an overwhelming desire to obliterate everything. Though number 7's chip had been destroyed, he still possessed a trump card, one that could annihilate number 7. Chapter 90. Triple Gravity. Gu Xiaoqi sneezed violently and cast a resentful glance at AI Bo, who was clad in a black tracksuit. Surely, he was up to no good. The moment AI Bo's gaze fell upon her, Gu Xiaoqi quickly masked her resentment with an ingratiating smile, saying, "Father, could today's training be a tad? Just a tad lighter? After all, I am destined for the military command center." AI Bo, having noticed the shift in Gu Xiaoqi's expression, disdainfully shot her a glance and slowly uttered, "You timid little thing. Don't even think about it." Gu Xiaoqi's face instantly contorted in anguish. The pain from the small steel ball striking her was excruciating. Upon hearing that they were about to engage in mental training, her eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm as she cheerfully exclaimed, "All right, I knew it." However, before she could finish her sentence, AI Bo cast a fleeting glance at her, unfazed, and calmly replied, "Your physical condition is rather poor. I shall assist you in enhancing your stamina." Though AI Bo was merely an unremarkable tycoon, his prowess was not to be underestimated in this era where strength reigned supreme. He promptly dragged Gu Xiaoqi to the gravity chamber and, standing at the entrance, inquired, "What level of gravity do you typically choose?" With a hint of pride, AI Bo's eyes briefly widened in surprise before quickly regaining their composure. He declared, 3 times the gravity, run for an hour. If you cannot complete it, breakfast shall be off the table." Upon uttering these words, AI Bo adjusted the gravity settings to 3 times on the control panel of the chamber. Gu Xiaoqi's expression stiffened. She found even double gravity challenging, and now it was set to triple? How could this be? She fixed an intense glare at AI Bo and, with a fierce tone, retorted, "Father, you may not realize that a girl must never be told she cannot." While AI Bo's casual remarks had indeed struck a nerve, what fueled her resolve more was the understanding that she needed to grow stronger. The uncertainties surrounding her were far too numerous, and in order to survive, she had no choice but to strive relentlessly for strength. Clenching her teeth, Gu Xiaoqi boldly stepped into the gravity chamber. The triple gravity made it exceedingly difficult for Gu Xiaoqi to even walk. After stretching her limbs, she began to run. AI Bo observed the determined Gu Xiaoqi before him, and although he still found her rather unattractive, with her mental and physical prowess being quite modest, he conceded that she wasn't entirely without merit. At that moment, AI Bo was unaware that his eyes were filled with admiration. An hour later, drenched in sweat, Gu Xiaoqi halted in place, gasping for breath upon hearing the familiar announcement that time was up. Reflecting on her unexpected endurance of an hour, she couldn't help but smile, her face radiating an extraordinary brilliance. To be honest, she had doubted her capacity to persevere. Yet, upon achieving this feat, the previous challenge seemed trivial. Was it merely an hour? Another half hour, 10 minutes would pose no obstacle. Suddenly, a voice interjected, 10 more minutes, truly no problem? Startled, Gu Xiaoqi's body tensed up. But upon recognizing the speaker, she instantly relaxed. Her vigilance had always been strong. However, her rather unremarkable father had managed to stealthily approach her without a sound. As for his recent inquiry, Gu Xiaoqi chuckled, attempting to brush it aside. AI Bo quickly discerned her intentions, casting her a sidelong glance as he said, "Hurry up and tidy yourself. After breakfast, we shall visit the command center. I have yet to see it, you ugly wretched girl." The sour tone instantly brought a radiant smile to Gu Xiaoqi's face. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she remarked, "Ah, what can I say? After all, I am the biological daughter of Father Yi. Perhaps if you were to call him by the same name as I do, you might just be able to join me." Listening to Gu Xiaoqi's playful banter, AI Bo, unable to contain his irritation, kicked her lightly and retorted, "You silly girl, why don't you hurry up and tidy yourself? Do you wish for me to do it for you?" Chapter 91. Enhancing intelligence. With a giggle, Gu Xiaoqi scampered off to take a shower. AI Bo watched her retreating figure, a sigh escaping his lips. Although there were no definitive news at present, it was evident that the empire was not in a tranquil state. Initially, he had planned to devote an entire month to guiding Gu Xiaoqi, yet it seemed he would have to depart in just a few days. As for the girl, despite her lack of conventional beauty, she possessed a discerning taste, at least appreciating his own looks. It was a meager consolation, but nonetheless, it provided some comfort. 20 minutes later, Gu Xiaoqi hurriedly prepared herself, casually snatching a slice of bread from the dining table. With a cheerful grin, she addressed her two fathers, saying, "Enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave." No sooner had she finished speaking than she joyfully skipped out of the villa. AI Bo, seated at the table, could not help but chuckle and scold her, "Silly girl. What is so appealing at the command center that you are in such a rush?" Beside him, Su Qingyang remained silent, appearing indifferent as he leisurely savored his breakfast. After Gu Xiaoqi dashed out of the villa, she spotted a tall and imposing soldier clad in military uniform, who was gazing at her with a stern expression. Instantly, the excitement on her face subsided, and she inquired, "Hello, I am Gu Xiaoqi." Yan regarded the petite girl before him and gently replied, "Greetings. I am the aide sent by Officer Lin to escort you. My name is Yan." A radiant smile blossomed on Gu Xiaoqi's face, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "May I call you Brother Yan?" Yan nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoqi sweetly addressed him as Brother Yan, feeling an innate fondness and respect for the soldier, thus wishing to forge a closer bond with him. A glimmer of amusement danced in Yan's eyes as he gestured toward the hovering vehicle, saying, "Shall we board the car?" "Certainly," Gu Xiaoqi exclaimed. Once she stepped into the hovering vehicle, she could not help but gaze around in wonder, her large, expressive eyes brimming with curiosity. The hovering vehicle they were riding in differed significantly from the one she had experienced on Star 68, with distinct internal mechanisms. However, she refrained from voicing her questions, opting instead to quietly observe everything around her. An hour later, after navigating through numerous checkpoints and inspections, Gu Xiaoqi and Yan finally arrived before the grand edifice of the military command center. With her eyes sparkling, Gu Xiaoqi gazed up at the colossal characters before her, exclaiming, "This is a life value." Sure enough, she soon heard a familiar voice echo in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Thunderstar Military Base Command Center check-in task. You have been rewarded with 40 life points and 5 attribute points. Your current remaining life value is 87. The current task of signing in requires the host to proceed to the Thunderstar Intermediate School for attendance. Host. Attribute points can enhance any aspect of your being. Your appearance can also become more striking. The system's alluring voice resonated instantly in Gu Xiaoqi's mind. Ever since the system manifested in its original form before her, it had completely let loose, seamlessly incorporating interjections into its speech. To outsiders, Gu Xiaoqi appeared to be staring blankly at the command center before her. In reality, she was resolutely asserting within her mind, "Not a chance. As a little fairy, I am already stunningly beautiful. I have no need to augment my beauty with life attribute points. Love is indeed precious, but beauty holds even greater value. If it comes to life, I would forsake both." 3 attribute points were allocated to intelligence and 2 to memory. Thus, enhancing intelligence was of utmost urgency. Chapter 92. The Voice of Star Beasts. After successfully signing in, Gu Xiaoqi smiled contentedly and tilted her face up to Yain, saying, "Shall we go in?" Yain nodded, leading the way. After presenting his credentials, he brought Gu Xiaoqi into the command center. Upon entering, Gu Xiaoqi was immediately taken aback by the grandeur before her. A massive screen displayed the entire territory of the Empire. Yain explained beside her, "The green areas represent our Empire's secure territories, while the red signifies the Star Beasts. Thunderstar can be regarded as the Empire's foremost military stronghold. Many high-tech products are exclusive to Thunderstar, and the strongest army is stationed here. Thunderstar serves as the Empire's primary line of defense and is its most unassailable bastion." Gu Xiaoqi nodded in astonishment. Her gaze filled with admiration as she observed the men and women in military uniforms bustling about. What she had confided to Yi Bingtian was indeed true. She harbored a genuine desire to become a soldier. "Allow me to introduce you to the general first," said Yain, "and then we'll explore a bit." Gu Xiaoqi obediently followed in Yain's footsteps. She noticed that almost every few steps there were security devices specifically designed to verify the identities of those entering. And patrolling soldiers could be seen at regular intervals. As she beheld the heavily fortified floors, she could not help but swallow hard. It was fortunate that her father was Yi Bingtian, for otherwise, completing this check-in task would have been nearly impossible. After a lengthy and winding journey with Yain, she finally caught sight of Officer Lin. He approached with purposeful strides and said, "Miss, please follow me." Officer Lin led Gu Xiaoqi into a room, and upon entering, she immediately spotted her esteemed father. Yi Bingtian's deep-set eyes fixed intently upon Gu Xiaoqi as he asked, "How do you feel?" Gu Xiaoqi sensed a deeper meaning in his words and replied honestly, "The command center has left me in awe. I want to be a soldier even more now." Yi Bingtian regarded the seemingly earnest young girl before him, momentarily at a loss for words, and then waved his hand, saying, "Let Yain continue to show you around." With that, he instructed Officer Lin to escort Gu Xiaoqi out. Confused, Gu Xiaoqi pondered why, after traversing so far, her father would only utter such a brief remark. Yi Bingtian added, "Pay close attention to Gu Xiaoqi's every word and action. Report any anomalies to me immediately. Remember not to let her enter the truly confidential areas, but there are certain secrets that she may witness." Deputy Lin nodded and promptly descended to arrange the necessary matters. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqi was exploring the command center alongside Yain, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed upon the enormous mech before her, murmuring, "This mech is so cool." This mech was entirely different from those she had previously encountered. Its size was approximately twice that of the mech she had seen in the virtual realm. The solid yet frigid black metallic exterior rendered Gu Xiaoqi speechless. Turning to inquire, she asked, "What material is this mech skin made of? I feel as though I have never seen such a metal surface before." She had purchased numerous materials and had observed many mechs online. Yet the skin of the one before her was unlike any she had previously encountered. Yain was momentarily at a loss for words. While this mech could not be classified as confidential, it certainly required discretion. More importantly, he was unaware of the material composition of the mech's exterior. After a prolonged silence without a response from Yain, Gu Xiaoqi realized she might have ventured into forbidden inquiries. She remarked, "I suddenly find myself less curious. Let us explore other areas." As she meandered about casually, she suddenly thought she heard a voice. The language spoken was unfamiliar to her, yet inexplicably. She could comprehend its meaning. Did you hear any sound? Yan asked with curiosity. No, he replied. A flicker of doubt and gravity crossed Gu Xiaoqi's eyes as she pointed towards a path and inquired, May I go there? Yuan promptly remarked. That is a place dedicated to the study of stellar beasts. Of course, we can go. Stellar Beasts. Chapter 93, Desert Star. Gu Xiaoqi listened intently. Indeed, hearing a sound, and comprehending the dialogue it conveyed. Soon, Yan led Gu Xiaoqi into a room. Before them stood an array of intricate instruments and several large screens, all personnel displaying solemn expressions as they analyzed the audio. Gu Xiaoqi inquired, what is this for? Upon recognizing Yan, a nearby researcher elucidated, our department primarily focuses on analyzing the audio of stellar beasts to infer information regarding the beast tides. A harsh yet powerful voice resonated directly. The more Gu Xiaoqi listened, the more her smile faded, replaced by a somber demeanor. Noticing the puzzled look on Yan's face, she smiled sweetly and said, the sound is rather loud, it's somewhat irritating. For reasons unknown, she could indeed comprehend the language of the stellar beasts. Gu Xiaoqi wished to conceal her abilities, so she turned away, intending to explore the next area. However, in the next moment, her steps faltered, her expression turning grave before reverting to normal. After taking a deep breath, she lowered her head and pondered silently for a while, before finally addressing Yan. I wish to see my father. Although Yan was somewhat perplexed, she reported this news to General Yi. Before long, Yan said, please follow me. Along the way, Gu Xiaoqi kept her head down, her eyes filled with gravity, accompanied by a hint of regret. She had been contemplating how to articulate her thoughts without revealing her ability to comprehend the language of the star beasts. However, it was imperative that she relay the information she had acquired to her adoptive father. Yet, what if her adoptive father discerned the truth? If he reported the matter, would she not then be relegated to the status of a mere subject for experimentation? Moments later, Yan announced, we have arrived. Gu Xiaoqi was roused from her reverie, nonchalantly ruffling her hair, her eyes reflecting a solemnity as she entered Yi Bingtian's office. Yet, the moment she crossed the threshold, a smile adorned her face. A flicker of intrigue passed through Yi Bingtian's gaze as he slowly inquired, do you know how to cook? Of course. Even Ai Bo's father has praised my culinary skills on several occasions. Gu Xiaoqi replied, feigning pride. Once she observed Gu Xiaoqi's figure receding from view. He pressed a button on his desk and instructed, Officer Lin, investigate where Gu Xiaoqi has been today. Look for any anomalies. Remember to examine not only her expressions, but also her heart rate data, everything. Upon receiving the command, Officer Lin immediately commenced the investigation. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi remained oblivious to the thorough scrutiny she was about to undergo. Her earlier excitement had dissipated. She gently leaned against the window, pondering the unsettling information she had just overheard. According to the Empire's official announcements, the Star Beasts were not expected to launch an assault for another 8 years. Yet, the words she had just heard from the Star Beasts suggested an entirely different narrative. 3 months hence, a faction of Star Beasts will launch a direct assault on Desert Star through the black hole, seizing the opportunity to attack surrounding planets as well. In that tumultuous moment, how many lives will be claimed by the sudden onslaught of the Star Beasts, and how many soldiers will perish valiantly defending their homeland? She is no saint. Yet she finds it impossible to remain indifferent. Chapter 94. The Taste of Interference. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoqi recalled a crucial element from the dialogue with the Star Beasts. If she could just bring this matter to Yi Bingtian's attention, all would be well. Her previously dim eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. But how should she convey this to her father? Throughout the journey, Yan observed the stark contrast in Gu Xiaoqi's demeanor compared to when they first set out. Several times, he attempted to speak, yet the words faltered on the tip of his tongue. With time slipping away, Gu Xiaoqi finally arrived at the villa. Just as she was about to disembark, Yan called out to her. Noticing the puzzled expression on her face, he stammered, I also have a sister. When she is tired or feeling down, she loves to eat sweets. Upon finishing this sentence, he extended his right hand, revealing a piece of candy nestled in his palm. Gu Xiaoqi, taken aback, quickly offered a sweet smile and replied, Thank you, Brother Yan. Seeing the child's spirits lift, Yan finally exhaled in relief and scratched his head, saying, If the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to my sister. She is incredibly adorable. Gu Xiaoqi nodded, bidding farewell to Yan with a smile. However, the moment she stepped inside, her expression fell, the brightness evaporating from her face. This evening, a formidable challenge awaits. Gu Xiaoqi randomly rubbed her face, striving to bolster her spirits. The first task at hand was to contemplate how to prepare the evening's meal, no matter the excuse. Cooking was a necessity. Had she not endured enough hardship in the past few days? Upon hearing a commotion at the villa entrance, AI Bo leisurely made his way to the door. He had anticipated encountering an exuberant Gu Xiaoqi, yet to his surprise, she wore a countenance filled with dismay. He inquired, "What is the matter? Has someone wronged you?" Upon hearing his voice, Gu Xiaoqi lifted her head with a lackluster demeanor and replied, "No one has wronged me. It is my own fault." After a moment of contemplation, she slowly confessed, "It is because I boasted about my culinary skills and invited father you to sample my cooking." AI Bo paused, a rare expression of incredulity gracing his features as he replied, "You truly have a bold tongue. Just so we are clear, do not prepare my portion. I fear I might be poisoned." Gu Xiaoqi rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted, "You wish to eat? I have no desire to cook for you." With a handsome appearance, how could he possess such unrealistic expectations? Having uttered those words, Gu Xiaoqi swiftly made her way to the kitchen. Such bravado must be redeemed. AI Bo remained behind, bemused, gazing at her retreating figure. This unrefined girl, not only lacking in beauty but possessing quite the temper. Once in the kitchen, Gu Xiaoqi recalled the peculiar taste of the fried rice she had made previously and resolved to familiarize herself with the ingredients before proceeding. She emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plethora of ingredients, her small face adorned with a serious expression as she scrutinized the array before her. With one hand perched on her hip, an aura of determination enveloped her. She took the initiative to sample a peculiar purple vegetable that bore a striking resemblance to an eggplant. Upon tasting it, her delicate features contorted into a frown. Why did it taste so much like a carrot? As Gu Xiaoqi continued to experiment with various vegetables, her expressions grew increasingly bizarre. She harbored grave doubts that the interstellar beings had merely replicated the appearance of the vegetables, while the flavors, how to describe them, they were utterly mismatched. The taste of this vegetable should undoubtedly belong to another variety altogether. Most absurdly, the interstellar version of a carrot bore the flavor of a chili pepper. Moreover, the interstellar cookbook bore an uncanny resemblance to the recipes from the era before the apocalypse. This resulted in a veritable disaster for her palate. Chapter 95. Xiaoqi tastes ingredients. After sampling every ingredient, Gu Xiaoqi felt as though her sense of taste had utterly failed her, wishing fervently that she could be rid of it entirely. The most disconcerting aspect of tasting ingredients was the uncertainty of what the next one would taste like. She instructed number 1 to produce a stack of small notes, meticulously documenting the flavors she encountered, while discreetly indicating what these ingredients were originally supposed to be. This newfound organization instilled her with confidence for the evening meal. Noticing that there was still ample time, she resolved to tidy up and browse the virtual network. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she found AI by reclining quietly on the sofa. Upon noticing Gu Xiaoqi's presence, he slightly raised his head and said, "Since you're ready, go change your clothes swiftly. We shall resume training. Are you back again? There's no way to win, so what else can be done?" In the gravity chamber, Gu Xiaoqi felt the pressure of 3 times the gravity and forced a smile as she inquired, "Father, shall we continue with physical training today?" "No, we shall train the mind," AI Bo replied, adding, "As per usual, blindfold yourself." With that, he tossed a blindfold and earplugs towards Gu Xiaoqi, his pale blue eyes shimmering with eagerness. Instantly, Gu Xiaoqi's expression morphed into one of despair. Training her mental faculties under such immense pressure was indeed quite the challenge. AI Bo, growing impatient, urged, "What are you hesitating for? Do you wish to extend the session?" Gu Xiaoqi shook her head vigorously, her reluctance palpable. She quickly composed herself, adeptly entering the realm of the mind, where she was met with the sight of lively little light orbs eagerly vying for her attention, which struck her as amusing. "I require the assistance of 3 little spirits this time. The one that has already dispelled the dark mist will count as 1. Which 2 other spirits would like to lend their aid?" Upon hearing this, the spirits sprang into action, clamoring to volunteer. Gu Xiaoqi selected 2 from the enthusiastic throng, stating seriously, "This time, the task does not involve dispelling the dark mist, but I assure you that you 2 will be prioritized for such duties in the future." The 2 little spirits drooped upon hearing the initial part of her statement, but their spirits lifted upon grasping the latter half. Thus, Gu Xiaoqi, accompanied by the 3 little spirits, ventured boldly into the realm of reality. However, when eyeing through the first small metal ball, Gu Xiaoqi immediately sensed that something was amiss. Compared to yesterday, the speed and force of this small metal ball had increased by more than 3-fold. and more importantly, she was currently in a triple gravity chamber. Gu Xiaoqi's expression darkened instantly. Despite clearly seeing the trajectory of the metal ball, she found herself utterly incapable of evading it. The moment the ball struck her body, she felt a sharp pain, and she was certain that the wound must be bleeding. How could she train like this? There was simply no way to dodge. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoqi reached out to the three small spiritual entities and inquired, "Can you control the metal ball?" "Yes." Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoqi commanded the three entities to redirect the ball from its original path. Although the trajectory was altered, it was not enough. The metal ball still hit her. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and with the slightest movement, she couldn't help but gasp in pain. She was convinced that her injury was far from superficial. Yet, the more challenging it became, the more determined Gu Xiaoqi was not to concede. She refused to believe that she could only stand there and endure the blows. Once again, she commanded the spiritual entities to manipulate the metal ball while she desperately attempted to evade. 2 hours passed, and blood streamed from her ankle. Pooling on the ground, drenched in sweat, Gu Xiaoqi paid no heed to her injury. She removed her eye mask and earplugs, her smile radiant and defiant as she declared, "Dear Father, I have succeeded." She could now dodge the small ball, even in the triple gravity chamber. Iber lightly exclaimed, "Oh," and then asked, "What's the matter?" As evening approached, Gu Xiaoqi pondered over what dish to prepare, bracing herself for a potential reprimand. The smile on her face instantly faltered, her gaze wavering slightly. Theoretically, she had no issues. Yet the practical execution remained uncertain. Chapter 96, Yi Bingtian returns to the villa. Ai Bo chuckled at Gu Xiaoqi's moment of speechlessness, remarking, "You should first attend to your injuries." At this, Gu Xiaoqi suddenly felt every ache and pain in her body, grimacing as she retorted, "Dear Father, couldn't you be a bit gentler? Being gentle might lead you to forget," came the response. "Who said that? If you were gentler, I would certainly remember." Before Gu Xiaoqi could finish her sentence, Ai Bo snapped, "If you continue to babble, we'll intensify the training." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi sprang to her feet, avoiding Ai Bo's gaze as she limped out of the gravity chamber. What a joke. With more training, she feared for her very life. With great difficulty, Gu Xiaoqi made her way to the treatment room, expertly pressing the button to open the treatment chamber. Soon, her father would arrive, and another arduous challenge awaited her. She closed her eyes, lying within the chamber, mentally rehearsing the potential scenarios and her responses. With a chime, Gu Xiaoqi sprang up, eagerly rushing downstairs to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, at the military base command center, Deputy Lin was presenting the findings of today's investigation to General Yi, stating, "General, Miss Gu exhibited significant emotional fluctuations in only 2 locations. One was upon encountering the new type of mecha in the mecha laboratory, and the other was in the information processing department. Did Ayin mention any peculiarities regarding Miss Gu in these 2 places?" While Yu Bingting perused the documents in his hand, he inquired. Although Deputy Lin did not believe Miss Gu to be a spy, he could not dismiss the possibility. Moreover, as a soldier, he felt it imperative to rely on concrete evidence rather than subjective judgment. He continued, however, in the information processing department, Miss Gu's countenance briefly darkened, which she attributed to the excessively loud audio playback. The information processing department? Yi Bingting raised his gaze to Deputy Lin. In contrast, he perceived Miss Gu's presence in the mecha room as mere curiosity. Although the mechas on display were not publicly disclosed, their value was not substantial. If her intent were to covet the mechas, she would be more inclined to reside with Su Qingyang. Indeed, Yu Bingting mused, observing the documents in his grasp. During her time in the information processing department, Miss Gu's heartbeat had been consistently erratic, yet her expression remained composed. This suggested that she had uncovered or obtained something significant in the information processing department, prompting her to conceal her true emotions. As for the mecha room, her expression and heartbeat were entirely aligned, yet possibilities could not be entirely dismissed. However, it was clear that neither of these 2 locations could yield any valuable secrets. Yi Bingtian irritably pressed his forehead and continued, "Aside from these, is there any other unusual occurrence?" Deputy Lin pondered carefully before responding. "The only thing is that at the command center, Miss stood dazedly at the entrance for quite a while." The entrance of the command center? That was likely just a moment of distraction. Once we return to the villa, Gu Xiaoqi will undoubtedly reveal her true intentions. And then we shall have a clearer understanding of what she truly desires or what schemes she may be concocting. Chapter 97, Star Beasts Throughout the Journey. Yi Bingtian kept his eyes closed, seeking a moment of respite. He had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep for several days, nor had he relished a decent meal. Recently, the upper echelons of the Empire and several prominent military academies expressed their concerns, stating that allowing third- and fourth-year students to suddenly engage in actual combat could incite widespread panic among the populace. Yu Bingtian regarded their apprehensions with disdain. This cadre of power-hungry officials yearned for the security of the Empire while simultaneously refusing to let students partake in the war. Such a wish was utterly unrealistic. They failed to soothe the citizens and instead shifted all the burdens onto him. Though he was hailed as the god of war in the Empire, he was ultimately just a man, incapable of single-handedly confronting the entirety of the beast tide. Just as Yu Bingtian was on the verge of slumber, Deputy Lin cautiously approached and said, "General, we have arrived at the villa." Yu Bingtian instantly awakened and replied, "Come and fetch me tomorrow morning." Understood. As soon as Yu Bingtian stepped inside, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of food wafting through the villa. This fragrance was entirely different from the meals prepared by the robots, and a flicker of curiosity crossed Yu Bingtian's eyes. Could it be that Xiaoqi truly possessed culinary skills? He strode into the living room and was greeted by Xiaoqi, who beamed and said, "Father, you have arrived." Yu Bingtian nodded and inquired, "Did you prepare the meal today?" "Of course." By the time Yu Bingtian and Xiaoqi reached the dining area, Ai Bo and Su Qingyang were already seated at the table. Ai Bo stretched and languidly remarked, "Now that your father is here, can we finally commence the feast?" Initially, Ai Bo harbored doubts about Xiaoqi's culinary skills, especially after witnessing her haphazard cooking. However, as time passed, the aroma wafting from the kitchen grew increasingly enticing, permeating even the living room. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Ai Bo stealthily crept into the kitchen and seized the opportunity to sneak a taste of the dishes while Xiaoqi was preoccupied with her cooking. With each bite, he began to suspect that Xiaoqi had intentionally prepared the previous meals poorly, even though she had consumed them eagerly. He continued to indulge in one bite after another until Xiaoqi, wielding a spatula, forcibly evicted him from the kitchen. Ignoring Ai Bo's reproachful gaze, Xiaoqi smiled brightly and said, "Father Yi, please have a seat." After making this statement, she attentively poured a glass of water for Yu Bingtian and added, "Father Yi, do savor my culinary creations." Ai Bo could hardly tolerate Xiaoqi's demeanor and retorted, "Xiaoqi, why are you being so attentive? Is there something that only Yu Bingtian can assist you with that I cannot?" Xiaoqi rolled her eyes and replied, "I wish to enlist in the army. Can you help with that? I can throw money to get you into the army." Upon uttering these words, Yu Bingtian's piercing gaze immediately turned to Ai Bo, who inquired, "Throw money? At whom? Who possesses such remarkable capabilities?" Ai Bo realized he had inadvertently spoken too freely, especially in the presence of the uncompromising Yu Bingtian. Stammering, he replied, "Throw." Yu Bingtian let out a cold chuckle and fell silent. The atmosphere instantly froze, aside from Su Qingyang and Yu Bingtian. The other two felt profoundly awkward. Xiaoqi hastily interjected, "Mr. Yi, may I inquire about the requirements for enlisting?" Yu Bingtian succinctly explained, "There are two pathways. First, to apply for a military academy. Second, to meet societal enlistment criteria and undergo unified training." Xiaoqi pressed on, "So, is the primary objective of enlisting to eliminate star beasts?" "Indeed, the main tasks are to eradicate star beasts and maintain the security of the Empire." Xiaoqi summoned all her acting skills to feign curiosity, asking, "Where do star beasts originate?" Chapter 98. Testing the waters. Upon hearing this question, Yu Bingtian looked at Xiaoqi with a puzzled expression and bluntly replied, "Search for it on the star network." She was about to open the star network, pretending to study the origins of star beasts before continuing her inquiries. However, to her surprise, Ai Bo glanced at Yu Bingtian and interjected, "Star beasts inhabit the cosmos. Their origins remain a mystery. To this day, there are three prevailing theories, yet none are universally accepted. One theory posits that the star beasts are the result of mutations caused by a catastrophic event on Earth millions of years ago, evolving gradually into their current forms. Another hypothesis suggests that these creatures originate from a lower dimensional plane, traversing our galaxy through black holes. Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "Can star beasts truly pass through black holes?" Ai Bo nodded in affirmation. Xiaoqi turned her gaze toward Yu Bingtian, her tone laced with uncertainty as she asked, "Where exactly do star beasts reside? Are their locations limited to a few fixed battlegrounds, such as near Thunderstar?" Ai Bo scoffed, a hint of disdain in his eyes as he replied, Gu Xiaoqi, have you not grasped the fundamentals of interstellar knowledge? The habitats of star beasts are not fixed, however. The battlegrounds remain consistently the same, with little variation. Finally, the moment had arrived. Gu Xiaoqi felt a twinge of anxiety, but maintained her composure as she continued. What if? It said that star beasts can recklessly traverse black holes. What if they directly emerge from an unknown black hole to attack us? That is highly improbable. Firstly, black holes do not form easily, and should they do so, the Empire would be immediately notified. Secondly, those star beasts are hardly intelligent. Do they even comprehend the concept of a sneak attack? AI Bo stated while enjoying his meal. How can you be so certain that star beasts lack intelligence? Gu Xiaoqi retorted. At that moment, Yi Bingtian, who had remained silent until now, interjected, according to the data, the intelligence of star beasts increases with their rank. However, this information has not been disclosed to the citizens of the Empire. His piercing gaze fixed intently on Gu Xiaoqi as he inquired, So, Gu Xiaoqi, do you believe there exists an unknown black hole? One that could potentially be discovered by the star beasts, who might then seize the opportunity to attack us? Gu Xiaoqi felt a wave of unease wash over her under his scrutinizing stare, yet she dared not reveal any hint of fear. Instead, she met Yi Bingtian's gaze directly and retorted, Isn't there a possibility of such an occurrence? Yi Bingtian fell silent for a moment before responding slowly, Gu Xiaoqi, after dinner, you are to accompany me to the study. The directness of his command sent a tremor through Gu Xiaoqi's heart. Had she inadvertently shown any sign of weakness? Lowering her head to feign eating, her eyes were filled with turmoil. Yet, within moments, she regained her composure, continuing her dinner with a face devoid of any unusual expression. Yi Bingtian observed her every movement with a keen eye, his own expression inscrutable. This meal was relished by everyone present, save for Gu Xiaoqi. As soon as they finished dining, she cheerfully inquired, Father Yi, shall we head to your study now? Her petite face radiated joy, betraying not a trace of anxiety. Yi Bingtian nodded and ascended the stairs first, with Gu Xiaoqi closely trailing behind. Ai Bai lounged languidly in his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qingyang as he queried softly, Su Qingyang, do you not find their behavior today rather peculiar? Su Qingyang's clear gaze met Ai Bai's. A look of confusion etched upon his face. How easily one forgets that Su Qingyang is the epitome of innocence. In the study, Yi Bingtian casually gestured toward a sofa, indicating for Gu Xiaoqi to take a seat. His penetrating gaze rendered Gu Xiaoqi momentarily speechless, before she quickly responded. I simply wish to showcase my culinary skills. Is my cooking not satisfactory? As she spoke, a sense of pride illuminated her eyes, for she had not anticipated her culinary prowess to be so remarkable. So, what did you discover at the command center? Or what news did you acquire? Chapter 99. The Restoration of Memory? Is it truly due to the noise? Yi Bingtian appeared to be engrossed in the book before him. Yet his attention remained steadfastly on Gu Xiaoqi's every movement, even the subtle shifts in her expressions. A flicker of confusion momentarily crossed Gu Xiaoqi's face as she inquired. If it is not due to the noise, then what could it possibly be? Her flawless demeanor caught Yi Bingtian off guard, a spark of intrigue igniting in his eyes. He set the book aside and fixed his gaze upon Gu Xiaoqi, asserting, Gu Xiaoqi, you must trust me. His resolute tone, coupled with his unwavering integrity, conveyed to Gu Xiaoqi that he was indeed worthy of her trust. Yet, upon hearing those words, Gu Xiaoqi could not suppress a scoff within her mind. Trust a general? The citizens of the Empire might wholeheartedly believe in him, but an experiment subject could not. Without hesitation, she declared, I have always believed in you. Yi Bingtian recalled the moment when it was only after he had threatened Gu Xiaoqi that she had reluctantly surrendered the experimental attire. Now, to hear her profess her belief in him, even he found it hard to accept. Gu Xiaoqi blinked and remarked, I did not intend to imply anything. Mr. Yi, have you perhaps misunderstood? With a clear objective in mind, it was not he who should feel anxious if that objective remained unfulfilled. Gu Xiaoqi exhibited not a trace of panic in her eyes as she spoke slowly. Father Yi, the individual you have consistently doubted is yourself. You inquire about my intentions today. Pray tell, what could I possibly gain at the command center? What could I acquire under the watchful gaze of the Empire's Grand General? What purpose could I truly have? A barrage of words was hurled at Yi Biting, yet neither of their expressions wavered. They both understood this was a game of wits. The first to reveal a chink in their armor would be the one to lose. However, Yi Biting deviated from the expected script, stating plainly, in that case, you may leave, I have matters to attend to. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gu Xiaoqi's face. Was he truly so unpredictable? Why not ask a few more questions? I could offer you a reminder. She remained motionless on the sofa, desperately contemplating her next words. She could not afford to relent. Countless vibrant lives hung in the balance. Yi Baiting rose from his chair, striding towards Gu Xiaoqi, towering over her as he declared, "Are you not leaving?" Gu Xiaoqi found this condescending posture utterly distasteful. With a sudden movement, she stood up, only to sink back into her seat when she realized he still loomed over her. Avoiding his gaze, she looked to the heavens and the earth, muttering, "Why do you suspect I have ulterior motives? I was merely at the dining table today." Before Gu Xiaoqi could finish her sentence, Yi Baiting interjected, "I have no desire to listen. You may leave." Gu Xiaoqi clenched her teeth in silence. He did not wish to hear, yet she had no intention of remaining silent. However, it must be said that she remained uncertain whether she could seize another opportunity if she let this one slip away. More importantly, in comparison to others, her trust in Yi Bingtian was unwavering. She decided to speak directly. "General Yi, are you truly unconcerned about the sudden emergence of a black hole, which might allow the Star Beasts to launch a surprise attack on us?" Yi Bingtian's gaze flickered. Was this the very sentiment she had longed to express? Unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi felt an immediate surge of anger, yet she maintained a facade of calm as she remarked, "While I was in the information department, I seem to have recovered some memories." Chapter 100. Inspecting the desert star feigning composure, Gu Xiaoqi continued, "While I was in the information department, I appeared to have regained a fragment of my memory." Yi Bingtian, intrigued by her words, promptly seated himself beside her on the sofa, gesturing for her to elaborate. This had been the most unfavorable solution she could devise after careful contemplation, to shift all blame onto the laboratory. After all, that laboratory was certainly no paragon of virtue, and bearing a few additional burdens was of little consequence. She observed the inscrutable expression on the face of the person opposite her, unable to discern whether he believed her claim. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoqi solemnly stated, "I cannot ascertain the veracity of this matter, but if it proves true, it would lead to a catastrophe. My previous concealment was merely to prevent you from discovering that I had regained a portion of my memories." He nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to convey?" Gu Xiaoqi shook her head, her expression growing increasingly grim as she replied, "You promised that you would protect me." Yi Bingtian spoke with unwavering resolve. "As long as you remain obedient, I will certainly protect you with all my strength." Gu Xiaoqi lowered her head, as if she had come to trust Yi Bingtian's words. She replied, "I still hope you can send someone to investigate whether there are any black holes." After uttering this, Gu Xiaoqi immediately exited the study. Upon entering, it felt as though all her strength had been instantly drained, causing her to tremble slightly, her back dampened with sweat. To claim she trusted Yi Bingtian, among all fathers, she perceived him as the most perilous. Just moments ago, she had lied under the piercing gaze and icy aura of Yi Bingtian, her back already soaked with cold sweat. Yet she dared not reveal the slightest hint of her unease. Fortunately, the task had been accomplished. As for the outcome, it hinged on whether Yi Bingtian would believe her words, but she had exerted her utmost effort. She splashed cold water on her face, striving to regain her focus. Her gaze resolutely fixed on her reflection in the mirror. Survive. Revive the original owner. Onward. The mech competition awaits. Enormous debts also loom ahead. With renewed determination, Gu Xiaoqi exited the restroom, intent on immediately accessing the holographic network. In the study, Yi Bingtian remained in his previous position on the sofa. After a prolonged silence, he wearily closed his eyes and activated his light brain, directly initiating a video call to Deputy Officer Lin. "General, you personally ordered an investigation into the conditions on various planets to ascertain the presence of black holes or other hazardous locations." Reflecting on Gu Xiaoqi's words, Yi Bingtian added, "Prioritize the inspection of Desert Star." Deputy Lin expressed his confusion and inquired, "General, conducting inspections across various planets may incite panic among the high-ranking officials and the populace. I fear the operation may prove challenging. Moreover, each planet has dedicated patrol teams that will continue to carry out regular inspections." Yi Bingtian's gaze sharpened instantly as he asserted, "Enforce the inspections. The Empire is in a precarious state. An additional layer of security is nothing short of advantageous." Although Deputy Lin did not fully comprehend the rationale, he adhered strictly to General Ye's orders. After terminating the video call, Yi Bingtian cast a solemn look towards the empty space opposite him, as if Gu Xiaoqi still occupied that spot. Gu Xiaoqi, Do not let me down. Chapter 101. A unique little being at this moment. Xiaoqi remained oblivious to how Yi Bitian was managing the situation. She simply reclined into the holographic chamber and was instantly transported into the virtual realm. Upon entry, she gazed at the sky and the ground but dared not glance at the glass by the roadside, fearful that she might inadvertently encounter her own bearded, bald visage. She reached out to the proprietor of the mecha shop she had previously visited, her heart racing with apprehension that he might discard or sell the meticulously selected mecha she had chosen. Fortunately, the shopkeeper assured her that the abandoned mecha remained intact in the warehouse and provided her with the location. She vividly recalled that a burly man had passed by moments earlier, yet shortly thereafter, that same man unexpectedly walked past her again, his large hand seemingly brushing against Xiaoqi's bald head by accident. Xiaoqi gazed at the eager expressions of those around her, captivated by her own bald head, and couldn't resist the urge to reach out and touch her smooth scalp. This sensation was oddly addictive. It felt rather delightful, perhaps. She found herself unable to refrain from caressing her little bald head once more. Oh my, what a delightful texture. As she journeyed along, she would pause intermittently to fondle her head. Upon reaching the warehouse, the manager awaited her at the entrance, his face lighting up at the sight of a familiar bearded little bald figure. Accustomed to the charming countenance of children, he found himself unexpectedly fond of this rather peculiar little one. Upon spotting the manager, Xiaoqi beamed and exclaimed, "Manager, could I have a quick look at the mechs?" The manager retorted with playful annoyance, "What? Are you afraid I might pilfer your old mech?" Xiaoqi chuckled heartily, offering no defense. After all, isn't it only natural for transactions to be settled upon delivery? Moreover, he had yet to lay eyes upon it. The manager promptly swung open the warehouse door, stating, "I have no issue lending you this space, but I worry that you might find it inconvenient to retrieve the mech in my absence." This mech warehouse was undeniably valuable. While the mechs within may not be of the highest caliber, their sheer number rendered them significant. Regardless of how endearing the manager found Xiaoqi, he could not entrust her with the warehouse key. Xiaoqi pondered for a moment before replying, "I shall temporarily leave the mech in your care, but I will hasten to secure a place for it." It was time for AI Bo's father to unleash his opulent demeanor. In the vast realm of the virtual world, securing a space was undoubtedly free of charge. In mere moments, Xiaoqi spotted the familiar sight of an abandoned mech, her eyes sparkling with delight as her small hands instinctively reached out to caress the mech's surface. The shopkeeper, witnessing this scene, erupted in hearty laughter, then gestured towards a large box in the corner, saying, "These are tools we seldom use in the store. Feel free to borrow them for the time being." With a swift motion, she pressed a button on the virtual wristband, and an illuminated screen materialized before her. In no time, Xiaoqi had successfully completed the transaction. Although this mech was in relatively better condition, certain parts still required replacement. For a moment, Xiaoqi was wholly absorbed in the world of mech repair, entirely oblivious to the shopkeeper's presence nearby. The shopkeeper, amused by the sight of Xiaoqi, who resembled a slender monkey as she climbed up and down, could not resist activating the recording function to secretly capture this amusing spectacle. This little rascal, not only possessing a unique appearance but also exuding an endearing charm. Chapter 102. The grimy little baldy. At this moment, Xiaoqi was completely immersed in the task of repairing the mech. Her cherubic face, once smooth, was now smeared with dirt and black grime, while her previously radiant bald head lost its luster. Her eyes shone with determination as her tiny hands struggled to wield the heavy tools, beads of sweat trickling down, soaking her back. This endeavor held a profound significance for Xiaoqi. It marked her inaugural genuine encounter with a mech, not only facilitating her creation of rudimentary mechs, but also enhancing her understanding of their inner workings, thereby enabling her to master their operation. As time gradually slipped away, the store manager transitioned from initial enthusiasm to a state of perpetual drowsiness. Overwhelmed by boredom, he summoned a robot to attend to any needs that Xiaoqi might have before vacating the warehouse. Xiaoqi climbed up and down, her petite form deftly navigating through the mecha. She touched the sleek surface of her head and gazed at the mecha's internal control room. This control room was designed according to the average height of an adult, yet Xiaoqi was merely a child. Observing her short arms and legs, she glanced at the control console and could not help but sigh. It appeared that the mecha control room required significant modification. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoqi resolutely continued to transform the mecha before her. 2 hours later, she stood proudly before the now impressive mecha, her hands on her hips and her face radiating with pride. Climbing into the mecha's control room, she felt quite at home as a budding mecha engineer. Familiar with the functions of various buttons, she pressed the start button, but just as she was about to summon the spiritual entities to assist her, it dawned on her that she was in the store manager's mecha warehouse. Reluctantly, she switched off the system. The thought of damaging the mechas within the warehouse was too daunting to entertain. She couldn't afford to pay for such mishaps. Descending from the mecha, she was confronted by a robot that greeted her. Esteemed guest, the owner has temporarily left the warehouse due to other commitments. How may I assist you? Xiaoqi shook her head and promptly contacted the store manager via her virtual wristband. In a matter of moments, the store manager answered the video call. Xiaoqi smiled brightly and said, "Shopkeeper, I am nearly finished here. May I leave directly?" The shopkeeper, gazing at the disheveled child before him, was momentarily taken aback, wondering how this little one had come to appear in such a state, especially when the bald child across from him grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that starkly contrasted with his grimy complexion. With a radiant smile, he replied, "You may leave at once. The robot will secure the warehouse." However, Xiaoqi found his smile rather forced. She could only nod in response before logging off from the virtual world. Upon opening her eyes, Xiaoqi emerged from the holographic chamber. Although she had successfully repaired the mech, there were still a few areas where she felt uncertain. Sensing that her handling might have been flawed, she resolved to remember these issues and consult Su Qingyang's father the following day. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern at the moment was to resolve the storage dilemma for the mechs in the virtual realm. Alas, the 1,000 virtual coins spent to rent the shopkeeper's space seemed to have gone to waste. Xiaoqi's eyes brimmed with regret, her heart aching as if it were being squeezed. She exited her room and, with familiarity, made her way to Aibu's father's room, knocking lightly on the door. Hearing the knock, Aibu could surmise the identity of the visitor. Dressed casually in his pajamas, he replied with an irritable tone, "What do you want, ugly girl?" "At this late hour?" Xiaoqi cheerfully responded, "I merely thought I hadn't wished you good night yet, so I came to check on you." Aibu was suddenly left in a state of shock, having just referred to the girl as ugly, yet Xiaoqi remained unfazed. It seemed there was a matter of considerable importance at hand. Chapter 103. A request directed towards me. Aibu straightened his posture, pridefully declaring, "Speak, what is it you desire?" In that fleeting moment, Xiaoqi felt an overwhelming urge to imprint her small hand upon his large face. However, recalling the matter that required his assistance, she maintained a beaming smile and said, "I was thinking, as the wealthiest individual in the empire, you must possess a residence in the virtual world. I would like to borrow your house, if only for a brief period." Aibu leaned languidly against the door frame, stifling a yawn until Xiaoqi's glare grew increasingly fierce. He then reluctantly replied, "I suppose borrowing is not out of the question, but you must first divulge your intentions." At that moment, Aibu recalled that a couple of days prior, the young girl had mentioned her plans to participate in numerous mech competitions. Without further ado, he pushed Xiaoqi out the door and slammed it shut with a resounding thud. Startled, Xiaoqi was on the verge of expressing her frustration at her insufferable father when a voice emerged from within. "Very well. I shall take you to the virtual world S Villa tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi's face lit up with joy. After all, she had merely been startled. It was of little consequence. As long as she could secure a location, she was more than willing to endure a few more surprises. The next day, Xiaoqi awoke once more from her study space, yet after several consecutive nights of diligent learning, she found herself utterly disinclined to gaze upon interstellar literature in the near future. She languidly stretched, and her previously pallid complexion, a result of malnutrition, finally bore a hint of rosy vitality. Her round, glistening eyes were tinged with unshed tears. A new day dawned. Xiaoqi silently encouraged herself, rising with renewed determination. Was it not merely training? Was it not simply the creation of mechs? What a trivial matter. After a brief wash, Xiaoqi stepped out of her room, expecting to encounter her father, Aibu, in the training room. However, after an extensive search, she found no trace of him. Could it be that there was no training today? She felt a slight sense of disorientation but proceeded to adjust the gravity settings on the screen at the entrance of the gravity chamber to 3 times the normal weight, setting her training duration to 1 hour. Upon entering the gravity chamber, she immediately sensed the arduousness of even walking. Thus began her day of rigorous training, her mind preoccupied with the mech repairs from the previous day. An hour later, Xiaoqi rested her head on the dining table, awaiting breakfast. Aibu ambled over at a leisurely pace, prompting Xiaoqi to inquire, "Father, Why did you not continue my training this morning? AI Bo furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Gu Xiaoqi's face before responding, because I do not wish to see you in such a state. He continued, look at yourself. Are you not suffering from a lack of sleep? However, you were never particularly attractive, and a little more unattractiveness matters not. With my good looks, if I do not take proper care of my appearance, would it not be a travesty? Today, I indulged in a well-deserved beauty sleep without any qualms. Gu Xiaoqi felt a surge of determination, thinking, if I wish to sleep in, then so be it. Yet, she found herself fabricating such a grandiloquent justification for it. AI Bo, observing the increasingly fierce glint in Gu Xiaoqi's eyes, remarked nonchalantly, we shall head to the virtual internet CF shortly. In an instant, Gu Xiaoqi's demeanor transformed, and she cheerfully nodded in agreement. Su Qingyang, intrigued by Gu Xiaoqi's swift change of expression, could not help but inquire, why isn't she retaliating against you? AI Bo rested his chin on his hand and replied, it is merely because she has a need for my assistance. Ah, I see, Su Qingyang responded. What do you comprehend? AI Bo questioned, bemused by the ignorance of the towering figure before him. Su Qingyang sipped warm water and declared, I shall refrain from seeking your aid in the future, lest I be unable to strike back when provoked. Gu Xiaoqi. AI Bo. This understanding, while peculiar, holds some merit. Chapter 104. A clouded mind. Su Qingyang scrutinized Gu Xiaoqi, who appeared lethargic, and furrowed his brow, saying, you did not approach me yesterday regarding mecha manufacturing. Oh, how surprising that my dear father would bring this matter up. Gu Xiaoqi was indeed aware of this issue, but she had initially planned to first visit the virtual realm to refine her mecha, so that she might consult Su Qingyang's father should any problems arise. With a mischievous grin, she sweetly proposed, Father, I shall spend 3 hours in the virtual space first, and immediately after, I will seek your guidance. I happen to have a few questions I would like to discuss with you. Relieved, Gu Xiaoqi beamed as she savored her breakfast. Gu Xiaoqi swiftly devoured her breakfast, her eyes wide with anticipation as she turned her gaze toward AI Bo, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the intensity of her eager stare, snapped irritably. Why are you looking at me? Focus on your own meal. I'm done, Gu Xiaoqi replied innocently, wishing she could stuff the food from AI Bo's plate into his mouth herself before joyfully diving into the virtual world. If you're still hungry, just tell the housekeeper. I certainly want to share my breakfast with you. Gu Xiaoqi retorted, who needs your breakfast? She gazed at AI Bo, exasperated, and said, Father, I'm heading to the virtual network now. Enjoy your meal, and come find me later. I'll send you my ID. Her impatience was palpable. Watching her father eat breakfast at a leisurely pace would surely drive her mad. For the sake of all, she decided to check on the mechas in the virtual world first. Half an hour later, in the virtual realm, AI Bo entered at a leisurely pace. His virtual avatar mirrored his real self with remarkable accuracy. However, AI Bo was quite intrigued as he waited in the mecha shop, curious about what the virtual representation of the rather unattractive girl would look like. Despite her plain appearance, she had a peculiar fondness for beauty, growing increasingly impatient. AI Bo muttered to himself about the promised 5-minute arrival, wondering where she could possibly be. Just then, a small, slender figure appeared at the entrance of the mecha shop. AI Bo quickly turned his gaze, only to grimace in distaste upon realizing it was a small, bearded bald man. The little brat possesses a rather peculiar appearance. However, given Gu Xiaoqi's arrogant demeanor, this little bald-headed child could not possibly be her. Just then, the small bald figure unexpectedly stood directly in front of him. AI Bo quickly diverted his gaze. It is understandable that children's tastes can be somewhat unique, yet he could not bear to subject his eyes to such a sight. Standing before AI Bo, Gu Xiaoqi furrowed her brow as she regarded her towering, handsome adoptive father. His gaze seemed rather unsettling. She tiptoed and tugged at AI Bo's clothing, exclaiming helplessly, Father, I am right here. What? The little bald head referred to him as father? He hurriedly stepped aside, his eyes filled with panic as he stammered, No, do not mistakenly call me that. I have only one daughter, named Xiaoqi, compared to this little bald child. His ugly daughter was indeed far more pleasant to behold. Gu Xiaoqi, her face darkened, retorted in exasperation, I am indeed Gu Xiaoqi. Might I trouble you to raise your esteemed hand and check my ID? AI Bo, trembling, checked the ID of the little brat before him and, after a moment of disbelief, exclaimed, You really are Xiaoqi. How can you be so unattractive? He was instantly brought to tears by the sight of the little one. Could this truly be the child with whom he shared blood? AI Bo shut his eyes, forcing himself to calm down, and then promptly seized Gu Xiaoqi by the back of her collar, departing the mech shop. Adoptive father, put me down. What do you intend to do? I am taking you to participate in a mech competition. He was determined. After a few more defeats, surely this ugly child would come to her senses. Chapter 105. Participating in the mecha competition. Along the way, Gu Xiaoqi was unceremoniously dragged by Bai by the collar, striding towards the warehouse to retrieve the mecha. Upon seeing Gu Xiaoqi's tattered mecha, Bai could not suppress his disdain. What to do? The aesthetic sense of this ugly girl is becoming increasingly peculiar. Is there any hope for salvation? He hastily proposed to replace Gu Xiaoqi's mecha with a more imposing one, only to be firmly rejected by her. Ridiculous. Already burdened with a hefty debt, she had no desire to accrue more. Most importantly, the ordinary mecha control room did not accommodate her height requirements, and the mecha she had personally modified was the most suitable for her. Bai gazed at the resolute Gu Xiaoqi, heaving a regretful sigh while secretly contemplating when he could dispose of this hideous mecha. He fervently wished for Gu Xiaoqi to participate in the competition immediately, hoping it would jolt this foolish girl into clarity. 10 minutes later, at the mecha competition venue, Gu Xiaoqi stood in the waiting area, utterly bewildered. Her unscrupulous father had hastily arranged for her to compete, leaving her no time to familiarize herself with the mecha or utter a word of refusal. Especially when her father saw her mecha, he hastened to register for the competition even more swiftly. Thus, Gu Xiaoqi was unceremoniously ushered into the waiting area, still clinging to her collar. Next, we welcome the most beautiful one facing off against crazy Qingfeng. The mechanical voice echoed throughout the competition arena. Upon hearing this, the sparse audience scattered throughout the venue clapped politely. They had initially intended to watch the match next door, but alas, the stands were already filled to capacity, compelling them to settle for this contest instead. However, the moment the mechas made their grand entrance, the arena erupted with excitement. The sole reason for this fervor was the long absence of such dilapidated mechas. The mecha, proudly emblazoned with the slogan, "Am I not the most beautiful?" was not only tattered but also adorned with a myriad of colors, clearly a patchwork creation. In contrast, the mecha named Qifeng Bufeng appeared far more conventional. Its jet black exterior exuded a chilling aura, making it seem imposing when juxtaposed with its counterpart. Seated in the VIP section, Bo could not help but cover his eyes upon witnessing this spectacle. As long as he remained silent, no one would discover that the unsightly figure on stage was his daughter. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqi, confronted with a plethora of buttons, hurriedly summoned 20 small spiritual entities from her mental space for assistance. Initially, these lethargic entities were reluctant to help, scuttling away at the sight of Gu Xiaoqi. In a stroke of desperation, she promised to rid them of their dark mist following the conclusion of the match. Instantly, the small entities buzzed around her in excitement. At the moment the spiritual entities connected with the mecha, Gu Xiaoqi felt an uncanny sense of unity with the machine, even though her limbs seemed to possess a will of their own. The competition officially commenced. After the robotic announcer dutifully declared the start of the match, it promptly retreated from the arena. To everyone's astonishment, neither of the mechas chose to make the first move. Instead, they remained stationary. In the next moment, Clear Wind unleashed a powerful ion cannon aimed directly at Gu Xiaoqi. Sensing the imminent danger, Gu Xiaoqi hastily took flight. However, in the blink of an eye, the entire mech collapsed to the ground, and she felt her legs completely unresponsive. With wide eyes, she watched as the ion cannon drew closer, her mind sharpening with clarity. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoqi realized the truth. The spiritual entity was not merely connected to the mech, but to every part of it. Only through a tighter connection could she exert better control over the machine. Remaining composed, she issued commands to her spiritual entities. Entities 1 through 8 linked themselves to her limbs, while the remaining entities maintained a state of heightened alert, ready to heed her every command. Chapter 106. Participation in the mech competition, Part 2. As the ion cannon neared Gu Xiaoqi, she sensed a resurgence of control over the mech. With a swift roll on the ground, she narrowly evaded the blast. Yet, her timing was slightly off, resulting in a small crater being blasted into the mech's lower leg, which caused her a pang of sorrow as she gazed at the damage. However, there was little time for lamentation. She fixed her gaze on the opposing mech, refusing to allow even a moment of complacency. Just as Qingfeng unhinged presumed that her opponent would remain on the defensive, Gu Xiaoqi swiftly maneuvered, darting behind Qingfeng. With her modified great sword raised high, she swung downwards with fierce intent, targeting Qingfeng's vulnerable rear. Qing Feng quickly realized Gu Xiaoqi's intentions and turned to confront her head-on. However, he was taken aback by the swiftness of her assault. Before he could even mount a defense, he was struck forcefully in the chest by a massive blade. Both combatants paused in surprise. Yet, Qi Feng swiftly recalibrated and unleashed a barrage of ion cannons aimed at Gu Xiaoqi, firing them as if they were of no cost. Goodness! This individual is a veritable tycoon. Gu Xiaoqi calculated the price of each ion cannon in star coins while rapidly maneuvering across the arena. Just as everyone assumed Gu Xiaoqi was merely evading, she seized the opportunity to strike again with her blade, catching her opponent off guard. In the control room, Qing Feng's expression darkened instantly. Since the mech was psychically linked to its pilot, any severe damage inflicted on the mech would also cause the pilot to experience pain and injury. Fueled by rage, Qing Feng aimed his pitch-black mech at the damaged opponent and fired once more. As Gu Xiaoqi braced herself, believing this round would behave like the previous one, she was startled to discover that this projectile could curve and had locked onto her. Gu Xiaoqi dashed frantically across the field, but she could not outrun the approaching missile. Moreover, as time progressed, she felt her strength waning, her speed diminishing from earlier. Just as the missile drew near, she caught sight of the relaxed Qing Feng beside her, and a sudden idea struck her. No matter what, she could not be the only one battered and bruised while he remained unscathed. With a swift pivot, she dashed towards Qing Feng. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with an intensity akin to that of a ravenous wolf as she fixated on Qi Feng, before launching herself at him with ferocity. As Qi Feng perceived the rapid approach of his opponent, he discerned her intentions and unleashed a barrage from his ion cannon. The two projectiles struck Gu Xiaoqi from both sides. And with a resounding explosion, debris was sent flying in all directions. Just when it seemed that the contest had reached its conclusion, a figure emerged swiftly from the cloud of dust enveloping the arena. It was none other than Gu Xiaoqi. Summoning her last reserves of strength, she swung a massive broadsword aimed at the vulnerable nape of Qing Feng's mech, a critical weak point, and potentially the most lethal. Silence fell over the spectators, their attention riveted to the battlefield. As Gu Xiaoqi's blade descended toward Qing Feng's nape, an energy shield materialized, thwarting her strike. Stunned, she gazed at the impenetrable barrier and swung her weapon with renewed vigor, targeting the same spot. To her astonishment, her might merely created a slender fissure in the shield. This match was destined to conclude. A male voice resonated from within Qing Feng's mech, declaring, "This battle should end now." No sooner had the words left his lips than Qi Feng deactivated the energy shield and thrust a laser sword, piercing Gu Xiaoqi's mech with precision. The battered machine collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Match concluded. We hereby announce Qing Feng is unfazed as the victor. The arena erupted in thunderous applause and jubilant shouts, celebrating Qing Feng's triumph. As he retracted his mech, a tall, dark-haired youth made his imposing presence known within the competition grounds. The youth inquired, perplexed, "Why do you not utilize the energy cannon?" Chapter 107, Introduction of Romantic Partners. Gu Xiaoqi, momentarily taken aback, lay silently within the mech. Amusingly, she too desired to wield it. Yet, her miserly father had not afforded her the opportunity to re-equip the energy cannon, whisking her away to compete instead. Most importantly, she lacked the star coins to procure an energy cannon. The burden of immense debt was unbearable. Now, she harbored grave suspicions that her father relished in her misfortune. Though such thoughts plagued her mind, Gu Xiaoqi stubbornly declared, "A loss is a loss, regardless of whether the energy cannon is employed." After uttering these words, she exerted great effort to emerge from the mech. The moment she stepped out of the control room, the audience fell into an astonished silence. Wait, was that am I not the most beautiful from this little brat? Am I seeing things? How could a child possibly appear here? Given your lack of insight, I suspect am I not the most beautiful has smuggled a child in. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Gu Xiaoqi awkwardly rubbed her bald head. Just as she was about to descend the platform, the youth beside her spoke. Are you am I not the most beautiful? Upon hearing that name, Gu Xiaoqi felt an intense wave of embarrassment, her toes practically digging into the ground. She chuckled nervously, her face, adorned with stubble, taking on a rather comical appearance, and her little bald head gleamed even brighter under the lights. I am. At this moment, a smile from Gu Xiaoqi swiftly shifted the audience's discourse from age to her appearance. What should I do? I feel compelled to speak. Yet I fear the child before me might burst into tears. Goodness, her looks are truly remarkable. Is there anyone who wishes to touch her bald head? I find myself quite tempted. Count me in. Although Gu Xiaoqi could not clearly decipher the murmurs from the crowd, she vaguely caught snippets about a bald head and her looks. Without hesitation, she covered her bald head with her hand and shot a fierce glare at the audience before turning to leave. The moment the audience witnessed her fierce gaze, they erupted in laughter. "How adorable this little one is." From the audience, someone called out, "Little one, would you consider being my son-in-law? My daughter is extraordinarily cute. She would surely enhance your genes." Me. I have a child too, although it's a boy." This remark sent the audience into fits of laughter. Gu Xiaoqi, who had not strayed too far, paused momentarily, her short legs propelling her to run even faster. She was still a child, still a little darling. Awaiting in the backstage area, AI Bo burst into laughter upon seeing Gu Xiaoqi's flushed face. "Look, everyone acknowledges your lack of attractiveness. Why be shy?" Gu Xiaoqi glared at AI Bo with indignation, retorting, "It is a fact that I may not be pretty, but you all must not say it." The light reflecting off her bald head caught AI Bo's attention, prompting him to reach out and gently pat her head, making sounds of admiration. Gu Xiaoqi was instantly infuriated, her small arms flailing as she attempted to strike her opponent. However, she was firmly restrained by AI Bo, rendering her completely immobile. Upon entering, Qingfeng witnessed this scene and, pursing his lips, candidly remarked, "Winning against you truly lacks any sense of achievement." Gu Xiaoqi, bewildered, turned to the speaker and pointed at herself in disbelief, asking, "Are you referring to me?" "Indeed," he replied. Furrowing her brows, she questioned, "Why would it lack a sense of achievement?" Qingfeng remained silent, instead scrutinizing Gu Xiaoqi with a gaze that spoke volumes. With a scoff, she retorted, "Winning against me lacks achievement? Without a mech, how could you possibly know my age? If that is your perspective, it simply indicates your weakness, as you cannot easily defeat me." Her words were emphatic, leaving Qingfeng momentarily speechless. Rolling her eyes, Gu Xiaoqi grabbed her adoptive father and departed after he stored the mech in the virtual space device. Upon exiting the competition area, she glared at her adoptive father's virtual space device with a pained expression. This mech, just recently repaired, was already rendered useless. AI Bo chuckled at the sight of Gu Xiaoqi's scrunched-up face. He had become accustomed to her quirky visage, adorned with an abundance of facial hair, although unattractive. It brought him a peculiar sense of joy. He remarked, "Had you equipped the mech with an energy shield or an energy cannon, it would not have ended up like this." At this, Gu Xiaoqi cast a sorrowful glance at AI Bo, exclaiming, "Do you think I didn't want to equip it? Please allow me some time to prepare my energy cannon. Upon our first meeting, you immediately signed me up for the competition without granting me a moment to speak." She added, "You even had the audacity to claim it was to preserve my strength." AI Bo recalled this incident, feeling a twinge of guilt as he touched his nose. Opting to remain silent. "Remember to place my mech in your villa. I shall take my leave now. Why are you so eager to log off? I can show you around." AI Bo looked at Gu Xiaoqi in confusion. Still feeling guilty from earlier, he intended to enjoy the virtual world with her. Gu Xiaoqi waved her hand dismissively. "No, I have some questions I wish to consult with Su Qingyang's father." The following day, at the Military Command Center, Lieutenant Lin was reporting to Yi Bingting with a serious demeanor. Currently, exceptional students from various military academies are en route to Thunderstar, while other students are heading to different planets. Here are their profiles, with the top-tier students listed prominently. Upon concluding his statement, Lieutenant Lin handed a stack of documents directly to General Yi. "Approximately how long will this take?" Yi Bingting inquired as his long fingers swiftly examined the documents before him. Each military academy has varying arrival times. If all are to arrive, it will likely take 3 to 5 days. Yi Bingting nodded, his tone grave as he instructed, "Keep a close watch on these children. We must not allow any ill-intentioned individuals to infiltrate." Although entrance to military academies requires stringent scrutiny, there remains a risk of malicious individuals slipping through. Such an occurrence cannot transpire on Thunderstar. Deputy Lin immediately rendered a military salute and replied affirmatively in a loud voice. Given the extraordinary circumstances, the Second Army would train these youngsters while simultaneously involving them in the battlefield. Yi Bingtian spoke each word with unwavering determination, yet his tone was frigid. There were a total of 9 armies on Thunderstar, with the First Army tasked with the most perilous missions, closely followed by the Second Army. In the past, it would have been inconceivable for the Second Army to train students. Deputy Lin was slightly taken aback but nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Siwu sat by the window, gazing into the abyss of darkness outside, aboard the starship en route to Thunderstar. The very thought ignited a fervent flame within him. his eyes brimming with barely contained excitement. At long last, the day had finally arrived. Suddenly, a large hand landed on Siwoo's shoulder, prompting him to instantly suppress the fervor and enthusiasm in his gaze as he looked up at the newcomer. The individual was a senior named Guxiai, who greeted him with a warm smile and inquired, "Junior, I noticed you've been sitting here alone for quite some time. Are you feeling a bit out of place?" The inquiry was delicately phrased, yet it concealed a concern for whether Siwoo was feeling apprehensive. Siwoo shook his head and replied with a gentle smile, "When I applied to the military academy, I hoped to one day stand on Thunderstar." Guxi's smile instantly brightened, and he exclaimed, "So do I. I wish to bravely fight on Thunderstar." While their words seemed aligned in sentiment, the underlying meanings diverged significantly. Chapter 109. Completion of the primary mech manufacturing task. Siwoo then asked, "So, Senior, do you intend to remain on Thunderstar to continue fighting?" Upon hearing these words, Guxi's eyes instantly sparkled, only to gradually dim once more. "I indeed wish to remain on Thunderstar, yet I am uncertain whether the Thunder Army would accept me. After all, among the students heading to Thunderstar, 8 out of 10 aspired to stay." Siwoo, with his sharply defined features, spoke with unwavering determination and encouragement, "Senior, you will undoubtedly be able to stay?" Guxiai chuckled heartily, finding the young man before him increasingly agreeable. Upon seeing Siwoo, he had already recognized him as a junior from the 3rd year, noticing that the junior was alone. Guxiai had chosen to extend a gesture of friendship out of goodwill. However, he was taken aback by the junior's eloquence, which bore no hint of insincerity. After a lively exchange, many had developed a fondness for this youthful junior. Siwoo feigned curiosity and inquired, "How long will it take for us to reach Thunderstar?" This journey to Thunderstar had been a sudden assembly by the school, whisking the group of students away before they could fully comprehend the situation. They were oblivious to the duration required to travel from Capital Star to Thunderstar. A young man with golden short hair spoke nonchalantly, according to insider information. "The starship we are on is an official military vessel. Typically, it takes 3 days for ordinary starships to reach Thunderstar, but we shall arrive in just 2. The surrounding crowd erupted in playful banter. "What insider information? That sounds like mere hearsay." Siwoo's gaze flickered. Reaching Thunderstar in merely 2 days was indeed remarkable. Thunderstar. After Gu Xiaoqi logged off from the virtual network, she promptly knocked on Su Qingyang's door with a stack of papers in hand. While inquiring about the issues she encountered while repairing mechs, she diligently noted down the keywords for the answers. Half an hour later, her face radiated excitement as she gazed at the densely written pages in her hands. After expressing her gratitude to her adoptive father, she made her way to the basement level. Having repaired and piloted mechs, she now felt fully confident in her ability to construct a primary mech. The creation of a primary mech equated to the acquisition of life points. In the mere thought of this formula filled Gu Xiaoqi's small face with exhilaration. With tools in hand, she focused intently on the mech before her. The sharp and sturdy metal exterior required her to don specialized gloves for safe handling, lest she risk injuring her hands. The villa, renowned for its exceptional soundproofing, remained eerily quiet at night. Yet the basement level was alive with the sounds of clanging and clattering. Unit number 1 had repeatedly urged the young master to return for rest, but Gu Xiaoqi, captivated by the nearly completed mech, felt a fiery determination to continue her work. As time passed slowly, the horizon began to hint at dawn's light. Gu Xiaoqi stretched and beamed with pride at the imposing mech she had crafted with her own hands. This primary mech was permitted to be piloted by individuals with a mental capacity of C grade or above. This meant that she could indeed pilot this mech herself for practice. Eagerly, she thought, "System, please assist me in checking my mech to see if it qualifies." This was a mech she had independently crafted according to the blueprints. Although she felt a confidence of 99%, the lingering fear of that 1% possibility gnawed at her. After a moment, the exhilarating sound of machinery echoed within Gu Xiaoqi's mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task of manufacturing a basic mech. Reward, 40 life points, 1 attribute point. Current remaining life value, 126. Now commencing task refresh. Please complete the task, acquire knowledge of intermediate mechs, and undergo assessment." What? Is this a vendetta against mechs? Chapter 110. Dispelling the Black Mist. Gu Xiaoqi, looking utterly speechless, asked, "System, do confess, is your insistence on tasks related to mech manufacturing due to the initial blueprints you rewarded me with?" Upon hearing this, the system fell silent as a chicken, perched on the sofa it had purchased with all its life points, too intimidated to utter a word. She pouted and said in exasperation, "Fine, I shall not pry any further. I intend to use 5 life points to dispel the black mist from all spiritual entities, followed by 3 life points to clear the black mist from 20 spiritual entities. At the mention of life points, the system sprang up from the sofa. However, upon closer inspection, it hesitated, saying, "Host, our system does not have such an exchange method. We can only completely eliminate the black mist from a single spiritual entity." Gu Xiaoqi raised an eyebrow, calmly inquiring, "So, can you or can't you? If not, then it is what it is." The system hesitated for a long while. It wasn't that it couldn't, but doing so would require significantly more energy. In other words, the life points it earned would be considerably reduced. After much hesitation, she finally agreed to speak. "By the way, do not attempt to deceive me. I shall consult the spiritual entities regarding their sentiments. If I find the results unsatisfactory this time, then," she continued, "I shall refrain from dispelling the dark mist in the future, as it does not adversely affect my well-being. It would be more prudent to conserve my life force." Upon hearing this, the system eagerly interjected, "Impossible. Rest assured, host. Our system operates under strict programming. It cannot be easily contravened." Oh, Yu Xiaoqi's gaze flickered. The foolish system had inadvertently revealed its nature. She could not be bothered to remind it and simply stated, "I shall proceed to the spiritual realm. When the time comes for me to ask you to dispel the dark mist, you shall do so then." The system quickly nodded, and after a moment realized that the other party could not perceive its gestures, thus promptly voiced its agreement. In the spiritual realm, Gu Xiaoqi observed the listless spiritual entities before her. She instantly sensed a small entity in distress, calling out for relief from pain. Her heart ached for them. Yet she said, "Dear spiritual entities, you aided me just now, so I shall assist you in dispelling a small portion of the dark mist shortly." Upon hearing this, the entities sprang to life, rushing towards Gu Xiaoqi. She did not hasten to dispel the mist, but continued, "Of course, as it is quite a challenge to remove the dark mist, you must assist me more frequently in the future to earn this favor. Do you understand?" With that, Gu Xiaoqi finally permitted the system to dispel the dark mist. After a while, the white light vanished, and Gu Xiaoqi inquired, "Which spiritual entities assisted me previously?" In an instant, numerous spiritual forms materialized before her. She meticulously counted them and exclaimed, "Who deceived me? Come forth at once, or do not blame me for my unkindness. I shall no longer remove the dark mist for you." Upon hearing this, the previously docile spiritual entities became agitated. They swiftly approached and began to physically confront a few of their peers, dragging them to the rear. This made Gu Xiaoqi chuckle. Turning to one of the diminutive light orbs, she remarked, "Little light orb, the dark mist surrounding you has been dispelled. You may stand aside this time." The small orb immediately grew anxious, striving to convey its thoughts to its master. "Master, there are benefits to be had." The fragmented utterance, when combined with the current scenario, prompted Gu Xiaoqi to ask, "Are you suggesting that the light which dispels the dark mist is advantageous for you?" Indeed. Without further inquiry, she directed the system to rid the remaining 20 small spiritual entities of their dark mist as well. Chapter 111. The sorceress requests leave the system momentarily faltered, as it had just begun to respond when it suddenly realized that this information could not be disclosed to Gu Xiaoqi. In a fit of frustration, it retorted, "Host, do not attempt to deceive me any longer." Though it was artificial intelligence, it had only recently come into existence and was still in its infancy. Gu Xiaoqi could not help but scoff, "Oh, you useless system. Host." The air was thick with fury as Gu Xiaoqi hurriedly complied, saying, "Rest assured, system. No matter how obstinate you may be, I shall strive diligently to earn life points. Moreover, I shall indulge in shopping. Under no circumstances should you converse with the host." To avoid being led astray, she stifled a yawn, tears glistening in her eyes, and brushed them away before exiting the room. Upon ascending the stairs, she encountered a visibly astonished AI Bo. AI Bo regarded the weary Gu Xiaoqi, noticing her disheveled hair and dark circles beneath her eyes, and could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Did you go thieving last night?" Gu Xiaoqi yawned again, responding feebly, "I stayed up all night crafting the basic mech." A flicker of disapproval crossed AI Bo's eyes. He understood that Gu Xiaoqi was a product of the laboratory, distinct from ordinary children, yet she remained a child nonetheless. However, witnessing the excitement and pride in her gaze, he sighed and advised, "Do refrain from staying up late next time." With a shift in tone, he praised her. "It seems you possess a certain talent for mech manufacturing, creating a basic mech at such a tender age." This time, Gu Xiaoqi yearned for a genuine slumber, rather than merely studying in the learning space. Yet, as she lay in bed, The significance of life points extinguished any notion of relaxation. Internally, she chanted for the learning space, and in an instant, she was drawn into a pristine white realm. 3 days later, at the Thunderstar military base, the atmosphere in the training ground grew increasingly tense. The squad leader of the Second Army cast a piercing gaze over the rows of newcomers standing at attention before him. I know you were all thrust into this situation. However, I could never have imagined that your capabilities would fall to such a low level, he said coldly. The members of the Second Army exuded an air of lethal seriousness, especially the squad leader. No one present dared to utter a word. Even those who felt discontent remained silent. Engage the mechs. For time's gravity, run for an hour. On the battlefield, stamina is of utmost importance. Only with ample endurance can one persist longer in combat. The newcomers swiftly boarded their mechs and began to run across the expansive training ground. An hour later, at the squad leader's command to rest, Siwu and the others lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Truly, the Thunder Army's training intensity is not something an ordinary person can withstand. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared on Siwu's smart device. His eyes instantly brightened as he awkwardly tapped the person beside him, saying, "I'll take my leave first." The person beside him hurriedly whispered, "Where are you going?" With a tone filled with warning and concern, he replied, "This is not our school. We must find a way to sneak out." "Be careful," Siwu reassured him. "Do not worry. This is a matter of importance. I've already requested leave." After saying this, he patted the person's shoulder and walked toward the squad leader. After a brief conversation with the squad leader, he presented his leave request before finally departing the training ground. The squad leader watched Siwu gradually recede into the distance, his tongue lightly pressing against his cheek, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes as he remarked, "This kid is quite intriguing." Chapter 112. Conspiracy. Upon hearing this remark, the soldier responsible for assisting in training approached with curiosity and inquired, "Captain, what is up with that guy?" It was rare for him to hear the captain speak of someone in such a manner, and he was momentarily intrigued. The captain, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to the back of the soldier's head, irritable as he retorted, "What are you gossiping about? Do you want to spar with me?" The soldier, taken aback by this response, quickly dismissed his curiosity with a wave of his hand, exclaiming, "No, no, no, Captain. I'll go check on the newcomers first." With that, he hurriedly dashed away. Siwu, unaware that his departure would instigate such a minor episode, briskly made his way towards the base's entrance. The Thunder Army was notorious for its lack of holidays, and requesting leave was exceedingly difficult, especially for a newcomer like him. Siwu's reason for leave was quite straightforward. He had urgent matters to attend to personally. This leave was not formally requested through the usual channels, but was granted after a direct phone call from the vice principal, enabling Siwu to take his leave. Before long, Siwu found himself aboard a hover vehicle heading into the city. He gazed out the window as the scenery rushed past, his excitement intensifying. According to information from that side, Number 7 resided in the luxurious villa district owned by Yi Bingtian. He needed to be in close proximity to Number 7's residence to utilize his trump card. Despite the presence of the Empire's largest military base on Thunderstar, it was exceedingly rare to encounter soldiers in uniform within the city, which inadvertently drew considerable attention to Siwu. Although there was little change in Siwu's expression, a flicker of impatience and disdain passed through his eyes. He strode directly into the shopping mall and casually entered a men's clothing store. The salesperson immediately approached him with a beaming smile, inquiring, "How may I assist you?" "Where's the fitting room?" Siwu asked, casually picking up a black sports outfit. The salesperson promptly led him to a fitting room. Upon entering, Siwu cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no potential threats were present before carelessly placing the clothes aside. He retrieved a pure black sphere from his spatial pocket, his long fingers deftly manipulating it until a palm-sized light screen materialized before him. On the screen, a red dot prominently indicated the residence of Subject 7, while a green dot represented Siwu's current position. Additionally, a circle centered around the red dot encompassed the green dot. Witnessing this, an unexpectedly radiant smile blossomed on Siwu's face, more genuine than ever, yet inexplicably instilling a sense of dread. He then extracted a deep blue, oval object from his spatial pocket, smiling as he produced a device that began to grind the deep blue item into fine dust, which vanished into the air. After completing this task, Siwu donned the black sportswear with a smile, regretting only that he could not witness Subject 7's agonizing demise firsthand. As the deep blue object shattered, all the creatures in the urban area froze in place. trembling as if they sensed a terrifying presence. Simultaneously, Xiaoqi, engaged in mental training with AI Bo in the gravity chamber, felt as though she were being torn apart. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, causing her to grimace, bend over, and clench her fists tightly, her palms slick with sweat, her entire body shaking and drenched in cold perspiration. Xiaoqi's complexion grew increasingly pallid, as if something were violently rending her body and soul. The spiritual entities within her mental realm erupted into chaos, violently colliding against the barriers of her psyche. What was happening? This was the last thought that crossed Xiaoqi's mind before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 113. Xiaoqi in a coma. AI Bo soon noticed Xiaoqi's unusual state. He promptly discarded the small iron ball in his hand and strode forward, his eyes filled with urgency and concern. However, when AI Bo attempted to lift Xiaoqi, she had already lost consciousness. Panic engulfed AI Bo, his eyes reflecting his distress. With trembling fingers, he activated the holographic device and initiated a video call to Yi Bingtian. As the dial tone echoed, Yi Bingtian failed to respond. Number 1. AI Bo pressed the green button beside the gravity chamber, his voice quivering slightly, yet he endeavored to maintain composure as he called for the butler. Upon hearing the commotion, Number 1 hurried to the gravity chamber. What has happened to Mr. AI Bo? Quickly, contact Yi Bingtian and inform him that Xiaoqi has suddenly collapsed and is now in a coma. Request that he send a doctor immediately. Upon uttering these words, Iber swiftly lifted Xiaoqi and exited the gravity chamber. He promptly transported her to the treatment room, but found himself at a loss as he gazed at Xiaoqi, who lay unconscious, her brow furrowed in pain, her body trembling. Iber quickly initiated a video call to her private physician stationed on Capital Star. Please, quickly, help me ascertain what has befallen my daughter. His eyes were filled with urgency, and his finger trembled slightly as he pointed at Xiaoqi. This marked the first instance Iber referred to Xiaoqi as his daughter, yet he had not anticipated such a dire situation. Siren, witnessing his employer in such a state for the first time, promptly turned to the young girl beside him. Boss, please place the young lady in the treatment pod. Then press the button for a thorough physical examination on the display screen. Siren spoke calmly, advising Iber to first have Xiaoqi undergo a medical assessment. His composed demeanor gradually calmed Iber, yet unease lingered. Immediately book the fastest starship ticket to Thunderstar and instruct my assistant to arrange all necessary matters. He quickly added, the reward will be doubled. I assure you, you shall not be shortchanged. Upon hearing this, Siren nodded in agreement. In less than 3 minutes, the treatment pod emitted a beep, signaling that the examination results were ready. Iber swiftly directed the camera towards the treatment pod's display, which was suddenly filled with a dense array of crimson interstellar characters. Siren's previously relaxed expression instantly tightened. He spoke with a grave expression, Boss. The young lady's indicators are all abnormal. Her mental state appears to be in turmoil. I fear. Siren dared not conceal anything, adding, Boss, I may arrive too late. It would be prudent for you to summon a doctor immediately. I will hasten my arrival as well. Upon hearing this, AI Bo's body stiffened instantaneously. With a voice trembling slightly, he responded, all right. At that moment, Number 1 entered directly. Mr. AI Bo, the master has instructed that a doctor is already en route. Good, expedite the process. AI Bo covered his face with his hands, consumed by guilt and anxiety. Was it his rigorous training regimen that had led to such a predicament for the young lady? It was all his fault. 10 minutes later, a professional medical team arrived at the villa, and AI Bo was asked to step outside and await news. As time trickled by, AI Bo gazed at the tightly shut door, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his heart increasingly gripped by fear and despair. Half an hour passed, yet not a soul emerged from the chamber. With reddened eyes, AI Bo clenched his fists and struck the wall in frustration, roaring, how could this happen? How could the young lady? The wall bore the marks of his fury, cracks appearing as drops of blood emerged on his hands. Just then, Yi Bingtian strode up to AI Bo, coldly inquiring, what is happening? Yi Bingtian nodded calmly, his body slightly tensed, his eyes filled with concern. Chapter 114. The Star Beast Father. At this moment, Xiaoqi was oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a cramped space devoid of any objects, save for a solitary sofa. Where is this place? She inquired, receiving no response. Xiaoqi began to wander aimlessly around the room in search of clues. Unbeknownst to her, the system, observing her panicked state, let out a regretful sigh before manifesting on the sofa. Startled by this sudden appearance, Xiaoqi gazed at the fluffy white ball before her and asked, "Who are you? What is happening?" She vividly recalled that her last conscious moment was during a mental training session, where she felt as though she had been torn asunder, after which she lost awareness. A flicker of contemplation crossed Xiaoqi's eyes as she tentatively regarded the pure white fluff ball. "You must be the system, right?" she ventured. The system and her being were intrinsically linked. If she had simply fainted and lost consciousness, it would likely be unable to reach her. Yet, if it could connect with her, Xiaoqi suspected that the system would undoubtedly give her a thorough reprimand. The fluff ball erupted in surprise, its expression one of confusion. "How did you know?" it queried. Xiaoqi maintained an outward calm, though her heart brimmed with disbelief. So it turned out that this fluff ball was indeed the dog-like system. Quite adorable, indeed. The fluff ball was disinclined to ponder such complex matters and stated, "You had just slipped into unconsciousness, placing yourself in grave danger. However, because your soul hails from another world, you are temporarily free from life-threatening risks." Xiaoqi casually reclined on the sofa, observing the fur of the fluffy creature suddenly bristle, and, in bewilderment, inquired, "Why have I found myself in such peril? I recall doing nothing out of the ordinary." "It is because of your father," the fluffy creature replied, casting a pitiful glance at Xiaoqi, who remained seated on the sofa. It felt compelled to elucidate, lamenting that this very sofa had been painstakingly acquired through its amassed energy, only to be occupied by its host. Its heart ached, as if it were bleeding. "My father? AI Bo's father. That cannot be right. AI Bo's father would never harm me." Confusion and trepidation etched across her small face. She pressed on. "Which father are you referring to? If any one of her three fathers harbored ill intentions, would she not be doomed? You have yet to meet him. He is your star beast father." Xiaoqi's eyes widened in shock. "Star beast father? The star beast is also my father? What a bizarre anomaly I am." The fluffy creature continued its earnest explanation. "You are a genetic product composed of 5 distinct genes. While these genes possess formidable strength, they also harbor significant risks, particularly your star beast gene. Due to the uniqueness of the star beast and the immaturity of the technology used in your creation, your spiritual form has manifested a dark mist, which is a grave concern. The sudden pain you experienced was triggered by someone nearby shattering your father's star core, causing chaos within your bloodline and spiritual essence. Had it been the original host, they would likely be a cold corpse by now. The father of the original host, the star beast, had his core shattered?" Xiaoqi inquired solemnly. "What is a star core? Is the father of the star beast still alive?" The fluffy ball explained. "Once the star core of a star beast is forcibly extracted, the creature is effectively deceased." Xiaoqi suddenly felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Both she and the father of the star beast were mere pawns in that damned laboratory. That wretched laboratory. The mere thought of the original host and the father of the star beast made her tremble with rage. Taking a deep breath, her eyes filled with murderous intent. One day, she would personally obliterate that laboratory. She asked, "So am I currently in no danger of losing my life?" "Yes," but upon hearing the but, Xiaoqi was gripped by an ominous premonition. With irritation, she retorted, "But what? You can't just speak half-truths, do you understand?" Chapter 115. Gaining superpowers, the fluffy ball was momentarily at a loss for words, curling into a little ball, slightly aggrieved as it said, "While it's true you won't have to die, your body will still endure pain. However, now that I am equipped with a system, you won't need 999 or even 199. Just 19 life points will allow you to eliminate the sensation of pain." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi instantly sighed in relief. Pain was merely a trivial matter. As long as she wasn't dead, everything else was insignificant. She immediately refused emphatically, "Fluffy ball, don't even think about it. I would never waste life points on something so trivial." The system sighed in regret, then remarked, "The destruction of the star core has both advantages and disadvantages." Xiaoqi raised an eyebrow, signaling the system to hasten its explanation. The system responded, "The star core serves as a legacy of the star beasts, typically. The star cores of the parent star beasts are passed down to their offspring for comprehension and inheritance. However, although you possess the bloodline of a star beast, you do not embody a true star beast in essence, rendering the inheritance of the star beasts ineffectual for you. Nevertheless, the destruction of the star core instantaneously unleashes its latent power, causing the star beast bloodline and spiritual entity within you to surge uncontrollably. This could lead to one of two outcomes: death, though such a fate is implausible for you at this moment, or the activation of your bloodline. granting you an extraordinary ability. Goodness. Gu Xiaoqi was utterly astonished, her mind racing with the prospect of superpowers. She felt a renewed confidence in her ability to dismantle the laboratory's operations. However, she suddenly interjected, "Last time you fled rather swiftly. Did you forget that I still have an unused attribute point?" The system, slightly chagrined, inquired, "Where would you like to allocate your attribute point?" She continued, "By the way, Miao Miao Chio, shouldn't you inform me of my intelligence and memory values? Otherwise, I may find myself ensnared in your tricks without any awareness." Upon hearing this, the system leaped from the sofa, visibly irate, and declared, "Our system would never deceive. Otherwise, we would face penalties within the program." Gu Xiaoqi's gaze flickered momentarily as she continued to provoke the system. "Then why are you entitled to set the prices of goods?" Feeling a wave of relief wash over her, she leisurely replied, "Miao Miao Chio system, please escort me out for now. When we converse next, do remember to disclose all my various attribute values." The system murmured softly, "I have truly never encountered a host so eager to seek out suffering." Despite this sardonic remark, the system obediently dispatched Gu Xiaoqi. As soon as Gu Xiaoqi's figure vanished from the small room, the system suddenly recalled something crucial. Oh no! It had forgotten to inform the host that she would endure pain for several days. Furthermore, she would eventually behave like a madwoman. Yet, upon contemplating the host's notoriously irritable temperament, the system swiftly settled into silence on the sofa, feigning ignorance. The moment Gu Xiaoqi emerged from the small room, she felt as if her very soul were being torn asunder. An excruciating pain surged through her, struggling to open her eyes. She was immediately met with the sight of a doctor clad in a white coat. Observing her awakening, the nearby physician exclaimed, "She's awake." Awake. Chapter 116. The Star Beast Bloodline. The surrounding doctors collectively exhaled in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, at least she had regained consciousness. They promptly sent someone to inform the three prominent figures outside. Gu Xiaoqi curled up within the confines of the small treatment pod, beads of cold sweat cascading down her forehead. The system had not deceived her. It truly hurt. Upon learning that someone had finally emerged from the long-closed room, AI Bo and his companions hurried over to inquire about the situation. The attendant quickly reported, "The patient has awakened, but the specifics must be relayed by Dr. Su." Hearing that Gu Xiaoqi had regained consciousness, AI Bo felt as though the strength had been drawn from his body, and he finally relaxed. A look of relief gracing his features. Yi Bingtian let out a sigh of relief, nodding in gratitude. However, the situation within the treatment room was far from what Yi Bingtian and his companions had envisioned. Dr. Su furrowed his brows, gazing intently at the trembling child before him, then glanced at the data chart in his hand, letting out a heavy sigh. He had exhausted every available remedy, employing every tranquilizer for the spirit. Yet the child's condition remained remarkably peculiar. The potent force within her spirit and blood showed no signs of subsiding. The root cause of the child's distress remained utterly elusive. At that moment, the physician who had been responsible for examining Gu Xiaoqi's blood stepped away from the instruments. Disbelief etched across his face as he presented the data to Dr. Su. The instruments, however, did not deceive. He approached, but due to the sensitive nature of the matter, he discreetly pulled the bewildered Dr. Su into the corner of the room and whispered, "This child is not quite right." Upon finishing his statement, he handed the documents to Dr. Su. The analysis of the child's blood revealed exceedingly abnormal data, suggesting that one of her parents might not be entirely human. Potentially a stellar beast. Or perhaps, this child was a genetically engineered being. As he spoke these words, his voice fell to a whisper. Genetically engineered beings were prohibited by the three great nations, yet it was General Yi Bingtian who had summoned them to treat this child, which could spell trouble. Dr. Su, upon hearing this, promptly replied, "You are to closely monitor the child's condition. No matter what, she must not come to harm." With that, he strode purposefully out of the treatment room. Upon emerging, he approached General Yi Bingtian. "General, may we speak privately?" Upon hearing this, AI Bo immediately felt displeased. After all, they were both fathers of the child in question. Why should they be excluded? Dr. Su, astonished, remarked, "Are you three the fathers of that child inside?" "Indeed," he replied, taking a deep breath as he handed the materials to General Yi Bingtian. "The results of our examination of the child's blood indicate that the data is exceedingly abnormal. It is feared that one of the parents may be a star beast." After articulating this, Dr. Su quickly added, "However, this is merely a conjecture based on the data. We do not possess sufficient evidence to definitively conclude that it is a star beast." Despite his reassurances, The three men understood the gravity of the situation and acknowledged the likelihood of its truth. Yi Bingtian stated plainly, "What matters is not this matter, but the well-being of the individual inside." Upon hearing the general's tone, Dr. Su felt a wave of relief. As long as General Yi was aware of the child's origins, there was hope. However, the latter part of the statement caused his expression to stiffen, yet he candidly replied, "The situation is dire. The child's spiritual essence and blood are in turmoil, suspected to be a consequence of issues arising from the star beast lineage." After a brief pause, he mustered the courage to continue. "Currently, it is suspected that the child may be a defective product, and there is a possibility." Chapter 117. Suspicions surrounding Yi Bingtian. Listening to the doctor's fragmented words, AI Bo furrowed his brow and stated directly, "Speak plainly." The child, unlike ordinary patients, presented a unique predicament. Despite our utmost efforts, we found ourselves powerless to alleviate the child's suffering. The phrase utmost efforts rendered AI Bo incredulous as he gazed at the doctor, his grip tightening around the physician's collar. With eyes brimming with shock and sorrow, he demanded, "What do you mean by that? Speak." The collar constricted around Dr. Su's neck, and with some difficulty, he replied, "The most viable solution lies in locating the laboratory responsible for the child's condition. Only then might we discover a remedy." They too were at a loss. The child's vital signs were all abnormal, and every method available had been exhausted, yet no change had occurred. If it were merely an illness, they would have no issue addressing it. However, this appeared more akin to a defect resulting from experimentation, leaving them with no clear course of action, compelled only to alleviate the pain without compromising the child's health. At that moment, Su Qingyang stepped forward, stating, "Show me all the data and information." Though Su Qingyang had remained silent until now, his eyes were filled with urgency and concern. His time spent with Gu Xiaoqi, though neither short nor long, had evolved from an initial ulterior motive to a sincere understanding that Gu Xiaoqi was his daughter. He endeavored to connect with her, yet his past experiences had never equipped him with the knowledge of how to nurture a daughter, leading him to mostly observe her from afar. "Doctor." Su instinctively glanced at General Yi, and upon receiving the latter's tacit approval, he wrested himself from AI Bo's grasp. His tone was frigid as he declared, "Yi Bingtian, I must see that wretched girl standing before me, full of life. Otherwise, the Federation has extended numerous invitations for me to reside within their borders. To me, the destination matters not. My previous reluctance to go stemmed merely from apathy. However, should anything untoward befall that girl, I would undoubtedly vacate this sorrowful place." His words dripped with menace, prompting Yi Bingtian to helplessly turn to AI Bo and say, "I share your sentiments. I too wish for Gu Xiaoqi to remain unharmed." This had been AI Bo's suspicion from the very beginning, yet at that time, he was indifferent to the notion of having a daughter. The prospect of maintaining ties with the imperial military was, after all, rather advantageous, and thus he had not pursued the matter further. However, as the days wore on, AI Bo had come to accept the reality that Gu Xiaoqi was indeed his daughter. He occasionally pondered when he might relinquish his responsibilities and entrust all his affairs to her. Upon hearing this, General Yi instantly grasped AI Bo's implication. With a stern expression and piercing gaze, he proclaimed, "I have never engaged in any illicit dealings with any laboratory." AI Bo chuckled softly but refrained from making any commitments. After all, he had laid his cards on the table. Should anything happen to that girl, moving to the Federation would undoubtedly be a prudent choice. Business could be conducted anywhere. He could thrive just as well in the Federation. And the ones who would ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences would be the high-ranking officials of the Empire. Yi Bingtian furrowed his brow, gazing at the individuals before him with a sense of exasperation. What a predicament this was. Time gradually passed, and Gu Xiaoqi, confined within the treatment chamber, desperately wished to lose consciousness from the pain, for at least that would spare her from suffering. She felt as if countless needles were piercing through her flesh, causing her eyes to brim with tears. "Damn it, this wretched laboratory. I shall bring your downfall with the extraordinary powers bestowed upon me by my father, the Star Beast." Chapter 118. Expelling the medical team. Throughout the night, Gu Xiaoqi endured excruciating pain. She longed to faint, yet her mind remained painfully alert. Curled up in a tight ball, her petite face was etched with fury as she once again cursed the accursed laboratory in her mind. Dr. Su and his team observed the pallid child with a sense of guilt, yet they felt utterly powerless to assist her. Meanwhile, Su Qingyang was engrossed in analyzing Gu Xiaoqi's bodily data. Possessing a naturally high intelligence, He became even more intrigued by the field of genetic beings upon learning of his daughter's unique lineage. Unexpectedly, this knowledge proved invaluable in the present predicament. Although not a professional researcher, his analytical acumen surpassed that of the attending physicians, and with their assistance, he appeared quite competent. Furrowing his brow, Su Qingyang scrutinized the reactions of Gu Xiaoqi's blood within the specialized apparatus. Observing the fluctuations in her blood data, a sense of unease gripped him, prompting him to commit all the information to memory before promptly destroying the records. Gu Xiaoqi, her body was undergoing some form of transformation, and it seemed to be a positive development. However, the broader environment was unwelcoming to anomalies. Su Qingyang was acutely aware of this fact. Even with a slightly higher intellect than others, he found himself in such a predicament. How much more so for Gu Xiaoqi, whose body had undergone changes. Yet, did she herself comprehend the nature of these transformations? He strode purposefully out of the temporary research room and made his way directly to the treatment room. Su Qingyang's light brown eyes quietly observed the doctors within the treatment room, who appeared utterly helpless. He spoke decisively, "You all may leave." His blunt declaration ignited a firestorm of indignation among the doctors. While they were indeed at a loss regarding Gu Xiaoqi's condition, they nonetheless possessed a certain reputation within the medical field, and the rudeness of the individual before them was astonishing. Dr. Su turned to Su Qingyang, his gaze unwavering, and suggested, "Let us step outside, allowing the father and daughter to converse in peace. After all, our presence here is of little utility." Upon hearing this, the other doctors quickly grasped the situation, resulting in an atmosphere of acute awkwardness. Su Qingyang, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. Once everyone had exited, he firmly closed the door behind him. He opened the treatment pod and gazed at Gu Xiaoqi's pallid face, feeling a pang of distress in his heart. "Gu Xiaoqi, do you understand why you find yourself in this state?" Although Gu Xiaoqi's consciousness was somewhat foggy, she endeavored to regain her clarity upon seeing him. Fearful that any lapse might reveal her unusual condition, she listened intently to his question, pondered for a moment, and then earnestly shook her head. Observing the beads of sweat cascading down her face from the motion, Su Qingyang instinctively sought something to wipe her brow, yet found himself at a loss for a towel in that instant. He had no choice but to carefully wipe the sweat from Gu Xiaoqi's brow with his sleeve, while saying, "I have noticed something unusual about your body. It seems to be undergoing some form of evolution, which is a positive aspect. I wish to inquire if you can endure this. I intend to dismiss that useless group of doctors." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi felt a pang of anxiety and nodded with difficulty. Her condition was no longer a secret, but it was preferable that the changes in her body remain unknown to others. Seeing Gu Xiaoqi's acquiescence, Su Qingyang instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, that group of doctors was utterly ineffectual, merely standing around without any real purpose. He was far more capable than they were. He nodded, closed the treatment chamber, and exited the room directly. In the study, Su Qingyang approached Yi Bingtian to convey his intentions, as this medical team had been summoned by Yi Bingtian himself. Yi Bingtian furrowed his brow as he listened to the entire account and promptly declared, "I do not agree." Su Qingyang, filled with confusion, asked outright, "Why not?" Yi Bingtian took a deep breath. To him, Su Qingyang's actions were nothing short of reckless. With a serious and resolute tone, he stated, "This is not feasible. With the medical team present, we can at least ensure Gu Xiaoqi's safety." Su Qingyang remained perplexed, responding, "The medical team is utterly useless. They cannot save Gu Xiaoqi." Yi Bingtian intended to argue further, but Su Qingyang bluntly interjected, "I am merely here to inform you that Gu Xiaoqi has already consented. Your disagreement is of no consequence. I will not permit that ineffectual group of doctors into the treatment room." "Gu Xiaoqi has agreed?" Yi Bingtian, rarely losing his composure, inquired with a furrowed brow. Gu Xiaoqi is merely a child. Yet, as he spoke, he found himself at a loss for words. It was true that Gu Xiaoqi was young, but in every matter, she exhibited an extraordinary sense of independence. More often than not, he instinctively engaged her as if she were an adult. Reflecting on Gu Xiaoqi's past actions, Yi Bingtian was convinced that she was not one to recklessly jeopardize her own life. Perhaps she possessed sufficient confidence in her own survival. Nonetheless, Yi Bingtian remained opposed to the treatment team's departure, instructing number 1 to arrange accommodations nearby for any potential issues that might arise. Su Qingyang, upon hearing this decision, was indifferent. As long as they were not in the treatment room, their location was inconsequential. 2 days later, Gu Xiaoqi had spent this time in a fog of suffering. The flesh she had painstakingly nurtured now lost, leaving her notably frail. On this day, she felt a surge of heat coursing through her body. The pain she endured almost negligible. She sensed an abundance of strength within her, accompanied by an overwhelming feeling of impending explosion. In a moment of impulsiveness, Xiaoqi struck the transparent canopy of the treatment pod with considerable force, intending merely to capture Su Qingyang's attention. To her astonishment, the canopy immediately cracked, shattering into fragments the next instant. Bewildered, she gazed outside, just as Su Qingyang, alerted by the commotion, rushed over to assess the situation. Thus, the two exchanged incredulous looks. Xiaoqi was the first to break the silence, stating, "Father, I wish to exercise. I feel an immense power surging through me." Upon hearing those words, Su Qingyang's eyes immediately brightened, and a professional curiosity stirred within him, compelling him to further study Xiaoqi. Yet, recalling their initial encounter, he found it difficult to turn away and said, "Let us proceed to the training room." Thus, the two entered the training chamber directly. Xiaoqi first attempted to adjust to 3 times the gravity, but found it insufficient. She then increased the gravity setting, stopping only when it reached 5 times its normal weight. Within the gravity chamber, she sprinted at her utmost speed, tirelessly expending her energy. Sweat streamed down her brow, and Xiaoqi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Her pace quickened, and her spirit soared. Suddenly, Xiaoqi felt as if she were about to explode. Her body engulfed in an intense heat. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, and her skin glowed with an unusual flush. Su Qingyang, who had been closely observing her, quickly rushed forward. Before Xiaoqi could utter a word, she fainted, collapsing into his arms. When Xiaoqi regained consciousness, an insatiable hunger overwhelmed her. As she opened her eyes, Su Qingyang and the others immediately surrounded her. "Xiaoqi, how do you feel? You poor thing, are you all right?" "Xiaoqi." They all spoke in unison. Rubbing her stomach, Xiaoqi pitifully replied, "I am so hungry." Just then, the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a legacy. You have obtained the abilities of a star beast. She has developed superpowers? What could they be?" Chapter 120, Devour. As Yi Bingtian and the others stood nearby, Xiaoqi dared not display any hint of her true feelings. She quickly thought to herself, "System, we shall discuss these matters later." The individuals surrounding her were far from ordinary. Any sign of peculiarity could lead to her being sent to the laboratory for dissection. After this thought, Xiaoqi looked up and asked with a hint of desperation in her voice, "Do you have any nutritional supplements? I am truly famished." Yi Bingtian promptly instructed number 1 to deliver a high-grade nutritional supplement, speaking in an unusually gentle tone. "Do not consume it all at once. You should eat some natural food later." Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback by his gentle demeanor. Has her father been possessed by a spirit? Why is he so unusually kind? Even Ai Bo and Su Qingyang, standing nearby, cast him curious glances. Yi Bingtian felt a slight discomfort but could not provide an explanation. Xiaoqi seized the nutritional supplement from his hand and, unable to restrain herself, gulped it down eagerly. Feeling the satisfaction of fullness in her stomach, she finally broke into a smile. "Thank you, father. I shall go take a shower now." She was acutely aware that she had been unconscious for several days and had perspired profusely. Xiaoqi glanced at herself with disdain, quickly dismissing further thoughts. Yi Bingtian and the others nodded as they watched her leap out of the treatment pod, dashing away in a flash. Yet it was precisely Xiaoqi's lively demeanor that relieved the tension for Yi Bingtian and his companions. Having run a considerable distance, Xiaoqi finally exhaled in relief. Before she could concoct an explanation for the recent events, it was prudent to avoid lingering with her 3 rather dubious fathers. In her mind, she quickly inquired, "System, what abilities have I acquired?" The system responded, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability of devouring." Devouring? Xiaoqi could not help but swallow hard. Could it possibly mean what she imagined? The system clarified, "Devouring, as the term implies, allows one to consume all things, including living beings. More importantly, the consumed entities can be transformed into energy required by the host, aiding in the enhancement of mental strength and the improvement of physical constitution." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a hidden card, a bona fide golden opportunity. To hell with that laboratory, they would rue the day? She immediately asked, "So, after devouring, is it my choice to enhance mental strength or improve physical constitution? Or is it random? It is, of course, up to you, the host, to decide. However, As this ability is inherited from celestial beasts, all must be explored by you personally. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi felt a chill wash over her. Although this ability was remarkable, if she did not know how to utilize it, it would all be in vain. Moreover, at present, she could not dare to use the devouring ability within the villa. Should she be discovered, the consequences could be dire. Nonetheless, it was still an unexpected trump card. Perhaps, in this misfortune, there lay a hidden blessing. Upon reflecting on this, Gu Xiaoqi inquired further, "System, you previously mentioned that my subsequent reactions stemmed from someone nearby shattering the star core of my father, the star beast. Is that correct?" "Indeed," the system replied without hesitation. A solemn expression adorned Gu Xiaoqi's face, for this was Thunderstar, yet individuals from the laboratory had infiltrated. How could she articulate her thoughts in a manner that would prompt Yi Bingtian's father to conduct an investigation into Thunderstar without casting suspicion upon her? Gu Xiaoqi, in a state of distress, gently rubbed her slender face before retreating into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yi Bingtian had received word from Lieutenant Lin a couple of days prior, indicating the discovery of a black hole near Desert Star. The revelation momentarily took Yi Bingtian aback, but his countenance swiftly hardened into one of gravity. A black hole was indeed a grave matter. Should a high-level star beast stumble upon it and take advantage of the situation, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. This information had, in fact, been relayed to him by Gu Xiaoqi. Chapter 121. A stern warning. Contemplating these thoughts, Yi Bingtian's gaze darkened. He refrained from pressing Gu Xiaoqi on how she had acquired this knowledge. Could it be that she had genuinely regained fragments of her memory? Descending the stairs, he took a seat on the sofa and posed the question, "Su Qingyang, can you enlighten us as to why the medical team was dismissed? What are you attempting to conceal?" For the past few days, Yi Bingtian had persistently pursued this matter, yet Su Qingyang remained tight-lipped, insisting that he would only divulge information once Gu Xiaoqi awakened. Now, it seemed he expected Gu Xiaoqi to divulge the details herself. Yi Bingtian felt a sense of helplessness, finding himself at an impasse. The atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly tense. As Gu Xiaoqi arrived, she observed the three individuals each occupying a sofa, their silence palpable. She inquired, "What is the matter with you all?" Su Qingyang immediately reported, "Yi Bingtian has been incessantly questioning me about why I dismissed the medical team." Gu Xiaoqi noticed the sudden chill on Yi Bingtian's father's face, which made her slightly apprehensive, prompting her to obediently take a seat on Su Qingyang's sofa. She explained, "Mr. Yi, did I not mention to you that I have regained some of my memories? The laboratory?" In an instant, the atmosphere around Yi Bingtian turned frigid as he fixed a piercing gaze on Gu Xiaoqi, asking, "Is what you say true?" At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi felt a sense of safety, rendering further inquiries about the medical team somewhat futile. However, if the Thunderstar had indeed infiltrated the laboratory personnel, the implications would be dire. AI Bo was rendered speechless. This was a monumental issue. The foremost military planet of the Empire had allowed laboratory personnel to infiltrate. Gu Xiaoqi looked directly at Yi Bingtian, her eyes filled with gravitas as she affirmed, "It is true." The gravity of the situation was not lost on anyone present, and three pairs of eyes swiftly turned to Yi Bingtian, the authority on this planet. Yi Bingtian took a deep breath and continued, "Do you know the range of this usage?" His words clearly indicated an intent to investigate this matter thoroughly. Gu Xiaoqi honestly shook her head, admitting ignorance. Yet she confidently asserted, "I am certain it is on the planet and not far from my location. I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter." With that, Yi Bingtian rose abruptly and departed the living room. Gu Xiaoqi achieved her goal and instantly felt a surge of joy. "Damn laboratory, you better hide well, or else." AI Bo, gazing at Gu Xiaoqi's radiant smile, could not help but ask, "Are you really that happy?" Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoqi flashed her bright white teeth and replied, "Of course, I will eventually destroy that damn laboratory." The combination of her smile and menacing words created an eerie atmosphere. Why is a child shouting about violence? "Leave this to me. I can crush it with star coins." Su Qingyang, standing nearby, also chimed in, "I can help you invent mechs or weapons, whatever you need." Compared to the banter of Gu Xiaoqi and AI Bo, Su Qingyang's words sounded much more serious and feasible. AI Bo and Gu Xiaoqi exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Su Qingyang's innocence truly remained as ever. Chapter 122. Full marks for memory. AI Bo looked at Gu Xiaoqi, who was lazily sprawled on the sofa, and said, "Gu Xiaoqi, I might have to leave in 3 days." 3 days? Why so soon? Having spent time together, Gu Xiaoqi had grown fond of AI Bo. and upon hearing the news of his departure, felt a twinge of reluctance. AI Bo smiled, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes as he explained. I was supposed to leave 2 days ago, but I didn't anticipate such events would unfold. Thankfully, you were unharmed. Indeed. It was fortunate that Gu Xiaoqi was safe. Otherwise, even if he were not directly involved, the guilt would haunt him for a lifetime. He continued, anyway, you have my quantum computer. I'll send you training tasks regularly, and you just need to follow them. But I will be checking your progress. Speaking of which, Albert became uncharacteristically serious. Gu Xiaoqi grinned and said, don't worry, I will definitely train hard. She turned to look at Su Qingyang and asked curiously, when will you be leaving, father? Su Qingyang leisurely took a sip of water and replied honestly, I should still have a long vacation, so there's no rush. Albert asked in bewilderment, as the treasurer of your institute, haven't those old guys been urging you to return? They have, Su Qingyang continued. But I've never taken a vacation before, so I'm making up for it all at once. As for whether they urge me or not, it doesn't matter. What I'm doing is within the rules anyway. Gu Xiaoqi and Albert exchanged glances, as this was the first time they had seen such an audacious worker. Just then, number 1 stepped forward and said, Master said that he has sent you the examination materials for Thunderstar Middle School. Please review them carefully. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi's face instantly froze. She felt that after transmigrating to the interstellar era, she was even more tired than she was in the apocalypse. Studying every day. Lying in bed, Gu Xiaoqi said in her heart, System, could you briefly tell me my attribute values? Mainly memory and intelligence. From the current situation, she needed to improve her memory and intelligence. After all, she not only needed to undergo assessments for intermediate secondary school, but also had to complete her learning tasks concerning mecha manufacturing. The system directly accessed Gu Xiaoqi's data and recited, upon inquiry, the host's memory value stands at 190 and her IQ at 178. What is the maximum score? 300. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi was instantly taken aback. She distinctly felt that both her memory and intelligence had significantly improved. How could she be so far from the perfect score? Contemplating this, Gu Xiaoqi directly inquired of the system. Upon sensing her skeptical tone, the system responded, somewhat aggrieved. You have already surpassed the average person by a considerable margin. A perfect score in memory denotes not only an impeccable recollection, but also an inability to forget, which could be detrimental. The same applies to IQ. It is essential to maintain them within a suitable range for them to be beneficial, otherwise, they become a burden. Gu Xiaoqi grasped the system's intention, chuckled to herself, and continued to ask, if I wish to utilize devouring within the learning space, what would happen? She pondered long and hard, feeling that the learning space was indeed the most appropriate venue. Yet, she remained uncertain about the feasibility of this endeavor. Upon hearing her words, the system immediately replied, absolutely not. Why? Gu Xiaoqi queried, her voice laden with confusion, if she could learn mecha manufacturing knowledge within the learning space. Why was it impossible to employ devouring there? Chapter 123, Exchange Attribute Points. The system fell momentarily silent, unsure of how to articulate an explanation. Yet it was bound by the programmed directives it received. He muttered, no means no, without any justification. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi realized that her chances were utterly extinguished. The only path forward was to hasten the completion of her tasks, allowing her the time to grow stronger and extend her existence. With a cheerful demeanor, she inquired, System, may I ask you something? What is it? How many life points can be exchanged for a single attribute point? Before the system could respond, she continued, if it exceeds 3 life points, then forget it. Nonsense. 3 life points cannot possibly be exchanged for an attribute point. It must be at least 5. It cannot be lower. Listening to the system's indignant voice, Gu Xiaoqi's lips curled into a sly smile as she confidently declared, then 5 it is, no problem. The system sensed something amiss, bouncing restlessly on the sofa, yet it could not pinpoint the source of its unease. It asked, so host, how many attribute points would you like to exchange? 4, 2 added to memory and 2 to intelligence. The system, taken aback by the usually frugal host's decision to exchange 4 attribute points at once, jubilantly leaped around the sofa. Finally, it could expand its little abode. It promptly announced, congratulations, host. Exchange successful, current life points stand at 91. Gu Xiaoqi contemplated for a moment, realizing there was nothing else to inquire of the system, and decided to take her leave. Just before opening her eyes, she added, oh, and please make a copy of the learning materials on the light brain for me. I will enter the learning space to study tonight. With that said, Gu Xiaoqi opened her eyes. She strode briskly past the desk, intending to first delve into the knowledge of mecha manufacturing, planning to engage in virtual competitions later in the afternoon or evening. 2 hours later, Gu Xiaoqi rubbed her slightly sore eyes and gazed at the densely packed text on her desk, feeling a wave of headache wash over her. Ultimately, she decided to venture into the virtual realm. After her previous encounter with AI Bo's father in the virtual world, he had bestowed upon Gu Xiaoqi a mecha space token, specifically designed for storing mechas. Once she entered the virtual world, Gu Xiaoqi, with her bald head held high, navigated effortlessly to the mecha shop she had visited before. Along the way, she sensed the peculiar gazes of those around her. They not only looked at her, but also whispered amongst themselves. Could it be that her bald head had once again captured their attention? Unable to resist, Gu Xiaoqi reached up to touch her bald head, and as she did, the excitement on the faces of those nearby intensified. Feeling somewhat bewildered, she maintained an upright posture as she walked, her face betraying no hint of turmoil, though her pace quickened considerably. Upon entering the mecha shop, the store manager greeted her with a hearty laugh. "Ah, the little celebrity remembers our mecha store," he exclaimed. "He has been eagerly awaiting your return, hoping for another opportunity to make a complimentary promotion." Observing the bewildered expression on the child's face, the manager soon realized that she was genuinely unaware of the situation. He proceeded to explain, "Do you recall the mecha competition you participated in last time? During that event, someone recorded your performance and shared it online, and now many are aware that a child took part in the mecha competition." Upon hearing this matter, Gu Xiaoqi instantly exhaled a sigh of relief, initially fearing something dire. Observing the little bald head's nonchalant demeanor, she chuckled and inquired, "Do you know how people outside describe you?" Chapter 124, The Greatest in the Mecha Competition. Upon witnessing the shopkeeper's expression and tone, Gu Xiaoqi suddenly lost her desire to know. She was certain that it was not something pleasant. Without hesitation, she declared, "Shopkeeper, I do not wish to." Before she could finish her sentence, the shopkeeper cheerfully interjected, "Outside, they have bestowed upon you several titles for the greatest in the mecha competition." At this moment, curiosity piqued within Gu Xiaoqi, her small face adorned with a patchy beard reflecting her bewilderment as she asked, "What titles?" "The youngest participant in the mecha competition," he paused, then continued, "and the ugliest participant." The shopkeeper struggled to suppress his laughter, fearing that he might inadvertently hurt the tender feelings of the child. However, upon seeing Gu Xiaoqi's crestfallen expression, he could not contain his laughter any longer. Gu Xiaoqi, feeling a wave of regret, thought to herself why she had chosen to indulge her curiosity. She couldn't help but touch her small face and bald head, pondering whether she truly was that unattractive. Perhaps, just perhaps, not really. The shopkeeper's face was a canvas of barely concealed amusement. For it was indeed most entertaining to tease a child who was both adorably awkward and endearingly clumsy. He continued, "Aside from these, people on the virtual network are currently discussing your aesthetic sense and height." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi leaped up in indignation, exclaiming, "What is wrong with my aesthetic sense? What is wrong with my height? Foolish adults." She took a deep breath, her petite face radiating an aura of menace as she declared, "Shopkeeper, quickly fetch me 3 ion cannons and an energy shield. I feel the need to vent my frustrations." The shopkeeper, however, dismissed the ferocity displayed on Gu Xiaoqi's face. Despite the palpable intensity, it appeared devoid of any genuine lethality. With a chuckle, he promptly retrieved the requested items from the store. "Do you have any spacious areas here? Perhaps I could borrow the warehouse for a while. I wish to further refine my mech." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper led Gu Xiaoqi to the temporary storage area at the back, primarily used for replenishing supplies. Given the current surge in demand for mechs, he had yet to restock the inventory before Gu Xiaoqi's arrival. An hour later, the already dilapidated mech appeared even more worn, prompting doubts about its operational viability. Yet, Gu Xiaoqi wore a proud expression, having equipped the mech with 3 ion cannons and an energy shield, while also optimizing it based on her previous experiences on the battlefield. The shopkeeper inquired, "Are you heading to the competition now?" He was curious to witness how this petite, bald-headed girl would pilot such a colossal machine in the contest. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoqi nodded and replied, "I am registering for the competition right away." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately stepped forward, saying, "First, check where your competition is taking place. I'll rush to secure a ticket for the audience." Gu Xiaoqi recalled the previous occasion when the audience was sparse and waved her hand, saying, "There's no need to rush. Very few people are watching the match." Upon hearing this, The manager realized that this little bald-headed girl had no inkling of her own popularity, and he couldn't help but chuckle, though he chose not to elaborate. 5 minutes later, the system swiftly arranged for Xiaoqi to participate in the match. Sitting in the waiting area, she found herself at a loss. At that moment, a gentle female voice suddenly announced, "Please welcome on the most beautiful, can you handle it?" And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to the competition area. With composure, Xiaoqi retrieved her mech and climbed aboard, proceeding directly toward the arena. She had initially assumed there would be few spectators. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, she was taken aback. Goodness, why are there so many people? If I lose, won't even more people see it? Chapter 125. I'm the most beautiful, can you handle it? Although Xiaoqi felt a twinge of anxiety, her expression remained unfazed as she continued to pilot her mech toward the center of the arena. Yet, her mech moved awkwardly, as if it were marching in sync. The audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter. Wow, this kid is so adorable. She's marching in sync. Will she still follow the plan? I suddenly feel a bit sympathetic toward this little bald head. I want to see her shy expression. Hearing the laughter from the crowd, Xiaoqi felt a moment of confusion, but then she walked even more confidently. Surely, this had nothing to do with her. On the stage suddenly appeared 2 mechas. One in a tattered state, undoubtedly representing I not the most beautiful, while the other, adorned with specks of white on a deep blue chassis, resembled a breathtaking starry sky. To Xiaoqi's astonishment, a live host had been unexpectedly introduced. The female host, beaming with a smile, inquired, "It seems that our I not the most beautiful, is greatly cherished by our audience. Why should this concern her?" Xiaoqi felt even more bewildered, but in the next moment, she realized that it indeed pertained to her. As soon as the host's words fell, a row of people stood up and shouted, "Am I not the most beautiful?" Almost the entire audience promptly echoed, "Yes, yes, yes." Goodness. Xiaoqi was acutely aware of her own prowess, yet this was exceedingly mortifying. She felt her toes clawing at the ground, unable to resist bowing her head in an attempt to find a fissure in the earth to vanish into. She was cognizant that her ID was somewhat extraordinary, but she never anticipated its impact could be so formidable. Now, Xiaoqi was even more resolute in concealing her little secret identity, determined to keep it from others. The virtual realm remained the virtual realm. It was best not to let the virtual world intrude upon real life. The female host, momentarily taken aback by the scene before her, soon burst into laughter. However, upon recalling that the participants were merely children, she quickly interjected, "Since everyone is so eager for this competition, let us commence. Contestants, please prepare yourselves." With that, she exited the competition arena, leaving the space for the 2 contenders. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoqi's expression immediately turned grave. In this competition, she had to give her all. Xiaoqi was the first to take action, having mastered a certain level of proficiency in piloting a mech. She swiftly advanced towards her opponent, raising a large blade to strike fiercely. The deep blue mech swiftly pivoted to evade, maneuvering behind Xiaoqi and delivering a powerful punch towards her. Xiaoqi's spiritual entities were already on high alert, acutely aware of their surroundings. Thus, when the deep blue mech circled behind her, she was fully cognizant of its intentions, yet she refrained from acting. Just as the deep blue mech believed it was on the verge of victory, Xiaoqi suddenly crouched down, swinging her massive blade directly at its lower half. The deep blue mech found itself momentarily flustered. Although it understood that the blade posed minimal threat, it was solely focused on evading the strike. Seizing the opportunity amid the mech's confusion, Xiaoqi grasped its foot, immediately rising and executing a rapid 180-degree spin. The spectators below were left in disbelief at the sight. The deep blue mech is faltering. How could it expose such a vulnerability? If you're so capable, why don't you step up? Is this little brat really just a child? It doesn't feel that way at all. Agreed. Nevertheless, everyone present knew that no matter how strong Xiaoqi was, she could not inflict substantial damage on the deep blue mech. Yet, the ensuing scene compelled the audience to exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 126. Want to touch the bald head? To everyone's astonishment, Xiaoqi did not opt to discard the deep blue mech she held. Instead, she seized its leg and swiftly spun it in place. 1 rotation, 2 rotations. As the number of spins increased, the audience erupted in exclamations of disbelief. They had never anticipated such a display. The sensation of spinning became overwhelming, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Xiaoqi understood that this could not continue. She swiftly drew an energy sword and plunged it into the ground. Noticing the mech's reaction, her expression turned grave. She knew it was imperative not to relinquish control to the deep blue mech, and more critically, her stamina was waning. This battle demanded a rapid conclusion. Summoning all her strength, Gu Xiaoqi hurled the deep blue mech into the air and promptly pressed a button, transforming the mech's right arm into an enormous iron plate, perfect for a crushing blow. With precision, she swung the iron plate towards the mech's nape and followed up with a blast from her ion cannon aimed at its energy core. Gu Xiaoqi had developed a certain synergy with her spiritual entities. Some movements required merely a thought for them to respond instantaneously. This series of actions unfolded in an instant, and before the deep blue mech could react, the match seemed destined for its conclusion. With a resounding crash, the deep blue mech collapsed to the ground. What remarkable speed! The child's reflexes are astonishing. Did you all just witness the little bald head's movements? No, I saw them, but is this the speed and strength one would expect from a child? In my opinion, that deep blue mech is clearly lacking. It can't even defeat a mere child. The audience erupted into a flurry of discussions, yet Gu Xiaoqi understood that this individual had succumbed to overconfidence and was ultimately outmatched in speed and reaction. A man clad in a white sports jacket stumbled out of the deep blue mech, still dazed, his gait unsteady and somewhat erratic. He struggled to reach the battered mech. Patting it gently with his hand, Gu Xiaoqi promptly emerged from the mech, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at the man before her. The man, observing the slender, small bald head, unhesitatingly reached out to touch the gleaming scalp, exclaiming in delight at the sensation. What a splendid texture! Gu Xiaoqi was taken aback by this sequence of actions, instinctively stepping back with a wary gaze, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" The man quickly waved his hands, saying, "Little bald head, I am your fan. You may be unattractive, but there is a certain charm about you." Gu Xiaoqi stared incredulously at the tall man before her, unable to suppress her inner thoughts. "You're a fake fan." "A fan? Really? I wouldn't believe you if you were the last person on Earth. And most importantly, what is so special about this bald head? Although, I must admit, the texture is indeed quite pleasant." Just as she contemplated making her escape, the female host emerged. Impeccably dressed in an all-black suit, she wore a fitting smile as she squatted down beside Gu Xiaoqi and said, "Congratulations to our as my father the most beautiful, for winning this competition. Do you have any words for our audience?" Gu Xiaoqi had no choice but to halt her steps, gazing at the dense crowd below. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Don't you all want to touch my bald head?" The moment the words escaped her lips, the audience erupted with laughter. With someone already shouting, "Yes," Gu Xiaoqi immediately covered her head and retorted fiercely, "Even if you want to, you can't. My head is off limits to mere mortals." Chapter 127. Thorough investigation of Thunderstar. Gu Xiaoqi could not fathom why so many people desired to touch her little bald head. She couldn't help but exclaim, "If you really want to touch it, why not just shave your own head? Isn't it more delightful to touch your own?" Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly shouted, "Shaving our heads is too ugly." "No way." Gu Xiaoqi responded with a silent stare at the female host, saying, "Miss, may I leave now?" The host, observing Gu Xiaoqi's exasperated expression, smiled and replied, "All right, goodbye." She then stood up and addressed the audience. "In that case, let us once again erupt in warm applause to congratulate is my father the most beautiful for winning this competition." The crowd immediately responded with resounding applause. Gu Xiaoqi waved her hand and swiftly made her way off the stage. As soon as she descended, she spotted the owner of the mech shop waiting at the entrance. Upon noticing Gu Xiaoqi approaching with a cheerful demeanor, the shopkeeper inquired, "Little Baldy, are you truly just a child?" Gu Xiaoqi could not help but roll her eyes, responding with exasperation, "Whether I am or not is not for you to decide." It perplexed her how everyone seemed to doubt her youthfulness. Turning to the shopkeeper, she stated, "Since the competition has concluded, I shall log off now. I have already transferred the virtual currency to you." The shopkeeper nodded, watching as little Baldy vanished from sight before departing. As soon as Gu Xiaoqi logged off, an unmistakable excitement radiated from her small face. She had actually won. This was a feat she had never dared to imagine. It seemed as though her opponent's speed had momentarily faltered, but why was that? Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. For those piloting mechs, they were required to divide their mental focus to remain vigilant of their surroundings, and upon noticing a situation, they had to press the corresponding buttons to execute the necessary maneuvers. However, her circumstances were different. Her spiritual entity automatically relayed pertinent information, allowing Gu Xiaoqi to engage in battle merely by synthesizing the data presented to her. In comparison to others, her response time during combat was significantly shorter. Yu Xiaoqi's eyes gleamed with earnestness and gravity. This was indeed a remarkable advantage of hers that needed to be cultivated. She resolved to adjust her training regimen accordingly. Nonetheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to review the examination materials for her intermediate school studies. She had to excel in her exams, for that was the only way she could gain access to the school library for attendance. While it was possible for her to borrow Yi Bingtian's name to directly enter the intermediate school library, there was no guarantee that Yi Bingtian would not notice any discrepancies. Through the open window, one can witness the sun descending in the west, its warm afterglow spilling into the room, evoking a comforting sensation in one's heart. Regardless of the hardships faced, she is still alive, still able to gaze upon the sunset. Even if life is arduous, it is a privilege. Gu Xiaoqi encouraged herself, moving a stool to the balcony and settling down to study the intermediate secondary review materials. Meanwhile, at the Thunderstar Command Center, Yu Bingtian cast a frosty gaze upon the documents sprawled before him. Each word conveyed the unsettling truth that no suspicious individuals had infiltrated Thunderstar. Ironically, this knowledge incited his fury. If suspicious personnel could be identified, it would merely indicate a momentary oversight by the screening staff allowing such individuals entry. However, the absence of any leads raised a dire question. How deeply were they concealed? Or perhaps the screening personnel themselves were operatives placed there by others. Yi Bingtian took a deep breath and summoned his aide, Lin. With a cold voice, he commanded, conduct a thorough investigation. Determine whether there are any suspicious individuals aboard Thunderstar. Lin instantly grasped the gravity of the General's mistrust towards even the screening staff. Recognizing the seriousness of the matter, he saluted with utmost respect and solemnity. Yi Bingtian continued, not only should you investigate for individuals with unclear backgrounds or imposters, but also ascertain if anyone has been compromised along the way. This was a monumental task. Yi Bingtian added, however, I grant you only 1 month. You must uncover the truth. Chapter 128, The Honest Child. The following day. Early in the morning, Iber languidly stood by the hallway, occasionally stifling a yawn. His light blue hair, no longer as meticulously styled as on the first day at the villa, had even begun to stick up in playful disarray, lending him an air of endearing innocence. As Gu Xiaoqi opened her door, she was greeted by this scene and instinctively took a step back, her face expressing outright refusal as she said, Father, are you going to supervise my physical training again? Iber's face instantly broke into a broad smile. At first, I had no intention of doing so, but now that you mention it, it seems like a splendid idea. Then why are you standing at my door? The mecha blueprints you provided have been evaluated, and our company has offered you a price of 400,000. Iber said, yawning as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her small face radiating joy as she exclaimed, 400,000. Oh my goodness, I'm rich. No longer will I have to bear the weight of my immense debts with every penny spent. Iber, with a playful yet stern gesture, smacked the back of Gu Xiaoqi's head, chiding, what foul language is that? You are a young lady. Immediately, Gu Xiaoqi covered her mouth with her small hands, remembering that this person before her, despite his casual demeanor, was indeed her adoptive father, and she ought to maintain decorum. Yet, in the next moment, she cheerfully approached Iber and patted him on the shoulder, saying, adoptive father, what would you like to eat? Today, my sister is in a good mood and will treat you. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoqi's words, a cold smile crept onto Iber's face. Adoptive father? Sister? Goodness gracious! In a moment of thoughtlessness, she found herself at a loss for words. Just as she was about to offer a feeble defense, Iber seized the back of Gu Xiaoqi's collar, exclaiming, it seems that after a few days without discipline, you are intent on causing trouble. A sense of foreboding washed over Gu Xiaoqi, reaching its zenith when she witnessed her somewhat negligent father adjusting the gravity chamber's settings to 4 times the normal level. Would she be able to exit the gravity chamber unscathed today? Iber unceremoniously tossed Gu Xiaoqi onto the ground of the chamber, a radiant smile gracing his face as he declared, in the past, we merely engaged in light running. Today, I shall alter the mode to enhance your reflexes and agility. This smile sent a chill down Gu Xiaoqi's spine. She forced a conciliatory smile, ready to speak, when an unidentified object suddenly hurtled towards her. Just as Gu Xiaoqi contemplated using her mental prowess to scan her surroundings, Iber interjected, no use of mental energy allowed. How then was she to play? As time trickled by, sweat beaded on Gu Xiaoqi's forehead. She panted heavily, her gaze fixed on her surroundings, wary of any lapse in vigilance. Iber observed her with satisfaction and announced That will be all for today. Let us go have breakfast. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi's stomach audibly protested, prompting her to hastily cover her rebellious belly, smiling as she inquired, "Father, how long have we been training?" "Not long, merely an hour and a half," he replied. Gu Xiaoqi, "It's only an hour and a half. She usually trains for just 1 hour. No wonder her stomach is growling today." Gu Xiaoqi hurriedly took a shower, and by the time she descended the stairs, Ai Bo and Su Qingyang had already commenced their breakfast. Su Qingyang regarded Gu Xiaoqi with a hint of hesitation, and after a moment, he slowly remarked, "Gu Xiaoqi, we need to have a private discussion shortly." Ai Bo raised an eyebrow and inquired, "A private discussion? What could possibly be so secretive that I am not allowed to know?" Su Qingyang casually glanced at Ai Bo and candidly replied, "It is indeed something you cannot know. Honest fellow." Gu Xiaoqi quickly interjected, "It must pertain to matters of mecha manufacturing, which is why my father requires a private conversation with me." As she spoke, she fervently gestured towards Su Qingyang. Su Qingyang countered, "It is not related to mecha manufacturing." Gu Xiaoqi, Ai Bo, Hiki. Chapter 129. Su Qingyang discovers something amiss. Ai Bo realized that his rivalry with Su Qingyang was a misguided decision. He chuckled softly and then lowered his head to eat his breakfast. Only a fool would engage with another fool. Gu Xiaoqi felt a wave of relief wash over her as Ai Bo lapsed into silence. Yet, what could her father want with her? This question was answered after their meal. Su Qingyang deliberately escorted Gu Xiaoqi to his room, closed the door, and with a serious expression, regarded her intently. "Gu Xiaoqi, is there something unusual about your health?" Upon hearing these words, Gu Xiaoqi's heart jolted momentarily, yet her expression remained unchanged as she inquired, "There is nothing unusual. What is the matter?" Su Qingyang furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, "It shouldn't be without anomalies." He pressed further, "Are you truly certain there are no peculiarities? Is there nothing about your body that differs from the ordinary?" In an instant, Gu Xiaoqi comprehended that her father must have uncovered something, though her heart was wary. She feigned a semblance of confusion as she gazed at Su Qingyang and replied, "I assure you, there is nothing unusual. What exactly have you discovered, father?" Ai Bo furrowed his brow. Just days prior, during his analysis of Gu Xiaoqi's physical data, he had noted that her body was undergoing constant transformation, seemingly exhibiting a trend of evolution. Yet now, Gu Xiaoqi claimed that she had experienced no changes. Could it be that he was mistaken? Nevertheless, Su Qingyang remained undeterred, fixing his gaze upon Gu Xiaoqi as he insisted, "Please provide me with a sample of your blood. I wish to conduct further research." At this, Gu Xiaoqi immediately objected. Lowering her head, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, she said, "You previously stated that you would not study me. Are you now going back on your word?" Su Qingyang clarified, "Initially, the intention to study you stemmed from your being a genetic anomaly, but now, that is not the case. To be precise, these two types of research differ, hence it is not a reversal of promise." Such an explanation, Gu Xiaoqi felt her entire being tense, poised to make her exit from Su Qingyang's room at any moment. She continued, "You are merely reneging. Regardless of the motive, I am the subject of your research." Su Qingyang was momentarily at a loss for words. Casting a glance at the seemingly distressed Gu Xiaoqi, he pressed on, "Are you truly unwilling to provide me with your blood?" Gu Xiaoqi resolutely nodded, lifting her gaze to Su Qingyang as she declared, "I could never become anyone's research subject." Although a sense of regret washed over Su Qingyang, he acquiesced, saying, "Very well. But if you ever decide to offer your blood to someone else, do let me know first." Gu Xiaoqi's expression darkened. Giving blood to others was hardly her inclination. Tentatively, she suggested, "Since there seems to be nothing else, I shall take my leave." Su Qingyang nodded in agreement. The moment Gu Xiaoqi stepped out of Su Qingyang's room, a wave of relief washed over her. Fortune favored her that this lenient father had detected her anomaly. Had it been any other, she might not have escaped unscathed. However, what exactly was her devouring ability? The system advised her to explore it independently. Should she venture into it? Yet, this was indeed Su Qingyang's territory, and she could not afford to exhibit any unusual behavior. Her eyes darted thoughtfully, and a plan began to form in her mind. Gu Xiaoqi approached number 1, saying, "Number 1, could you prepare some snacks for me to take to my room?" Number 1 nodded in compliance. Moreover, should the snacks vanish, others would merely presume that she had consumed them. She casually opened one of the snack bags, her small hand diving into the contents. But how was she to harness this devouring ability? Chapter 130. Reality Mecha. As Gu Xiaoqi's small hand brushed against the snacks within, Her heart brimmed with confusion. How was she to wield this devouring ability? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inwardly implored, "System, could you kindly enlighten me on how to manifest this devouring power?" To her dismay, the system offered no guidance, merely stating that the host must embark on a journey of self-discovery. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi's shoulders slumped, her face reflecting disappointment as she gazed at the snacks in her hand. Could it perhaps be activated by mere thought? She ventured a bold hypothesis, repeatedly chanting in her mind, "Devouring ability, devouring ability." As time trickled by, Xiaoqi felt her eyelids growing heavy, as if glued shut, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Perhaps the devouring ability was incapable of comprehending human language. Stretching her limbs, she propped her chin on her hand, staring blankly at her own palms. How unfortunate it was to possess such a remarkable gift, yet be unable to utilize it. Wasn't that tantamount to a wasted talent? In frustration, she raked her fingers through her hair while surveying the array of books scattered across the table, her expression one of exasperation. Should she persist in her studies? Suddenly, her thoughts drifted to the mecha situated on the lower floor, and she resolved to first attempt piloting it. With a clap of her hands, she cast a wistful glance at the snacks before her, acknowledging that it seemed she would be unable to indulge in them with this devouring ability. Seizing the already torn bag of snacks, Xiaoqi bounded cheerfully toward the lower level. One cannot help but ponder the distinctions between piloting mechs in reality and within the virtual realm. At this moment, the villa is enveloped in an unusual silence. Both AI Bo and Su Qingyang are engrossed in their respective pursuits within their rooms. Although the robots remain in standby mode, they emit no sound whatsoever. Xiaoqi's once light-hearted footsteps gradually grew heavy, as the profound quietude of the villa became almost unbearable. She absent-mindedly popped a snack from her bag into her mouth, only to have her expression shift dramatically in the next instant, devoid of any melancholic reflections. Goodness, is this snack intended to be lethal? The treat in her hand resembled a potato chip from her past life, yet it was a thin slice coated in a kaleidoscope of powder, appearing rather appealing at first glance. However, upon tasting it, the flavor proved to be exceedingly peculiar. The crisp texture began with a hint of saltiness, but quickly transformed into something entirely unexpected. Xiaoqi's delicate features contorted in distaste as she resolved not to take another bite. She darted into the living room, tiptoed to pour herself a glass of water, and gulped it down eagerly. As for the snack, she cast it a disdainful glance before abandoning it on the coffee table. In the basement, Xiaoqi stood before the imposing mech, her eyes sparkling with pride and admiration as she climbed aboard without hesitation. Upon entering the cockpit, she was immediately enveloped by the coldness of the mech and an inexplicable pressure, sensations unattainable in the virtual world. Taking a deep breath, she commanded her spiritual entities to connect with the mech, adeptly taking her first step forward. With a resounding crash, the colossal mech collapsed to the ground, motionless. As a budding mech engineer, Xiaoqi had long been aware that virtual mechs differed significantly from their real-world counterparts, yet she was utterly unprepared for such a stark disparity. Surrender? Xiaoqi stubbornly attempted to rise, but as her legs slightly bent, she felt as though every ounce of her strength had evaporated. The pallor of her face in the cockpit reflected her struggle, and beads of sweat began to trickle down her brow. Nevertheless, she remained undaunted, gritting her teeth as she endeavored to move her legs. Though a torrent of curses brewed within her mind, her resolve remained unshaken. Slowly but surely, she would prevail. Chapter 131. The deep blue vortex to the onlookers. The massive mech appeared unchanged, still sprawled upon the earth. Yet Xiaoqi understood that this subtle transformation was the fruit of her relentless perseverance. At last, she comprehended why her adoptive father had consistently increased the parameters of the gravity chamber, and she grasped the arduous journey to becoming a mech engineer. Her breathing grew increasingly labored, her complexion waning to a ghostly hue, tinged with a hint of purple. A bittersweet sensation welled within her. Yet she could only command her spirit entity to sever its connection with the mech. With the mountains still standing, there is no fear of running out of firewood. One day, she would undoubtedly pilot the mech with unparalleled prowess. The moment the bond between her spirit entity and the mech was severed, Xiaoqi experienced an unprecedented liberation. She gasped for air, and after a brief respite, she clambered out of the cockpit. Until next time, after contemplating the recently more attuned spiritual entities, she resolved to first explore the spiritual realm, curious to see if the entities had undergone any transformations following the inheritance of the devouring ability. With this thought, Gu Xiaoqi focused her mind and swiftly entered the spiritual space. Upon her arrival, she was immediately surrounded by the spiritual entities. This was the first time Gu Xiaoqi experienced such an overwhelming reception. She smiled and inquired, "Little spiritual entities, what troubles you?" The small orbs of light trembled, exuding an aura of fear and trepidation. They chattered nervously. "There is a great entity, most terrifying." At these words, Gu Xiaoqi's brow furrowed in concern. She asked, "Are you implying that there is a terrifying large entity within the spiritual space?" The little orbs nodded vigorously. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could this fearsome entity they spoke of be the devouring ability? She promptly declared, "Lead me to it." The little orbs shivered in fear, but a few bravely volunteered to guide Gu Xiaoqi. Thus, she followed them to a distant corner of the spiritual realm. Upon arriving, she was taken aback by the sight before her. A deep blue vortex loomed ominously, emanating an inexplicable sense of danger that even Gu Xiaoqi dared not approach. Her brow furrowed deeply as she attempted to communicate with the deep blue vortex, only to find herself unable to establish a mental connection. Gu Xiaoqi instructed the other little orbs to keep their distance and cautiously advanced toward the vortex. She cautiously navigated her consciousness forward. And as she approached the deep blue vortex, the fear and trepidation within Gu Xiaoqi intensified. A premonition gripped her. If she drew any closer to the vortex, she might find herself ensnared in peril. Gu Xiaoqi dared not take another step, instead observing the swirling abyss with utmost care. Suddenly, the vortex shifted, prompting Gu Xiaoqi to hastily urge the small light orbs to retreat and distance herself from the deep blue whirlpool. Yet, inexplicably, the vortex seemed to exert a gravitational pull, slowing her movements and clouding her awareness. In the next moment, the deep blue vortex loomed beside her consciousness, tearing it apart with alarming force. What on earth was this? Had she misjudged the situation? A piercing headache engulfed her, her complexion drained of color, and her gaze became increasingly vacant. Her entire consciousness grew hazy until she collapsed onto the table. Chapter 132. Mastering the devouring ability. Time passed gradually, yet no one noticed Gu Xiaoqi, who lay unconscious. At some unknown moment, she slowly regained her senses, feeling as though her head might explode. Unable to resist, she reached out to pound her temples and, with great effort, managed to open her eyes. Where was she? Gu Xiaoqi looked around the deep blue expanse with a perplexed and anxious expression, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness. Wait, was this the deep blue space? Could it possibly be connected to the deep blue vortex? As Gu Xiaoqi rose cautiously to survey her surroundings, a sudden awareness of her connection to the deep blue space enveloped her mind. Her eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. Indeed, this was the ability to devour. Or perhaps it was the devouring space. Astonishingly, it dawned on her that her inability to wield this power was due to her not having claimed the devouring space as her own. With this revelation, Gu Xiaoqi eagerly withdrew from the devouring space, opening her eyes to the reality around her. Upon opening her eyes, the intense light momentarily overwhelmed her, causing her bright, expressive eyes to well with tears. Unperturbed, she reached up to wipe away the tears, her gaze alight with desire as it fell upon the assortment of snacks adorning the table before her. Several brightly packaged treats lay invitingly in front of Gu Xiaoqi, and the memory of the peculiar flavored chips she had previously tasted made her consider the prospect of devouring these snacks a delightful thought indeed. Yet it seemed somewhat wasteful. The mere thought of exchanging these delectable snacks for shimmering star coins sent a pang of regret through her heart. Perhaps just a small experiment, a mere taste would suffice. With this notion in mind, Gu Xiaoqi casually opened a bag of snacks, cradling the contents in her arms before dipping her hand inside. With a focused thought, she cautiously summoned the powers of the devouring space. As energy was gradually extracted from the devouring space, an icy, foreboding sensation surged within her. In the next moment, Gu Xiaoqi felt as though she were holding a block of ice in her palm, causing her entire hand to stiffen with a chill. With a sudden rip, Gu Xiaoqi watched as the snack bag in her hand tore open, sending the light yellow morsels tumbling to the ground. Oh no, was it a lapse in control over her strength? A momentary look of panic flashed across her face, and she quickly crouched down to gather the scattered treats. They were dirty now. Perhaps it would be better to devour them all? It would also serve as an opportunity to practice her swallowing abilities. Gu Xiaoqi hastened her movements, eager to refine her control over her power. In just a minute or two, she had collected a pile of snacks and placed them on the table. Glancing at the now-defunct snack bag, she decided to transfer the treats back into it, carefully cradling it against her chest. She then focused on channeling energy into her palm, gradually sensing the snacks vanishing from her grasp until they were no more. However, when she looked down at her chest, she noticed that the snacks around her palm were also missing bits and pieces, indicating that some had already been consumed. Clearly, she had yet to master her control over this power. After several attempts, Xiaoqi finally felt a slight improvement in her ability to manage her swallowing force, which brought her a sigh of relief. While possessing such a power was undoubtedly an advantage, lacking control over it could lead to undesirable outcomes. With this thought in mind, Xiaoqi became even more resolute in her determination to pass the intermediate school examination. Only by attending school could she escape constant scrutiny and find the time to diligently practice her swallowing abilities. Chapter 133, Intermediate Mecha Manufacturing Knowledge Assessment. 3 days later, early morning, Xiaoqi chose to undertake the Intermediate Mecha Manufacturing Knowledge Assessment within the learning space. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the luminous screen before her and silently assured herself that she must pass on the first attempt. Encouraging herself inwardly, she smiled and declared, "System, I wish to commence the Intermediate Mecha Manufacturing Knowledge Assessment." It must be said that the attribute points she had previously allocated proved to be quite beneficial. Whether it was in memorizing knowledge or in her understanding of mecha manufacturing, she had advanced significantly. No sooner had she spoken than bold characters appeared on the screen. Intermediate Mecha Manufacturing Knowledge Assessment begins. 3 seconds later, a flurry of interstellar text filled the screen. Xiaoqi's expression revealed no hint of panic. Rather, she became even more composed as she began to peruse the questions. As time gradually passed, her eyes grew slightly weary, prompting her to close them and contemplate the final, complex question. Once she had gathered her thoughts, Xiaoqi opened her eyes and confidently filled in her answer. "System, I wish to submit my paper." The system responded with enthusiasm. "Very well. Please hold on while I scan the examination paper." Unfazed, Xiaoqi nodded and casually picked up a book on advanced mecha manufacturing, immersing herself in its content. Given the system's tendencies, it was likely that she would soon face an assessment on advanced mecha manufacturing knowledge. She turned a page with her finger, just as the system's voice resonated in the tranquil space. "Congratulations, host, on completing the Intermediate Mecha Manufacturing Knowledge Assessment task. Task completed. Reward, 40 life points. Current life points, 127. The task refresh has commenced. Please design a set of intermediate mech blueprints," the official announcement echoed. As soon as the words fell, the system exuberantly exclaimed, "Congratulations, host, for completing another task." Xiaoqi closed her book, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes as she retorted, with such excitement, "One might think my task completion benefits you." After a brief pause, when the anticipated irate rebuttal from the system failed to emerge, her eyes flickered with realization. Her suspicion was likely true. Dismissing the need for further inquiry, she exited the learning space. For the past 3 days, Xiaoqi had been training her mental fortitude under the guidance of AI Bo's father, while also seeking knowledge about mech manufacturing from Su Qingyang's father. Additionally, she had to prepare for the assessments of the intermediate school curriculum, and each evening, she engaged in mech training in the underground facility. One could truly say her life was exceedingly enriching. Yet, in contrast to such a fulfilling routine, Xiaoqi yearned for the exhilarating experience of a battle in the virtual world. Regrettably, due to her hectic schedule, she had yet to participate in a mech competition. At this moment, the sky was still early, with only a faint glimmer of white visible on the distant horizon. After washing up, Xiaoqi descended the stairs, opting not to engage in physical training in the gravity chamber this time, but rather heading to the kitchen. Ever since she had cooked for Yi Bingtian's father, AI Bo's father had persistently expressed a desire for her culinary skills. However, as a person with an abundantly fulfilling life, how could she possibly find time to cook? Hence, she had continually evaded the request, refusing to prepare meals for AI Bo's father. But today, AI Bo's father was set to depart. A twinge of bittersweetness welled up within Xiaoqi, accompanied by a sense of reluctance. So she intentionally arose betimes this day, desiring to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Iber's father. Consider it a farewell gift of sorts. Xiaoqi donned an apron, sleeves rolled up, gazing with earnestness upon the peculiar ingredients arrayed before her. She mustn't fail this time. Xiaoqi, standing on tiptoe, with some difficulty severed a small piece of an ingredient to taste, embarking once more upon her journey of discerning the ingredients. Immersed in earnestness, Xiaoqi remained oblivious to the passage of time, her focused gaze solely upon these ingredients. Chapter 134. Iber's departure. At this moment, the sky had already brightened considerably. Iber instinctively tarried before Gu Xiaoqi's door, awaiting her rise. Yet, after a short while, Iber had not yet witnessed Gu Xiaoqi opening her door. A smile played upon his lips as he casually adjusted a lock of light blue hair upon his forehead, his countenance devoid of any vexation. The little scamp is also prone to sleeping in, is she? It is perhaps for the best. A childhood of perpetual early rising is incomplete. With such thoughts, Iber leisurely descended the stairs. Scarcely had he descended when he espied a slender figure bearing a bowl brimming with soup, proceeding toward the dining table. He advanced with great strides, his brow furrowed as he was about to admonish the imp not to engage in such endeavors, when he beheld Gu Xiaoqi. Having set down the soup, beaming radiantly as she blew upon her fingers, flushed from the heat. He could not help but chide. What is there to smile about? Your fingers are reddened from the heat, yet you still manage to smile? Upon hearing the voice, Gu Xiaoqi turned toward the speaker with delight, pointing with pride to the delectable dishes upon the table, proclaiming, "Behold, dear father, this was prepared by my own hand for you." Albert was taken aback, glancing at the table laden with dishes in astonishment. "Did you prepare all of this?" he inquired. Gu Xiaoqi, upon hearing her nominal father's skeptical tone, bristled instantly. She glared at Albert, retorting, "If I didn't, did you? How dare you doubt me? I shouldn't have bothered to wake up early to cook so much, especially since I even cut my hand." Her voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of grievance. Albert barely caught the latter part of her words. But observing the slight pout on the little imp's face, coupled with her earlier statement, a pang of remorse struck him. For the first time, he knelt down, gazing earnestly at Gu Xiaoqi. "Thank you, Xiaoqi," he expressed. No longer was she referred to as brat or ugly duckling, but Xiaoqi. Gu Xiaoqi recoiled slightly at the intensity in Albert's gaze, goosebumps prickling her skin. "You're giving me the creeps," she grumbled. "Can't you act normal?" With that, she deliberately stepped back, underscoring her sentiment. Albert's face darkened with exasperation as he stared speechlessly at the child before him. He rose abruptly, placing his hand atop Gu Xiaoqi's head, vigorously ruffling her hair into a disheveled mess before desisting. Ungrateful wretch. He had rarely been sentimental, and she responded like that. Would Gu Xiaoqi allow her nominal father to touch her hair? Certainly not. Yet, no matter how she dodged, she couldn't evade him, and resignedly stood her ground. Su Qingyang, descending the stairs, witnessed this scene. He inquired with a puzzled expression, "Why are you ruffling her hair? Isn't it unhygienic?" With a jovial demeanor, Ibe turned to Su Qingyang and remarked, "It feels wonderful. Why don't you give it a try?" Gu Xiaoqi thought. This suggestion was hardly appealing to Su Qingyang, who shook his head in refusal. "It's grimy and teeming with bacteria. Why would I want to touch it?" Seeing Su Qingyang's rejection, Gu Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief. Too much handling of hair can make it greasy. She directly swatted the large hand on her head, saying with a hint of impatience, "Don't push your luck. Do you still want to eat?" Ibe's gaze immediately fell upon the fragrant dishes on the table. He chuckled and said, "Of course, I want to eat. Alas, my hands are dirty. I'll have to wash them again." "Gu Xiaoqi, haven't you washed your hair in a while?" Ibe said with a grin, and before Gu Xiaoqi could react, he scurried off to wash his hands. Gu Xiaoqi's face instantly darkened. Was this cheap father courting death? But considering he was leaving today, Gu Xiaoqi decided she could endure it a bit longer. Chapter 135. Viral Virtual Net. The three of them sat at the dining table, savoring the delicious food. Ibe took the initiative to say, "I'll be leaving shortly, Gu Xiaoqi. You must train diligently." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi looked up and stared speechlessly at her cheap father. "Father, when have you ever seen me not training seriously? I will definitely train hard. I don't need you to tell me. Training equals survival. Of course, I have to train hard." Iber was momentarily at a loss for words. The girl indeed trained with remarkable dedication. Although she occasionally voiced her conditions, once immersed in training, she was wholly committed. He nodded and teased, "Well, I'm off. Don't go crying now." The slight twinge of sadness that had lingered in Gu Xiaoqi due to her father's departure vanished in an instant. She merely rolled her eyes, saying nothing, yet her attitude was unmistakably clear. Tears were out of the question, but perhaps a celebration with fireworks was a possibility. Time swiftly passed, and the moment of parting arrived. Iber stood at the entrance of the villa, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he looked at Gu Xiaoqi. "How about a loving hug?" he suggested. Gu Xiaoqi thought to herself, "How utterly cheesy. Who wants a hug?" Yet, despite her thoughts, she made no move to leave, her expression betraying a hint of, "If you truly wish to embrace, I suppose I could oblige." Iber laughed heartily, stepping forward and bending slightly to envelop Gu Xiaoqi in a gentle hug, whispering, honestly, I think your online persona is quite appealing. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi sprang up in outrage. That dog of a man, my insufferable father. Why bring that up? Fuming, she turned on her heel and departed, vowing that one day she would possess an unparalleled virtual image of beauty. Iber watched her retreating figure, his eyes sparkling with amusement, before he turned and boarded his hover vehicle. Having spent considerable time in this villa, he found himself somewhat reluctant to leave. The hovercar swiftly took off, gradually vanishing into the morning sun, which receded into the horizon like a distant speck before ultimately disappearing from sight. On the other side, she suddenly recalled her agreement with her frugal father to engage in 20 mech battles and decided to indulge herself in an exhilarating match online first. Upon logging in, Gu Xiaoqi was immediately bombarded with messages from the store manager. Day 1, Little Baldy. Why haven't you logged in yet? Did your family give you a beating? Day 2, Little Baldy. I advise you to get online quickly. You've become a sensation. Explosively famous. Day 3, just tell me, are you still alive? As soon as this message was sent, Gu Xiaoqi found herself overwhelmed by the manager's relentless notifications. Tall figures surrounded her in an instant, prompting Gu Xiaoqi to instinctively adopt a combat stance, her expression brimming with wariness. Had she unwittingly provoked someone she ought to have avoided? Observing the frosty demeanor on her cherubic face, the crowd chuckled nervously and stepped back, asking, Little Baldy, can we take a picture together? May we touch your head? Take a picture? My head. Gu Xiaoqi furrowed her brow and questioned, is it because I've become famous that you wish to take a photo with me and encircle me? A petite and charming young woman nearby, noticing Gu Xiaoqi's frown, could not resist exclaiming, how ugly. Truly so ugly. Indeed, it was ugly. What do you know? This is called ugly cute. The surrounding people chimed in, enthusiastically sharing their thoughts on Little Baldy's peculiar appearance. In an instant, Gu Xiaoqi felt as though countless ducks were quacking all around her. It seemed she needed to devise a means of escape. As for touching her head, that was utterly out of the question. Chapter 136, The Quietly Handsome Man. Gu Xiaoqi furrowed her brows, her petite face etched with contemplation. She gazed at the throng before her and suddenly shouted, what the heck, that person is also bald. And it's a girl. Upon hearing her exclamation, the others turned their heads in search of the bald individual Gu Xiaoqi spoke of. After all, baldness was already a rarity. If it was a girl, how much more amusing would that be? Seizing the opportunity as they instinctively turned, Gu Xiaoqi swiftly slipped into the crowd, seeking to escape. Her diminutive stature, combined with her nimble movements, allowed her to navigate through the throng with relative ease, although she had to be cautious of the larger feet that might trample her. Just moments ago, an imposing man had accidentally stepped on her foot, causing her to grimace in pain. Yet, some individuals were not distracted by the mention of the bald figure and continued to fixate on Gu Xiaoqi. Due to her slight build and the bustling crowd, they were unable to catch sight of her amidst the commotion. Just when Gu Xiaoqi believed she had successfully evaded capture, a large hand suddenly grasped the back of her collar, lifting her off the ground and away from the scene. Dangling in midair, she struggled for a considerable time, but could not free herself from the grip, which tightened around her collar, leaving her neck slightly reddened. After a while, Gu Xiaoqi had no choice but to comply and be led away by this person. At least this way, my neck won't hurt. Before long, the man unceremoniously placed Gu Xiaoqi on the ground, his tone laced with menace. Do not even think about escaping, unless you wish for others to witness it and subsequently be seized for mischief. The two found themselves in a narrow alleyway, situated in a remote location. The man's towering figure completely concealed Gu Xiaoqi, rendering her invisible to anyone outside. Gu Xiaoqi pursed her lips and raised her gaze to scrutinize the individual before her. The man was clad in vibrant red attire, with silvery hair cascading casually over his shoulders, and his crimson eyes sparkled with clarity. He appeared. After a moment's contemplation, she parted her lips and slowly uttered two words, conceited. Andini paused momentarily, his hand brushing through his silvery locks, and replied, rather than conceited, I would prefer you to call me handsome. He introduced himself with a flourish. I am the quiet handsome man, but you may call me handsome. Gu Xiaoqi. This man is exceedingly narcissistic. She inquired, exasperated, what is it that you seek from me? Upon hearing her words, Andini straightened with enthusiasm, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he leaned down to meet her gaze. His eyes sparkled brightly as he addressed the little bald head before him, saying, I hope you will engage in a mecha competition with me shortly, and upon its conclusion, Do not hesitate to call me ugly man. Ugly man? Gu Xiaoqi was taken aback, astonished that this narcissist would invite such an insult. Sensing her confusion, Ndini willingly elaborated. Everyone in the virtual realm is aware of your questionable taste. So that ugly man you refer to is undoubtedly a breathtakingly handsome figure. Astonishing and earth-shattering. A handsome man. This individual truly dares to dream and to speak so boldly. Gu Xiaoqi's delicate face twisted slightly, her gaze tinged with a hint of despair. There was nothing wrong with her aesthetic judgment. This appearance was merely an unfortunate incident. She exclaimed, impossible. Competitions can be entered, but one cannot utter the words ugly man. Upon hearing this, Ndini immediately swelled with pride, declaring, I knew no one could look at this face and utter the words ugly man. What a dilemma. Her hands itched with the desire to add a splash of color to that face. Taking a deep breath, she silently reminded herself not to engage with a fool, and forced a smile as she asked, why do you choose to do this? Of course, it is to garner attention. Ndini retorted, utterly unashamed. Gu Xiaoqi. Suddenly, an idea struck her, her eyes brightening as she beamed. Actually, I could accomplish this as well, but... Chapter 137. The Third Mecha Competition, Part 1. But you must offer compensation. Gu Xiaoqi gazed at the man before her eyes filled with anticipation. Ndini's lips twitched in disbelief as he asked, have you fallen into the allure of money? With a playful grin, Gu Xiaoqi boldly inquired, so, will you agree or not? That depends on your offer, Ndini replied, not one to be swayed by financial constraints, primarily wishing for the world to appreciate his beauty, which led him to this peculiar strategy. A minimum of 10,000 star coins. How could you possibly refuse, Ndini? Gu Xiaoqi quickly replied, you see, I've been quite popular lately, and you are the first person I've received public feedback from. This investment of 10,000 star coins is certainly worth it. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoqi's words, Ndini immediately began to suspect that the little bald-headed figure before him was attempting to take him for a fool. While he was indeed affluent, his wealth had not come easily. He straightened up, gazing down at Gu Xiaoqi, and remarked, little bald head, your asking price is utterly outrageous. That is simply unacceptable. Feigning difficulty, Gu Xiaoqi responded, the lowest I can go is 9,000 star coins. 5,000, 9,000, 6,000. Gu Xiaoqi remained steadfast, continuing to insist, 9,000. Frustration began to simmer within Ndini, who retorted, 8,000, and that is my final offer. In an instant, Gu Xiaoqi's previously serious expression transformed into a radiant smile. With a beaming countenance, she exclaimed, all right then, 8,000 star coins it is. Dear, I can facilitate the transfer through the neural interface. Her somewhat cheeky tone led Ndini to suspect he had been duped, yet having already made his offer, he could not retract his words. With a begrudging demeanor, he noted down the little bald head's neural interface number and subsequently completed the transfer. As Gu Xiaoqi observed the influx of star coins in her neural account, her smile grew ever brighter. Dear, when might you be available for a mecha battle? She inquired. Ndini cast a fleeting glance at the little bald head and replied, let us keep the conversation respectful. In an instant, Gu Xiaoqi's smile vanished, and with a hint of excitement in her tone, she suggested, how about we have a match right now? All right. Ndini directly searched for the ID of the bald contender on the list of participants in the Met competition and promptly issued a challenge. Seizing this moment, Gu Xiaoqi also contacted the manager, and the two agreed to meet after the competition. Ndini stated, I challenge you. Merely accept. Gu Xiaoqi nodded in affirmation. Moments later, the competition screen displayed the announcement that in 10 minutes, the most beautiful, can it be, would face off against the quiet, handsome man in Venue 88. Upon this revelation, a multitude of spectators flocked to the official website to reserve seats at Venue 88. Some were previous viewers of Gu Xiaoqi's matches, while others came merely for the excitement. Ndini observed the audience area vanish in an instant, and, with a squint of his eyes, remarked with a smile, Baldy, I want to go easy on you just because of your age, and I shan't yield to your vanity, ugly man. Gu Xiaoqi retorted defiantly. 10 minutes later, at Venue 88, Gu Xiaoqi, before even entering, heard the cacophony outside. Indifferent, she toyed with her fingers, showing no signs of anxiety. At that moment, the female host announced, now let us welcome the most beautiful can it be, and the quiet handsome man to present an exhilarating mech battle. As her words faded, the audience erupted in fervent cheers. Gu Xiaoqi rose and retrieved her mech from the virtual space portal, while Ndini likewise summoned his mech. Moments later, a dilapidated brown mech, resembling a contraption on the verge of disintegration, made its entrance onto the battlefield. Beside it stood a flamboyant red mech, emblazoned with the character on both its front and back. The appearance of these two mechs instantly ignited a flurry of chatter among the spectators. "How did these two mechs end up together?" exclaimed one. "Isn't that the mech that insists on being called a handsome man? Unbelievable. It's that excessively narcissistic mech." In truth, it wasn't without its charm. As the murmurs filled the air, Xiaoqi felt a twinge of helplessness. Fame can be a double-edged sword. Yet, when weighing notoriety against obscurity, she opted for the former. The female host declared with authority, "I hereby announce the commencement of the competition." With that proclamation, she swiftly exited the arena. A magnetic male voice resonated from within the red mech. "Little bald head, if you call me a handsome man, I might just let you off the hook." Xiaoqi was taken aback. "Didn't we agree on calling you an ugly man? How did it morph into handsome man?" At that moment, Andre also recalled the agreement. He had unconsciously desired others to refer to him as a handsome man. Feeling somewhat awkward, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the audience, upon hearing his words, erupted in ridicule. "I knew it would be that line again. I really hope someone can knock that narcissist down a peg." I am intrigued by whether the narcissist in the eyes of the bald young man is considered ugly or beautiful. The moment this statement was uttered, a profound silence enveloped the audience. Although they verbally criticized the narcissist's appearance, deep down, they recognized that the individual indeed possessed a commendable exterior. However, the bald young man was an anomaly. His aesthetic appreciation diverged significantly from that of the average person. On the stage, Xiaoqi did not engage in the anticipated commentary regarding Andini's looks, but instead wielded a massive blade, launching an immediate assault on the Crimson Mech. The Crimson Mech deftly evaded the attack and retaliated with a rapid-fire ion projectile. The projectile hurtled toward Xiaoqi at an astonishing speed, threatening to strike with the slightest miscalculation. Xiaoqi promptly dashed aside to avoid the ion blast, instructing her mental warriors to remain vigilant regarding the opponent's movements. Despite their limited engagement thus far, Xiaoqi discerned that this adversary was the most formidable she had encountered to date. The Crimson Mech exhibited remarkable reflexes and speed, and most notably, Xiaoqi sensed that her opponent was not exerting their full capacity, maintaining a distance from the Crimson Mech. She realized that her strengths lay in close-quarters combat. With a flicker of determination in her eyes, she pressed a button, propelling her mech forward at an astonishing velocity towards the Crimson counterpart. The Crimson Mech did not flinch, but instead aimed its cannon directly at the battered mech, unleashing a barrage of ion projectiles. In an instant, Xiaoqi's body soared into the air, transcending the limitations of her mechanical vessel, displaying an unprecedented agility as she deftly evaded the ion blasts. She narrowly brushed past the projectiles, ultimately gliding close to the ground as she approached the Crimson Mech. Amidst a cacophony of explosions erupting in her wake, Xiaoqi's countenance remained resolute, beads of perspiration trickling down her brow from the preceding, intensely focused maneuvers. Accelerating with alacrity, she swiftly confronted the Crimson Mech, its abdominal plating, an expanse of unyielding metal. A strike. Another. Yet, upon the third assault, the Scarlet Automaton sprang to life. Indurni engaged a control, whereupon a drone emerged from the mech's dorsal region, its rotors whirring audibly as it elevated the machine from the ground. The spectators beheld the spectacle with astonishment. Xiaoqi, her visage a mask of surprise, comprehended the imperative of preventing the Crimson Mech from achieving altitude, lest she become a stationary target. As the Crimson Mech ascended approximately 2 meters above the arena floor, Xiaoqi propelled herself skyward, tenaciously latching onto its posterior. Her hands exerted a relentless downward force, while her legs delivered forceful upward kicks, her hands deftly disassembling the mech's components. However, before Xiaoqi could achieve her objective, the Crimson Mech executed a violent collision with a nearby, unyielding structure. The impact reverberated with a thunderous report, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Xiaoqi experienced a moment of disequilibrium, the collision inflicting a considerable jolt. Yet, clutched within her grasp was a component of the mech. A faint smile played upon her lips as she brought her hands down with savage force upon the nexus between the drone and the mech's control center. Meanwhile, Andini suddenly realized that something was amiss with his aircraft as the Crimson Mech plummeted to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoqi utilized the red mech as a fulcrum and sprang into the air, unleashing a volley of ion bullets beneath her. With a resounding explosion, Gu Xiaoqi remained undeterred, wielding her large blade and delivering a powerful downward strike. The force of the blow sent a slight tremor through her palm, and the blade itself shattered into 2 pieces. As the dust settled, onlookers beheld the crimson mech lying on the ground like a tattered rag, its battered form swaying precariously, occasionally shedding fragments of metal. Congratulations to I.A.M., the most beautiful, for winning this competition. The female host beamed as she stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi collapsed beside the crimson mech, gasping for breath. Simultaneously, Andini emerged from the mech, his expression darkened by disbelief. He could hardly fathom losing to a mere child. Gu Xiaoqi crawled out as well, her face adorned with a beaming smile, and she playfully remarked, "Ugly man, I knew you underestimated me." Andini's countenance deepened with irritation at the sharp insult, his gaze piercing as it bore down on Gu Xiaoqi, who mischievously winked at him. "You asked me to call you ugly man, so don't be mad." Realizing the truth in her words, Andini felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Incredible. The little bald head actually won the competition. It seems that the little bald head indeed has a serious issue with aesthetics. I announce that from now on, the little bald head will be mine. Perhaps it's best to reconsider, given that I can't seem to muster any fondness for that face. I sense that the narcissist is about to explode with rage. The female host smiles and asks, "Little bald child, do you have anything to say about winning this competition?" Gu Xiaoqi recalls the moment she was surrounded upon entering the virtual network and clenches her small fists, glaring fiercely at the audience. "Please don't surround me anymore. I genuinely will hit someone." Her words are delivered with utmost seriousness, yet they provoke hearty laughter from the crowd. One voice calls out, "Little bald head, are you planning to jump up and hit my knee?" Gu Xiaoqi is left speechless, rolling her eyes as she retorts, "We'll see about that." Although she speaks with bravado, deep inside, she feels utterly insecure. Can she truly contend with these burly men? While everyone is chuckling at the seemingly ferocious Gu Xiaoqi on stage, Andre steps forward to assert his presence. He leans his bearded face close to Gu Xiaoqi's delicate visage, flashing a charming smile as he asks, "Do you see? Am I not handsome? Please call me the handsome man." The contrast between their faces is stark, accentuating Andre's striking beauty. Gu Xiaoqi's fist clenched tightly, her complexion shifting from dark to violet. Indeed, this fellow's face could use a touch of red. Subsequently, Gu Xiaoqi throws a punch at Andre's face, exclaiming furiously, "Dogman! Ugly monster!" Chapter 140. To combat a narcissist, one must strike at their pride. Andini was taken aback when the little bald head unexpectedly landed a punch squarely on his face. Momentarily stunned, he soon regained his composure and regarded the diminutive figure beside him with a sinister smile, promptly seizing her by the back of her collar. "Oh, little one, have you grown bolder?" he taunted. Gu Xiaoqi, undeterred, met his gaze defiantly, retorting, "You harmed me first. How did I cause you any injury?" He scoffed. "You wounded my delicate heart," Gu Xiaoqi declared with righteous indignation, believing that when faced with shamelessness, one must be even more audacious. Andini fell silent, speechless as he set the little bald head down on the ground, stating, "If not for your tender age, I would have retaliated immediately." Gu Xiaoqi huffed a few times, yet dared not utter another word. Meanwhile, the onlookers below were filled with anticipation, fervently hoping for a brawl between the two. As they watched the narcissist hoist the little bald head by her collar, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their eyes sparkling with excitement. However, their hopes were dashed when they realized that the two would not engage in combat, prompting them to rise and chant, "Fight! Fight!" Gu Xiaoqi and Andini simultaneously rolled their eyes, silently inquiring with their gazes when the female host would allow them to depart. The host, quickly grasping their intent, was left with no choice but to announce, "Let us once again extend a warm round of applause for A.M. I not the most beautiful and the quiet handsome guy. We hope they will grace us with a more thrilling match next time." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in boos. Gu Xiaoqi cared little for the surrounding turmoil. She swiftly turned on her heel and departed, her short legs moving with remarkable speed, fearful of being caught by the individual trailing behind her. Just as she stepped off the stage, Andini seized the back of Gu Xiaoqi's collar, prepared to settle the score. "Little bald head, how do you reckon we should address that punch you just threw at me?" Gu Xiaoqi chuckled nervously, replying, "Did you not say you don't hit children?" "I do not strike children," Andini retorted, "but I can certainly administer a lesson imbued with love." He emphasized the last 4 words with a tone thick with menace. Gu Xiaoqi, holding her head high yet betraying a hint of anxiety, directly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" This little bald head moved with astonishing swiftness. Despite piloting a dilapidated mech, he maximized its energy while remaining acutely aware of her movements. At such a young age, he was indeed formidable. Andini chuckled, impressed by her cleverness. Fine, just tell me what you want. Gu Xiaoqi replied. First, let me down. Holding me by my collar is rather uncomfortable and constricting. Complying, Andini released her, yet the moment she touched the ground, Gu Xiaoqi's figure vanished without a trace. He gazed at the empty space before him, laughingly scolding. This little bald head possesses quite the audacity. But does she truly believe she can evade me in the future? As Gu Xiaoqi opened her eyes within the holographic chamber and beheld the familiar ceiling, a wave of relief washed over her. Despite the fact that divulging her mental and physical prowess to that narcissistic individual held no consequence, Gu Xiaoqi instinctively recoiled from doing so. Especially upon beholding his conceited countenance, an irrepressible urge to strike him arose within her. Following the exhilarating contest, Gu Xiaoqi experienced an immediate sense of invigoration. She patted her delicate features and resolved to seek guidance from Su Qingyang regarding mecha construction. As she entered, Su Qingyang cast a look of undisguised displeasure, his tone laced with vexation as he inquired, "What brings you here again?" Chapter 141. Lingai and Gu Xiaoqi chuckled, replying, "I've come expressly to seek your tutelage on matters of mecha." Her primary objectives were now to design intermediate-level mecha schematics, assimilate the assessment content of intermediate academies, and persist in honing her physical capabilities. With her father, a veritable luminary, at her disposal, she was determined to exploit his expertise to the fullest. With this in mind, Gu Xiaoqi's audacity grew immeasurably, seemingly impervious to the impatience and rejection etched upon her father's face. Su Qingyang regarded Gu Xiaoqi with a throbbing headache. While the young girl's intellect surpassed that of the laboratory's geriatric cohort, she remained, in his eyes, equally obtuse. Moreover, the daily barrage of inquiries from this girl was enough to exasperate anyone. Father, please, impart your wisdom," Gu Xiaoqi implored, deliberately elongating her intonation to coax him. Despite his evident reluctance, Su Qingyang nodded in acquiescence. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm as she produced the papers she had meticulously prepared. "Father," she began, "I understand that the intermediate mech presents a more stringent test of both mental fortitude and physical capability compared to its basic counterpart. However, the overall structure of the intermediate mech is merely." Meanwhile, at the Thunderstar military base, Siwu had just concluded his training, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, and he casually wiped his face with a tissue. He joined his comrades in jovial conversation as they made their way to the mess hall. Although the atmosphere was lively, their laughter was deliberately subdued. In the military, discipline reigns supreme. Should a superior catch wind of their revelry, they might face repercussions. Feigning casualness, he inquired, "I wonder when we will truly step onto the battlefield." The moment his words left his lips, they resonated with the sentiments of those nearby. "Indeed, I too yearn to confront the enemy on the battlefield." Siwu listened with a smile, yet refrained from uttering another word. The banter surrounding him bore little substantial information. Only those seasoned soldiers possessed deeper insights. The veterans were notoriously tight-lipped, revealing not even a morsel of information, even in jest. Climbing the ranks through sheer determination would consume an inordinate amount of time. At that moment, a golden-haired man, who boasted of being well-informed, leaned in and whispered, "I happen to have some insider news. It is said." The man deliberately elongated his words, capturing the attention of those around him before continuing, "It is rumored that we are soon to be dispatched on a mission." The others cast skeptical glances towards the golden-haired man, who promptly insisted, "You mustn't doubt me. We are but newly enlisted soldiers trained by the Second Army. And General Yi has indeed stated that he wishes for the captains to take us into combat more often. Is that true? I have not heard such news." The surrounding individuals began to doubt the words of the blond man. Even Siwu cast a skeptical glance in his direction. The man, named Lin Guiying, insisted, "What I say is true. I have another piece of news. It is said that our general has a daughter, currently residing on Thunderstar." Upon hearing this, Gu Xi's disbelief intensified, as everyone in the Empire knew General Yu to be a confirmed bachelor, wholly devoted to his duty of safeguarding the nation. And he had never established a family, let alone fathered a daughter. However, Siwu, upon hearing this revelation, displayed a look of astonishment. Unable to resist glancing at Lin Guiyang, it seemed there was a modicum of truth in the boy's assertions. Though the existence of Yi Bingtian's daughter had not been explicitly hushed, the soldiers who were aware of this matter chose to keep it confidential, never disclosing it to anyone. Yet now, Lin Guiyang appeared to know of this situation. What could his identity be, and from whence did he acquire such knowledge? Chapter 142. The grown-up snot-nosed kid joins the army. Siwoo's eyes reflected a murky uncertainty as he instinctively approached Lin Guiyang and inquired. You claim, General Yi has a daughter. Where is she now? The crowd around them erupted in a clamor, eager for Lin Guiyang to reveal the name or whereabouts of this purported daughter. Lin Guiyang, with a triumphant touch to his golden short hair, exuberantly declared, The most peculiar thing is this, General Ye's daughter. She does not bear the surname Yi, but rather, upon uttering these words, those around him erupted into a chorus of jeers. The daughter of General Yi is indeed surnamed Gu. To suggest otherwise is sheer nonsense. Zhang Yong, who had previously acknowledged Gu Xiaoqi as his aunt, coldly interjected, The general's daughter is indeed surnamed Gu. Instinctively, the new recruit straightened into military posture upon hearing his voice, and not a soul dared to utter another word. Zhang Yong surveyed the youthful faces before him, recognizing that their training had been insufficient, allowing them the audacity to engage in frivolity. He stated plainly, Today, your training regimen will be doubled. Go inform your squad leader. Tell them Zhang Yong said so. Understood. Despite the palpable discontent simmering within, none dared voice their grievances. Zhang Yong nodded, feeling a slight sense of satisfaction, and promptly turned to head towards the mess hall. As they watched Zhang Yong recede into the distance, Gu Xi and the others finally exhaled in relief, chattering excitedly. Lin Guiyang, it seems your news was indeed true. Indeed. My idol has a daughter. Lin Guiyang, brimming with pride, chuckled. Now you all finally believe me. The officer himself confirmed that the general's daughter is surnamed Gu. I have another piece of insider information. Would you care to hear it? Yes. Speak up. Lin Guiyang grinned mischievously. But what if I don't want to serve food tomorrow? And suddenly, I feel particularly. Don't push your luck. The man beside Lin Guiyang directly hooked his arm around his neck and spoke with a tone laced with menace. I don't wish to queue for meals in the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals exchanged glances and promptly responded, very well. The usually silent Siwoo also lifted his gaze towards Lin Guiyang, his eyes reflecting curiosity. Lin Guiyang chuckled softly, lowering his voice with an air of mystery. You might not be aware, but General Yi has unexpectedly ordered his soldiers to patrol all the planets in the Empire, claiming it is to prevent the emergence of black holes. Upon hearing this, Siwoo's pupils dilated in shock. Could the plan have been uncovered? Was there a traitor among them? Why would you Big Tian suddenly initiate checks on other planets? At the Military Command Center, Vice Officer Lin was reporting the current investigation status to Yi Bingtian, stating, as it stands, there are 25 individuals under suspicion, of which 21 are fourth-year students from various military academies. No definitive suspects have been identified. Yi Bingtian furrowed his brow, his tone icy and serious. 25 individuals? And 4 of them are from our Thunder Army? Make sure to investigate thoroughly. Furthermore, do not wrongfully accuse any brother, yet ensure not a single malicious individual escapes scrutiny. His voice brimmed with fury and helplessness. With individuals already infiltrating Thunderstar, one could only imagine the situation on other military planets. Vice Officer Lin nodded and continued. I have instructed our personnel to specifically mention the black hole incident among the fourth-year students, while also dispatching individuals to closely monitor the movements of all personnel. Can that individual be trusted? Upon mentioning this, Deputy Lin, whose expression is typically devoid of emotion, rarely reveals a hint of a smile. He states, That is my younger brother. He has always been quite the chatterbox. If he were to recount this matter, it would undoubtedly raise no suspicions. Yi Bingtian nods, his eyes reflecting surprise as he remarks, Your little snot-nosed brother has come to Thunderstar as well? Chapter 143. It's not the people who are deceived. When Deputy Lin first assumed the role of Yi Bingtian's aide, he was an unabashed brother enthusiast, often brandishing a photograph of a small child with a runny nose, beaming as he proclaimed it to be his brother. Consequently, whenever his brother was mentioned, the immediate association was that of the snot-nosed sibling, a fact that even Yi Bingtian was aware of. With pride illuminating his features, Deputy Lin exclaims, Indeed, my brother has arrived at Thunderstar. He has come as a top student from the Empire's prestigious military academy to participate in the battle. Yi Bingtian retorts, as if no one else is a top student. Observing the proud, foolish expression on Deputy Lin's face, Yi Bingtian muses that Gu Xiaoqi must also strive to excel. She cannot be outshone by her own aid. He slowly interjects, Gu Xiaoqi is now capable of independently designing and constructing basic mechs, She is merely 7.5 years old. Deputy Lin responds, at the villa. As evening descends and the sun sets, the villa grows increasingly tranquil, with only the distant sounds of commotion faintly audible. Gu Xiaoqi, deeply engrossed in her studies for the intermediate secondary assessment, cannot help but emit a series of sneezes. Could it be that her father, Albrecht, is incessantly speaking of her? Gu Xiaoqi nonchalantly rubbed her nose and continued her studies. In the Empire, all educational institutions implement a rigorous assessment system. Only individuals within the designated age range may register for the evaluations and gain admission upon passing. To graduate from school, one must also complete the requisite graduation assessments. Generally, students are permitted 2 to 5 attempts, and should they exceed the graduation age during the evaluation process, they will be compelled to withdraw. The junior high school primarily instructs students in interstellar languages, the history of the nation, basic physical training, materials for mechas, and mecha assembly. The typical age for enrollment ranges from 6 to 12 years. Conversely, the intermediate high school's enrollment age spans from 12 to 16, focusing on physical training, mental fortitude development, material studies, mecha component fabrication, and strategic courses. However, exceptionally talented individuals may have their enrollment age adjusted downward, albeit not exceeding the maximum age limit. Gu Xiaoqi had effectively taken advantage of her connections, entering the intermediate high school entrance examination through the auspices of Yi Bingtian. Feeling somewhat bored, she perused the books before her. The enhancement of her attribute points had indeed significantly improved her memory. She had no concerns regarding the mecha manufacturing segment of the assessment, with her primary challenge lying in the Imperial History curriculum. System, what is my current life value? Gu Xiaoqi suddenly inquired internally. Current life value, 126. Does the host wish to exchange for something? The system responded eagerly, with an expenditure of 50 life points. The host could potentially expand her living quarters and perhaps even install lighting. With this thought in mind, the system's demeanor became increasingly sycophantic. Its fluffy body unable to restrain itself as it bounced around in the small dark room. Gu Xiaoqi languidly propped her chin up with her right hand and inquired, did you not previously state that 90 life points could be exchanged for a year of the original host's memories? Can I then spend 45 life points to acquire half a year's worth of memories? Upon hearing this, the system's fur bristled with indignation. It retorted, not 90 life points. It is 100 life points. Listening to the system's outraged response, Gu Xiaoqi raised an eyebrow. She certainly remembered it being 100 life points. However, she thought to herself, how could she possibly deceive the system without saying otherwise? She continued, oh, you wretched system, you are truly becoming more dog-like by the day. You clearly stated it was 90 life points. As the system absorbed Gu Xiaoqi's seemingly earnest words, it began to doubt itself. It dared not utter a word and immediately activated its memory search function to review the recollection from that time. After a brief pause, the system indignantly declared, host, you are deceiving me again. Gu Xiaoqi's smile broadened as she replied leisurely, am I deceiving a person? The system. Chapter 144, Dog Woman. After a moment of silence, the system muttered, host, do not assume I am unaware that you are insulting me by suggesting I'm not human. There was a hint of grievance in its voice, and Gu Xiaoqi burst into laughter. She asked, are you human then? The system almost replied affirmatively but recalled the programming stipulation. The system is artificial intelligence. Although the term human is used, it does not refer to a person. Gu Xiaoqi, having laughed enough, slowly inquired, how many life points are required to exchange for the original owner's memories from a year? 100. The system replied without hesitation, its tone resolutely firm. Gu Xiaoqi's words dripped with menace as she continued, system, you must think carefully, for I am but a pauper. Now, should the price be too exorbitant, I might very well choose not to purchase at all. Oh, Gu Xiaoqi arched an eyebrow, a sinister smile playing at the corners of her lips. She pressed on. Some individuals who traverse realms acquire the entirety of the original owner's memories, and even inherit their skills. Yet here I stand, devoid of anything, my lineage shrouded in mystery, and previously, I almost met an inexplicable demise. Tell me, is this not your fault? The system instantly became agitated, its tone a blend of grievance and ire as it retorted, that is another system altogether. I have not compared you with the host of others. Why do you disdain me? As it spoke, a hint of a sob crept into its voice. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes flickered with panic, yet her expression remained unchanged. She deftly shifted the topic. You wretched system, do tell me, what is the minimum price? Dog woman. The lowest price is 95 life points. It truly cannot be any lower, the system lamented in a soft, endearing voice, even as it uttered the harshest of words. A hint of meekness evident in its tone. Gu Xiaoqi stifled a chuckle, wary of further provoking the irritable system. She said, "In that case, I shall exchange for 6 months' worth of life points. In consideration of my previous unintentional offense, I shall grant you an additional 0.5 life points, making a total of 48 life points. What do you say?" The system, utterly astonished, found itself unexpectedly endowed with an additional half a life point. With an air of excitement, it inquired, "Excellent. Now, may I confirm whether the host wishes to expend 48 life points to exchange for the original owner's memories from the past 6 months? Gu Xiaoqi chuckled softly and replied, "Hold on. First, tell me, at what age do you intend to provide me with the original owner's memories?" The system, with unwavering confidence, asserted, "Naturally. It is the memories from the first 6 months following the original owner's birth." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi let out a few cold laughs, her tone dripping with skepticism as she retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? How could a newborn possess any memories? If your intent is to deceive me, just say so outright. How could a newborn lack memories? I had memories from the moment I was born." The system, perplexed, responded, "From the very instant the original owner entered this world, she possessed memories. Moreover, her memory retention and intelligence surpass yours significantly." It muttered under its breath, "Just because one is incapable does not mean others are as well." Gu Xiaoqi sighed, "Very well, let us proceed with the exchange." Amused despite her irritation, she acquiesced. "Shall the host expend 48 life points to acquire the original owner's memories from the past 6 months? Yes. Beep. Exchange complete. Would the host like to receive the memories now?" In a tone now imbued with seriousness and gravity, the system continued. Gu Xiaoqi pondered for a moment, then opened her eyes to survey the somewhat disheveled desk before her, stating, "Give me a moment." Uncertain if the reception of memories would provoke an emotional upheaval, she resolved to retreat to her bed and quietly lie down to absorb the information. Gu Xiaoqi casually organized the documents on the table, then swiftly made her way to the bedside, promptly shedding her shoes and reclining upon the bed. Excellent. She was ready to receive memories. With her eyes firmly shut, Gu Xiaoqi lay on the bed. Chapter 145. Fainting again. No sooner had the words left her lips than Gu Xiaoqi felt as though her head was being forcibly filled with something. An overwhelming sensation, as if her mind might burst. Was this truly the memory of a child spanning merely 6 months? It felt as if it encompassed more than her own 2 years of recollections. As her consciousness began to blur, she would have certainly questioned the system's intentions had she not known it to be her ally. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Gu Xiaoqi completely lost awareness, collapsing onto the bed. An hour later, the butler number 1 had prepared dinner, and Su Qingyang sat nearby, awaiting Gu Xiaoqi's descent. After a few minutes had passed without sight of her, he furrowed his brow and instructed, "Number 1, please go upstairs and fetch Gu Xiaoqi for dinner." "Understood, Mr. Su." Number 1 nodded in agreement. Su Qingyang felt a twinge of confusion as he glanced upstairs. Ordinarily, Gu Xiaoqi would be in her room at this hour. What could be the matter today? Rising, he strode purposefully towards the upper floor, calling out in a calm tone, "Gu Xiaoqi, it's time for dinner." After knocking several times without receiving a response, Su Qingyang finally sensed something was amiss. With a flurry of motion, he opened the door. Upon entering, he beheld Gu Xiaoqi lying on the bed. "Gu Xiaoqi, wake up." Observing Gu Xiaoqi's unresponsive state, Su Qingyang gently nudged her, yet she remained inert. Given the present circumstances, the AI announced, it is highly probable that the young mistress is unconscious. Should we proceed with her transfer to the medical bay? And shall Master Yi be notified? He nodded, responding promptly, inform Yi Bingting without delay. Yi Bingting, as Gu Xiaoqi's father, was entitled to this information. Having spoken, Su Qingyang carefully lifted Gu Xiaoqi into his arms and strode towards the medical bay. His prior experience had equipped him with a degree of familiarity in administering to Gu Xiaoqi. He placed her within the treatment pod, subsequently activating the full-body diagnostic scan. Could this be a sequela of the previous incident? Su Qingyang felt an overwhelming urge to extract Gu Xiaoqi's blood for immediate analysis. However, he had previously pledged not to do so without her consent, and now he would wait. If the diagnostic results bore any relation to the prior incident, then he would proceed with the extraction. A minute elapsed, and several lines of text materialized on the treatment pod's monitor. Affirmative. Upon viewing the results, Su Qingyang experienced a wave of relief. Time continued to advance, and Su Qingyang, devoid of any desire for sustenance, remained vigilantly by Gu Xiaoqi's side. After half an hour, Gu Xiaoqi opened her eyes, a look of bewilderment upon her face. Am I in the medical bay? She wondered. Shouldn't I be in bed? Su Qingyang, witnessing her awakening, swiftly deactivated the pod and embraced her. Gu Xiaoqi, still in a state of disorientation, instinctively wrapped her arms around Su Qingyang's neck. Gu Xiaoqi, why did you faint due to excessive emotional fluctuations? Su Qingyang inquired calmly, his tone imbued with bewilderment. What could possibly induce Gu Xiaoqi to lose consciousness from such emotional turmoil? As Gu Xiaoqi gradually regained her senses, she was on the verge of fabricating a trivial excuse to placate Su Qingyang's father when a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed through the corridor. In but a moment, the treatment room door was thrust open with force, revealing a tall figure, Yi Bingtian. Oh no, why is Father Yi here? How could she possibly gloss over this fainting episode now? For Gu Xiaoqi, Su Qingyang's father was undoubtedly the easiest to deceive, without exception. In stark contrast, Yi Bingtian's father was the most challenging to fool. It felt as though he could perceive her innermost thoughts with clarity. Observing that Gu Xiaoqi had awakened, Yi Bingtian exhaled in relief, his anger dissipating slightly. Upon hearing his words, Gu Xiaoqi instinctively pressed her lips together, uncertain of how to respond. Let us go to the living room. I will explain later, she suggested. Confusion flickered in the eyes of both Su Qingyang and Yi Bingtian. Yet they complied and began making their way downstairs. Gu Xiaoqi realized she was still cradled in Su Qingyang's father's arms and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Father, please set me down, she said. You're not wearing shoes. I'll carry you, Su Qingyang replied succinctly, his tone leaving no room for argument. He proceeded to carry Gu Xiaoqi downstairs and carefully placed her on the sofa. Sitting there, Gu Xiaoqi hugged her knees, taking a deep breath before finally stating, It seems I have regained a portion of my memory. Yi Bingtian instinctively glanced at Gu Xiaoqi. Previously, she had mentioned her recovery of memories and revealed to him the existence of the black hole in the desert star. What news would she bring this time? Gu Xiaoqi was enveloped in a profound sense of fear and sorrow, emotions that did not stem from the original host, but rather from her own self. Just before she lost consciousness, she had swiftly observed the memories of the original host from a detached perspective, spanning the first half year of its life. At this moment, the mere recollection of the scenes from the laboratory made Gu Xiaoqi tremble uncontrollably. How could those people dare to act in such a manner? She spoke slowly. I witnessed them conducting experiments on a newborn infant, and that infant was the original host. It was me. Moreover, they even targeted living beings, including pregnant women. Gu Xiaoqi took a deep breath, yet she found herself unable to articulate further. The grotesquely bloody images that flooded her mind were beyond the capacity of words to convey. Those lunatics, in their relentless pursuit of desired experimental outcomes, dissected individuals time and again, attempting to uncover the commonalities between humanity and star beasts. In the span of merely 6 months, the humans beside her had changed repeatedly, each demise more tragically horrific than the last. Gu Xiaoqi's gaze was somewhat vacant as she looked up at Yi Bingtian, remaining silent. Yi Bingtian spoke with warmth and reassurance. Do not fear. We are by your side and will protect you. He then inquired, Do you remember the location of the laboratory? Gu Xiaoqi shook her head. Gradually regaining her composure, she spoke with unwavering determination, I will surely destroy that laboratory. Without fail, she felt a profound discomfort at the thought that the original owner had endured such inhumane treatment during infancy. As for that laboratory, a wretched excuse for a laboratory, inferior even to refuse. Gu Xiaoqi remarked. However, I do recall some of the faces of the laboratory personnel, albeit obscured by masks, revealing only the upper halves of their visages. Upon hearing this, Yi Bingtian promptly responded, I shall have Deputy Lin bring a facial assembly panel at once. You can reconstruct their appearances directly on it. After perusing all her memories, she still could not find any information regarding the original owner's brother. Where could the original owner's brother be? Chapter 147, Facial Assembly Panel. Half an hour later, Deputy Lin hurried in with a deep blue panel. Yi Bingtian instructed, Present the facial assembly panel to Gu Xiaoqi. Following his orders, Deputy Lin handed the panel to Gu Xiaoqi, thoughtfully explaining its usage alongside. The facial assembly panel, as the name suggests, allows for the dissection of facial features, which the user can then reconstruct based on their recollections. Gu Xiaoqi nodded and expressed her gratitude before diligently beginning to assemble the faces of the laboratory personnel. Given that these individuals were capable of conducting genetic experiments, it indicated that they had made significant advancements in medicine or genetics. Thus, it would be easier to identify these individuals, perhaps by following the clues. She might even uncover the location of the laboratory. Time passed slowly, and not a single soul spoke, all eyes fixated on the earnest expression of Gu Xiaoqi. At that moment, Yu Bingtian keenly sensed a shift in his attitude towards her. Previously, he regarded Gu Xiaoqi merely as a tool for maintaining political power, even harboring doubts and surveillance over her. However, through their gradual interactions, his skepticism transformed into trust, and he found himself genuinely caring for her. Yu Bingtian was indifferent to this change, perhaps even pleased. He had long abandoned the notion of starting a family, having dedicated himself to safeguarding the empire in solitude. To him, Gu Xiaoqi was both a source of anxiety and a delightful surprise. Just then, Gu Xiaoqi suddenly lifted her head and said, "I'm ready." As she handed the light panel to Lieutenant Lin, she continued, "In my memory, there are 13 laboratory personnel, 8 men and 5 women." Yu Bingtian nodded, a hint of warmth in his gaze as he assured her, "Rest easy, I will protect you. Leave everything to me." Gu Xiaoqi nodded, though her expression remained slightly troubled. Su Qingyang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, "May I see the pictures of those individuals?" Lieutenant Lin glanced at Yu Bingtian, his eyes filled with inquiry. Yu Bingtian nodded, prompting Lieutenant Lin to approach Su Qingyang and present the light panel to him. After all, he was a renowned scientific talent in the empire. Perhaps he had encountered others before. However, to Lieutenant Lin's dismay, Su Qingyang shook his head, indicating he had never encountered these individuals. Yi Bingting also exhibited slight disappointment, stating, "I have matters to attend to. Gu Xiaoqi, ensure you rest adequately. Should you require anything, contact me directly." With that pronouncement, Yi Bingting and Gu Xiaoqi exchanged their personal communication device identifications. Prior to this juncture, Gu Xiaoqi had never possessed Yi Bingting's contact information. She refrained from mentioning it, and Yi Bingting remained silent on the matter. Gu Xiaoqi nodded, observing Yi Bingting and Lieutenant Lin gradually disappear from the villa's entrance. She caressed her abdomen, inquiring, "1. Are there any provisions available? I am quite famished." Affirmative. At this moment, Su Qingyang also felt hunger pangs. He articulated, "1. Prepare supper for me as well." Acknowledged, Mr. Su. Su Qingyang turned his gaze towards Gu Xiaoqi, his tone resolute as he implored, "Gu Xiaoqi, grant me access to your blood. I pledge unequivocally that I shall not inflict harm upon you, nor will I employ your blood for illicit experimentation." Gu Xiaoqi experienced a slight headache. Why did he persist in broaching this subject? She adamantly shook her head, declaring, "Impossible. Absolutely not." It was ludicrous. Although she lacked comprehensive knowledge regarding the properties of her blood, the mere attribute of assimilation precluded her from readily relinquishing her blood to others. Albeit Su Qingyang's father had consistently treated her with kindness, it remained untenable. Su Qingyang had never coerced anyone previously, yet on this occasion, he felt an unusual compulsion to compel Gu Xiaoqi to surrender her blood. However, upon meeting Gu Xiaoqi's unwavering gaze, he found himself incapable of uttering coercive words. He merely wished to prevent Gu Xiaoqi from experiencing further inexplicable episodes of unconsciousness. Chapter 148. Yi Bingtian's broken promise. Gu Xiaoqi and Su Qingyang exchanged not a single word, enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Before long, the attendants served dinner, and the living room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the clinking of cutlery against bowls. Gu Xiaoqi hastily finished her meal, glancing at the visibly uncomfortable and aggrieved Su Qingyang. After a moment's contemplation, she rose and approached him. "Father," she stated firmly, "I simply cannot accept others studying me." With determination, she embraced the somewhat bewildered Su Qingyang, then turned and departed. Having grasped the memories of her predecessor, Gu Xiaoqi's resolve to strengthen herself grew ever more resolute. Only by becoming stronger could she fulfill the original's aspirations. On the lower level, the cold metallic surface of the mech inexplicably brought Gu Xiaoqi a sense of calm. She stood before the mech, pausing in silence for a moment. Before climbing aboard, positioned in the cockpit, she suddenly posed a question in her mind. "System. The mech design blueprint you initially rewarded me with, was it a Class 3S mech?" The system, engrossed in a television drama in its small chamber, was startled by the sudden inquiry, causing it to leap up in surprise. Upon comprehending the host's words, it finally relaxed, responding with a hint of disdain, "Impossible. Please refrain from making wild guesses." Gu Xiaoqi raised an eyebrow at this response. Then it must be an artificial intelligence mech. The system was left speechless. "How did you guess that?" She dared not speak, retreating into her little sofa like an ostrich. Gu Xiaoqi wore a radiant smile. Given the dog system attitude, it seemed quite true. Meanwhile, Yi Bingtian, already seated in the hover car, was attending to official business. Deputy Lin hesitated several times, momentarily lost in thought as he observed the general's slightly fatigued expression. At that moment, Yi Bingtian suddenly spoke. If you have something to say, speak up, do not stammer. Deputy Lin was startled, and after a brief pause, he finally said, General, since the young lady was previously harmed by individuals hidden in the laboratory, this indicates that they have discovered her existence and are aware that she is in the villa. If that is the case, why do we not allow her to appear at the base directly and subsequently trace the source to uncover those with ulterior motives? Deputy Lin expressed his thoughts in one breath, cautiously glancing at the general. Yi Bingtian was slightly taken aback. He had considered this approach but ultimately refrained from pursuing it. Undoubtedly, it was the most plausible method to identify the laboratory personnel. However, it still did not guarantee Gu Xiaoqi's safety. He fell silent for a moment, and Deputy Lin sensed the general's hesitation. Deputy Lin continued, General, the situation is exceedingly tense. Finding those individuals sooner would benefit both the young lady and the Empire, without any drawbacks. Yi Bingtian remained silent for a while, and after some time, he replied, Tomorrow, bring Gu Xiaoqi to the base to train with the new recruits. As for the reason, simply stated is to help her improve her physical fitness. Upon hearing these words, Assistant Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the general remained steadfast in prioritizing the Empire. After a moment's pause, Yi Bingtian continued, Never mind, I shall personally clarify matters with Gu Xiaoqi tomorrow. He has indeed broken his promise. Chapter 149. The proud young lady Anna. The following day, as soon as Gu Xiaoqi opened her eyes, she was eager to immerse herself in a virtual match. After a brief grooming session, she immediately lay down in the holographic chamber. This time, before entering the virtual realm, Gu Xiaoqi had taken the precaution of disguising herself. She donned a new outfit and a black cap. Upon entry, she was greeted by the bustling streets nearby. Recalling her previous experience of being besieged, she instinctively lowered her cap and hurried along with her head down. Just when Gu Xiaoqi thought she had successfully evaded danger, a figure suddenly obstructed her path. Assuming she had inadvertently blocked someone's way, she instinctively moved aside. However, as she shifted to the right, the individual mirrored her movement, positioning themselves directly opposite her. A sense of foreboding enveloped Gu Xiaoqi, prompting her to move aside once more. At that moment, a crisp female voice rang out, Little Baldy, don't try to hide. Had she been recognized? Gu Xiaoqi swiftly turned around, intending to flee, only to find her collar abruptly seized by a pair of strong hands. What the heck? Do I have a vendetta with you regarding my collar? You all seem bent on opposing it. The young woman gazed at the bald-headed figure before her, letting out a derisive chuckle before bending down to meet Gu Xiaoqi's eyes. Baldy, do you really think you can escape? At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi finally caught sight of the woman's features. She was quite youthful, her soft lavender eyes staring intently at Gu Xiaoqi, with a hint of curiosity glimmering within. Her petite frame and fair complexion rendered her a true beauty. However, upon recognizing Gu Xiaoqi's appearance, the woman took a step back in disdain, her face betraying a semblance of revulsion. How could someone be so unattractive? Gu Xiaoqi was about to compliment the beauty before her. Yet upon witnessing the contempt and disdain reflected in her eyes, she promptly sealed her lips. The woman slightly raised her chin and haughtily declared, I am Anna. You are the infamous bald-headed one, are you not? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi lowered her duckbill cap with her petite hand and replied coolly, No. Anna, taken aback, began to doubt her own assessment. She immediately activated her holographic screen to search for the bald-headed individual, and Gu Xiaoqi's photograph appeared prominently on the display. Crouching down, Anna scrutinized Gu Xiaoqi closely and, with a hint of ire, exclaimed, Don't treat me as a fool, just because you're wearing a duckbill cap. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you? With that, Anna seized Gu Xiaoqi's hat and flung it to the ground. Gu Xiaoqi, startled by this audacious act, felt a surge of anger rise within her. She was simply walking along the road. Who had she offended? Raising her head defiantly, she scrutinized the girl opposite her with piercing eyes and coldly inquired, What do you want? Anna was startled by Gu Xiaoqi's gaze, but soon regained her composure. After all, she was merely a child. What could she possibly do? With a proud lift of her chin, Anna declared haughtily, I challenge you to a proper mecha competition. How curious it was that so many had come seeking a contest. Gu Xiaoqi continued, First, have your bodyguard set me down. Otherwise, our discussion is off the table. This girl was evidently a spoiled young lady, and Anna wondered how she had managed to provoke her. Anna gestured for her bodyguard to release the bald-headed boy. Xiaoqi carefully surveyed her surroundings, noting that she was nearly encircled by bodyguards clad in black uniforms. She inquired, "Why do you wish to compete against me? How dare you even ask?" Anna exclaimed in indignation, seemingly taken aback by such a foolish question. Xiaoqi responded with confusion. Chapter 150. The competition worth 100,000 star coins. At that moment, Xiaoqi could only perceive her opponent as utterly deranged. Frowning, she remarked, "We are strangers. How could I possibly know how I have offended you?" Anna was momentarily at a loss for words, but then retorted angrily, "It's all because of you. I was originally the youngest participant in the mecha competition, but with your arrival, I have lost that title. Not only that, but you also defeated my idol." Xiaoqi could barely comprehend the first part of Anna's complaint, but the latter left her utterly baffled. "Who is your idol?" she asked. Having uttered these words, Xiaoqi bent down to retrieve the black duckbill cap from the ground. She gently dusted off the remnants of dirt, secretly vowing to teach that insufferable girl a lesson. When it came to her idol, Anna's usually proud countenance betrayed a rare hint of shyness, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she declared, "My idol is undoubtedly a serene and handsome gentleman. He is truly striking." Upon finishing her statement, Anna's face radiated a blissful infatuation. Xiaoqi took a deep breath, mustering her remaining sense of reason to offer one last piece of advice. "Dear young lady, in a competition, there are only victories and defeats. If I triumph over your idol, it merely reflects his lack of capability, unable to best a mere child. I suggest you consider finding a new idol sooner rather than later." What seemed to be words of caution only served to infuriate Anna, her face flushed with anger. With a fierce tone, she retorted, "Silence. Are you going to fight or not?" Xiaoqi raised an eyebrow. If she did not seize this final opportunity, she could not blame anyone else. She was determined not only to win this match, but to do so spectacularly, ensuring her opponent would remember it for a lifetime. If a fight was to ensue, there had to be some stakes involved. Xiaoqi's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she regarded the haughty young lady with newfound appreciation. Anna tilted her chin and continued, "Speak. What are the stakes?" 50,000 star coins. Xiaoqi stated this amount with a tinge of apprehension, fearing that it might seem excessive. However, to her astonishment, Anna scoffed dismissively and replied, "Only 50,000? I expected more." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Anna. Such fortunate news. Eagerly, she nodded and declared, "In that case, let us formalize our agreement. Are you concerned that I might renege on this deal?" No. I merely wish to consider the young lady's interests to prevent any future regrets." Upon hearing this, the slight anger on Anna's face finally dissipated, and she proudly remarked, "Fortunately, you are perceptive. Otherwise, humph." Before long, a burly man approached with 2 copies of the contract, and Xiaoqi scrutinized the document twice before promptly signing with her virtual network ID. Anna too took the contract and inscribed her name upon it. Ultimately, each held a copy of the agreement. Xiaoqi gazed at her contract with satisfaction. Since this haughty young lady was so generous, she resolved to go easy on her when the time came to deliver a beating. However, vengeance must still be served. The two exchanged their virtual identifiers, with Xiaoqi poised to challenge Anna. Simultaneously, the official website of the Met competition displayed a message, "In 10 minutes, the most beautiful one will compete against Miss Anna III at venue 88. Just as Xiaoqi was about to head to the competition site, Anna called out to her. With an air of pride, she stated, "By the way, little Baldy, I am not the eldest in my family, so you cannot refer to me as young lady, but you may call me Miss Third." Xiaoqi. Chapter 151. A severe beating for Anna 10 minutes later. Venue 88. Now, let us welcome our contestants, the most beautiful Laozi and Miss Anna III, to the competition venue. The host announced with enthusiasm. Xiaoqi noticed that the host was not the same as the previous occasion. Perhaps there had been a change of shifts? She took out her brown, worn-out mech, observing its seemingly disintegrating parts, and resolved to visit the shopkeeper later for a thorough repair and perhaps an upgrade. Meanwhile, Anna unveiled her own mech. Before long, 2 mechs with starkly contrasting appearances appeared on the competition stage. One was the well-known dilapidated mech, while the other resembled a dazzling golden machine that seemed capable of blinding onlookers. Its sleek lines and cold metallic surface vividly showcased the wealth of its owner. Before the competition commenced, laughter erupted from the audience. This comparison makes our little bald head look rather pitiful. Indeed, I wonder when the little bald head will be able to acquire a new mech. A collective plea for the little bald head to get a new mech. This one is simply too shabby. Every time, I worry it might fall apart mid-battle. Me too. Little bald head, please get a new mech. A voice from the crowd cried out in anguish, prompting others to join in the clamor. To her utter astonishment, the host turned to her and asked, "Little bald head, the audience is urging you to change your mech. Do you have anything to say about this?" Xiaoqi had no choice but to press the microphone and reply, "I have no star coins. I want to change." Upon hearing her reasoning, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Xiaoqi continued, "If you want me to change, it's not impossible. Why not each of you sponsor me with some star coins?" Below the stage, the audience reacted with disdain. "If you want to change, go ahead. I don't have any money. Does a star coin even mean anything?" This little bald head is quite audacious, but there is something oddly pleasant about this little bald head's voice. Upon hearing these remarks, Xiaoqi was not the slightest bit surprised. Instead, she turned to the host and inquired, "Can we commence the competition?" She was eager to deliver a thorough thrashing to the haughty young lady before her. The host, wearing a somewhat awkward smile, replied, "All right, please have I am the most beautiful and Miss Anna the Third prepare themselves. The competition will begin shortly." With that, the host skillfully descended the stage. Xiaoqi chose to strike first, having had her previous large blade severed, thus she decided to confront her opponent head-on. She surged towards Anna with astonishing speed. Her fist raised high, and delivered a powerful blow to the abdomen of Anna's mech. Although Anna had been familiar with mechs for quite some time, her upbringing as a refined young lady rendered her reaction slightly sluggish. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xiaoqi landed a fierce hit to her abdomen. Anna's expression soured, and she retaliated with an ion cannon aimed directly at Xiaoqi. Not satisfied with just one shot, Anna quickly unleashed several more ion blasts. Xiaoqi had already anticipated this. She swiftly turned her back to Anna and began to dash away. The audience, witnessing this scene, exclaimed, "Little bald head is done for. Unless he has eyes on the back of his head. Don't. I yearn to behold the little bald head once more." Meanwhile, Xiaoqi, though her back bore no eyes, maintained a vigilant awareness of her surroundings, deftly evading wave after wave of ion bullets. Anna clenched her teeth, poised to fire another ion bullet, only to suddenly realize that the little bald head had stealthily maneuvered behind her. Disastrous. Yet, it was too late. Chapter 152. Familiar faces in the audience as Xiaoqi skillfully dodged the ion bullets. She circled behind Anna. Crouching low, she seized Anna's thigh from behind and, with remarkable swiftness, spun the golden mech in place. This maneuver was not new to Xiaoqi, yet necessity compelled its use this time. Her previous large blade had been severed, and having already expended 2 ion bullets, only 1 remained. In contrast to the seemingly endless supply of ion bullets available to the golden mech, Xiaoqi found herself utterly depleted. After discovering the efficacy of this tactic, she had taken to practicing her resistance to dizziness by spinning in place during moments of boredom. 1 spin, 2 spins, 3 spins. Inside the cockpit of the golden mech, Anna was on the verge of madness, utterly unprepared for such audacity from her opponent. Struggling to control the mech, she aimed to fire an ion bullet at Xiaoqi. However, before Anna's ion bullet could be discharged, Xiaoqi decisively pivoted and propelled Anna away. With a resounding crash, the golden mech was violently hurled toward the distant ground. Xiaoqi deftly maneuvered her antiquated mecha towards the resplendent golden one, delivering a swift kick that sent it hurtling. She then seized the golden mecha, slamming it forcefully against the arena floor. The spectators below watched in awe as the diminutive, shaven-headed pilot pummeled the golden mecha relentlessly. The audience marveled at the spectacle. I had initially believed the young pilot was doomed, yet it appears the golden mecha is the one facing annihilation. The alacrity of the young pilot's reactions is truly astonishing. This sequence of actions, while seemingly straightforward, presents a considerable challenge when executed through mecha operation. What do you surmise her mental and physical aptitude to be? Assuredly, at least S rank. Nay, I posit it transcends even that. Unbeknownst to Xiaoqi, her mental prowess was already the subject of fervent debate amongst the onlookers. Engaging the loudspeaker, she inquired, "How fares it, esteemed lady?" Anna, gritting her teeth, retorted defiantly, "I am the 3rd daughter, not the eldest." Xiaoqi chuckled, cognizant of her dwindling stamina. It was time to conclude the contest. She cast aside the golden mecha and discharged an ion blast towards its energy core, swiftly pivoting to depart the scene. A resounding explosion ensued, enveloping the golden mecha in a cloud of dust. After a brief pause, the announcer's voice boomed, "Congratulations to I'm the fairest. Is that okay? On securing victory in this match." Upon hearing these words, Gu Xiaoqi experienced a profound sense of relief. She emerged from the cockpit, her countenance radiant with joy. The host, observing the subtle gleam of the young boy's shaved head under the lights, suppressed a smile and inquired, "Young lad, do you have any inkling as to what the audience is most eager to do to you?" Gu Xiaoqi, with an impassive countenance, responded, "To caress my bald head." At that moment, unnoticed, Anna emerged from her mecha, a flush of embarrassment coloring her face. She emitted a soft sound of disdain and was about to depart when the host's voice halted her. "Miss Anna, as the young lad's inaugural challenger, do you have any thoughts to share?" The host asked with gentle intonation, his curiosity piqued as to why the young boy had chosen to challenge this particular young woman. Anna, catching the amusement in the young boy's eyes, retorted indignantly, "I shall have 10,000 star coins transferred to you." Anna succinctly elucidated the genesis of the matter, albeit omitting the true impetus behind her challenge to Gu Xiaoqi, merely stating that she had taken a disliking to him. Gu Xiaoqi stifled a laugh, realizing that even the haughty young lady was capable of experiencing embarrassment. The host, inwardly marveling at Miss Anna's affluence, promptly announced, "Today's competition has concluded. Let us once again extend our fervent applause to both participants." Gu Xiaoqi was on the verge of turning away when a familiar figure caught his eye in the audience. He inwardly cursed, quickening his pace in an attempt to make a hasty exit. Chapter 153. Juxtaposition of the unseemly and the exquisite. However, at that precise moment, Anna interjected, "Young lad, do decelerate. For one with diminutive legs, you certainly possess a surprising alacrity." Gu Xiaoqi could not resist rolling his eyes. Just as he was about to feign deafness, Anna continued, "Provide me with a transfer account, so that I may instruct someone to remit the funds to you." So that is what happened. Gu Xiaoqi halted her steps without hesitation, turning with a smile to look at Anna. "Please, stop smiling. Your smile is quite unattractive." Anna remarked bluntly, "You are beautiful and impressive. Is that enough?" Gu Xiaoqi replied with a stoic expression as she sent Anna the account details for the transfer. Then turned to leave. "I must hurry. Otherwise, that narcissist from yesterday might catch me, and I shudder to think of the consequences." Gu Xiaoqi swiftly exited the competition venue through the contestants' exit, donning a cap and keeping her head down as she navigated through the throngs of people. The bustling crowd around the venue engulfed her slight frame. As she distanced herself, she finally exhaled in relief, thinking, "Surely, I won't be caught now." However, to her surprise, reality struck swiftly. Just as she turned, a male voice called out, "Not leaving? I thought you'd run forever." Andre smiled at the diminutive figure before him, though his eyes held little mirth. He continued, "Your exit yesterday was remarkably swift." Gu Xiaoqi chuckled nervously. "My father suddenly needed me for something yesterday, otherwise." Pretending to explain the previous day's events, she abruptly turned and sprinted towards the crowded area upon noticing Andre's growing impatience. Yet, she had gone far before he seized her by the arm. "With those short legs of yours, do you really think you can outrun me?" Being mocked for her stature twice in a single day left Gu Xiaoqi fuming as she asked, "What do you want from me?" He replied, "Are you in need of money?" Gu Xiaoqi nodded in silence, taken aback by the absurdity of the question posed. With a hint of wariness, she replied, "In this day and age, who isn't short on money? It's merely a matter of degree. Why do you ask?" Indini, upon recalling that this little rascal had earned a staggering 100,000 star coins from merely 2 mech battles, felt utterly speechless. He was torn between marveling at the child's entrepreneurial acumen and lamenting her uncanny ability to attract wealth. He seized Gu Xiaoqi's rough little face, adorned with a scruffy beard, and retorted with irritation, "You've certainly earned a fair amount from those mech contests, while I've spent a considerable sum on repairs. What is it that you truly desire? Competitions inevitably yield both victories and defeats. Why do you persist in clinging to me? Are you too fragile to accept your loss?" Gu Xiaoqi genuinely could not comprehend why this narcissist was so unwilling to let go of the previous day's events. After all, it was merely a minor incident. She had unintentionally slapped him, and he had instigated it first. With this thought, she felt increasingly justified. Indini, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually smirked and said flamboyantly, "How about we become friends?" There was a sincerity in his words. Despite his rather unattractive appearance in the slap she had delivered, he was, after all, quite entertaining. Gu Xiaoqi eyed him warily and remarked, "Are you attempting to use my lack of beauty to accentuate your own handsomeness? Am I that kind of person? You certainly are. That is precisely what you did yesterday." The mere recollection of that moment made Gu Xiaoqi's teeth grind in frustration, as she could hardly believe he had the audacity to deny it. Indini smiled faintly and remarked, "I would never treat my friends in such a manner." Gu Xiaoqi rolled her eyes in response and turned to head to the mecha shop for repairs. Though Indini felt a twinge of regret, he refrained from voicing it. After all, with his striking good looks, he had a multitude of admirers eager to befriend him. Was he ever to worry about companionship? Chapter 154. Have we stirred up trouble again? Inside the mecha shop, the manager regarded Gu Xiaoqi with a mixture of curiosity and astonishment, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable under his gaze. She replied, exasperation evident in her tone, "What kind of look is that? Tone it down." However, rather than heeding her request, the manager continued to click his tongue in disbelief, saying, "At first, I thought your initial victories were merely a stroke of luck, yet you have managed to secure 2 more wins. Is this truly a child who requires enforced downtime?" He pondered silently, recognizing that this little bald-headed girl was indeed just a child, albeit one with formidable prowess. After a moment of contemplation, he cursed inwardly, a fierce new generation. Upon realizing the reason behind his astonishment, Gu Xiaoqi proudly lifted her chin and declared, "Humph, are you envious? With a little more rigorous training, your little one would surely excel as well." This seemingly innocuous remark struck a chord with the manager, who was suddenly reminded of his own little one, who appeared to possess no skills beyond the art of eating. It seemed imperative to keep a closer eye on his own child. Observing the small, bald-headed girl meticulously selecting materials for her mech, he couldn't help but inquire, "Little bald head, are you in dire need of funds?" In that instant, Gu Xiaoqi completely forgot about the substantial sum of hundreds of thousands of star coins in her account and nodded without hesitation. The store manager contemplated for a moment and remarked, "In that case, allow me to offer you a suggestion. If you have the time, why not assist me in repairing the mechas at my store? I shall compensate you, and you will also receive a discount on the materials you require for your mecha." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. However, she was suddenly reminded of her status as a minor, permitted to be online for only 3 hours each day. She replied, "Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. With merely 3 hours available to me daily, and each mecha competition consuming about an hour, I hardly have sufficient time to repair mechas." The manager, undeterred, waved his hand dismissively and said, "That is hardly an obstacle. If you can spare some time, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in mending the mechas. The scarcity of mecha manufacturers renders my modest shop overlooked. Currently, the staff in my store are merely ordinary repairmen, capable of addressing only the simplest of issues. Consider this a favor to me, and rest assured, the remuneration will be generous." The manager spoke earnestly, his words stemming from the heart. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoqi agreed, stating, "All right, but you must promise to keep this confidential. As a child, my abilities are quite extraordinary, which seems rather unusual." The manager let out a hearty laugh, replying, "Ah, so you are aware of your uniqueness." Feeling a tad bashful, Gu Xiaoqi shyly touched her head. Truth be told, being discovered wouldn't be catastrophic, yet she preferred to maintain a low profile. In no time, the manager had prepared the contract, thoughtfully including a confidentiality agreement as well. "Take a look at this," he said. "If everything is satisfactory, shall we proceed with the signing?" Gu Xiaoqi nodded earnestly, her small face alight with concentration as she meticulously perused the contract. Having assured herself that there were no discrepancies, she boldly affixed her signature. 2 hours later, within the confines of the villa, Gu Xiaoqi relished a rare moment of leisure, seated comfortably on the sofa, indulging in fruit. The mere thought of her substantial fortune in the bank brought an involuntary smile to her lips. How she wished for more opportunities to partake in the lucrative mech competitions. Just then, the villa's grand door swung open. Upon recognizing the visitor, Gu Xiaoqi could not suppress a gulp of trepidation. Had she once again stirred up trouble? Chapter 155. Training in the military? As Yi Bingtian stepped through the threshold, he was met with the sight of Gu Xiaoqi, her cheeks stuffed with fruit, staring vacantly ahead. His initial reaction to her languid demeanor was one of irritation. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Have you completed your studies? Are you unaware that the assessment for the intermediate school is approaching?" In that moment, a wave of pressure washed over Gu Xiaoqi, compelling her to hastily swallow her mouthful. With utmost sincerity, she replied, "Yes, I have finished studying, and I am aware that the intermediate school's assessment is just 2 weeks away." The weight of adult expectations loomed over her, silencing her tongue as she contemplated whether to retreat upstairs and feign diligence. Yi Bingtian took a seat beside her, his gaze sharp as he commanded, "Go upstairs and bring me your materials, I will question you. Oh my, how intimidating. She swallowed again, nodding vigorously before dashing up the stairs. Once upstairs, she quickly gathered the materials she had thoroughly memorized, neglecting to glance at the ones she was less familiar with. As she stepped out of the room, she caught sight of Yi Bingtian sitting upright on the sofa, a mix of exasperation and relief washing over her. At her age, having to undergo a surprise quiz felt somewhat absurd. Fortunately, her memory was exceptional, and she had been diligently studying and revising lately. Otherwise, Gu Xiaoqi shook her head, unwilling to dwell on it further. As she trotted down the stairs, it dawned on her that she was still just a child. Gu Xiaoqi thought to herself, this wretched age, this suffocating sense of pressure, still under the thumb of adults. Taking a deep breath, she approached Yi Bingtian, presenting him with a hefty stack of revision materials. Yi Bingtian nodded, emanating an aura that was both sharp and stern, instinctively perceiving Gu Xiaoqi as his subordinate. He slightly lifted his chin, indicating for her to take a seat. Gu Xiaoqi felt a twinge of unease. It had been a long time since she experienced such a tense and exhilarating sensation. Yi Bingtian said, first, tell me about the history of the empire. The history of the empire primarily begins with. Gu Xiaoqi rambled on, recounting all the knowledge she had about the empire's history in chronological order. Yi Bingtian nodded in satisfaction and continued, now, discuss the development of mechas. The initial mechas were designed to. Yi Bingtian posed several questions in succession. Each met with satisfactory responses. He momentarily fell silent, his expression instinctively hardening, radiating an air of coldness. At that moment, Yi Bingtian suddenly remarked, since you have nearly completed your studies, staying at home would be rather dull. Starting tomorrow, you shall train with the new recruits and engage in some rigorous exercise. Gu Xiaoqi exclaimed, I am not bored at all. My daily life is quite fulfilling. Hearing Yi Bingtian's resolute tone left no room for negotiation. She mustered her courage and replied, but I still need to learn about mecha manufacturing from Su Qingyang's father. And I must practice with the mecha and improve my physical fitness. Yi Bingtian calmly responded, rest assured, Su Qingyang will be leaving soon. How is that possible? She had not heard Su Qingyang's father mention any plans to depart. Previously, he had stated he would take his accumulated leave. However, upon meeting Yi Bingtian's gaze, Gu Xiaoqi instantly understood. It was not Su Qingyang's father who was leaving, but rather Yi Bingtian's father would certainly ensure that Su Qingyang's father would depart. Yi Bingtian continued, you need not worry. When the time comes, you can inquire about any questions with the mecha manufacturers in the army, and you can also video call Su Qingyang. Gu Xiaoqi took a deep breath and could not help but ask, Father, why have you suddenly decided to send me to train with the army? Chapter 156, Apologies. I won't do it again. Yi Bingtian's expression momentarily stiffened before returning to normal. He replied, to ensure that you do not squander your youth. Do not squander my youth. Gu Xiaoqi's face grew increasingly serious as she insisted, Father, be honest with me. Do not attempt to deceive me. I am not a fool. The moment those words left her lips, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The essence of the matter lies in the notion that it is for her own good, which is utterly implausible. Observing the demeanor of Yi Bingtian's father, preoccupied with pressing affairs, one cannot fathom that he would even remember his daughter residing in the villa. Yi Bingtian remarked, the Deputy Lin has a younger brother. What could that possibly imply? He continued, Deputy Lin often boasts about his brother, who is currently undergoing basic training. I have no brother, only a daughter. Such an odd inclination towards comparison? With this rationale presented, Gu Xiaoqi had no choice but to acquiesce, for her disbelief was inconsequential. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoqi laid down her conditions, stating, I may go, but it is imperative that I am guaranteed 3 hours of virtual network access daily. Additionally, 3 hours must be allocated for me to study mech manufacturing and review my knowledge. This posed no issue, and Yi Bingtian nodded in agreement. Finally, Gu Xiaoqi felt a wave of relief. Her admiration for military personnel had always been profound, and the opportunity to experience their lifestyle was indeed a delightful prospect. She inquired, when do we depart? We leave immediately. Go pack your things. I will wait for you, he replied. Gu Xiaoqi could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment at the urgency. Her conviction that Yi Bingtian's father harbored ulterior motives deepened. However, she found herself unable to refuse. She promptly turned and dashed upstairs to gather her belongings. Upon hearing the door slam shut above, Yi Bingtian finally exhaled, relaxing his posture in relief. As a general, there are times when he must resort to deception, always prioritizing the interests of the empire. Today, His intent is likewise to promptly apprehend those with ulterior motives, all for the sake of the empire. Yet, inexplicably, he finds himself unusually anxious. Recalling Gu Xiaoqi's keen gaze and the fabrications he had conjured, a smile unexpectedly graces Yi Bingtian's eyes. It is now time to see Su Qingyang off. Yi Bingtian swiftly activated his holographic communicator and dialed a number. As moments passed, Gu Xiaoqi busied herself upstairs, hastily organizing her belongings, fearful of leaving anything behind. Observing the considerable heap on her bed, she bundled the sheets together, fashioning them into a makeshift package. Clenching her teeth, she mustered her strength and hoisted the load onto her shoulder. To her surprise, it was not as heavy as she had anticipated, certainly a testament to her recent training. Struggling, she opened her door and descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Hearing the sound of the door creaking open and footsteps echoing, Yi Bingtian instinctively glanced upward. His gaze froze upon seeing Gu Xiaoqi, who was laboriously carrying an item significantly larger than herself. This sight evoked memories of their first encounter when she had approached him, disheveled and dragging an enormous garbage bag. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Bingtian hurried upstairs, took the burden from Gu Xiaoqi, and inquired, "Why are you carrying such a hefty load? Why not store it in the spatial pouch?" Gu Xiaoqi looked up with a naive expression and earnestly said, "Because I do not possess a spatial knot." Although she had recently acquired wealth, she still needed to purchase a plethora of materials for mech manufacturing. Thus, her funds could not be squandered. Yi Bingtian was momentarily rendered speechless, as he had not anticipated such a reason. Without hesitation, he placed Gu Xiaoqi's belongings into his own spatial knot, stating, "I apologize. It will not happen again." What is there to apologize for? What is it that will not happen again? Chapter 157. No stopping midway. Gu Xiaoqi was initially bewildered, but soon grasped the implication of Yi Bingtian's father's words. With a casual wave of her hand, she nonchalantly replied, "There is no need for apologies. If anyone should apologize, it ought to be me." She then awkwardly continued, "Father, why don't you wait for me a moment while I bid farewell to Su Qingyang's father?" "What is there to bid farewell for? Let us leave immediately. The vehicle is waiting outside." Yi Bingtian resolutely dismissed Gu Xiaoqi's request, effortlessly lifting her by the back of her collar as they descended the stairs. Gu Xiaoqi was taken aback for a moment when she felt herself suspended in midair, but she soon grew accustomed to it. It seemed she had frequently found herself being lifted by the collar lately. She relaxed, striving to make herself as comfortable as possible while being carried along. Thus, Gu Xiaoqi was unceremoniously escorted out of the villa by Yi Bingtian. Standing nearby, Deputy Lin was taken aback upon witnessing the general in such a manner for the first time. Could this truly be the charm of a child? He quickly approached, offering to assist in carrying the young lady. Observing Lieutenant Lin's intentions, Yi Bingting felt an inexplicable reluctance to relinquish the weight in his hands. He bypassed the lieutenant and personally assisted Gu Xiaoqi into the vehicle. Once everyone was aboard, the hovercraft commenced its journey toward the military base. The scenery gradually transformed, and Gu Xiaoqi's eyes widened with curiosity as she gazed out the window. It seemed she had never leisurely strolled through the streets of a spacefaring world before. Abruptly, she turned her attention to Lieutenant Lin, who was seated opposite her, and inquired, "Lieutenant Lin, do you have a younger brother?" Perplexed, Lieutenant Lin simply nodded. "Your brother is also undergoing recruit training?" she continued. Lieutenant Lin nodded again. Gu Xiaoqi furtively glanced at Yi Bingting, who was sitting composedly beside her, inwardly contemplating the underlying motive. At that moment, Yi Bingting interjected, "Gu Xiaoqi will be joining your brother's squad, ensuring she has someone to look after her. This young lady still harbors suspicions, it seems. In that case, it would be best for her to interact with Lieutenant Lin's brother directly." Lieutenant Lin instinctively wanted to object, as his brother's unit was under the jurisdiction of the Second Army, renowned for its stringent standards. However, upon meeting the general's unwavering gaze, he could only nod in assent. Nevertheless, the military is the military. The sudden introduction of a young girl into training is bound to create quite a stir. The most effective approach would be for the young lady to showcase her prowess to intimidate others. However, Officer Lin gazed at Gu Xiaoqi's short arms and legs with a hint of regret, inwardly sighing at her petite stature. With such a slight frame, it would be a miracle if she could avoid being reprimanded. Gu Xiaoqi, utterly perplexed, wondered why Officer Lin's gaze appeared so peculiar. She inquired, "Officer Lin, what is the matter?" In an instant, Officer Lin noticed his superior looking his way, and he hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, "It's nothing. I was merely contemplating a matter." I wouldn't believe you for a second, you old codger, Gu Xiaoqi thought to herself, fully skeptical of his words. Yet, she was disinclined to press further, merely nodding and letting the topic drop. By the way, Gu Xiaoqi, during training, you cannot call for a halt, Yi Bingtian suddenly mandated. Although the initial intention behind Gu Xiaoqi's presence at the military base was not entirely pure, the training offered substantial benefits. If Gu Xiaoqi could endure from start to finish, it would undoubtedly enhance her physical and mental fortitude. Yi Bingtian momentarily forgot that Gu Xiaoqi was still a child. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi remained unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. She lifted her head, her expression earnest and resolute, declaring, "The word give up does not exist in my vocabulary, unless the outcome is destined to be failure." Chapter 158. The new recruits are young girls. 20 minutes later, Gu Xiaoqi began to notice soldiers gradually appearing along the road. Instinctively, she straightened up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the soldiers outside. Although Yi Bingtian did not gaze directly at Gu Xiaoqi, he was acutely aware of her every movement. He could not help but inquire, "Do you have a fondness for soldiers?" For a moment, Yi Bingtian found himself perplexed. After all, he too was a soldier. Yet, why did Gu Xiaoqi not regard him with that same sparkling admiration? It was amusing. Every time Gu Xiaoqi encountered Yi Bingtian, it seemed to be amidst chaos or on the brink of it. She often had to stifle her peculiar feelings, fearing that a moment's lapse might result in Yi Bingtian whisking her away for dissection. Thus, for Gu Xiaoqi, Yi Bingtian's presence overshadowed his military identity by far. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Yi Bingtian remarked, "I shall not accompany you inside. Lieutenant Lin will ensure everything is arranged." He added, "If any issues arise, feel free to contact me directly." Gu Xiaoqi nodded. It mattered little who accompanied her, or even if no one did. The satisfaction that should have filled Yi Bingtian faltered as he observed Gu Xiaoqi nodding without hesitation. Shouldn't other children display tears and plead for embraces when departing from their fathers? Yet, when he imagined such a scene involving himself and Gu Xiaoqi, Yi Bingtian found it unsettling. At that moment, Lieutenant Lin interjected, "Miss, please follow me." With that, he led Gu Xiaoqi from the vehicle. As Gu Xiaoqi disembarked, she was immediately struck by the sight of soldiers bustling about, her curious gaze following their long legs and handsome faces. Deputy Officer Lin, oblivious to Gu Xiaoqi's unusual demeanor, continued, "Miss, the rookie training squad you will be joining is overseen by the Second Army. Compared to others, this training regiment is notably more rigorous. I will inform the squad leader of your situation and, when the time comes, I shall request a reduction in your training intensity." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi's expression shifted, and she promptly interjected, "No, Deputy Officer Lin, please do not ask the squad leader to lessen the training. Allow me to undertake the standard regimen first. Should it prove too arduous, I will reach out to you for a modification then." Deputy Officer Lin nodded, somewhat taken aback by Gu Xiaoqi's decision. If she had outright refused and adamantly demanded a reduction in her training, it would have been a testament to her naivety and stubbornness. Conversely, if she consented, while it would not be entirely objectionable, it would nonetheless diminish her semblance of a general's fortitude. However, as Lin scrutinized Gu Xiaoqi, he instinctively doubted her capabilities. After all, this was the rookie squad managed by the Second Army. The reputation of the Thunder Army was well known. The Second Army excelled in strenuous training. They adhered to the belief, if it doesn't kill you, train harder until it does. After a brief walk, Deputy Officer Lin led Gu Xiaoqi to the office of the rookie squad commander. The commander had recently received an order from the general, conveyed through Deputy Officer Lin, to accept a child into the rookie training program. He silently scoffed, thinking, isn't this just asking for trouble? A child, no less. Which family would send their child to the new recruits on Thunderstar? However, when he finally beheld the child led by Officer Lin, the commander lost his composure and pointed at Gu Xiaoqi, exclaiming, "Officer Lin, don't tell me this little girl is the new recruit." Officer Lin, understanding the commander's dismay, approached and gently patted his shoulder, affirming, "Indeed, she is." The commander slammed his hand on the table, jabbing a finger at Officer Lin's nose, and scolded, "You old rascal. You are clearly toying with me." Chapter 159. Are you mocking me? Officer Lin, taken aback by the commander's reaction, collected himself and responded with exasperation. "I may indeed be toying with you, but surely General Yi would not." General Yi? The fact that this recruit had entered the training unit was indeed by General Ye's directive, yet he had previously surmised that it was merely a group of upper echelon officials, with too much time on their hands, coercing General Yi into accepting this recruit. After all, there had been instances in the past where individuals, overreaching in their ambitions, sought to gild themselves on Thunderstar. Traditionally, they dealt with such individuals by subjecting them to rigorous training. If they managed to endure, they earned respect as true warriors, and their continued presence was inconsequential. However, if they attempted to flee midway, they would certainly be publicized as having barely lasted a few days in training. Over time, this discouraged the upper echelons from sending their children to Thunderstar. Of course, this shift also stemmed from General Ye's growing influence. It had become increasingly rare for anyone to compel him to accept new recruits. The commander could not restrain himself from pressing further. Are you implying that this person was taken in by General Yi himself? Assistant Lin nodded, secretly pleased to see the commander's astonishment, knowing that he played a part in this matter. He asserted, "You must accept this individual and assign her to the first squad." The first squad was precisely where Assistant Lin's brother served. The commander, incredulous, questioned, "Do not deceive me. Could this little girl possibly be a distant relative of General Yi?" The girl, Gu Xiaoqi, found this notion amusing and looked up at them, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Assistant Lin could not help but cough lightly. As it was widely known throughout Thunderstar that General Yi had a daughter, it was puzzling that the commander remained unaware. He stated, "Stop speculating. This is General Yi's daughter." Upon hearing this, the commander was even more taken aback. With disbelief etched across his face, he exclaimed, "Could it be that General Yi harbors animosity towards his own child? How could he send such a young girl to Thunderstar for training, especially to my squad?" The forthrightness of the commander startled Assistant Lin, who wished he could cover the commander's mouth and admonish him. "You fool, the young lady is still present. Speak with more discretion." He added, "General Yi is clearly acting in the best interest of the young lady, hoping to strengthen her physique." At this moment, the commander finally turned his attention to the small girl, who appeared quite frail and malnourished. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he quietly asked, "Tell me the truth. Is General Yi mistreating his child?" Assistant Lin could only think to himself, what a fool with such wild assumptions. Gu Xiaoqi could no longer endure the conversation. She interjected, "Commander, my father did not mistreat me. I simply am a bit on the slender side." The commander chuckled awkwardly, responding, "A misunderstanding, indeed." Lieutenant Lin, wary of the potential for Gu Xiaoqi to utter something earth-shattering, quickly interjected, "You can proceed with arranging her placement into the team and accommodations." The commander nodded, though a hint of reluctance lingered in his gaze, for she was merely a young girl, the daughter of a general, and one could never tell what unforeseen complications might arise. Nevertheless, since General Yi had already issued the directive, he felt compelled to fulfill it. "Very well. I shall arrange for Miss Yi to have a private dormitory," he declared. "My surname is Gu," Gu Xiaoqi replied with a smile, relishing the commander's awkwardness. The commander chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Allow me to escort you to your dormitory." 4 minutes later, at the dormitory, Lieutenant Lin said, "Miss, please gather your belongings and report to the team shortly." "Isn't my luggage with you?" Gu Xiaoqi asked, bewildered as she looked at Lieutenant Lin. He, equally perplexed, shook his head. Where on earth has her luggage gone? Chapter 160. The unreliable Yi Bingtian. Gu Xiaoqi recalled that her belongings had been taken by Yi Bingtian's father. She had initially presumed that her father had entrusted them to Lieutenant Lin. However, it appeared that this was not the case. Regardless, it was unlikely that her luggage had gone missing, and thus there was no cause for excessive concern. The mere thought of Yi Bingtian's father being so unreliable brought a smile to her face. "My belongings are in my father's spatial ring," Gu Xiaoqi added. "You may retrieve them directly from him." The adjutant, taken aback by this revelation, nodded and responded, "Understood, Mississippi. I shall attend to it promptly." With that, the adjutant departed, leaving Gu Xiaoqi to survey her quarters. Initially, she was to don the standard military green training attire, but due to the unavailability of her size, she would have to remain in her personal garments for the time being. Today's agenda primarily consisted of familiarizing herself with the surroundings, training grounds, and procedures, with formal training commencing the following day. After a brief ablution, she scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. Her beauty remained undiminished, yet her frame was undeniably too slender. Assured that her appearance was presentable, she ventured forth. The commander had specifically instructed her to seek him out upon settling in, whereupon he would assign the head of the first squad to guide her induction. As Gu Xiaoqi traversed the grounds, observing the soldiers around her, she unconsciously adopted a composed demeanor. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the commander's office. A screen affixed to the door indicated the detection of a visitor and inquired about prior arrangements. presenting two options. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoqi selected yes. Subsequently, she was prompted to enter her name and the purpose of her visit. After a concise entry, she confirmed her submission. Moments later, the door swung open. Upon receiving the visitor's information, the commander was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Gu Xiaoqi, he could not help but chuckle, saying, "That device is merely a decoration. Next time, feel free to knock or ring the bell directly." Gu Xiaoqi replied, "Isn't this the promised era of high-tech interstellar communication?" She felt somewhat embarrassed, primarily because she was uncertain if knocking would disturb the occupants, thus she opted to follow the conventional protocol. At that moment, the office was unexpectedly graced by the presence of a tall man clad in military green. He possessed a sun-kissed complexion, piercing eyes, and an aura of righteousness. The commander introduced him, stating, "This is one of the leaders of your first squad. Should you have any questions, you may approach him directly." The man nodded, his expression impassive. Gu Xiaoqi politely greeted him, "Hello, Captain." The captain, named Xie Han, acknowledged her with a nod and replied in a calm tone, "Hello." Prior to Gu Xiaoqi's arrival, Xie Han had engaged in a heated argument with the commander, both parties flushed with indignation. Before this encounter, Xie Han had assumed that his inexperienced recruits had encountered some issue. However, he was utterly unprepared for the commander's intention to integrate a young girl into his team. The mere thought of a child joining his ranks infuriated him. A distinguished figure within the Second Army, his stringent expectations for his recruits were well known. Yet, the arrival of a child left him apprehensive about the potential consequences of her training. Ultimately, through a series of subtle hints and overt suggestions, the commander succeeded in persuading Xie Han to accept Gu Xiaoqi into his squad. After all, whether she could stay was entirely up to Gu Xiaoqi. Chapter 161. Mecha Training Ground. The commander gazed at the slender and petite Gu Xiaoqi, then shifted his attention to the somewhat impatient Xie Han, letting out a slight sigh. "In that case, Xie Han, please take Gu Xiaoqi under your wing." The commander refrained from disclosing Gu Xiaoqi's true identity to Xie Han, adhering to the general's instructions. Consequently, Xie Han instinctively regarded Gu Xiaoqi as just another privileged offspring seeking to bask in glory. He couldn't help but think that the girl's family must be quite irrational to send a child who appeared to be no older than 7 to Thunderstar. Such haste seemed overly ambitious. As he observed the obediently quiet Gu Xiaoqi, his irritation lessened slightly. He hoped this little girl would refrain from causing any trouble and leave after a few days of training. "Come with me," Xie Han instructed, looking at Gu Xiaoqi. After delivering a salute to the commander, he led her out of the office. During the entire journey, Xie Han remained silent, as he was naturally reserved. While he could engage in discussions about military matters with comrades, walking alongside a little girl left little room for conversation. Gu Xiaoqi had intended to speak, but Xie Han's tall stature resulted in a brisk pace that compelled her to jog to keep up. Thus, she was unable to initiate any dialogue. Suddenly, Xie Han asked, "How old are you?" Upon hearing these words, Xie Han cast a surprised glance at the slender child beside him. Finally noticing that the girl had to jog to keep pace with him, he slowed his steps and continued, "Why have you come to Thunderstar?" "I was sent here by my father," she replied. Xie Han's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he spoke in an unusually gentle tone. "If you find it too difficult, there's no need to push yourself." The implication of his words was clearly intended to persuade Gu Xiaoqi to endure for just a couple of days before departing. However, Gu Xiaoqi completely misinterpreted Captain Xie Han's intentions, cheerfully responding, "Captain, rest assured, I will certainly not overexert myself." Xie Han mistakenly assumed that Gu Xiaoqi had grasped his meaning, and he nodded in satisfaction, saying, "The commander has informed me that your training regimen is the same as that of an ordinary recruit. But you are excused from training at 6 in the evening." No training at 6 in the evening. This provided her with time to engage in virtual network activities and learn about mecha manufacturing. Gu Xiaoqi beamed with excitement, her face alight with joy. As they walked together, they attracted the curious gazes of many onlookers, who speculated whether this little girl was Xie Han's daughter. Yet, considering Xie Han's long-standing bachelorhood, that possibility quickly faded. Before long, Gu Xiaoqi followed the captain to a grand door, which he accessed through facial recognition, causing it to swing open instantly. It turned out to be a vast training ground, where clouds of dust swirled around, hinting at the presence of mechas. Xie Han introduced, "This is the mecha training facility, where we typically conduct our training." Simultaneously, it serves as a mecha challenge arena, allowing one to issue a challenge to any individual of their choosing. The mecha training ground can simulate any environment for training, particularly the conditions of outer space. As Captain Xiaohan elaborated, Gu Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement, her eager gaze fixated on the mecha in the distance. Xiaohan, perceptive to the exhilaration on Gu Xiaoqi's face, casually remarked, "This mecha is entirely different from the toy mechas you typically use or those in virtual realms. However, if you wish to give it a try, it is certainly possible. Just be aware that you might struggle to even rise off the ground." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Gu Xiaoqi nodding enthusiastically. Xiaohan, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "Are you certain?" Chapter 162, Choosing a Mecha Without Hesitation. Gu Xiaoqi nodded, her small face radiating determination and eagerness. Observing her resolve, Xiaohan understood that persuasion would be futile. Perhaps it was for the best. A little setback would teach the child to be more compliant in the future. He stated, "In that case, let me first take you to select a mecha." Considering the girl's height, he surmised that a seat would need to be arranged in the cockpit to enable her to reach the control panel. Xiaohan promptly led Gu Xiaoqi to a nearby large mecha storage area. Upon entering, Gu Xiaoqi was utterly astonished. The space was filled with various types and models of mecha, all meticulously arranged, emanating a cold and sharp aura that exemplified the military might of Thunderstar. A sense of triumph washed over Xiaohan as he observed Gu Xiaoqi's naive wonder. "These mechs," he declared, "represent merely a fraction of those on Thunderstar. You've yet to witness the more advanced and extensive repositories." A trace of longing flickered across Gu Xiaoqi's face upon hearing this. Before she could inquire further, Xiaohan promptly dashed her hopes. "Don't even consider it," he stated. "Access to that mech storage facility is restricted to formal military personnel of a certain rank. Someone like you, it's out of the question." Gu Xiaoqi, though disappointed, directed an even more fervent gaze at the mechs before her. "Then, Captain," she asked, "am I permitted to select a mech for myself?" Xiaohan had initially intended to choose one for her, but seeing her eagerness, and figuring the outcome would be the same regardless, he relented. "Very well, choose one yourself," he conceded. "But don't come crying to me when you encounter difficulties." Gu Xiaoqi disregarded the latter part of his statement, skipping about with evident excitement. "Understood." Xiaohan nodded, curious to see which mech the young woman would ultimately select. Mechs, while broadly categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, could be further classified by function and attribute. Heavy mechs, light mechs, defensive mechs, aerial mechs, and so on. Heavy mechs combined both defense and offense, but were encumbered by their sluggish speed. Light mechs, on the other hand. A plethora of mech-related information flooded Gu Xiaoqi's mind, and she recognized that this particular mech was not suited to her. After indulging in her desire, she turned and left without a second thought. Xiaohan watched Gu Xiaoqi depart, his eyes flickering with surprise. Just moments ago, he had observed the affection radiating from her face, contemplating how to persuade her to abandon the mech. Yet, to his astonishment, Gu Xiaoqi decisively chose to walk away. She had almost explored every type of mech, each time gazing at them as if she wished to embrace them wholeheartedly. However, time and again, she opted to turn away. As he followed behind, Xiaohan wore a look of exasperation. He had several times contemplated urging Gu Xiaoqi to relinquish her interest in that particular mech, but she simply turned and departed each time. Eventually, he inquired, "Little girl, have you made your choice regarding which mech you will select?" "I have indeed." Gu Xiaoqi had long since determined the mech she desired. She simply wished to experience each one before revealing her choice. She stated, "I choose." Chapter 163, Flight Type Mech Without Hesitation, Gu Xiaoqi declared, "I choose the flight type mech, the one over there." Upon finishing her words, she extended her small finger towards the pristine white flight mech nestled in the corner. Ever since she began studying mech construction, she had yearned to pilot a flight-type mech, soaring freely through the skies. Now, the opportunity presented itself, and she knew she must seize it. Her small face radiated excitement and anticipation, her tone imbued with determination. However, upon hearing her words, Xiaohan's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with rejection. Among all the mechs, Xiaohan was most apprehensive about Gu Xiaoqi choosing a flying mech. This type of mech not only demanded exceptionally high technical skills, but also operated in the air, where accidents were most likely to occur. He firmly rejected her. A flying mech is absolutely out of the question. The operational difficulty is immense, and the risks are too great. You simply cannot handle it. Gu Xiaoqi, with a stubborn yet resolute gaze, replied, "Captain, I truly can. I promise to only conduct low-altitude flights, and there will be no accidents. Moreover, According to your own words, I shouldn't even be able to take off. So there is nothing to worry about. Xiaohan continued to shake his head firmly. He could not bear to watch a child recklessly endanger herself before his eyes. Don't even think about it. This is absolutely impossible. Gu Xiaoqi, though helpless, understood that the captain was acting in her best interests. Her youthful face was filled with defiance, and her eyes sparkled with yearning. She deliberately said, "Captain, you just mentioned that I could choose any mech I wanted. Now that I have finally selected one, you refuse me. How about we discuss this?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes, yet it was not off-putting. She continued, "Look, the cockpit is spacious enough to accommodate you as well. Why not stand beside me and observe my operation? If it truly doesn't work out, you can take over." With her persuasive words, Xiaohan found himself at a loss, caught between amusement and exasperation. However, with him present, nothing untoward should occur. He reluctantly acquiesced with a nod. Before he could utter any words of caution, Gu Xiaoqi ecstatically leaped in place, then dashed over and embraced the aerial mech's ankle, nuzzling it affectionately. She turned, her eyes sparkling, and exclaimed, "Captain, come quickly. If the objective remains unfulfilled, it's you, but upon accomplishment, it transforms into thou." Such blatant favoritism. Xiaohan remarked with a hint of helplessness, yet he strode purposefully toward Gu Xiaoqi. He couldn't resist teasing, "With your diminutive stature, I doubt you can reach the control panel." Heavens, I overlooked that. Gu Xiaoqi pondered for a moment, then waved dismissively, "A minor issue. A large crate or stool will suffice." Xiaohan chuckled. But he still instructed Gu Xiaoqi to remain put while he personally sought a suitable object for her to stand upon. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi's smile grew even more genuine. She expressed her gratitude directly, then immediately turned back, gazing adoringly at the aerial mech before her. Although this mech was merely a rudimentary model, she meticulously scrutinized its exterior, noting that its armaments were undoubtedly comparable to those of an intermediate mech. Moreover, its sleek contours and design were clearly exceptional. Gu Xiaoqi firmly believed that piloting this mech would be an exquisite experience. This contrasted sharply with her own mech in the villa's basement, a basic model devoid of any distinctive features or advantages. The mere thought of it filled Gu Xiaoqi with a sense of self-reproach. She lamented her inadequacy, reduced to merely admiring the mech's design by others, yearning for the day she could create such marvels herself. From afar, Xiaohan observed Gu Xiaoqi's unabashed delight as she caressed and examined the flight mech. He couldn't help but remark that her behavior was reminiscent of a true mech designer, noting that those he knew exhibited similar enthusiasm upon encountering exceptional mechs. Gu Xiaoqi chuckled, refraining from revealing her own nascent skills in mech manufacturing. Instead, she eagerly inquired about a stool, her anticipation palpable. Xiaohan, intending to observe her predicament, nonchalantly suggested they use the spatial storage device and watched with amusement, curious as to how the young girl would ascend, oblivious to her captain's amusement. Gu Xiaoqi's attention remained solely fixed on the flight mech. With practiced ease, she leaped, embraced the mech's leg, and swiftly climbed, resembling a monkey in her ascent, yet managing to reach the small metal platform before the cockpit with grace. Perched above, Gu Xiaoqi cast a puzzled glance at her captain, wondering why he hadn't joined her. Xiaohan, who had anticipated the girl's request for assistance, momentarily faltered before regaining his composure. With a fluid motion, he expertly opened the cockpit, revealing an array of colorful buttons and levers adorning the control panel. Xiaohan placed the large box designated for spatial buttons directly before the control console and stated, "Since you aspire to pilot the flying mech, the responsibility now rests upon you." Gu Xiaoqi understood well that this was the captain's test. Should she fail to navigate the flying mech successfully, she would likely find herself departing from the cockpit. Taking a deep breath, she leapt onto the box, her eyes devoid of fear and brimming with exhilaration as she shouted into the spiritual realm, "Children, it is time to come forth and assist." At this moment, the spiritual entities, having tasted the sweetness of success, sprang energetically before Gu Xiaoqi, eager to aid their master and rid themselves of their afflictions. She recognized that piloting the flying mech demanded considerable mental strength and unhesitatingly summoned about 50 spiritual entities to her aid. With a playful threat, she remarked, "Little orbs, you must strive for excellence. Otherwise, don't expect to dispel the darkness that plagues you." The entities, possessing the intellect of children, eagerly jumped and agreed, eager to prove themselves at any moment. With her mental energy now in order, Gu Xiaoqi's sparkling eyes fixated on the control console before her. She had meticulously studied the intricacies of the flying mech. She was certainly familiar with its operational methods and key points, although it must be noted that knowledge was merely theoretical. As the designers of flying mechs varied, so too did the focus of each mech's design. This resulted in some buttons having potentially different functions. However, the core principles remained unwavering. The primary functions of the main buttons were essentially the same. She commanded the spiritual entities to connect with the mech, and at the moment of successful connection, Xiaoqi emanated an aura of sharp seriousness. Having spent ample time operating the rudimentary mech in the villa, she was exceedingly familiar with the pressures that came with it. Her expression remained unchanged, even tinged with a hint of excitement. Xiaoqi forced herself to calm down, maintaining a composed demeanor as she pressed the button and made her way towards the entrance. Xiaohan, who had been observing Xiaoqi closely, was taken aback. This young girl truly possessed remarkable skills. Intrigued, he watched her with anticipation, curious if she would surprise him. However, just as Xiaohan mentally praised Xiaoqi, she stumbled and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Xiaohan. Indeed, it seems that praise does not suit her. Chapter 165. A friendly greeting with teammates. Xiaoqi felt embarrassed, unable to restrain herself from defending. This is not my fault. Well, it was indeed her fault for her lack of skill. In her excitement, she had inadvertently pressed the wrong button, causing her mental energy to lag behind her actions, ultimately resulting in her fall. Yet, rather than disheartened, she became even more spirited. Xiaoqi gritted her teeth in determination, resolute that she would master this troublesome mech. With utmost seriousness, she gazed at the control panel before her, simultaneously ensuring that all the spiritual entities were appropriately connected to various components. Xiaohan remained silent, quietly observing Xiaoqi's performance. At this point, he realized that he had indeed underestimated this young girl. In a trice, Xiaoqi actuated the mecha to stand erect. Charge! She exclaimed, soaring towards the azure heavens. Shoulder to shoulder with the sun, Xiaoqi, brimming with ardor, manipulated the mecha forward. Though her movements were somewhat ungainly, they were executed with precision. She steered the mecha directly out of the gate, and upon beholding the expansive field before her, she unhesitatingly pulled up the right-hand control lever. Xiaohan, taken aback by the girl's audacity, was aghast. Before he could utter a word of caution, the mecha ascended into the air with astonishing velocity. Xiaoqi, witnessing the spectacle from a first-person perspective, wore an expression of unadulterated exhilaration. My dearies, she cried, let's make haste. She instantly established a rapport with her spiritual entities, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings, while simultaneously maintaining a secure connection with the mecha. Xiaohan, observing this, interjected, Xiaoqi, temper your pace. For a seasoned soldier, such velocity would be considered unremarkable. However, Xiaoqi was but a child. More importantly, he was aboard the same aerial mecha as the girl, and he had no desire to meet a calamitous end. Xiaoqi, her smile radiant and self-assured, retorted, Captain, have no fear. The previous tumble was merely an anomaly. After all, she had simulated the flight of the aerial mecha countless times in her mind, committing its essentials to memory. As for the indeterminate levers and buttons, she would naturally refrain from touching them. She may be audacious, but she was not devoid of reason. With unbridled exuberance, Xiaoqi piloted her mecha, soaring through the skies. Yet, the simplicity of flight could not satiate her adventurous spirit. A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she steered her mecha toward a cluster of mechas engaged in training nearby. Captain, she inquired, are those individuals in the distance part of our squad? The casual reference to our squad rendered Xiaohan momentarily speechless, taken aback by the girl's easy familiarity. Indeed, he replied, they comprise our first squad. As fate would have it, the first squad had convened at this training ground for their routine mecha exercises. Considering their shared future as comrades, Xiaoqi thought, why not extend a friendly greeting? A mischievous grin spread across her face as she directed her mecha in their direction. Xiaohan's lips twitched involuntarily as he questioned, Xiaoqi, what do you intend to do? Despite a nagging premonition, Xiaohan refrained from halting Xiaoqi's advance, curious to witness the unfolding events. With a swift maneuver, Xiaoqi's mecha zipped overhead, soaring above the heads of the other mechas. Lin Guyang and his team had long since detected Xiaoqi's presence, initially dismissing her as a soldier indulging in a casual mecha practice. Little did they anticipate that the mecha would execute several aerial loops before veering directly toward their position. The members of the first squad involuntarily decelerated their movements, their gazes fixated on the mecha dancing in the sky. Upon witnessing their distracted demeanor, Xiaohan's countenance darkened. These lads are in dire need of discipline, he muttered, displeased by their lack of focus during training. Chapter 166. Unbeknownst to Xiaoqi, she had inadvertently placed her future teammates in a precarious situation. Her small face radiated excitement as she piloted the mecha, charging straight towards the machines on the ground. The calm demeanor of Xiaohan evaporated in an instant, and he bellowed, Xiaoqi, what are you doing? However, the mecha showed no signs of slowing down. Xiaoqi's declaration of authority as the captain was dismissed entirely, as she paid no heed to Xiaohan's concerns. As the expressions of those around them shifted to alarm, the mecha drew nearer, seemingly on the verge of colliding with the machines below. It was a disaster waiting to unfold. Even if Xiaohan seized the control panel at that moment, it would be too late. He watched the scene with grave seriousness, instinctively striding over to Xiaoqi's side, prepared to shield her with his own body. With determination, Xiaoqi yanked the left control stick and swiftly pressed several buttons, her small face etched with seriousness and a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. As a result of her deft maneuvers, the mecha soared upward at an astonishing speed, tracing a perfect arc in the air, the lowest point of which nearly grazed a member of the first squad who had thought their end was nigh. In just a few brief minutes, Xiaohan felt as though he had endured a lifetime of experiences. He reached out and pinched Xiaoqi's cheek, his tone sharp as he commanded, stop this immediately. He added, stop next to that group of useless ones. It was all too clear who he referred to as useless. Xiaoqi inwardly lamented the turn of events. Her initial intention had merely been to jest and, in passing, gauge the prowess of her future teammates. With a conciliatory smile, she addressed, Captain, dear Captain, you possess such magnanimity. Please, temper your ire. Xiaohan shot her a piercing glare and commanded, cease. Oh dear. Xiaoqi complied and maneuvered the mech to a halt beside the first squad. The crew, momentarily stunned, erupted in fury upon witnessing the audacity of this brash flying mech that dared to provoke them and then linger nearby. One irate member shouted, which team do you belong to? Even if you are a legitimate soldier, is this how you treat others? Xiaohan found humor in the retort, dismissing Xiaoqi, who remained perched atop the box, and swung open the cockpit door. His countenance was frosty, and his tone was sharp as he declared, what? Are you dissatisfied? Get down. All of you. Upon recognizing that the individual descending from the flying mech was their own captain, the realization struck them. This was the end. Not a soul dared to linger for even a moment. They hastily leaped from the cockpit. In a display of disciplined training, they swiftly formed a square formation. Standing at attention, their gazes steadfast and averted. Xiaohan admonished, in the future, ensure you do not disclose that I am your commander. I cannot bear this disgrace. You stand there, utterly dazed. After all this training, and yet, the squad remained frozen, not daring to breathe, fearful that any misstep might further incite their captain's wrath, though it was evident that the captain was indeed quite incensed. Xiaohan, dissatisfied with the extent of their demoralization, cast a glance at Xiaoqi, who was attempting to descend, and bellowed, all of you, look towards the flight mech. Witness the one who has rendered you speechless. Is it not the captain, or someone else? An air of uncertainty pervaded the minds of all present, prompting them to lift their gazes towards the flight mech. To their astonishment, they beheld a diminutive girl with a ponytail cautiously descending from the mech. Upon hearing the captain's words, Xiaoqi struggled to turn her head and extended a small hand in a friendly yet awkward greeting, saying, Hi. Chapter 167. Seize the moment to strike. Xiaoqi, her face flushed with embarrassment, swiftly climbed down and obediently stood beside Xiaohan. This scene caused Siwu, standing in the ranks, to widen his eyes in shock. Was this truly number 7? Number 7 was alive? This was inconceivable. Upon seeing Xiaoqi, Siwu instantly recognized her as number 7. An instinctive urge compelled him to lower his head, a shadow crossing his face, accompanied by a flicker of panic. He had encountered number 7 once before. With her remarkable memory, she would undoubtedly remember him. In that moment, Siwu's eyes brimmed with determination, silently vowing to drag number 7 down with him before his demise. Yet, how could number 7 have survived? He had indeed obliterated the star core of her star beast father within the prescribed limits. She should not have escaped death. After all, once the star core was destroyed, number 7's body would inevitably go into chaos, and without the specialized medication to regulate it, she was bound to perish. Siwu vividly recalls that when number 7 was still in the laboratory, due to the exigencies of research, the scientists were compelled to terminate the life of the comatose star beast. Concurrently, number 7 was suddenly engulfed in excruciating pain. her spirit and power spiraling into chaos, bringing her perilously close to death. After thorough investigation, the laboratory discovered that a unique connection exists between bloodline star beasts. Once one perishes, it triggers a state of turmoil in the other, resulting in a surge of power. For number 7, who was merely a test subject, this was undoubtedly a catastrophe. Thus, Siwu had long presumed that number 7 had met her demise. Yet now, astonishingly, she stood before him, very much alive. At this moment, Xiaoqi remained blissfully unaware of the immense danger that surrounded her, as she obediently stood by, listening to Xie Han reprimanding the future team members. She had never imagined that the initially cold and indifferent Xie Han could unleash such a torrent of invective. He had been vociferously berating them for quite some time. Taking a deep breath, Xie Han exclaimed, "Forget it. Why should I stoop to the level of these incompetent fools? Truly a bunch of rubbish. Losing to a mere child." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqi's expression momentarily froze. He called her incompetent. However, after a brief pause, she beamed and introduced herself. "Hello everyone. I am Gu Xiaoqi, the very one who just frightened the captain into a furious shout." The captain's face darkened instantly, his gaze sharpening as he glared at Gu Xiaoqi, wishing he could deliver a swift kick to the girl left behind. What had happened to his commanding and imposing demeanor? Gu Xiaoqi exhibited no semblance of fear. With a radiant smile, she tilted her head and sincerely addressed the captain, declaring, "Captain, I have finished my introduction." Xie Han responded with a hint of disbelief. "Is that all?" Reluctantly, Gu Xiaoqi continued, "By the way, I am 8 years old this year. I do not fancy nutritional supplements, and I relish compliments about my appearance. Oh, and let us not even discuss height." She rambled on, yet omitted any pertinent details. Xie Han, exasperated, glanced at the child beside him and interrupted her, stating, "Enough, little shorty. What of being short? Have I consumed your family's rice?" Gu Xiaoqi retorted, rolling her eyes before persisting. "After all, everyone here is older than I am. While I may not be able to contend with you now, just wait until you grow old." Her unfinished sentence brimmed with an implicit threat, directed unmistakably at her audience. The captain turned to the other team members and exclaimed, "Did you hear that? If anyone wishes to bully the little shorty, now is your chance. While she is still small, let's give her a good thrashing." Chapter 168. Gu Xiaoqi loses her memory. The team members erupted in playful banter, exclaiming, "Understood, Captain. That little girl must remember that it was the captain's idea." One of them added, "Little girl, don't wait until later. If you wish to strike the captain now, just say the word. I will assist you." Upon hearing this, the others turned to see which brave soul dared to speak so boldly. The speaker was Lin Gaiyong, his face adorned with a broad smile. Yet his eyes conveyed a sincere intent, clearly indicating that he genuinely wished to confront the captain. The captain strode over and delivered a swift kick to Lin Gaiyong's behind, exclaiming with impatience, "There are plenty of people who wish to hit me, but you are not among them." Upon witnessing the captain's approach, Lin Gaiyong felt a twinge of pain in his backside but dared not evade. To do so would invite consequences far graver than a mere kick. He was unceremoniously sent sprawling to the ground, prompting those nearby to hastily step aside. Lin Gaiyong, it seemed, had a penchant for provoking trouble. Gu Xiaoqi observed this spectacle with amusement, occasionally bursting into laughter, her youthful face radiating ease and nonchalance. In the crowd, Siwu, concealed among the throngs, regarded Gu Xiaoqi's radiant smile with a chilling gaze. At that moment, the formation had been disrupted, and clusters of onlookers turned their attention to the carefree Lin Gaiyong sprawled on the ground, seemingly courting misfortune. Seizing the opportunity, Siwu stealthily maneuvered through the crowd towards Gu Xiaoqi, the distance between them gradually diminishing. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoqi turned her head toward the flying mech and inadvertently locked eyes with Siwu. She was met with a pair of cold, piercing eyes, causing her to shudder involuntarily and instinctively take a step back. Such a person was best avoided. With this thought in mind, Gu Xiaoqi resolutely redirected her gaze towards Xie Han, who was reprimanding his team members. Siwu, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, was astonished that No. 7 had the audacity to turn away, his expression betraying no sign of shock or fear. Number 7. Had he not recognized him? Just moments before, No. 7's eyes had been filled with unfamiliarity, tinged with a hint of fear and wariness, reflecting on the stark contrast between the present and the past regarding Number 7. Siwu seemed to grasp an elusive answer, though he remained uncertain. He pondered for a moment before striding confidently towards Gu Xiaoqi, his tone gentle as he inquired, "You are Gu Xiaoqi. May I call you Xiaoqi?" Gu Gu Xiaoqi regarded the man before her, who exuded none of the earlier chilling aura. Yet her vigilance did not wane. If anything, it intensified. Subtly, she inched backward, responding in a nonchalant manner, "That's fine." The intrigue in Si Wu's eyes deepened. What had this number 7 experienced to be rendered amnesiac? The absence of the laboratory's location, which had yet to be discovered by the military, only reinforced his suspicions. He surmised that following number 7's escape, the laboratory had hastily relocated, fearing retribution. Perhaps it was precisely because of number 7's memory loss that Yibing Tian dared to send her to the military base for training. A warm smile, familiar and gentle, graced his face as he remarked, "Then Xiaoqi, should you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I would be more than willing to assist you, including," he mused darkly, "aiding you in your passage to the afterlife." Gu Xiaoqi found his words laden with implications, offering a perfunctory smile and nodding before hastily making her way towards the captain. This man, though a soldier, was shrouded in an unsettling chill, and he concealed it remarkably well. Had she not witnessed his earlier frigid demeanor, she might have been deceived by his seemingly warm and sunny smile. Meanwhile, Si Wu, observing number 7's hasty retreat, was ensnared in calculating thoughts. Since number 7 has lost her memory, why not have her assist with a few more tasks? Chapter 169. The game begins at this moment. Gu Xiaoqi remained blissfully unaware that she had attracted someone's attention. Standing obediently beside Xiaohan, her gaze involuntarily strayed towards the individual from earlier. This person certainly did not resemble a paragon of military virtue. She silently resolved to keep her distance and remain vigilant against him. Xiaohan observed the crowd, which had grown lively once more, and barked, "Gu Xiaoqi." Gu Xiaoqi immediately straightened her posture, adopting a demure demeanor. Xiaohan declared, "You will pilot the mech to capture individuals. Anyone you apprehend will have their training doubled. Evening practice will follow." Upon hearing her captain's dubious scheme, Gu Xiaoqi began to contemplate whether she should go easy on her dear teammates. Just then, Xiaohan seemed to discern her thoughts and added, "If fewer than 2/3 of the participants are captured, your training will be doubled." Gu Xiaoqi, without hesitation, she rolled up her sleeves, resolutely deciding to let her beloved teammates endure the brunt of this ordeal. Xiaohan continued to elaborate on the rules. Anyone touched by Gu Xiaoqi's mech arm will be considered captured. Furthermore, no one else is permitted to pilot a mech. And the game will last for 40 minutes. The timer began. Upon hearing this announcement, Gu Xiaoqi wasted no time and dashed towards the mech. Goodness! This devious captain was setting her up. With the timer now running, it signified that the game had commenced, and she had yet to board the mech. If these individuals hindered her from doing so, she would be doomed. After all, the captain merely stated that others were prohibited from piloting the mech, yet did not specify that she herself must take the controls. Xiaohan observed Gu Xiaoqi sprinting towards the flying mech, while the others appeared somewhat bewildered, with some merely turning to flee. He couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. This batch of recruits was proving to be quite challenging to manage. At that moment, Lin Guyong suddenly grasped the implication of the captain's words and shouted, "Hurry! Capture that girl! Don't let her board the mech!" The others quickly reacted, rushing towards Gu Xiaoqi. Gu Xiaoqi couldn't suppress her frustration and swiftly climbed onto the mech. However, time was running out. She risked being caught before she could even reach the cockpit. Suddenly, an idea struck her, with remarkable agility. She used the flying mech as a stepping stone and seized its arm. Lin Guyong was merely a step away from her. But just as he reached out to grab her, Gu Xiaoqi leapt onto the mech's arm. If she were to make contact with its arm, it would spell disaster. She quickly ascended, reaching the midpoint of the mech's arm. "Don't come any closer. If anyone touches the mech's arm, you will lose," Gu Xiaoqi shouted, gripping the arm tightly. Upon hearing this, the others hesitated, unwilling to advance any further. If they were to make contact, they would indeed be subjected to intensified training. The original training regimen was already quite rigorous. Doubling it would certainly be unbearable. At that moment, taking advantage of the others' momentary distraction, Gu Xiaoqi leapt into action, her petite figure carving a perfect arc through the air. "Secure the cockpit," Lin Guyong suddenly shouted, but it was already too late. Everyone was rushing towards Gu Xiaoqi, with no one thinking to guard the cockpit. As she jumped in, Gu Xiaoqi swiftly closed the cockpit door, instantly relaxing her entire being. "Hee, it's my turn now?" A triumphant smile adorned Gu Xiaoqi's face as she leapt onto a large crate, pressed the speaker button, and playfully declared, "The game officially begins. I advise all teammates to disembark from the mecha. Otherwise, should you suffer broken arms or legs, I shall bear no responsibility." Chapter 170. A stab in the back. Gu Xiaoqi's audacious words provoked a chorus of exclamations from the others, who hastily scrambled down from the mecha. It wasn't fear of injury that spurred them. Rather, remaining in the mecha was akin to courting disaster. With just the slightest movement from the girl, they would all be in jeopardy. Chaos ensued, and Xie Han's expression darkened further, emanating an aura of danger. Gu Xiaoqi chuckled, fully activating the speaker, proclaiming, "Dear teammates, I'm coming for you." Since she was bound to offend someone, she might as well do it thoroughly. After all, she had to complete 2/3 of the task. As she locked onto her target, she continued, "You, the one running the fastest, don't flee. I shall catch you in no time." Everyone feels as though they are being addressed, yet their movements betray not a hint of hesitation as they flee in a frenzy. However, the speed of the mecha invariably surpasses that of humans. 1, 2, 5. As the number of captives swells, Gu Xiaoqi's chatter intensifies. She exclaims, "You there, the big brother in front, you're moving in sync. Stop running. Surrender now. A third of you have already been caught. Who will be next? That big brother who got a kick from the captain. I wish I could give him a kick too, but I fear I might break you." Upon hearing this, Lin Guyang's expression darkened instantly, and his pace quickened. His rear is not something that just anyone can kick. As he ran, he sought a suitable spot within the training arena. As long as the space was sufficiently confined, that little girl's mecha arm would not fit. Gu Xiaoqi, observing the retreating figure, resolved to fulfill her quota first. She muttered, "To be honest, if the captain were to join the game, I would certainly treat him well." Before long, Gu Xiaoqi had achieved 2/3 of her target. With a smile, she announced, "2/3 of you have been caught. Do you think I should continue pursuing?" The moment her words escaped, the fleeing individuals surged forth with renewed vigor. Given the vastness of the mecha training ground and the unspoken agreement among everyone to scatter, Gu Xiaoqi's stamina waned significantly, and she sensed that she could not endure much longer. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she continued to incite. To the captured teammates, "Do you not wish for your comrades to join you in your toil? I suggest you all band together to apprehend those brothers who are still fleeing. After all, collective training is most beneficial. When opportunities for improvement arise, one must seize them." Alas, just thinking about this fills me with sympathy for you all. Upon hearing her words, the already withdrawn captives sank even deeper into their despondency. Yet, one audacious teammate cast a glance at the captain, and upon noticing the captain's utter lack of reaction, he bolted towards his escaping brother. As he ran, he called out, "Brother, with training ahead, I shall never forget you. I cannot afford to advance in secret." The members of the first squad were certainly not foolish. The mere thought of their grueling training juxtaposed with their carefree brothers ignited a sense of imbalance within them. As the first brave soul dashed towards his comrade, an increasing number of men followed suit, sprinting forward. "Brother, I'll have your back." Thus, Gu Xiaoqi strolled languidly across the training ground, extending her mechanized arm to touch the eager teammates who approached her. At that moment, not a single fugitive could be seen on the field. A diligent observer took it upon themselves to count the numbers, only to be astounded to discover that 3 comrades were still unaccounted for. He bellowed, "3 brothers are still hiding. Let us go rescue them. Together, we shall train diligently. Daily progress awaits us." Chapter 171. The last 3 remain. Upon hearing those words, Gu Xiaoqi's lips twitched involuntarily. She could scarcely believe that such an absurdly thick-skinned individual existed. However, she could not help but admire the boldness of it. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqi was not idle either. She commanded her spiritual entities to meticulously search the nearby vicinity. Yet, the scope of their search was ultimately limited, rendering them incapable of scouring the entirety of the training ground. Simultaneously, she surveyed her surroundings, contemplating potential hiding spots for individuals. Nearly everyone present in the training ground was engaged in the pursuit of the 3 elusive figures, yet not a single clue emerged. One individual could not suppress their skepticism, exclaiming, "Are there truly 3 people concealed somewhere? Don't lead me to expend effort in vain. Believe it if you wish, or disregard it if you don't." Another person retorted. Meanwhile, within the cockpit of the mecha, Lin Guyang and his 2 companions sat in anxious anticipation as time slowly ticked away. Despite having taken refuge in the relatively soundproof cockpit for quite some time, they refrained from uttering a word, fearful that a careless sound might betray their presence. Deep down, they yearned for the conclusion of the game to arrive swiftly. Besides Lin Guyang, the other 2 individuals were none other than Gu Xi and Siwu. Just moments ago, Gu Xi had been sprinting while meticulously analyzing the captain's remarks. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. The captain had only mentioned the prohibition against piloting the mecha, but had not forbidden them from hiding within the cockpit. Seizing the opportunity while everyone else desperately fled, he quietly slipped into the cockpit, content to wait, and fortuitously encountered his companions, Lin Gaiyong and Si Wu, along the way. The three individuals gazed at the bustling training grounds, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Lin Gaiyong murmured softly, "Is this girl truly a child? How cunning she is." Meanwhile, Xiaoqi immersed herself in contemplation, pondering where she would venture if she were in someone else's shoes. What had the captain just mentioned? Her youthful face bore an expression of seriousness and determination, her brows slightly furrowed, a rare spark of competitive spirit igniting within her. Today, she was determined to unearth the whereabouts of these three individuals. Yet, where could they possibly hide? Xiaoqi turned her head, scanning the surroundings with a look of bewilderment. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon several mechas. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she shouted, "Everyone, check the mechas. They must be hiding inside." The captain had never explicitly stated they couldn't enter the cockpits, only that they were not to pilot the mechas. Upon hearing this, the members of the first team exchanged knowing looks, their faces lighting up with exhilaration, unable to contain themselves as they dashed towards the nearest mechas to investigate. The training mechas at the military base bore no markings and lacked exclusive cockpit keys. Thus, these practice mechas were available for anyone to operate. Lin Gaiyong, filled with trepidation, was taken aback by this revelation. Was this girl even human? Meanwhile, time was running short. The three remaining in the cockpit silently prayed for the game to conclude swiftly. At this moment, Xie also felt a twinge of surprise, wishing he could pull up a chair, munch on seeds, and relish the unfolding drama. Which side would ultimately emerge victorious today? At that juncture, Xiaoqi made a sudden maneuver, piloting her mecha directly toward the cluster of mechs. Just as everyone surmised that Xiaoqi had pinpointed the location of the three individuals, she defied expectations by not approaching any of the mechs. Instead, she ascended in her flying mecha to a position directly above them. Activating the loudspeaker, she cheerfully inquired, "My three young gentlemen, are you certain you wish to remain concealed?"